This is the most important day for all the new students in the magic class at Miles Academy. All these students are nervous. They have to take a test to determine their mana sensitivity using a specially designed device. It's called the mana room, and it's divided into levels. Inside the mana, density varies in each level, with the first level being similar to the normal atmosphere outside. However, with each new level, the mana density increases. At first everything was easy. Almost all the students passed the first 2 levels without any problems. At the 3rd level, half of them gave up and couldn't go any further, and with each higher level, more and more students surrendered and raised their hands in defeat. But for our hero Jae-han, it was like a walk in the park while the others struggled to breathe. He climbed through each level effortlessly. In the end, only 4 of the best new students remained on the 7th level, a level usually reached only by academy graduates. The rest could hardly believe how far they had come. Even so, the top 4 fought hard on the 8th level, where the mana density increased with each passing second. Even the most talented students could barely hold on. Finally, only Jae-han reached level 9 with the instructor. After that, even the instructor was barely hanging on. But together, they passed the maximum level 10. Jae-han didn't even break a sweat when they came out. Some students applauded him, while others silently envied his strength, but none of them could have imagined how powerful Jae-han truly was, a regressor who possessed a divine artifact, although in his past life, he wasn't so lucky and powerful. This story begins in a public restaurant, where everything seems to be going well, until someone starts shouting. The one shouting is the story's protagonist, known as Jae-han, and he is absolutely furious to hear that he is being hired only as a meat shield. During the raid, the guy with glasses immediately tells Jae-han to calm down, because our hero was the one who wanted to make some quick cash from the job, and this is the only one available at the moment. Well, as much as our hero Jae-han might procrastinate, it seems he doesn't have much choice in the matter. Jae-han then reveals to us that the guy with glasses is Yoon Woo-min, who works at the Hunter Agency. He connects people like Jae-han with jobs that aren't officially part of any guild. When Yoon Woo-min finally got in touch, our hero thought he had landed a cool job, but in reality, he only got the role of cannon fodder. On the front lines in a dungeon full of the undead, it's like they're saying you're a disposable meat shield, ready to be abandoned if things get complicated. Jae-han sighs and wonders why this is the only job available to him, especially when people with a lower rank than him are getting well-paying jobs from Yoon Woo-min. He then remembers about his martial arts class, which despite being a top-tier class, rarely receives job offers. Jae-han gets even more irritated, questioning if he's being underestimated. Just because he's a martial arts raider, the guy with glasses reluctantly agrees, explaining that in reality, magic users dominate the job market and take all the requests. The truth is, martial arts raiders tend to take longer to finish jobs and get injured more often. This is something that employers definitely take into consideration, and that's the harsh reality here. You see, unlike mages, who stay in the rear while hunting monsters, martial arts fighters are on the front lines and are naturally more prone to injury. And that's exactly why in a fight, mages definitely have the upper hand. The guy reveals that about 10 years ago, martial artists were in high demand. However, that's no longer the case, and he regrets not becoming a mage back then, when he had the chance. It all started 11 years ago when our hero was in his 3rd year of high school, where he aced the awakened aptitude evaluation and was chosen to attend one of the prestigious Miles Academies, which specialized in training raiders. Back then, his aptitude score for the mage class was an astounding 97%. It was nearly a perfect score. Even the top students of that era, like Lady Sonia, only scored around 92%. His results back then were simply unbelievable. In contrast, his aptitude for a martial class was only 34%. And yet, despite this, he made a foolish choice and decided to become a martial raider. He didn't pick the martial class for any noble reason. He simply didn't want to become a mage. In those days, mages had a bad reputation, seen as nothing more than support units, incapable of handling even low-rank monsters without the aid of martial warriors. But times have changed. Martial artists are now in decline, while mages are in high demand. If our hero had chosen the mage class 11 years ago, his life would probably be in a much better place right now. Even if he decided to switch classes now, it's too late. Raiders hit a growth plateau at age 20, so there's no more room for improvement. I guess there's no point in dwelling on regrets, since nothing can change the past. Woo Min-jung then reminds our hero that opportunities like these are hard to come by, and he can't afford to be picky. He even reveals he was going to offer this job to someone else, but he chose our hero instead because he thought of him. Hearing this, our hero felt a mix of sadness and irony. His talent was something that everyone who dreamed of becoming a mage once envied. But now, his wrong choices had reduced him to a mere, insignificant, D-class martial arts raider. With no other options, he decides to accept the job. His friend brightens up at the news, assuring our hero that he's making the right decision. As our hero is about to leave, the manager informs him that they'll meet at 8 in the morning the next day, at an address already sent to his phone. Curious, Jae-han asks why the manager will be there, assuming that he would be busy with agency work. Woo Min-jung calmly tells him not to worry, mentioning that he has some business to handle there as well, so they would be meeting anyway. The next day arrives, and everyone gathers outside one of the dungeon gates. There stands our hero, all alone. Jae-han glances at his watch and starts to get antsy because Woo Min-jung hasn't shown up yet, despite promising he would be there. He lets out a sigh, thinking that perhaps Woo Min-jung should be dealing with more capable raiders, considering he himself is just a D-rank martial artist while Woo Min-jung is an A-rank mage. Jae-han wonders why Woo Min-jung even bothers staying with a raider agency when he could get into any guild he wanted. With his skills, if Jae-han were in his shoes, he would have found a better gig by now. Suddenly, a thought echoes in his head, a voice calling him a useless bastard. It seems to be a part of Jae-han himself, though we don't know much about it yet. Lost in thought, Jae-han hears someone calling out to him. It's Myung-ho, decked out from head to toe in full armor, a friend of our hero. As they chat and joke around, Myung-ho seems quite proud to be a martial raider. He thinks the younger generation doesn't appreciate how cool martial raiders are, compared to the mages he calls useless bums, who just stay in the back throwing fireballs. But Jae doesn't see it that way at all. He feels that being a martial raider is far from cool. In fact, they can barely afford food these days. Milo encourages him to do their best, regardless of the situation. He suggests they grab a drink after the operation, and Jae agrees, but he quickly adds that he's broke and can't pay the bill. Milo retorts that it's not his turn to pay since he covered the last round. Jae feels a bit awkward and embarrassed hearing this. But seeing Jae's helpless expression, Milo decides to give him a break and agrees to pay the bill once more. Jae laughs and apologizes for always letting his friend pay the bill. Deep down, however, he can't help but think that Milo is a bit of a pushover for agreeing to pay again. Suddenly someone arrives abruptly and instructs everyone to gather at the dungeon entrance, as they will be entering in 30 minutes from now. For some reason, everyone looks very worried and anxious upon hearing this, including our hero. It might be because they don't like this new guy giving them orders in any case. The armored guy decides to go back to his group to prepare, while Jae remains standing there, repeatedly checking his phone while waiting for the raid to begin. We learn that when raiders enter a dungeon, they need to watch out for two things. The first is when they unexpectedly find a hidden treasure inside and get excited about the loot. Greed can mess with their heads, they stop thinking rationally, and that's when the dungeon decides to test them. Surviving this stroke of bad luck is rare. It's usually a total disaster. As for the second thing, we'll have to wait to find out because the armored guy interrupts. Again, he tells Jae to stop looking at his phone. It's time to enter the dungeon. Then he makes a joke about our hero, saying he's probably looking at his girlfriend's picture before entering the dungeon. Jae ignores the comment, saying it's no big deal, but the truth is, he's actually looking at a picture of his mother, not some girlfriend. After a quick word with his mom, he enters the dungeon. As soon as they enter the dungeon, the mages stay in the back with their wands while the martial raiders advance on the front line. Mindless ghouls immediately appear with their grotesque faces, and the arrogant mage starts shouting orders at the martial raiders, demanding they form a line, even if it means risking their lives. This is exactly why our hero hates this job. He loathes being ordered around by these idiots, but he has no choice but to follow orders. The mages begin to chant. Conjuring their elemental powers, they start launching scorching fireballs directly at the zombies, turning the creatures to a crisp. Jae checks out the sorcerers and wonders if they are really with the Meteor Guild, because that guild was just a rookie guild a short while ago, but it seems that's not the case anymore. He thinks today isn't his day to kick the bucket thanks to their power-up. While taking a break, Milo grabs some water and quickly drinks it to cool down, and points out that the dungeon is now all about defeating the big boss. The old man jokes about feeling his age, saying he can't keep up with the others like he used to. The old man then asks if our hero got any item drops. He's feeling happy as he asks this, because A-class dungeons usually have good loot. Our hero decides to check for himself, but as soon as he opens his system window, it begins to glitch, and he feels a sudden headache. But then another system message appears, informing him that the Aesir system is offline, and the connection with the user will be temporarily disconnected. Then another message follows it, stating the system is down, and the connection with the user will be temporarily severed. It explains that, for unknown reasons, the Aesir system failed to reboot. Our hero has never been in such a situation before, and has no idea what is happening. Suddenly a voice begins to speak in his mind, urging him to follow the light. Startled, he turns to see the system notifications flashing, stating that an unknown entity has infiltrated the system and that the safe mode restoration is failing. Jihyun is completely lost about what's happening. The old man notices his tense expression and asks if something is wrong. The boy simply explains that someone asked him to follow the light, and as if it were a sign, something begins to happen. These orbs of light start appearing out of nowhere. He wonders if this is the light he's supposed to follow. It seems no one else can see this light besides our hero, and the old man asks why he is acting so strangely. Without a clear answer, the young man's eyes remain fixed on the light. He swallows his fear and decides to check it out. When the old man asks where he is going, our hero assures him he'll be back soon. After following the light for a while, he ends up in a strange place, and the system window immediately appears, saying that the Aesir system has been disabled, and the status window cannot be loaded. He tries to interact with the system, but it doesn't respond. Another notification arrives, stating that there is partial damage, and the system will attempt to reboot in safe mode. Jae-han scratches his head in confusion, because ever since he became an awakened one at 10 years old, the system has never crashed in these 17 years. There have never been any damages or reboots either. He wonders if the voice he heard is somehow related to the system going haywire. The system keeps glitching and bombarding him with the same failure notifications. Despite this, he continues to follow the light and wonders if something is changing within the system. Here's a little context on the Aesir system. It's said that it was named in honor of the Aesir, the gods of Norse mythology like Odin and Thor. It is believed that the system emerged from the Aesir, representing humanity's last hope and defense during the year of the disaster in 2011. During that time, a massive tree suddenly grew in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, soaring to unimaginable heights in just 9 days, casting a shadow over the world, and that terrifying tree from back then was none other than Yggdrasil, the world tree from mythology. As soon as it fully sprouted on that 9th day, all hell broke loose. The world faced a catastrophic wave of monsters, with half of humanity perishing in the chaos, and the rest battling against famine and plagues in their moment of despair. True heroes emerged, wielding divine powers, bringing a glimmer of hope to mankind. Slowly, many people began to access their systems, the Aesir system turning them into raiders to save humanity. From that point on, the Aesir has been humanity's greatest weapon against these monsters. But now our hero worries that if the Aesir system is changing, he fears things won't end well. Suddenly, he reaches a dead end and spots a green door right in front of him. He is shocked at first, but then a smile spreads across his face as he realizes this must be the treasure gate. Here's a little about treasure gates. They are secret rooms hidden inside dungeons, with a very low chance of appearing even in high-level dungeons. They usually contain special items and rare materials that can fetch millions of won, which is a local currency in this world. Jae-hyun's mind races with excitement as he realizes that finding an A rank or higher piece of equipment could instantly change his monotonous life. He silently prays to the gods for a stroke of luck. Upon entering, the whole place looks surreal. It's almost as if he had stumbled into some celestial registry office. Before him, on a pedestal, shines an item of intense brilliance. Jae had heard rumors about such places in dungeons, but he never expected to stumble upon one himself. Nevertheless, he is thrilled to see the item and eagerly reaches out to grab it. As soon as his fingers touch it, a flood of notifications surrounds him. The first notification confirms that he has successfully restored the damaged system feature. The second announces the discovery of new equipment, and the third offers to display the item's details. Smiling from ear to ear, Jae can't help but feel that his prayer might have been answered as he holds the item in his hands. The system panel reveals that, this time, it is the Lost Eye of Odin, a mythic-rank artifact. This eye belonged to Odin, the strongest god of the Aesir, sacrificed for wisdom at Mimir's well. Once equipped, our hero can learn runic, writing, and even reverse magic to dismantle or destroy it. It is the only mythic-rank item in existence, and once it is his forever. The eye shines so brightly that Jae cannot even look directly at it. Looking at the system panel, he reads about its active skill, known as absolute calculation, an X-rank skill that analyzes and destroys the structure of magic. This absolute calculation skill consumes mana depending on the rank of the magic destroyed. With complete mastery of runic magic, he can use magic at full strength without casting spells. Another benefit is the ability to copy an opponent's skills using a blank card. This eye is clearly a powerhouse, with a range of incredible abilities that could transform Jae's skills as a raider. However, Jae decides to sell the item because it could fetch him hundreds of millions of won as soon as it hit the market. He is relieved that he will not have to work hard or become anyone's meat shield anymore, but he considers trying it on since he has never used a mythic item before. But the system immediately warns him that once equipped, he can never part with it. The item will be bound to him forever. He knows he cannot use it effectively, even if he equips it for himself, because he has already passed the ideal age of 20 for this type of equipment. so he decides not to use it. After this fortunate encounter, he decides to return to the group shortly after. We see the old man reassuring the guild members that his friend will return, and right on cue, Jae arrives. The young man immediately apologizes to the group leader for being late, and promises it will not happen again. As they get ready to proceed, the old man gives Jae's chest a gentle pat, telling him to cheer up. But Jae stops him, saying, "I am ready to go," and he cheerfully mentions that he will treat them to drinks tonight. This surprises the old man, who is left scratching his head, completely unsure of what has suddenly happened to Jae. Meanwhile, Jae is relieved that they do not suspect a thing. You see, inside the dungeon where no laws apply, mentioning that he found an item could be a death sentence, and even his own friends would not hesitate to steal the item, so he is doing his best to avoid any unwanted attention. Suddenly, the ceiling starts to crack. Before the group leader can give any orders, it comes crashing down with a bang. Jae instinctively jumps in the opposite direction but ends up falling to the ground, possibly scraping his butt in the process. The purple mist immediately envelops the area, and the group members begin to cough violently, with blood dripping from their mouths. Jihyun reacts immediately, covering his mouth and deciding to flee before inhaling any of the poisonous mist. He yells for his friend to get out, because the mist is deadly. As he starts to move, a shocking sight freezes Jihyun in place. His friend is suddenly run through by a sword wielded by someone invisible. In his final moments, the friend tells Jihyun to run. The horrifying scene petrifies our hero briefly, but he pulls himself together and bolts as fast as he can while running. He replays the explosion and the sudden appearance of the gas. In his mind, it becomes clear to him that this was an assassination attempt, an elaborate one. Once he has escaped the danger, he takes a deep breath, his face is sweating, and he has no idea why this assassination attempt is happening. Suddenly, our hero senses someone behind him. As the figure appears, a flaming arrow shoots forward, not aiming at Jae-hyun, but hitting the area in front of him, causing a massive explosion. The hooded boy looks familiar, and Jae-hyun recognizes him immediately as Youngwoo Min. As Youngwoo Min gathers energy at his fingertip, he reminds Jae-hyun that he had promised to meet him today, and here he is. Jae-hyun immediately asks if this was all his doing, if he was the one who released the poisonous mist and attacked the Meteor Guild. Jung-woo Min smirks in response and shamelessly admits he was behind it all. Our boy is shocked, but he soon calms down, trying to understand the situation before acting on impulse. So he asks Jung-woo Min why he did it, and he just shrugs, saying his clients ordered it. Then, Jung-woo Min reveals that many people hold a grudge against the Meteor Guild because they have always been arrogant. Looking down on everyone, Jae-hyun grits his teeth as he tells us about assassination contracts in dungeons. These types of attacks, assassins exploit the tight spaces of the dungeon to kill their targets. Apparently, the Meteor Guild was also involved in these shady dealings, which is why they ended up dead. Jae-hyun feels the ache from his shoulder where the arrow grazed him. He is not sure if he can face Jung-woo Min, an A-rank mage, among the top 2% of geniuses in the country. Our hero, on the other hand, is just a below-average rank player. Even knowing he is not the main target, Jae-hyun fears they will try to eliminate him, to leave no loose ends, of course, like any righteous protagonist. Jae-hyun feels the urge to avenge his comrades, especially Myung-ho, but for now he will not make any reckless moves. He assures Jung-woo Min that he will not say a word about what happened to the Meteor Guild, but instead of listening, the guy in glasses launches another barrage of fire chains. Jae-han immediately dodges, but his face is still grazed by the fiery explosion. He is sure that a 1-second delay would have meant his end. The crazed mage continues to launch flaming chains directly at Jae-hyun, who runs non-stop. Desperate to escape, he is perplexed to be a target, considering he is just a D-rank player. With each moment, his face gets more bruised from the attack, while the relentless aggressor shows no signs of stopping. Suddenly, that voice in Jae-hyun's head scolds him again, calling him a fool, useless, and questioning why he even exists. It seems this man who always appears in his head to insult him is definitely his father. And after seeing his father in his mind's eye, something clicks in Jae-hyun's head, and he asks boldly if his father is behind this assassination attempt. The man in glasses pauses upon hearing Jae-hyun's question, but soon breaks into a faint laugh that escalates into a maniacal cackle. He confirms Jae-hyun's suspicion. Jae-hyun falls silent at this confirmation, his mind flashing with images of his mother. He recalls the painful day he cried bitterly over his mother's lifeless body. He confronts Jung-woo, asking if his father ordered his mother's murder 5 years ago in the winter. The man in glasses grimly affirms, acknowledging that he will never understand why a father would wish for the death of his own son and wife. Jung-woo shoots another arrow at Jae-hyun. Taunting him about his situation, he conjures a volley of flaming arrows ready to annihilate our hero, and before launching his arrows, He bids him a final farewell. Jihyun stands quiet for a moment, then suddenly activates the Eye of Odin. Jungwoo's confident smile quickly morphs into pure shock as he sees Jihyun developing magical powers within himself. The magical powers continue to grow stronger, with no sign of stopping, leaving the bespectacled fool even more terrified. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Jungwoo decides it's time to take Jihyun down. He shoots a flaming arrow at Jihyun, expecting him to flinch or run, but Jihyun remains steadfast as the fiery arrow dangerously approaches it, simply disintegrates into nothing, leaving Jungwoo's jaw practically on the floor. It seems the eye has finally activated, confirmed by the system itself. A cheeky grin spreads across Jihyun's face. Hyun, after feeling that surge of power within his body, the system window appears again, mentioning the availability of a blank card. Meanwhile, Jungwoo is losing his composure, bewildered by how easily his magic was nullified. Our hero wastes no time, and uses the blank card to copy Jungwoo's ability, known as Blitz Chain, and makes it crystal clear that he will inflict a painful death upon this bastard. The next moment he conjures flaming arrows while Jungwoo struggles to comprehend how his skill, which took years to master, is being used by this D-rank raider. Although he is visibly trembling, Jungwoo warns Jihyun that eliminating him won't be easy. The boy unleashes a barrage of flaming arrows, telling Jungwoo that they'll settle things shortly. In retaliation, the man in glasses fires his own volley of arrows. Their powers clash, but it seems Jihyun might be gaining the upper hand. Jihyun maintains the relentless assault, forcing the arrogant guy to flee in the opposite direction. To save his own skin, Jungwoo tries to fight back with a massive blitz chain attack, but Jihyun quickly activates his absolute calculation skill, disintegrating the incoming attack while sending his own arrow straight at his opponent. Desperate Jungwoo raises a barrier to protect himself, but Jihyun isn't finished yet. He uses his absolute calculation once more, nullifying the shield and leaving Jungwoo defenseless. The arrow strikes him directly, unable to dodge in time. As the dust settles, Jihyun approaches the fallen Jungwoo, who begs for mercy like in a dramatic soap opera scene. Tears stream down his face, but Jihyun shows no mercy. He simply fires a flaming arrow that finishes the arrogant guy off in a single blow. After the intense battle, Jihyun is completely exhausted. He collapses to the ground, thinking about how he finally obtained a mythic item, only to end up facing death in such a terrible way. Death had always been this scary thing he dealt with as a raider, but now that he's facing it himself, it's a completely different feeling. He starts to feel that chill seeping in, then out of nowhere, a system window appears talking about a new download. It offers him an escape. If he activates the system, he can return to a time in the past. Knowing he's about to die anyway, Jihyun just says, "Yes, of course. Let's do this." With that command, the new system known as Nornir is activated. And suddenly, we find ourselves before ladies of divine appearance, conversing in a foreign language that is far beyond our comprehension. The blonde one extends her hand, possibly taking our hero's hand in the process. As soon as this happens, the friendly blue system windows turn a deadly red, and a notification appears, stating that our hero has become a great enemy of the High Aesir. He also gained 2 passive skills with half of the Aesir gods, now watching him all the time. The next thing he knows, he wakes up in his bed looking totally terrified, as if he had seen a ghost. He surveys the room, everything seeming surreal. He looks at his hand, where a red and flaming stain begins to form, and the system announces that the user has successfully returned to the chosen time period. Memories of the past suddenly flash in his eyes, where he sees his dead mother and the time he fought against young woman. He also sees his mother, and runs to hug her tightly, unwilling to let go, desperately hoping that this isn't just a dream. And in fact, it is not a dream. He was really hugging his mother. After a while, alone in his room, his chest hurts sharply, pulling him back to reality. The system confirms the date as November 15th, 2020, which is the time he regressed to, and his body has been healed by 20%. Breathing heavily, he wonders if he's still dreaming. Looking around at his familiar surroundings, he realizes he is indeed in his old house. A system notification appears, presenting a mission titled, "Rest is the Mother of Success." His main task is to simply rest until he fully recovers, with the promise of a blank card as a reward once he is restored. The boy takes a deep breath, trying to calm his racing thoughts. He then reflects on how he died fighting that guy, and somehow ended up regressing 11 years into the past thanks to this new system. 11 years. That's the same time he was in his 3rd year of high school. He checks his calendar and realizes he hasn't actually been enrolled in Mills Academy yet. He also finds a note from himself that clearly instructs him to choose martial arts, but he picks up his pen and immediately scratches it out. He is not going to waste this chance on the martial arts track, because this time, becoming a mage is definitely the way to go. In the next scene, we find him having dinner with his mother, struggling to hold back the tears that threaten to well up in his eyes. His mother looks concerned, noticing his recent strange behavior, and when she came home earlier, he had hugged her tightly and cried his heart out. She gently asks if something is bothering him. With a forced smile, he reassures her that it was just a nightmare, nothing more. But those haunting memories of his dead mother are far from being mere nightmares. Finally mustering his courage, he tells her there is something he wants to discuss. She encourages him to speak freely. It's clear to her that he may not want to enroll in the martial arts academy. She understands the dangers and the fierce competition involved in such a path. She is prepared to let him choose a regular school, if he's hesitant, not wanting to impose her own wishes on him. But contrary to her expectations, our boy reveals that he's considering changing his major to enroll in the magic class. His mother laughs at the sudden change of heart and quickly approves his decision, although she is visibly startled by the abrupt shift from his previous determination to join the martial arts specialization, martial arts. Despite her initial surprise, she trusts her son's judgment and believes he must have a good reason for the change. With a comforting pat on the cheek, she encourages him to pursue what makes him happy, be it martial arts or magic, and assures him not to worry about financial matters. She promises to support him wholeheartedly in his choice. Moved by her understanding and support, the boy starts to cry again, and amidst his emotions, memories of his father, Mason, an A-rank raider, flash through his mind. Rekindling his desire to become stronger to avenge his father, JR is getting into serious training. Starting with push-ups, he also earned a blank card upon completing his first mission. His physique is getting toned and fit. It's something I myself envy a little. As long as I'm here writing summaries for you guys, I don't think I can get back to the ab routine for a six-pack. JR still doesn't fully understand what the Nornir system entails, but he's not complaining. As long as it keeps working, his knowledge from past lives will allow him to monopolize dungeon items, and his experience as a dungeon guide will surely come in handy. However, he doesn't have many skills besides his martial arts capabilities, absolute calculation, and blitzchain, which he copied from Wyatt Young. He leans back in his chair, summons his system, and checks his current stats. He's certain that his level has reverted to the current time, and his stats have been reset. He also somehow retains all the passive skills from his previous life, with two new skills. The first is known as the One Watched by the Gods, and the second is Eye of the Supreme God, both maxed out, as we know. He also has the absolute calculation and blitzchain skills, but he's curious about his passive skills. He then checks the passive skill, the One Watched by the Gods, which is supposed to help him grow rapidly through divine blessings. This skill also helped him maintain his other passive skills during the regression, which explains why he retained all his skills without a reset. On top of that, it increases all his stats by an extra point every time he levels up. Thanks to this skill, most of the demigods and Aesir are watching him. He then decides to explore his other skills. The passive skill, Eye of the Supreme God, is also an exceptional ability that allows him to see through false illusions and uncover the truth. There's also an active skill called Blitzchain, where he attacks enemies with electrified chains, sometimes causing paralysis. The mana consumption increases with the number of chains emitted. Initially, I thought they were flaming chains, and I'm sure you'd agree with that too. He takes a look at his other stats, despite them all being at abysmal levels. He's really focused on increasing his magic stat, which is super crucial, and he knows that endurance is also key. In those marathon battles, you need to keep going without getting exhausted. After giving it some thought, he decides to use his new blank card to copy a healing skill, since he already has an offensive one. You see, even in this year, 2020, where mages get no love, those with healing skills are still highly sought after. They're treated like royalty wherever they go, earning respect beyond the scope of rank. So he figures that, as a mage with healing powers, he'll still get his due respect. But here's the catch. Finding an awakened with healing skills to copy will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Before, he was desperate and used his blank card to fight Wyatt Young, but this time, he won't mess things up again like this, because he has no idea how many cards the system will grant him. His phone suddenly rings, and upon checking, his eyes widen when he sees the name Kim Yu-jung on the caller ID. Kim Yu-jung is his childhood friend, someone he's been close to for years, and who has always shared his dream of attending Mills Academy to become a raider. In his previous life, he tragically lost her in his arms, a fate he is determined to change this time. He smiles as he reads her message. Apparently, she's calling him to meet the Saintess Jihyun at her seminar. This news fills him with happiness, as Saintess Jihyun is known for her magical prowess, particularly in sacrifice magic. Without hesitation, he gets up, grabs his hoodie, and quickly tells his mother he'll be back soon. Once outside, he checks his phone again, and lets Kim Yoo-jung know he's on his way. Meanwhile, a luxurious Rolls-Royce speeds through heavy traffic. Inside, the Saintess and her entourage sit in silence, surrounded by a packed schedule as her manager updates her on the day's events. Worried, the manager asks if she's okay, noting that she has been pushing herself too hard lately. She reassures him, saying she's fine but a little tired, a reminder that sacrifice often means giving up one's own vitality. Meanwhile, the manager looks visibly anxious, wishing there was someone with healing abilities comparable to the ladies. He fears it's only a matter of time before exhaustion takes its toll. Meanwhile, our duo finally arrives at the event venue. The girl seems eager, practically pulling our hero through the crowd. When they stop, the boy teases her, asking if she only brought him along because she was afraid of getting lost. The girl gets annoyed and embarrassed, telling him not to accuse her like that. She falls silent, which clearly indicates that she did, in fact, bring him for that very reason. He teases her again, joking about how such a smart girl can have such a terrible sense of direction while she scolds him. Our hero is secretly grateful to his friend. If he can copy Yoonhyun's sacrifice ability now, it could be a complete game changer for him, potentially making him one of the best connected people in Korea. As the crowd settles into their seats, our eager lady and our hero are amazed by her massive fanbase. It's not surprising. She's the master of the Lotus Guild, a top-tier healer, known throughout the country and the world. In this era, raiders aren't yet used as meat shields, but she still always puts the safety of others first. Finally, she takes the stage, and the crowd goes wild. Our hero eagerly waits for the perfect moment to copy her abilities. While he waits, he lets it slip that in just 2 months, the Saintess will become gravely ill during a dungeon raid in Itaewon, and it's all thanks to her own healing magic. Sacrifice. He figures he's the only one who could cure her, if he could copy her abilities. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-jung is all excited, which Jae-hyun finds a bit annoying. On stage, the Saintess begins her speech about how the world is a mess, because of the Yggdrasil tree and monsters devouring people's lives. Despite all this, she offers some hope and tells everyone to remember the awakened ones who can help save humanity, and urges everyone to become raiders too. As she concludes her speech, the fans are ecstatic, and Jae-hyun also acknowledges her words, stating that, since it's no easy task to fight monsters on the front lines, everyone feels reluctant to become a raider. He is a living example. To fight monsters on the front lines, everyone feels reluctant to become a raider. He is a living example of this to us, because he also wanted to sell the Eye of Odin for some quick cash as they moved on. She wouldn't stop talking about the Saintess, while our hero kept teasing her, which really got on her nerves. He then mentions that he had already called her mother to pick her up due to her terrible sense of direction. She suggests he get a ride with her mother, but he turns her down, saying he has other things to take care of. Before leaving, he casually mentions changing his career to focus completely on magic, and hints that he will need her to teach him later. With that, he departs, without explaining why he changed his career plans, leaving her disappointed and alone. The boy starts looking around and finally spots the lady's car. A smile spreads across his face as he heads toward the car, but the manager notices him. He approaches and says they aren't accepting fan visits right now, but the boy boldly claims he's there to meet the director. Yu-sung, the manager, sighs, clearly annoyed at having another hater to deal with. With an irritated expression, the man arrogantly tells the boy to leave and reminds him to respect her privacy, mentioning that even the director would be bothered by his presence. The boy insists he's not there for a fan meeting. To convince the director, he reveals that he knows Lady Sonia is suffering from an incurable disease, and he boldly claims that he is the only one who can cure her. Naturally, the manager is shocked to hear this and becomes absolutely furious, grabbing our hero by the collar and demanding to know where he heard such a thing, but the boy calmly reminds him not to cause a scene and gestures to the onlookers. At that moment, the lady herself lowers the window and addresses our hero directly, asking if he can back up his words. He confidently says yes, assuring her that he can indeed cure her illness. Although hesitant to let our hero approach, the lady decides to give him a chance, knowing that if he's lying, he'll be exposed soon enough. His unwavering confidence, however, makes him seem even more suspicious to her. She instructs her manager to make time for the boy and arrange for a quieter place where they can discuss this in private. Once they settle into a more peaceful location, the lady gets straight to the point and asks how he knows about her illness. The boy apologizes, but states, categorically that he cannot reveal that information to her, making it clear that if he has to disclose his source, he won't treat her. The lady laughs at his audacity and moves on to the next question, asking how he plans to treat her. Jae-rim is honest and tells her he intends to copy her sacrifice ability. Naturally, the lady is shocked to hear this, and the manager grows impatient. He yells at our hero, questioning if he even understands the meaning of a skill being unique, and demands to know how he intends to copy something that truly belongs only to the lady. Before we continue, here's a bit about unique skills. They are essentially S-rank abilities, the highest level, obtained only through blood inheritance or individual skill manifestation. Unlike other abilities, which are learned through calculable formulas, unique skills possess impenetrable formulas, making them impossible to copy. This monopoly keeps them exclusive to individuals or families. The boy calms everyone down, emphasizing that if he didn't know all this, he wouldn't have even come here. The lady immediately tells her angry manager to calm down, assuring him it won't take long to hear the boy out. She asks if he really can do what he claims, to which the boy confidently agrees. We also discover that due to the penalty of her unique skill, ironically, to heal herself from the sacrifice, she needs a skill of an equal or higher rank. She can't use her own skill on herself as her sacrifice ability demands a tribute to the gods, preventing her from healing her own body. Finally, the lady gives him the green light to proceed, and as she glows with her magic, Jae feels ecstatic. He immediately copies her skill, and a system window appears asking if he wants to register the new skill, sacrifice, on the blank card. Confidently, Jae says yes, and as soon as he finishes copying, he activates his sacrifice skill, demonstrating its power by summoning it in the palm of his hand, leaving them both shocked at the sight, and our hero decides to proceed with the negotiations before healing her. But first, let's check the stats of this skill. The first benefit is that it creates a healing wave to heal multiple allies and remove debuffs, and secondly, when used on undead monsters, it transforms into the attack skill called Judgment of Light, and lastly, since the skill was copied using a blank card, there are no inherited penalties whatsoever, so the lady asks what he would like from her guild, and although she states this openly inwardly, she feels confident that dealing with this high school student will be a breeze, especially since she is the representative of the Lotus Guild, and Jae gets straight to the point, asking her to sponsor him. The lady laughs, asking if he wants her sponsorship just to help him grow as a raider. Without hesitation, he confirms, explaining that it's his big dream and that he needs the resources, connections and support that come with sponsorship to become stronger, and impressed by his determination and skills. The lady promptly agrees to sponsor him, but imposes a condition, and as soon as our hero hears this, he is quite surprised to see that, even though she isn't in a strong negotiating position, she remains firm in her stance. The lady reveals that her illness is a personal problem, and has nothing to do with the Lotus Guild. What our hero wants is not entirely in her hands. He is asking for the support of the entire guild, which has no reason to favor him. Our hero asks her to present her conditions, and if they make sense to him, he will decide whether to shake her hand or not. His mind races with all sorts of possibilities she could be plotting, but she surprises him by simply asking if he can join the Lotus Guild, and Jae immediately asks if she is serious about recruiting him. The lady then lists several reasons for recruiting him. First, he discovered classified information about the illness of the Lotus Guild's representative, which few knew about, showing exceptional information-gathering skills. And secondly, he perfectly copied her sacrifice skill, something she had never seen before, and she is curious to know if there is anyone else like him in the world who can do the same. Jae feels strange hearing this, knowing he can't tell her that he only knew about her illness because he regressed in time, and that he can only copy skills thanks to his cheat system. The lady then leans uncomfortably close to him and declares the third reason for recruiting him to the guild, which is the fact that despite being a high school student, our boy didn't even hesitate when facing the representative of the Lotus Guild, and she likes the courage he just showed in his past. The Lotus Guild collapsed shortly after her death, but now that she is here, he is sure that joining the guild would make him level up quickly, but he wonders how they can make a contract since he is a minor, and hiring minors is illegal. With a smile, the lady reminds him about the priority negotiation right. It turns out our hero actually knows about this. The priority negotiation right is a privilege for a guild to support the growth of a rider in training who has not yet reached adulthood. Once they come of age, this guild has the right to make a contract with the trainee before any other guild can. James never thought he would use a benefit like this, especially after being rejected by even the most insignificant guilds in the past. The lady seems to have taken a liking to our hero, and the boy sits down, saying he will heal her immediately. Although her offer is obvious, he decides to focus on the treatment first, before finally accepting her terms. While he stands over her, the manager doesn't seem enthusiastic about our hero healing her. Although he no longer doubts our boy after witnessing his powers firsthand, he is still cautious, fearing that our hero might use something, cursed or dark, especially since even the best doctors failed to cure her. Shortly after, the lady feels magically healed, sensing the changes within her. The manager is in absolute shock and amazement. He wastes no time, bowing his head before our hero, apologizing with the utmost respect for having doubted him. Our hero just shrugs it off, saying it was understandable to doubt a boy's words, but the manager kept apologizing, feeling bad for his earlier rude behavior. James tells the lady that everything is done and she can move freely now. As soon as she stands up, she walks to the window and uses her magic to light up the entire room. Tears fill her eyes as she realizes that her symptoms have completely disappeared. She expresses her gratitude for this miracle and asks if he will face any penalty for healing her. But we know that penalties don't apply to his copied ability. Our hero assures her with a smile that she will be able to repay him when the time comes, and the lady gladly agrees. She then takes out her card and tells him to think about the offer. She promises to do her best to ensure it works in his favor. The boy then tells them there is something he wants to ask. The next day, the manager accompanies him to a low-rank dungeon owned by the Lotus Guild. As you can imagine, he's there to level up his skills, aiming to become an ace at Mills Academy. The guild ensures that all the essential items are ready for him, and even lends him some spare equipment intended for guild members. But the manager warns him that entering the dungeon alone can be risky, asking why he insists on doing it alone. James just said he wants to farm as a safety net. The manager hands him a stone, saying it's a teleportation stone. If he breaks it, he will be teleported outside the dungeon gate. It's a small token of thanks for how he treated the lady, and the boy happily takes it. He proceeds to enter the dungeon, and as soon as he steps inside, he's sure it's just a low-rank dungeon and nothing to worry about. The manager urges him to teleport out quickly if danger appears, to which he nods in confirmation. Deep inside, however, he suddenly feels his mouth being covered by unexpected hands, and the system indicates that he is now in the field of the dead of Helheim. The scene transitions to Principal Yuna in her office. There we see the lady, deep in thought regarding our hero. She's worried that even in a low-ranked dungeon, for one novice to clear it alone is nearly impossible, regardless of how skilled he is. However, she realizes this boy is not just some nobody. He didn't choose this gate on a whim, so she smiles and decides to see where he goes with this. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door, and after getting permission from the principal, a lady enters. The principal asks about the matter she requested, updates, and the other lady hands her the files, explaining that it's our hero's profile. While the director flips through the pages, she is shocked to read that he aspires to be a martial artist, which makes no sense to her considering his magical abilities. A heavy silence falls over the room as the lady who brought the reports also has no idea how someone can be so talented. But she assures the director that the reports are accurate unless there are any mechanical errors. Taking a look, we see for ourselves that our boy's aptitude for magic is 97%. Shortly after, the director calls her manager Appa and instructs him to call her immediately. As soon as our hero leaves the dungeon, she is eager to witness our hero's talents with her own eyes. Meanwhile, our boy finds himself falling into the unknown realm, known as the Field of the Dead, hitting his butt hard on the ground upon landing. Looking around, he realizes he's in a cemetery and struggles to get up, coughing harshly. Before he can even grasp his surroundings, an undead creature appears. Without wasting any time, it aims its bow at our hero and shoots an arrow at him, reacting too slowly. He ends up with a nasty cut on his face. Another monster appears, ready to take our hero down. He's not sure if it's laced with paralyzing poison, which greatly annoys him. He quickly heals himself using his sophisticated sacrifice skill. Suddenly more zombies emerge, and he finds himself surrounded by dark souls hovering in the air. They immediately begin to attack and shoot at him. But this time, Jerry catches an arrow with his bare hands and shatters it, clenching his fist, completely irritated by their annoying attempts. Meanwhile, Kim Yoon-jung looks at the autograph she received from the director, and she too is totally irritated with our hero for leaving her alone, despite knowing she has a terrible sense of direction. She's getting more and more annoyed with his unpredictable moves. He used to avoid crowds, but suddenly he's agreeing to accompany her. He never abandoned her like this before, always making sure she wasn't left alone. But this time he left her high and dry down there alone, and now he's switching to the magic class even though he always dreamed of martial arts. She just can't understand his sudden change because she knows he's usually thoughtful and careful, not someone who acts without a good reason. Suddenly she starts texting him again, giving him an earful for leaving her alone that day. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Jerry's face pales as he freaks out, seeing ghosts right in front of him. To make matters worse, they are much more organized than a typical monster horde. He decides to rely on an item. a staff forged by a blacksmith from the Lotto's Guild. Before we dive deeper, we learn that this dungeon Helheim is the realm of the dead. Overseen by Loki's daughter Hel, it is one of the 9 worlds of Norse mythology created after the 7 realms excluding Midgard and Asgard. These worlds include Niflheim, the world of mist and ice, Muspelheim, the world of flames, Jotunheim, the world of giants, Alfheim, the world of elves, Svartalfheim, the world of dark elves, Vanaheim, the world of the Vanir gods, and the coldest and darkest of all, Niflheim, where Helheim exists alongside this place, is a total nightmare for newbies. But our hero is excited to test his skills. He decides to pull out the sacrifice skill of the goddess Nora. When he uses it on dead monsters, bam! It transforms into this epic area of effect attack called Judgment of Light. The monster attacks immediately, but our hero is quick to knock it down with his wand, throwing the monster back. He equips himself with Blitzfire and blows the monster to pieces. Gaining 70 XP for knocking out the Death Spectre, he keeps up the pace by chaining his blitz moves to tear up the stage with his skills. Every monster he takes down brings a bigger smile to his face as the XP rolls in. Next, he leaps onto another undead that is using arrows and strikes it hard on the head. Boom! His wand cracks in half, but he still manages to take down the monster. His face pales as he sees his broken wand. He realizes that he was not fighting exactly like a mage after all, and his foolishness had just cost him a weapon. He gets serious and activates his sacrifice skill. The holy judgment of light descends upon the monsters, burning them to cinders. As they are turned to ash, he accumulates some valuable experience points along the way. He decides to take a break in the settling mist. He heals himself to restore his powers and is relieved to have made it out alive. He learned a valuable lesson, not to overestimate his abilities. Although the divine judgment saved him this time, he might not be so lucky the next. Anyway, he decides to leave the area, but soon realizes he has no idea how to get out. He sighs and decides to use the teleportation stone, but before he can, a terrifying aura of mana creeps up on him from behind. When he looks back, there is nothing. Suddenly, he feels something approaching, and in the next moment, he feels himself being suffocated. He raises his broken wand and stabs it into his own thigh. He is not sure why he is hurting himself, but he is making sure not to let out a single scream, so as not to attract unwanted company. Little does he know, this hideous monstrosity is lurking right behind him, waiting for the right moment. The system alerts him, revealing that the dungeon boss, Nightshade, has appeared. And the difference in levels between our hero and this boss is like night and day. The system practically screams at him to flee the dungeon as fast as possible. He fumbles for his teleportation stone, but before he can grab it, the monster leaps from behind, knocking the stone from his hands. As he hits the nearby wall and starts coughing up blood, his HP plummets. The system immediately instructs him to use a healing item, but it seems he has no time for that, as the monster is already before him, and immediately launches another attack as he braces for the worst. The monster in front of him freezes, leaving him to stare in disbelief, wondering what the hell just happened. It is then that a woman's voice echoes through the cave. The woman looks divine, almost like a goddess. She orders the monster not to harm him, revealing that she herself brought him here as an important guest. This half-demon, half-angelic elf informs our hero that he is destined to be the adversary. Confused, the boy has no idea who this woman could be. The lady continues, expressing her belief that he was destined to defeat this monster effortlessly as the adversary. However, it seems she was mistaken. Seeing him as just an ordinary boy with moderate mana and skills, she questions why Locke chose someone like him to be the adversary against the mighty gods themselves. The boy struggles to remain conscious, his life slipping away from the blood loss. He knows he cannot afford to die here, not when he has been given a second chance to set things right. Seeing the determination in our hero's eyes, the lady acknowledges his resolve but states that he is still too weak to fulfill his role as the chosen adversary. She begins to choke him, warning that his end is near if he doesn't get stronger quickly. She threatens to end his life with her own hands. Recognizing his importance to them, she decides to grant him another chance. She urges him to become much stronger than he is now, to defeat the monster, Nightshade, easily. If he succeeds, she promises him a reward, but emphasizes that he must act quickly. And then the system appears with the first main mission, the Trials of Hell. His main objective in this mission is to take down Nightshade in 2 months. And it seems this mysterious lady is none other than the goddess Hel herself, daughter of Loki. If he completes this mission, then goddess Hel will personally give him his gift. But failure means death as a penalty, while those terrifying hands begin to drag him into the darkness. He loses sight of everything as the scene changes. We see this blonde goddess whom we saw during his regression in time, and she still seems to be saying something to our hero in this foreign language. Suddenly, he wakes up in the real world. As he gets up, he notices that his injuries have been completely healed. Checking his stats in the window, he sees the same mission still hovering before him, which confirms that everything he felt back then was real. And the lady he met was indeed the real goddess who rules Helheim, one of the 9 worlds of mythology. He's still clueless about this whole adversary thing and has heard something familiar right after getting this new Norn system. With a pile of unanswered questions hanging over him, like why he regressed and what the heck this adversary story is all about, he knows one thing for sure: he needs to level up fast. If what that goddess said is true, the moment he stops getting stronger, he will be killed by her. But hey, he laughs to himself, at least he has some bold tasks ahead. Still, he has a long way to go. He doesn't know how to fight as a mage, and also has no basic spells to deal with minor enemies. Taking out his phone, he sees a call from the director summoning him. He tells her he will stop by tomorrow, and is ready to make the contract. The next day arrives, and our hero enters the Lotus Flower Guild. The manager leads him inside, and as they walk, he understands why they are giving him such special treatment. After all, his aptitude for magic is 97%. Arriving at their destination, our hero's face lights up as he sees the director, exuding confidence with her long hair and a presence that demands his attention. They exchange warm greetings. She details the benefits that the guild is offering with the contract, and our hero enthusiastically confirms that they are impressive. I mean, who wouldn't be thrilled? Besides a stipend for living expenses, the guild provides him with an infinite supply of B-rank items, at no cost if they break. In addition, he will earn a substantial profit based on his contributions in raids. These terms are usually reserved for high-level, A-rank raiders. Before signing the contract, he reveals one condition. The director warmly encourages him to speak his mind. He explains that it has only been 1 month since he transitioned from martial arts to magic, making him inexperienced in magic. Therefore, he requests to be personally trained by the director herself. The manager marvels at our hero's audacity in directly confronting the prestigious director, without hesitation. Meanwhile, the boy asks if she agrees to his condition before signing the priority negotiation contract with the Lotus Guild. She laughs at his interesting request and agrees to his terms. He thanks her, and she playfully reminds him, who's already eyeing his potential and can't wait to see him in action. She pressures him to display his talent first if he feels comfortable. Our hero had already anticipated this. After all, it's the main reason the Lotus Guild is interested in him. He immediately asks what he must do to demonstrate his power. The lady simply snaps her fingers, and a blue energy begins to manifest behind her, forming a mana cube, and she tells him to endure it. The boy is absolutely bewildered by the sight of the mana cube. The lady quickly reminds him that a talented individual should be able to handle at least this much if he's going to sign the priority negotiation contract with her Lotus Guild. A mana cube, you see, is a test that B-rank mages or higher use to assess their mana sensitivity. But it's impossible for someone like our hero not to be overwhelmed, since only 7% of awakened mages can withstand it. The boy asks the lady if she's trying to scare him. She reassures him, saying that even if he fails, it won't affect their priority negotiation, and they will still form the contract. With no way out, our hero bites the bullet and steps forward. The director nods for her manager to get ready, who expresses concern over her decision since even current raider mages struggle with the cube. The lady reaffirms that our hero is no ordinary guy, so it's worth a try. Reluctantly, the director nods and activates the cube. As the mana cube powers on, the boy hesitates before the overwhelming energy. The lady behind him encourages him to step inside, and finally, he musters the courage to do so. Once he's inside the mana cube, the manager remains visibly anxious, seeing him as just a young boy. The lady reassures him, saying that he can handle it, expressing confidence in her intuition that he won't fail. Inside, our hero feels himself adrift in a vast ocean of mana. Surprisingly, he can breathe normally, easing his earlier worries about getting sick from prolonged exposure to the dense mana, something that could even lead to death during the test. He searches for a way out, remembering that the only escape from the mana cube is to find the single door connected to the outside world among countless vortexes. He gathers his determination, searching for an exit within the mana cube. Suddenly, he senses something unusual, a discreet, hidden crystal pulsing with immense magical power, as if it contained the entire essence of the great mana ocean. Meanwhile, the manager remains on edge, while the lady continues to chuckle in anticipation. The manager asks how long it usually takes. The lady mentions that the fastest exit from the cube is 40 minutes, a record. Hearing this, the manager states flatly that either our hero will die, or he will set a new world record. The lady agrees, though confident the latter outcome will happen. Suddenly, their eyes widen, as they witness the crystal beginning to fracture. Shocked, the manager checks his phone, and realizes that only 10 minutes have passed since our hero went inside, while the onlookers anticipate what's happening. Inside, our hero feels the crystal's immense power and smirks, thinking that breaking it might be his way out. With determination, he swims toward the stone, clenches it tightly in his fist, and shatters it to pieces in one swift motion as cracks spread all around him. A system notification reveals that he has acquired a passive skill called Mana Crystal Operation. Suddenly, the mana cube collapses, leaving both onlookers in a mixture of terror and awe. This type of test usually takes an S-rank player an hour, but our hero surpassed it in just 26 minutes, shattering the record held by Camilla from the European Union. A genius mage who held the Guinness World Record at 36 minutes, the manager immediately rushes forward, eagerly shaking our hero's hand, and showers him with praise. The lady joins in as well, but her curiosity is piqued as to how he managed to shatter the cube. So quickly, the boy explains that he found a crystal inside the cube and broke it. The lady is shocked to hear this, as a mana cube crystal contains all the cube's magical power, and it is incredibly rare for anyone, especially a common, awakened, to find it or break it. The fact that our hero not only found it, but also shattered it suggests his mana capacity exceeds that of the entire cube. She bursts with joy, and immediately promises to help him become the greatest mage in the world. The scene cuts back to Miss Kimberly, who is visibly upset because Jae-han is still late. Our hero's mother stands beside Kimberly, confirming that he is indeed late and not answering his calls. Suddenly, a flashy, familiar Rolls-Royce catches the attention of the two ladies. They are shocked to see our hero stepping out of such an expensive car, utterly stunned as to how he could afford it. Jae-han immediately spots the ladies and smiles, while his mother is anxious, worried if her son is involved in something shady. Miss Kimberly is furious to see him so relaxed once they are settled. The girl gets straight to demanding answers, asking why he switched to the magic class. Our hero casually explains that martial arts just was not for him anymore, and he has already filled out all the paperwork for the magic track. She presses on, pressing for more details about his decision, but he turns the tables on her and asks why she showed up. He then asks if her parents are at work, to which she nods, explaining that is why she will be spending the night with our hero's mother's permission. Her parents, we find out, work at a monster processing factory, shipping creatures overseas, which keeps them constantly busy, and whenever she is left alone, she tends to hang out with him since our hero's mother is a good friend of her parents. Moving on, the boy asks her to teach him the theories of magic, now that he is in the magic class. The girl demands to know what she will get. In return, reluctantly, the boy asks what she wants. The girl admits she does not have anything specific in mind. At the moment, after thinking for a bit, she decides he must grant her one wish. The boy agrees, but adds a condition: her wish must be made within a year, or it will expire. The girl agrees, somewhat annoyed, while the boy secretly bets that she will probably forget about it within a year. Teasingly, the boy asks what wish she could possibly have in mind, but the girl, now visibly irritated, tells him to shut up. The girl gets so angry that while clutching that pillow, I thought she was squeezing her chest so hard. Did you get the same illusion, or is it just me? Let me know in the comments. As they continue their playful banter, the mother calls them for dinner, but they ignore her, absorbed in their fun pillow fight, watching the chemistry between them. I would not be surprised if the girl, jokingly, asked him to marry her as her wish. Meanwhile, in the forest, violent crows float in the air, and a man dressed in black easily dispatches the monsters with his sword. We finally meet our hero's father, Mason, who is praised by the armored man for clearing the dungeon effortlessly. The man invites Mason to join their guild, but our hero's father refuses, preferring to be alone. The armored guy practically begs our father to join, promising all sorts of respect from the Scarlet Guild, but the man in black just scoffs and calls him stubborn. Then, out of nowhere, the father begins to summon these strange chains, and he also lectures on human greed as if he were giving a speech. He vanishes into thin air, leaving the armored guy scratching his head. After this frightening encounter with this assassin father, who, let's be frank, looks younger than our own hero, we return to the headmistress, who is giving Ryu a lesson. For his first magic class, the lady decides to go straight into combat and challenges him to attack her. The boy hesitates, but he realizes he has no choice. He lets out a sigh and carefully assumes his stance, ensuring there are no openings. Using his knowledge of martial arts, he throws a punch, aiming at her, expecting a reaction. The lady just stands there smiling, and the impact of his blow creates such a massive disturbance that everything is obscured in a cloud of dust. As soon as the dust settles, our hero sees his punch caught effortlessly by the lady, who handles it as if it were nothing, leaving him completely terrified. She smiles confidently, and the boy quickly retreats to a safer distance. It seems he underestimated her just for being a healer. He is now certain that she has the power of an S-rank raider. After that punch, she analyzes his movements, noticing the martial artist's habits in his stance and attack. She points out that mages typically don't attack that way. The headmistress then asks if he knows the difference between martial arts and magic. The boy says that martial arts are about hand-to-hand combat with swords and the like, while magic is more about blasting from a distance. She nods and adds that magic classes aim to weaken enemies from afar, while martial arts finish them off face-to-face. Then she tells him to get ready, because she's going to attack him to show what a mage's combat is really like. She assures him that she can heal him if things get complicated. He's a little nervous, but ready. The lady concentrates energy at her fingertip and fires an intense laser beam. The boy quickly rolls to safety as the lady tells him it's his turn to attack. He activates his blitz chain power and launches lightning arrows directly at her. There's a huge explosion as the chains hit their target, but the lady stands there without a scratch. She's surprised he has a ranked ability, but reminds him it's only good if he hits the target. Then she counterattacks with her own arrow, straight to his face. He freaks out and takes the full brunt of it. Although he's hurt from head to toe, he remains standing, impressing the lady with his resilience. But then she decides to go all out, launching a barrage of blue rays at him this time. He immediately uses his absolute calculator ability, and the magic disintegrates, leaving the lady shocked. She can't believe he reversed and neutralized her attack in such a short time. The lady is once again impressed, and asks if he's hiding more surprises. Our hero just tells her to find out for herself, and with that challenge, the ground in front of her begins to crackle, with intense energy. She takes a direct hit but manages to deflect it with her hand, although her hand trembles from the impact. She is absolutely perplexed at how he managed to launch this attack so quickly. Meanwhile, he sends a barrage of arrows her way, but she quickly raises a shield to protect herself. She's curious why he casts magic without chanting, since, for a mage, that typically requires a deliberate process. Experienced mages can reduce the chanting for lower power spells, but his every attack is equally potent, making her doubt he can cast without uttering a single word. Meanwhile, our hero is almost exhausted and can't gather enough mana to attack, so he just blurts out that she's a monster for being so resilient. The lady approaches him with a mischievous smile, saying that he's an interesting boy with a lot of potential, but she points out that he's still inexperienced. She surprises him and knocks him to the ground. He has no idea how it happened, while she simply attributes it to her years of experience. Thinking about his skills, she praises him for his hand-to-hand combat and for casting magic seamlessly. She is impressed with his ability to unravel spells, with that reverse calculation trick. Believing he could create a unique fighting style, she tells him she's taking him under her wing, officially becoming his teacher. Apparently, he's the first lucky one to receive this VIP treatment of becoming her student. The next scene shows our hero sitting, melancholically, lost in thought. His friend snaps him out of his reverie, with a disdainful aura, and he quickly says he's listening. It seems she's been eating ice cream ever since she arrived, which our hero bought for her as a tuition fee. He asks if she's not satisfied yet, to which she replies that she could eat all day, urging him to focus on his studies. While she teaches him about magic, the system window reveals that his knowledge of magic has increased, and his magic use efficiency has risen by 5%. The boy is tired of these persistent notifications. Whenever he learns something new, they start to irritate him. The system seems to be constantly pushing him to grow. It appears even the lady finds it strange how quickly he's learning. He has learned more in 2 days than most people would in 2 months, but the boy downplays it, saying there's nothing surprising, since she herself memorizes forms just by looking at them. This annoying girl gets even more irritated, and demands that our hero call her teacher. Her irritation seems to stem from the fact that he learns everything so fast, despite her having been in the field of magic for much longer. She's worried that at this rate, he'll surpass her sooner or later. The boy sighs and reluctantly calls her teacher, reminding her that he obviously has a natural talent for magic, so of course he's learning faster. But let's be frank, he's pushing himself to the limit to learn magic as fast as he can, because he doesn't want to be tricked by the goddess of the underworld. The lady then recalls that when he said he was going into martial arts, she was genuinely surprised, and she now starts to yell at him for the decision he made back then, asking why he would ever consider abandoning the field of magic when it was so suitable for him. Meanwhile, as Yeojung and Jae-hyun are in their study session, Jae-hyun sees a vision of a man's face connected to the events of his past life. Yeojung snaps him out of his daydream, asking if he's training for the practical exam on his own. He confirms that a different teacher is helping him train. He wonders what that vision he just saw was all about, and is uncertain if it was just his imagination. However, he also remembers that the underworld gave him 2 months to defeat the Night Shadow. So, He pushes those thoughts away, as it's no time to be distracted. Our boy considers other beneficial things, like his hopes that the pill he's working on will help raiders globally, and help him break through the barrier in his abilities. Meanwhile, at the Lotus Guild's training center, Park Seong-jae, the manager, is supervising and correcting the mistakes of the trainees. He then spots the guildmaster, Seong-eum. He comments that the training sessions aren't bad for rookies and that the average rank has nearly risen since last year, but he is surprised, noticing she wasn't listening. When she realizes he was talking to her, Xiang apologizes and the manager teases her, saying she's thinking about Jae-han, which confirms his suspicions. Suddenly, the manager mentions that several other raiders tried to learn what she wants to teach Jihyun, and all of them failed. However, Xiang reminds the manager that he also saw Jihyun's peculiar talent. It was incredible. Jihyun moved like a veteran, without a single wasted motion. At this point, Guildmaster Xiang is certain that if another S-rank mage emerges, it will be Jihyun. Currently, she is still the only S-rank mage in the country. Even so, as a healer, her combat effectiveness was somewhat low. However, if Jihyun were to suddenly appear like a comet, it would shake the entire magical world. Sometime later, the MC is working on a mana enhancement pill. As the name suggests, it's a pill that increases the mana of the awakened who use it permanently, and it's an item all mages covet. As he works, the mixture fails for the umpteenth time, and our boy throws the spoon away in a fit of rage. At this point, he has already used 3 sets of ingredients, and it looks like he's going to spend all his money, if this continues. In the present, November 2020, no one knows how to make the mana enhancement pill, as it will only be invented 5 years from now. Before he returned to the past, the pill's recipe was shared by a world-class alchemist. Upon publishing the recipe, the alchemist expressed his hope that the pill would be of great help to numerous raiders across the globe. It seems to our boy that just continuing like this won't work, but he has another idea with a higher chance of success: finding Jason Lee, since he's the one who will invent the pill in 5 years. Even if he ends up unable to make the pill himself, creating a connection with that guy won't be a loss. Since Jason is currently a first-year senior at Muse Academy, he has to go to Muse Academy to find him. While he's out, Yoo-jung comes to see Jae-hyun, and she opens the door to find a pot that looks like it's possessed by demonic power and a disgusting sink. She immediately worries that something terrible has happened and wonders if she should call the police. Seeing the disaster throughout the house, she wields a frying pan as a weapon and looks around at the terrible desolation. In the past, as soon as Yggdrasil appeared and monsters began to pour out, there were some people who established themselves more quickly. One of them was a man named Jason Lee, also known as the Swift Blade. When the first awakened disappeared without a trace, Jason Lee appeared as if to take his place as the first S-rank raider in Korea. The person our boy is now seeking is Jason Lee's youngest son. When Jae-hyun arrives at the transport building, the attendant asks where he'd like to go, and he requests a portal to a place called Daegu. Daegu was currently abandoned due to the monster outbreak, a city where monsters poured out from all sides, and one's life was at risk just by stepping foot there. Shortly after, our boy approaches Muse Academy in Daegu and has to walk a bit further to reach the main entrance. When he enters, he wonders where to find Jason. Although Jason was in the combat department, he wasn't very talented. The probability of Jason, who dislikes fighting, using the Muse combat facilities is very low. So, Jae-hyun decides to search the classrooms first. As he moves forward, he notices a crowd and approaches to see what they're looking at. As he pushes his way through the crowd, he's suddenly hit by Jason, who is sent flying back from an attack by his bully. Our boy helps Jae-sung to his feet, and the boy apologizes for bumping into him, Jae-hyun. However, he doesn't respond, merely fixing his eyes on Jae-sung's opponent, who asks him who the hell he is and if he has anything to do with Jae-sung, whom he calls a stutterer. Before he can speak, the bully places a hand on our boy's back and asks if he's the stutterer's brother, since they don't look alike at all. But Jae doesn't bother giving this idiot any answer. However, the bully clarifies that they are having an important discussion and advises him to wait outside if he doesn't want to get into trouble. Before the guy can finish his statement, our boy slaps his hand away. Finally, Jae-hyun tells the boy it would be better to go to the infirmary and asks if he can walk, but Jae-sung just stares at him in confusion. Enraged, the bully lunges forward and grabs Jae-hyun by the collar, calling him a bastard. The furious bully demands to know if he doesn't understand when spoken to politely and asks if he wants to die. However, our boy mentions that this is the second time someone has grabbed him by the collar, and he doesn't know why people have been doing it so frequently lately. He remembers his lessons with Yu-gang about forming a clear image in his mind, then calculating the magic formula, building the spell, and finally executing it. As he recalls Seong-han, the image our boy chooses is a ray of light that shoots out like an arrow. Suddenly, the system notifies him that the skill called Holy Arrow has been activated. Just by pointing his finger, our boy unleashes a blast from the Holy Arrow into the big guy's chest, sending him flying back and even making him spit up. As the big guy screams in pain, Jackson watches in shock, realizing that this stranger just cast a spell without chanting. The other onlookers also wonder what the hell just happened, and how this guy managed to cast and fire a holy arrow that broke a potential warrior's arm. As the students begin to whisper that the big guy might be weaker than he looks, he gets even more irritated. If this continues, his reputation will be destroyed. So he vows not to let this bastard get away without leaving a mark, all while clutching his broken arm. He generates a sword. When Jae-sung notices, he yells for Jihyun to be careful, but the enraged bully swings the sword to injure Jihyun. As the blade nears Jaehyun's face, he remembers how Master Sung-in taught him to create a barrier by wrapping mana evenly around the body so that attacks would violently ricochet. He immediately activates his mana barrier skill, and the bully's massive sword bounces off like rubber until it flies from his grasp. A look of terror crosses the big guy's face, but he can't react fast enough, because our boy quickly grabs his face and asks if he's done with his tricks. As the bully tries to call him a crazy bastard, Jae-hyun doesn't let the words fully leave his mouth, before firing a holy arrow into his face, throwing him violently backward and breaking his nose. A loud thud echoes as the bully hits the floor, and Jae-sung watches in awe, wondering who this stranger is. When Jae-hyun finally looks at him, the boy cries out in fear, but Jae-hyun just walks past him, toward the unconscious bully, who is still shrouded in smoke. Jae-hyun crouches beside him and is surprised at how well he hit the guy. Shortly after, our boy takes out a potion. He regrets having to use the potion he bought for this, but it can't be helped, so he immediately pours it over the injured bully. The bully's face heals completely, and our boy is impressed by its effectiveness. With that done, he turns to Jae-sung, who is still quite shaken, and suggests they head to the nurse's office. As they make their way there, Jae-hyun stops. When they reach a place where no one can hear them talk, confused Jae-sung stares at him, and he suspects Jae-hyun came looking for him because he knows who he is. Eventually, he gathers the courage to ask Jae-hyun if his father sent him by any chance. Intrigued, Jae-hyun replies that his father didn't, and asks how he would know who his father is. But of course, Jae-sung isn't buying it. Eventually, Jae-sung asks why he came looking for him, so our boy informs him that he has a favor to ask. When Jae-hyun mentions that he'd like him to make a certain pill, Jae-sung is shocked, and claims he doesn't know how to make things like that. Confused, Jae-hyun says that he's good at alchemy, and as he takes out the potion he used on the bully, he asks Jae-sung if he wasn't the one who sold the potion on the black market. The boy wonders how the hell he found out, since there's no way he could have found his information on the black market. Jae-hyun knows what's on his mind, and in fact, he's not wrong, as the black market is a transaction system that hides the user's identity completely. The sale of items, product, price, recipient, and everything else happens through the system, so it can only be secure. Fortunately, the black market works normally with the Nornir system, which Jae-hyun possesses, which made him able to buy this potion and made things much easier. Once again, Jae-hyun asks Jae-sung if he made the potion, and Jae-sung vehemently denies it, but our boy immediately says that he's not very good at lying. Jae-hyun says he completely understands why he'd want to hide it, but explains that he doesn't have much time. Jae-sung remembers how he had listed the potions on the black market, and wonders if it was a mistake to register his potions there. He hadn't thought things would turn out like this, as he had only done it to try and earn some money. He knows he'll die if his father finds out, so to avoid that, he bows to Jae-hyun and begs him to keep this a secret from other people. Eventually, Jae-hyun explains that he didn't tell him this to blackmail him, but that he just needs an excellent alchemist who can help him make the elixir he desires. After Jae-sung thinks for a bit, he asks Jae-hyun who the hell he is. So our boy explains that he is a prospective student at Mila Academy and calls him senior. They both sit down, and Jae-sung, who is still tense, asks him to tell him about the pill he wants to make. Our boy informs him that he wants to make a mana enhancement pill, a pill that increases a user's mana permanently. Shocked, Jae-sung stands up and asks if permanently increasing someone's mana is even possible. Jae-hyun says that it is. Immediately the boy's gears start turning, and he wonders what kind of ingredients would be needed to create such an effect as he begins to think about the things that might be needed for the mana pill. Jae-hyun is surprised to notice that the boy's aura has changed, and he has stopped stuttering. Moreover, Jae-sung managed to guess most of the ingredients just by hearing the effects, which shows he's truly talented, and Jaden decides he has to win him over eventually. Jason stops talking and concludes it would be better to ask another alchemist, since it is such a grand elixir. But Jaden refuses because he wants to ask him, and even promises to provide everything he needs, although it's true that with the recipe, other alchemists could create the pill. The one who possesses an incomparable and overwhelming talent is Jason Lee. Finally, he asks Jason if he will do this favor for him, and the boy agrees. In any case, Jason clarifies that he doesn't know if he will succeed or not, so our boy says that it's fine, even if he fails. Confused, Jason asks if it's really okay, since he'll be the one to bear the loss. Then Jaden assures him that he's investing because he believes he has the ability, and he admits that some investments can result in failure. As Jaden says, he looks forward to working with him. Tears fill the boy's eyes because this is the first time someone has believed in him like this. When Jaden notices this, he's glad he managed to make a connection with him. The next morning, while Jason is alone in his room, he thinks about the events that happened hours before and wonders if he's ever had anyone believe in him so much in his life. Being a coward, not as talented as his other brothers, and having lost his mother early on, he ended up alone and couldn't get his father's approval. So, for him, it's strange that someone would trust him enough to say that it's okay to fail. The fact that he, who had nothing to show for himself, received such trust for the first time, touches his heart deeply and makes him start to cry. Meanwhile, Jaden's main mission is to handle Hell's judgment by defeating Nightshade within the time limit and obtaining Hell's recognition. The mission comes with a reward from Hell's gift, and he had 2 months to complete the mission, with a death penalty hanging over his head if he failed. Currently, he has only 10 days and 23 hours to accomplish it. Sometime later, Jaden goes to the training center. To spar with Sienna, he manages to dodge her blue lightning attacks as he advances. To close the distance between them, he's targeted by some explosions, but he creates a shield to protect himself. He quickly activates his own holy arrow attack and hits her with it, but she's already covered by a magic shield. However, she notices a crack in the shield and is surprised that our boy has already gotten so strong. After the smoke clears, they both stare each other down like in a cowboy duel, until Jaden starts to glow brightly with yellowish lightning surrounding his body. As he activates his blitz chain ability, Sienna seems quite ready for his attack. As they both prepare to strike, the manager intervenes and tells them to stop. Their time is up, and they both worked hard today. The manager is surprised that the training hall, made of arc metal, which requires a significant amount of force to even dent a little, has been wrecked by their sparring session. If he hadn't stood in the middle, the hall would have been obliterated. While they are resting, Sienna tells our boy that he has grown strong, at a truly unbelievable rate. Apparently, he can cast more spells now, and his strength is ridiculously high. Suddenly, she asks if he is studying theory separately. He then states that he is learning from a friend. Excited, Sienna declares that this is better than she expected. She was worried she couldn't help him with theory as well. She comments that it seems Jaden has a smart friend, and he reluctantly agrees that it is, but he considers the real problem to be Yoon Jung's strange personality. Before they leave, Shang Chun reminds Jae-rim that he had said he wanted to try raiding a dungeon again, and he claims he wants to test the effectiveness of his training so far. Because of this, Shang Chun believes it's the rank E dungeon that he entered and that it should be easy with his current skills, so she asks him to do his best. The only problem is that it's not a rank E dungeon he's entering, but a rank C one, where he found Hell and the Nightshade. He wonders if he can defeat a rank C boss monster alone, but he decides not to worry too much about it since he's prepared well enough and can just focus on the battle. Sometime later, Jae-rim goes to see Jae-sang, who meets him with the pill he worked hard to create. Soon after, Jae-rim ingests the mana enhancement pill, and his magic stat increases by 15, and the unbelievable effects shock him. Alchemy is fundamentally a deep and difficult science. Even when creating the same item, its effect could differ greatly depending on the alchemist's skills. If Jae-rim had taken the ingredients to a different alchemist, they probably wouldn't have been able to handle an item that could increase his magic stat by 5. Eventually, our boy smiles and tells Jae-sang that he's truly talented, but Jae-sang says it's because he was able to believe in him, and he thanks him. Shortly after, our boy says his goodbyes, believing he is now ready to defeat Nightshade. The next day, meanwhile, Ryo speaks with his dragon, Garmer, and informs him that it seems they will receive a delicious guest that day. With 9 days and 22 hours left on the timer, he has to clear the dungeon. Our boy returns to the dungeon gate. He receives a full probationary Valkyrie set, with which he gains a passive skill called Mana Plunder. Soon after, he enters the dungeon, and the portal system informs him that he will be transported to the land of the dead, Helheim. because of the Nornir system he possesses. He falls through the portal and finally lands in the land of the dead. If he defeats Nightshade, he might be able to meet Hell again. Suddenly, he hears a voice behind him refer to him as the adversary, mentioning Loki and Nornir. Right after, the monster speaking to him fires arrows, but our boy protects himself with a magic barrier. As he turns around, he notices several monsters rising from the ground, and he remembers how Shang-chun had told him that what she wants to teach him is the combat style of a battle mage. These battle mages are also called spell swords by warriors, and it's a hybrid combat style that uses both magic and physical attacks, but so far, no one has managed to master it. While Jae-rim turns to blast the monsters behind him with holy arrows, he considers how this fighting method isn't as powerful as being a long-range mage and is lacking compared to a close-range warrior. As he smashes a monster into the ground, he realizes the fighting style is in an awkward position because it doesn't specialize in either. But Shang-chun seems to believe it will be a different story for him. He soon begins to destroy the monsters. Meanwhile, as manager Sunday guards the dungeon entrance, he senses that someone else is there, and he remembers that he didn't receive a report that someone else would be coming here. He immediately draws his sword as a red car speeds toward him. When the driver parks, a woman who recognizes him as a senior mentions that it was quite difficult to find him when Sunjae realizes it's an old acquaintance named Youngju. He sheathes his sword and asks what she's doing here, and about her guild. She explains that she's also on business right now, and that she figured she would see him again while handling some work for the guild, but she had checked at the Yama guild and didn't find him. However, manager Sunjae wonders what nonsense she's talking about, especially since Youngju hasn't contacted him even once since they graduated from college. Eventually, he replies that it's good to see her after so long, but he figures she isn't someone who would come to a remote place like this just to see him. As she steps forward, Youngju asks her senior if he's managing this dungeon, but he informs her that it's not something an outsider should worry about. Regardless, she keeps talking and mentions that managing dungeons isn't usually part of his responsibilities, and asks if he was demoted. When he doesn't answer, she mentions that she was curious to know if the rumor about Guildmaster Seogun being sick is true. Manager Sunjae's face darkens, and he informs her that it's obviously just a rumor. When he asks where she heard something like that, she comments that there are many attentive ears, and that their healer's guild has many. Intrigued, Manager Sunjae wonders if she's saying they have spies in his guild. He then thanks her for the information, and says he will deal with it. As he grows impatient, he asks if that's all, because he probably has to go back and start the cleanup now. Then, she also asks if he knows a boy named Minjun. The question alarms Manager Sun, Jae, and Youngju mentions that this boy has been visiting the Eonru Guild and meeting with Guildmaster Song-in quite often, so she wants to ask if he knows the reason why. Confused, Manager Sun Jae informs her that he doesn't think this is something an outsider should concern herself with either. Eventually, Youngju sighs and turns away. As she leaves, she informs him that she didn't expect him to tell her anything, because she knows how inflexible he is. But the reason she came all this way was because she had to at least pretend to do something worthy of her salary at the guild. Eventually, she gets into her car and drives off. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, our boy stacks up many monster corpses and sits on top of them. Shortly after, the dungeon boss, Nightshade, appears, and our boy tells the monster that it's been a while. Nightshade's body burns a sinister, bright red, and the monster soon charges forward, causing our boy to leap into the air, aiming his holy arrows at the monster. While in mid-air, he fires the arrows into the monster's eyes and mouth, destabilizing it for a moment, before landing back on the ground. The monster doesn't seem to be injured, and removes its hand from its face, revealing its red, glowing, sinister eyes. It unleashes several energy blasts towards our boy, who takes aim and quickly calculates where to step to avoid the incoming attack. He successfully dodges the assault, and when he gets right in front of the monster, it unleashes another destructive energy attack, which our boy still dodges. Shortly after, our boy asks if it's confused now, because things aren't going its way. Minjun activates his lightning chain and directs the currents at Nightshade, who manages to push away the chain's anchor. However, our boy redirects the chain's anchor and wraps it around the monster's midsection. Due to the monster's violent reaction, our boy decides that this attack isn't enough to subdue it yet, so he rains down several holy arrows, aiming straight for its eyes. The resulting attack is quite painful and makes blood pour from the monster's face. Still, Nightshade refuses to give in easily and continues to struggle, until it breaks free from the lightning chains. Soon after, the system notifies Jihyun that the boss monster has entered a berserk state, and its strength has increased by 1.5 times, as well as its dexterity. This is not good news for Jihyun, and as if that weren't enough, he is informed that something called the stigma of death has been placed on him, and he will receive the death penalty. Sudden death, if the stigma is not removed in 10 minutes. The condition for removal is to defeat Nightshade, and our boy wonders what this sudden death penalty is, since he's never heard of it before. Strangely, the system also informs him that his absolute calculation skill, also known as universal derivation, has been activated. Still confused, Jae-hyun suspects that Hell has something to do with this, so he calls out to her and asks how she can just interfere like this. Instead of an answer, the system displays the 10-minute countdown, and he has already lost 30 seconds with the stigma still on him. Our boy runs towards the enraged monster, but is shocked when Nightshade starts to run away from him. Jae-hyun quickly fires a holy arrow blast at the monster's face, and creates a hole in it before it can get too far. The timer continues to count down to 8 minutes and 32 seconds, and a smile forms on Nightshade's face. It seems to know that it will win, as long as it prolongs the fight, so Jae-hyun decides to use a wide area skill that cannot be avoided. As he is about to activate the attack, Nightshade captivates him with its gaze, and this breaks his concentration, and our boy's casting. The system informs him that he failed to resist, and has temporarily acquired a fear debuff that weakens his skills. While he is still shocked by what is happening, Nightshade strikes him. After being hit, the system displays that the fear debuff has disappeared, but Jae-hyun is coughing up blood at this point. He manages to steady himself, and is not knocked down by the attack. At this point, the remaining time until the penalty is 7 minutes and 11 seconds. Jihyun expects the monster to use the same attack on him, and when it doesn't, he wonders if it is unable to use spells that restrict his movements continuously. Jae-hyun isn't sure, and he's worried that the monster might interfere again if it sees him trying to cast Judgment of Light, which would make him waste his mana and end up incapacitated. He has to think of another way, and he remembers that the monster was hit in the eye a while ago, and its line of sight is probably narrower than before. He decides to activate his wind boost skill to first eliminate the rest of the monster's vision. After using a gust of wind to block the monster's vision, the smoke soon dissipates, and our boy is seen wielding a light-type magic in his hand, just as he had planned. He taunts the monster for thinking he would have run blindly towards it, and calls it naive as he activates his light bomb skill. The light bomb is soon triggered, releasing a burst of brilliant light that covers the entire field and shoots several lightning chains towards Nightshade. Amidst the explosion, our boy is relieved to have finally caught that damn bastard. As the monster is consumed by the fire of the explosion, it screams in agony. Our boy notices some of the undead monsters he faced before right behind him. He activates his sacrifice ability, and the system declares that the sacrifice has transformed into an attack skill, allowing him to use his Judgment of Light ability. With only 3 minutes and 46 seconds on the timer, our boy begins to rain down blasts of light from the sky onto the field. In the frenzy, the timer drops until only 10 seconds remain, then 6, then 2. Our boy fixes his gaze on Nightshade's crumbling body, and he congratulates himself for succeeding as the timer hits 3 seconds. The system declares that he has defeated the dungeon boss and obtained the title, He Who Overcame the First Challenge. Meanwhile, Hell, who was watching everything, exclaims that there seems to be a reason behind Jaden's selection. She extends her hand and asks the boy to come to her temple. After defeating the dungeon boss, the stigma of death disappears, and our boy receives some experience points, a crafting item called Nightshade's Core, and also an equipment item called Shadow Armor. He is also informed that he has gained 3 levels, and obtained the title, He Who Overcame the First Challenge. After checking his qualifications, the system informs him that Hell is calling him to her temple. Moments later, he is transported in front of a huge entrance that leads to the temple of Hell. At the entrance, he sees a gigantic monster burst from the darkness towards him. Our boy jumps back in fear, but Hell calls the monster, named Garmer, and asks it to guide the guest. Jaden follows Garmer into the temple, and he calls out for Hell. Hell tells him that she did not expect him to succeed and congratulates him for overcoming the challenge she gave him, referring to him as the child born with the destiny of the adversary. Confused, our boy asks the reason why she gave him the Nornir system and made him go through a trial like this, but Hell just smiles as she watches, then states that he has to grow as the adversary. Still confused, Jaden asks why he was specifically chosen to be the adversary. Then she adds that it is because he was born with that destiny from the very beginning. Apparently, he is destined to be the adversary of the great Aesir and to become the one who will kill the great god, Odin. She explains that this is what Loki and the rest of them expect from him. When Jaden says he does not understand, Hel informs him that there is no need to understand, as they had no hope of it happening in the first place. When Jae-han gets irritated by her nonsensical answers, she places a finger on his lips and states that he must feel wronged because he probably cannot comprehend why he would have to be controlled by the gods. As she moves closer to him as if to seal his lips with hers, she reminds him that this does not just disrespect the gods who are against the Aesir. As she speaks, she pushes him into a portal behind him and informs him that the world is heading towards its end, and Odin wishes to have everything under his control. To prevent this, the strength of the prophesied adversary is needed. As our boy falls through the portal, he protests that she should not let him go because he still has more questions to ask, but Hel just tells him to stay strong because she is longing for the day they will meet again. After Jae-han is transported away, Hel turns to someone who is nearby and asks how long he plans to keep watching, since she does not remember inviting him there. Shortly after, Jae-han falls to the system informs him that he has received Hel's gift, a passive skill called Hel's Blessing, which nullifies all abnormal afflictions. Meanwhile, the old man who is spying on Hel asks her to forgive his discourtesy, because he simply couldn't resist when he heard Hel was meeting with the boy. He asks Hel how she feels after meeting the boy in person, and she replies that she doesn't know because it's too early to decide, especially since the adversary has only taken his first step. She admits that the adversary's growth was to an extent greater than she had expected, and he won despite the stigma she gave him and presented himself before her in the end, which is a fortunate miscalculation on her part. The old man is relieved that the boy is doing well. Eventually, Hel asks what he wants, because she knows he has more to say to her, referring to him as Mimir, a figure from Norse mythology. Mimir, however, claims he doesn't know what she means, and the goddess accuses him of trying to feign ignorance until the very end. As she continues to speak, Mimir asks her to calm down, and admits that it seems he can't fool her after all. Hel further states that the adversary's left eye is undoubtedly the one that Odin had sacrificed at the Well of Wisdom. She is certain that Mimir and Loki are hiding a secret from her, but Mimir insists that he would like to tell her, but it is still too early, so she agrees to wait. However, she states that she can't just stand by idly, and when Mimir asks what ideas she has, she explains that the adversary is still too immature because, according to the prophecy, there are countless hardships waiting for him, and he needs a guide. Sometime later, about 7 days before admission to the Millis Academy, Jae-han goes to a shop to buy some items with a lady. She notices that he doesn't look very well and asks if there's something on his mind, but our boy says it's nothing, so she takes him to buy the rest of the things he'll need. Even though he said it was nothing, what's on his mind is how he's been through so much without getting any answers and still ended up with even more questions. Fortunately, he obtained the passive skill, Hel's Blessing, and an X-rank skill. Our boy also possesses other X-rank skills. One of them is called the One Watched by the Gods, which aids in the user's rapid growth with the blessing of the gods. Another is the Absolute Eye of God, which penetrates through false illusions and sees absolute reality. The X-rank is a rank that Jae-han had never heard of in the system. X-rank is short for extraordinary, and seems to be a skill that exists outside the norms of the Aesir system, as he considers that the reason the gods opposing the Aesir provided him with these skills is for him to kill the great god Odin. He becomes overwhelmed once more. He is soon snapped out of his deep thoughts when he notices the lady he came with paying 300 million, and one for a mere mana blade, which is just a disposable item, while she pulls out a long list on her phone of things they still need to buy. Jae-han becomes worried. Hours earlier, this lady named Hannah Park had approached our boy and told him she was from the Yonghwa Guild. Apparently, Song-won wishes to give him a gift, seeing that his admission to Milas is just around the corner, and he had thought they would come here to buy a few elixirs and artifacts at most. But this is on a completely different scale. After unloading several bags into Jaden's hands, she proposes that they take a look at armors now, but Jae-han stops her and says they don't need to buy armor since he has something he can use. He shows her a dark armor set he received from Nightshade, which grants him the stealth ability once equipped. Since it's a B-rank protective gear, he is sure there's nothing they can buy that's better than it, especially since it also offers stealth. When Hannah realizes his armor has stealth abilities, she asks if he also needs an artifact that grants a stealth ability, since it's an item that all raiders would desire, even if it were difficult to obtain in a place like this. But Jihyun said that wasn't it. He adds that it would be difficult to get one unless he was lucky enough to find it in a dungeon, especially since not many people learn the skill. Stealth. Hannah agrees because the only hunter in the country who possesses the skill is her brother. She walks away right after saying that, and Jae-hyun asks what she means, so she informs him that manager Park Song-jae is her brother. This information shocks Jae-hyun, and as she walks away, he can't believe it, because Hana and Seong-jae act nothing alike. Suddenly, his eyes begin to glow brightly, and the Nornir system informs him that an unknown entity is resonating with him. He starts to feel nauseous, and suddenly, he sees a trail of light that he had seen from the treasure gate. As he runs back to follow the light, Hannah calls out to him, but he tells her that he'll only be away for a moment. As he follows the light, his skill, Absolute Eye of God, activates, and it pierces the false illusion, revealing the truth. The system informs him that the first low-rank ability of the Absolute Eye of God has been unlocked, and he has obtained the skill called Detection. Detection is also an extraordinary rank skill that allows him to appraise unevaluated items, as well as nullify an opponent's stealth or ghost-type skills, as he watches in amazement. The Nornir system activates the Detection skill. Elsewhere, a hand-to-hand combat match is taking place, and it quickly concludes, after a guy named An Royon defeats his opponent. Some men in the audience talk about how phenomenal Royon is, but they clarify that the gap in talent between him and his opponent is just too obvious, which is why they say he's a future S-rank raider. As Royon leaves the battlefield, his father praises him for a job well done. However, his father warns him not to get carried away, as this was an obvious victory. With no excitement in his eyes, Royon affirms that he knows. His father then says he'll get things ready for the next scheduled activity, and tells him to go take a shower. While in the shower, Royon thinks about how much he despises this exhausting life, where his own opinions and desires don't matter. The hunter he wanted to become was nothing like this, and he wonders when things took such a wrong turn. Back at the store, the Nornir system presents our boy with an equipment item called Mistletoe, with a growth-type classification. It's a branch of mistletoe that ended the life of Odin's son, Balder, and it grows along with its user. It contains an immeasurable amount of magic and allows the user to acquire the passive skill called Mana Perception. Once equipped, the Mana Perception skill is A-ranked, and it elevates the user's ability to detect mana to the highest possible level. Jae-hyun is excited but wonders if this is just another one of the Nornir system's tricks. As he continues to follow the light, he passes by Royon. While Royon waits, his father picks out several pieces of equipment for him. When Royon asks if they really need to buy so much, his father insists that it will all be useful for him, since he's someone who will become an S-rank king. He doesn't need to be so cheap about these things. Royon protests, saying that spending so much will affect his mother's hospital fees for the month, but his father silences him. His father insists that he's the one who should be worried about that, and that Royon's job is to just focus on his training. So, Royon agrees with his father as usual. As his father continues shopping, the boy wonders what the hell he's even doing there. As he follows his father through the store, several people who recognize him wonder what a combat genius like him is doing there. Meanwhile, Roy pays them no attention as some try to take pictures of him, and he wonders if this is really the life of a raider he imagined. He wonders what the difference is between this and being a monkey trapped in a zoo. When he was young and first awakened his abilities, his mother smiled gently at him and patted his head. He dreamed of becoming a raider in that dark, poverty-stricken house because he was like a ray of light that could change everything. However, that light didn't last long against his father's desire to use him as if he were a robot. He is merely a tool that continuously does what his father says. He wonders if he can last 3 years at Mila Academy, being so pathetic. As they are walking, a message comes over the loudspeakers to inform all visitors that a dungeon break has occurred near the department store and monsters have appeared. They are told that the raiders sent by the agency are on their way, and they are asked to calmly follow the staff. Dungeon breaks occur when a dungeon is not cleared within the time limit, causing monsters to pour out of it. Some of the staff signal for people to follow them and try to calm them down. While Roy's father heads toward the evacuation, he asks Roy why he is just standing back and not following. His father reminds him that he is a genius with the potential to have total control over Korea in the future. If he gets hurt in a place like this, it will only become a disadvantage during the Mila enrollment event. He warns Roy that he will gain nothing by getting involved, but Roy still doesn't move an inch. The boy agrees with his father that the agency's raiders should be able to take care of the monsters quickly. But while they are on their way, he wonders what will happen to all the civilians who have no strength to protect themselves. This is his chance, and he runs in the opposite direction as his father orders him back. This is his chance to prove he can succeed as a raider. He tells himself that he needs to be sure if his current self is anything like the person he longed to show his mother when he was younger. As he runs, he is forced to a stop when he comes face to face with a group of hideous-looking goblins who seem confused and excited to see him. He just stands there frozen, as sweat starts to trickle down his face and his body doesn't move at all like he had imagined. The only movement from him is the trembling in his pupils, and as the monsters rush towards him, he realizes he can't move a single finger or take a single step. He tries to force his body to move, and as a goblin gets close enough to slice him with its sword, he wonders why he isn't moving. He knew this would be dangerous and had dreamed of becoming a raider for so long. These are low-level monsters, and he wonders why he is so afraid of them. But before the monster can reach him, Jae-hyun smashes it to the ground. Roy watches in surprise, and he stumbles backward as this strange new person asks him if he is on Roy. A while ago, our boy had bought an item in the shop with 50,000 won of his own money. When Rania called out in a panic, she asked what was wrong and why he had suddenly rushed to the corner of unappraised items, but she only sees a piece of rock in his hand that he had bought. Jae-hyun wonders if what he bought only looks like a piece of rock to other people, but he doesn't explain it to her and says it's nothing. As he is speaking, the announcement comes over the loudspeakers about the dungeon break that occurred near the department store. Before Hannah can answer, our boy runs again and shatters the department store window. Leaping down, he sees the group of goblins right below him as he lands on the ground. He rains down several holy arrows upon the monsters, taking down several of them instantly, while the others watch him in confusion. Jaden realizes there are more of them than he thought. It might be difficult to take care of them without casualties, but he tears through the goblin's flesh with his lightning chain and more holy arrow attacks. As he leaps through the city, he finds Roy ambushed by several goblins, and he jumps on the stupid goblin that is about to attack the confused boy. Jaden asks the boy if he is Roy. Our boy didn't expect that he would find the unfortunate genius Roy in a place like this. Roy, who is still shaken, asks who he is, but our boy doesn't answer and informs him that he'll need his help. While Jaden is still talking, Roy notices a goblin behind him and warns him, but Jaden doesn't move an inch and says he knows. Without turning around, our boy activates his lightning chains and tears through the goblin's upper body like a knife through butter. Roy's eyes widen, but Jaden tries to explain to him that they can't let the monsters reach the residential area. When our boy asks if he's going to keep sitting on the floor, he quickly gets up to grab a weapon. It's strange, but the moment Roy heard those words, the fear that was suffocating him vanished. This is what a raider is, and what he has to do now is save people. They walk a little further and find another group of goblins. Jaden asks Roy if he knows how to use a skill called Taunt, a skill that provokes enemies in the surrounding area. So he asks the boy to keep the monster's attention on him and taunt as much as possible. Jaden asks if he can do it, and Roy nods in approval. As he summons his sword, Roy realizes he can't wait any longer, and has to do what he can. He activates his active skill known as Provoking Roar, and sticks his sword into the ground, unleashing a huge amount of energy that makes all the monsters within a 50-meter radius look at him. The Provoking Roar skill draws the attention of all the goblins, and Jaden realizes that Provoking Roar is a higher-level skill than Taunt, and he's surprised that this kid can use it continuously. Jaden recalls his past life, and that before he regressed, Roy only became a B-rank raider. There's no mention if it's because of the weak mentality he showed a while ago, or for some other reason. Unlike his current fame, Roy had a quick downfall, and that's why he was called the unfortunate genius. However, Jaden believes that a weak temperament can be corrected. As Jaden activates his lightning chain, he is sure that Roy is a valuable card he can use well during the fight. He proposes to Roy that they finish this quickly, and the boy agrees excitedly as Jaden's chains tear through the goblin's flesh. Roy slices them right after. The ground is covered with goblin corpses, and when one of the raiders arrives, he wonders what the hell happened here. The boys watch him expressionlessly, and the man introduces himself as Kim Hum, from the raider agency, asking the boys if these goblins were eliminated by the two of them looking at Jaden. Kim Hum says yes, and Raider Kim Hum recognizes his facial features as belonging to the famous Kim Han-hoon. Had heard many people call him a genius, but he looked to be only old enough for high school. The other guy standing next to Royoon seemed to be of a similar age, yet he still couldn't believe they had taken care of so many monsters, all by themselves. Confused, Kyung-hum confesses that he doesn't know how to report this to his superiors. However, Jihyun mentions that he wanted to talk to him about this very thing. He asks Kyung-hum to report that the agency handled it, since nobody would believe they were the ones who killed all those goblins anyway. A bewildered Kyung-hum states that this is a clear violation of the law, but our boy explains it would only be a violation if someone had actually seen what happened. Kyung-hum explains that, as a government organization, it's not something he can resolve however he pleases, but he assures him he will keep it a secret if he doesn't want to attract attention. He adds that the boys will still receive the reward for the monster hunt. However, Jihyun says that's alright, and proposes that he give the entire reward to Royun, and to keep the fact that he was ever here a secret. Since he's sponsored by Yona, he isn't short on cash anyway, and it's better not to draw too much attention with the enrollment at Muse Academy approaching. Besides, he sees this as a perfect way to put Royun in his debt, which would be far more beneficial. After a brief pause, Kyung-hoom asks if that's all, but as Jihyun is about to leave, Royun asks him what he meant by what he said earlier, since he was the one who did everything. Our boy stops and explains that he has his own circumstances. The truth is, he can't afford to attract his father's interest, so close to the Muse enrollment. He hadn't paid any mind to it before regressing, since his combat aptitude was so low, but he plans to be careful now. His father doesn't yet know that he has switched his focus to magic, and he can only imagine the problems that would arise if he found out about his actions now. He decides he must remain discreet, because revenge needs to be as silent and secret as possible. He has to get stronger, where that man can't see him, and wait for the perfect moment to rip out his throat. Meanwhile, Royun wonders what he should do. He couldn't have done this alone, so it doesn't feel right to take all the credit from this person just like that. But with this money, he might be able to ease his mother's illness, even if only for a little while. He wanted to become a raider, one who wouldn't have to feel ashamed before others. But if he lost this chance because of his pride, and his mother passed away, he doesn't know if he could live with himself. Jae-hyun watches him, realizing Royun's hesitation isn't just about pride. He wonders if there's another reason. To help him decide, Jae-hyun tells him to think carefully, because his actions were clearly worth that much. He reminds him that if he hadn't stepped up, someone would have lost their life. So, Royun agrees that he's right, especially since his dream would become meaningless if he hesitated now, and his mother died. Eventually, he assures Jae-hyun that he will repay this debt someday. As Jae-hyun prepares to leave, Royun asks for his name and contact number. Jae-hyun notices that he's speaking to him, using formal language, so he reminds him that it's unnecessary since they're the same age. He tells him they are both future cadets at Muse Academy, so they should be seeing each other more often. On the day of enrollment at Muse Academy, Jae-hyun and Yoo-jung are spotted in the crowd. Meanwhile, a few other students spot Royun, referring to him as the genius warrior and speculating that he's some kind of completely different from them. They notice a beautiful girl behind him and discover her name is Ina. Our boy realizes that Ina is already attracting attention, as expected of someone whose name was always on the list of the most popular raiders in his past life. If he could just bring Ina to his side as well, he would have more cards to play. But the only problem is that she is different from the others. So, there is no need to force things now, especially since he already knows other people, who are full of resources. Suddenly, Yoo-jung interrupts Jae-hyun's train of thought, telling him it's disgusting to stare at Selena like that, no matter how beautiful she is. But Jae-hyun asks what nonsense she is talking about. Right after, first, a man steps up to the podium and addresses the new cadets of Muse Academy, saying it's a pleasure to meet them. He introduces himself as President Gideon, and our boy recognizes the president's face from his past life and calls him a bastard in his mind. Because he had done something wrong to Kim Yoo-jung, he turns to her and tells her to be resolute, because no one knows what might happen at Myas. But she wonders why he is suddenly saying this, and assures him that she will do very well after enrolling. Kim Yoo-jung was the most gifted genius who reached the top 3 in the Mage rankings. And Jae-hyun vows to himself that he will not let her die this time. The president, Gideon, announces that they will now begin the Muse Academy entrance ceremony, and cynically adds that a special event has been prepared. A game where the seniors and the freshmen steal name tags from each other in a demi-plane. When he announces that the freshman hunt will begin now, a magic circle appears beneath their feet, which startles the students. While Yoo-jung jumps away in fear, our boy grabs her hands because it is dangerous to get separated. Meanwhile, manager Park Seung-jae remembers that today is Jae-hyun's entrance ceremony, and Seung-jun wonders if it is time yet. Because she wanted to send him a message to wish him good luck, she realizes he will not be able to see the message anymore, and asks manager Seung-ji if the freshman hunt will also take 3 days this time. He confirms that it will take place in the demi-plane for 3 days. Seung-jun considers it a pity that she will not be able to hire Jae-hyun for another 3 days, but Seung-ji informs her that he figured this would happen. So he sent a message in her place. Excitedly, the guildmaster asks if Jae-hyun replied. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun and the others are transported to the demi-plane, and he asks Yoo-jung, who is still disoriented nearby, if she is all right. When he looks back, he sees Selena, the girl with black hair and hazel eyes, born a genius with a magical aptitude of 92 in his past life. She was someone who changed people's perception of mages, and became an S-rank raider, following in Seonggun's footsteps at the Yeonhwa Guild. Manager Sung-ji informs Seonggun that Jae-hyun replied for them not to worry. In the central control room of Myas Academy, the school officials gather to observe the procedures of the hunt. For the freshmen, one of the instructors, Kim Seo-gui, notes that they have quite a few talented cadets this year, and Han Royoung is so promising that he is even getting attention from overseas. Sok mentions that Selena, Kim Yang, and Lisa, Yuki, all received aptitude scores of around 90 or higher, but adds that the profiles of the cadets who changed their majors have not yet been updated. However, the president tells Seo-gui not to bother, because there is no point in hearing about those who changed their paths at this point, since their institution is not so lenient. And such whimsical people do not last long here. The cadets who enroll at Myas Academy are, on average, quite talented. But even among them, there are those who are obviously a cut above the rest. The president believes that average talents eventually become just a stepping stone for geniuses, and that there's no need to give such cadets a chance. Sometimes, an awakened who encounters an enemy they can't defeat or faces death can gain a new chance known as a king awakening. President Jihyun believes he needs to train one A-rank raider, even if it costs him discarding 100 C-rank raiders. Those who fail are simply the ones who cannot prove their worth, and his role is to select the excellent gems to offer to someone behind the scenes, and he can no longer afford to delay things. The freshman hunt takes place in an artificial semi-plane created with magic. Inside this space, it's possible to do things that would be impossible in reality, like controlling the flow of time or removing the restrictions of space. In this place, about 5% of the cadets fail every year. This event is so difficult that it makes them realize just how limited their abilities are in the semi-plane. President Jihyun's face appears on a screen, and he begins to explain the rules of the freshman hunt inside the semi-plane. They can only use C-rank skills or lower, and every time they steal someone's ID tag, they earn points. When a senior takes a freshman's tag, they will receive 10,000 points. On the other hand, when a freshman takes a senior's tag, they can get 100,000 points. Since these points can be used in all of Myas's facilities, it's good to have a lot of them. Meanwhile, our boy realizes he won't be able to use his A-rank skill, Lightning Chain, because they can only use C-rank skills. But the president said nothing about unique skills. After explaining the rules, the president clarifies that all skills used will be reduced to 1/10 of their usual power, for everyone's safety, so they don't have to worry about getting hurt. While listening, Jihyun considers these rules absurd, because the president not only says nothing about unique skills, but also doesn't mention limits on attributes. What the president wants is, obviously, to filter out the useless and select the talented. Our boy immediately turns to Yoo-jung and proposes they move on, as they need to find a shelter, since they'll have to stay here for 3 days. In this semi-plane, there are several things that can be used for survival, like traps that reduce people's powers, the healing lake, the nightmare forest, ecosystems for foraging, and shelters. If you want to survive for 3 days, finding a shelter is the most important thing of all. As they walk, Yoo-jung asks Jihyun if it wouldn't be safer to take Ina with them, since she's also a mage cadet, and it's better to have one more person with them. It disturbs Jihyun that Yoo-jung would say something so rational at a time like this, because it really would be better for them to team up with Ina. However, she's not a variable he can control, even though everything he knows about her comes from the news. He remembers hearing about something that happened on an unfortunate day because Ina lost her mind with rage and endangered the lives of many. Jihyun informs Yoo-jung that it's not something they can decide easily, as there's no way to be sure Ina won't betray them. Besides, he notices the girl is suspicious of them and doesn't seem to trust them either. However, Yoo-jung mentions that from what she can see, Ina is exactly like Jihyun was when they were younger. Before our boy can say anything, she approaches Ina and asks if she'd like to go with them, since they are also mages. Ina doesn't speak for a moment, then, and Yoo-jung mentions that the event is unfair for freshmen like them, so it's easier for them to fight if there are more of them. Ina doesn't seem to agree with her, but mentions that it looks like they'll have to postpone the decision to move together for later. Yoo-jung soon realizes they've been ambushed by a group of seniors who are excited to have already found freshmen. One of the seniors, Yoon-sung, mentions that it looks like they're going to have an easy time earning points this year, and the other senior, So-yu, wonders why there are 3 freshmen when she had only detected 2. When she looks at Jae-hyun, she's shocked because she can't sense anything from him. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung recognizes that the seniors are warriors, so she suggests to Jae-hyun that they run away first, but our boy insists they have to take them down now, because if they don't, they won't be able to escape them. From what Jae-hyun remembers, Soyu has one particular skill that allows her to find any target she focuses on within 300 kilometers, called Search. If they don't defeat them now, they might gather other seniors and attack them together. Yoon-sung tells Soyu that as soon as they get a lot of points, this time, he'll eat a lot of good food, but Soyu warns him not to be careless because there's something strange about Jae-han. However, Yoon-sung summons his sword and claims that Jae-hyun is just a freshman, and they have more experience since they've done this event several times. He tells Soyu to watch him take care of them all in an instant. Then he charges at Jae-hyun. Jae-hyun doesn't move an inch, and when Yoon-sung swings his sword at him, he simply leans back to dodge it. The fact that our boy could dodge his attack surprises Yoon-sung, and Soyu calls Yoon-sung a fat bastard for not listening to her when she said there was something strange about the boy. Our boy realizes it's been a while since someone swung a sword at him. Meanwhile, Yoon-sung tells himself that the boy was just lucky, since there's no way he wouldn't know the name of a freshman skilled enough to counter his attack. He reminds Jae-hyun that he's just a freshman mage and launches another attack, but Jae-hyun dodges again. Annoyed, the senior continues to unleash a flurry of sword strikes, but none of them land. Eventually, Yoon-sung starts to sweat, wondering why he can't land a single hit on the boy. Suddenly, Jae-hyun grabs the senior's sword mid-swing and praises his skills. As our boy slowly approaches the sweaty senior, he crushes his sword with his bare hands and asks how the hell he managed to survive with such a physique all this time. Jae-hyun shatters the sword in his hand, much to Ina's surprise. Our boy tells Yoon-sung that he'll let him go if he leaves his ID tag behind right now, and starts a 3-second countdown. As his sword was shattered before his very eyes, Yoon-sung begins to tremble. He can't believe an ordinary freshman mage is capable of overpowering him with such an aura. When Yoon-sung doesn't respond, Jae-hyun tells him not to say he wasn't given a chance, because he was the one who didn't take it. In one swift move, Jae-hyun lands a stunning punch on Yoon-sung's jaw, sending him flying back towards Soyu. Immediately, the freshman hunt system announces that Sean Jones has been eliminated. In the Academy's control room, the instructors read on the screen that Ninja R1 obtained 100,000 points. One of the instructors is Jessica Young, is shocked that it's not Jae-ryun, but an unknown person named Ninja Rone. She asks another instructor, Park Hyun, if there's a problem somewhere, but Hyun, who is equally surprised, explains that there is nothing wrong with the results. June asks the other instructor, Kim Hyun, if there's a problem on her end as well, but there isn't one. Meanwhile, a malicious smile appears on the face of Ion's president, and he seems drawn to Jae-ryun inside the semi-plane. She demands to know what the hell Jae-ryun is, but our boy tells Yoo-jung to get ready, so they can take care of the other senior as well, and he asks her to accept the group invitation he will send shortly while Yoo-jung gets equipped. She wonders if Jae-ryun was always this strong. Ina also equips herself, and Soyu curses the stupid blood clan that made things so much more complicated. Even without the monster boy who eliminated Yugi blood, 3 against 1 is too dangerous. She decides she has to get rid of at least one of them and escape from here. After grabbing one of her daggers, she lunges towards Yoo-jung, who gets scared. Jae-ryun considers that Soyu didn't make a bad decision. He knows she plans to create confusion with a quick attack and then open a gap to escape. It's a good plan, but that would only work if Yoo-jung were just an ordinary person. To Soyu's surprise, Yoo-jung activates her link to attack Soyu, forcing the senior to throw her daggers at her. Before the daggers hit her, Yoo-jung creates a barrier around herself. Jae-ryun, who is watching nearby, considers that it's still too difficult for Yoo-jung to face a senior alone, and as he moves to help, Ina activates something called the Sacred Light of Alfheim. Ina uses the Sacred Light to form a radiant sword that catches our boy's attention. He knows this is Ina's unique skill, and it's called the Falcon of Alfheim. Ina rains down several holy swords on the unsuspecting senior and impales her, making her spurt blood from her mouth. As Soyu falls to the ground, she realizes that all 3 students were monsters, and not just one of them. Soon after, the system announces that player Soyu has been eliminated based on contribution level. Player Yoo-jung gets 50,000 points, while Ina also receives 50,000. After taking down the senior, Ina turns to the others and asks if she interrupted by any chance. Excited, Yoo-jung tells her no, because she managed to win thanks to her. Eventually, Ina asks if the offer she made before is still on the table, and our boy realizes he might need to update the information he has on CEO Ina. Of course, she is reserved, suspicious, and very curious. Soon after, the system informs the three of them that they have formed a group and has made Jae-hyun the party leader. Sometime later, near a shelter in the Nightmare Forest, some footprints are evident, and a few students discover that people have passed through there before, and it seems they entered a shelter. The seniors are looking for the freshmen who managed to eliminate Kuon, Sawol, and Shin Blood, so they decide to stop searching and just keep an eye on this area. The freshman hunt game lasts for 3 days, and they believe those brats can't stay hidden in the shelter for all 3 days. As they move forward to find the 3 freshmen, Yoo-jung appears nearby, and one of the seniors, Kim Si-rom, is pierced in the chest by a light, and the system announces his elimination. Another senior notices Yoo-jung fleeing and signals to the rest, so they chase after her. However, Yoo-jung is running with a smile on her face, and when she counts that there are about 5 of them, she is relieved that things are going well. She soon turns to them and says they are like dogs chasing a bear. Then she asks if they aren't ashamed of moving in such a large group, and the irritated seniors demand she stop right there. However, Yoo-jin keeps fleeing, contemplating their simple-mindedness. A short while ago, Jae-hyun had told them that although the shelters might be a safe place, they can't stay there all the time because they need to find food and earn points. The girls are surprised, but our boy simply tells them they need to hunt some seniors. In the present, Yoo-jin continues running until she finds some mushrooms, which are in fact a Class 1 organism that can reduce a person's abilities. She's happy to have found them, and to have successfully lured the seniors as planned. But she worries that her stamina is slowly reaching its limits. Using her wind boost skill, she launches herself far away from them, and leaves things in Jae-hyun's hands. As the seniors enter the area, they are informed that they have entered the habitat of the paralyzing spore mushroom. A while ago, Jae-hyun had visited Jae-sang to find a way to deal with the paralyzing spore mushroom during the freshman hunt, and Jae-sang informed him that the sap of an ash tree would likely be the best way, as it is common in the Nightmare Forest, but it's only useful as a cure, and cannot prevent the effect if you are already under the mushroom's influence. Paralyzing spore, so it would be of great use. In the present, the seniors stop when they realize where they are, watching Yoo-jin flee. The system informs them that they have entered the habitat of the paralyzing spore mushroom. One of them signals to their leader, Dae-hulk, that this is quite dangerous, so he suggests they retreat. But Dae-hulk angrily fixes his eyes on Yoo-jin, who is still running away. He asks the others if they're really telling him to give up after coming this far, but the others consider that everything will be ruined if they make one mistake now, so they suggest they stop the pursuit. However, Dae-hulk insists that Kim Sun-gun was eliminated by that freshman brat, referring to Yoo-jin, so they shouldn't be spouting such nonsense right now. The most cautious one among them reminds Dae-hulk again that it doesn't matter if the opponent is a freshman, because it would be pointless if they also ended up paralyzed, since the paralyzing spore mushroom can affect beings within a radius of approximately 50 meters. Dae-hulk assures the others that the brat will also be paralyzed. He orders one of them, Park Sung-hulk, to stay here and keep clear of the debuff area to keep an eye on them, while the rest follow him to catch the girl. He believes all her petty tricks will be useless, even knowing that they are probably using one of their members as bait, trying to lure them into a trap so they can attack. He believes they are severely underestimating him. He can't believe that mere freshmen would dare try to trick him. After running for a bit, they finally catch up to the brat. Yoo-jin, and Dae-hulk tells her that a pathetic brat like her really made them work for this. He asks the beauty where she's going to run now, but instead of cowering in fear, she welcomes them and informs them that they are all doomed. Yoo-jin asks which one of them cursed her, and asks that person to raise their hand as the men advance toward her with their weapons. Dae-hulk is amused that she's acting arrogant until the very end. As the men almost reach her, she smiles and touches one of the mushrooms with her weapon, causing it to explode. The system notifies them that a paralyzing spore mushroom has exploded, and all organisms within a 50-meter radius have been paralyzed for 2 hours. In a flashback, Yuna protests to Jae-hyun, reminding him he'd promised they were looking for something important, but all she can see are trees. He just asks her to wait a little longer. He insists they're in the right place as he drains some sap from an ash tree, and Yuna points out that they must have noticed that this event is far more advantageous for warriors, and Ina agrees, adding that being able to use only C-rank skills or lower is a huge restriction for mages who are heavily skill-dependent, while for warriors who already possess great physical abilities, the restriction in this demiplane is practically useless. Yuna laments that while it's still manageable for Ina, who has a unique skill, all of her own useful attack abilities are sealed away, and the best she can manage are buff spells and basic skills. She then asks him what she's supposed to do. Jae-hyun explains that they need to devise a plan using those basic skills as efficiently as possible. Then he asks her if she knows how to use the skill, called swap. Yuna proudly tells him, of course she does, reminding him that she was the one who taught him magic theory in the first place. Swap is a spell that exchanges the caster's location with a designated party member. She then asks what kind of plan he can possibly make with that. Once he finishes collecting the ash sap, he turns to the girls and tells them that with the sap and the swap spell, they can do something very fun indeed. Jae-hyun tells Ina they need to get ready, and she agrees. Back on the battlefield, Jae-hyun calls Yoon a crazy wench because she actually burst one of the spores. But just then, Yoon activates her swap skill, passing the baton to someone else as she vanishes into thin air. She informs them that it's no longer her turn, and Jae-hyun appears in her place, shoving his leg right in Derek's face and declaring that now, it's his turn. Our boy shatters the senior's nose and kicks him to the ground, landing hard on top of him. Derek crashes to the ground, already paralyzed, and immediately starts cursing. Still unable to move, he angrily asks Jae-hyun if he really thinks everything will go according to his plan. He calls him an idiot for stepping into the range of the paralyzing spore mushroom, informing Jae-hyun that he anticipated he would pull a stunt like this. That's why he left one of his teammates waiting outside. He promises Jae-hyun that they're finished as soon as the spores dissipate, but before he can finish his threat, Jae-hyun calmly informs him that the guy he left behind won't be coming. Derek, confused, says he's spouting nonsense. But just then, a scream erupts from the location where they left Sung Ryuk. The system announces that player Park Sung-hyuk has been eliminated. He lies on the ground, with Ina's holy sword pierced through his body, and the system awards 100,000 points to Jae-hyun, Yuna, and Ina. Derek lies on the ground, completely baffled. Jae-hyun reminds him, I told you your friend wouldn't be coming. Extremely irritated, Derek snaps that they're still in the same predicament for the next 2 hours, and he'll personally deal with Jae-hyun once his own paralysis wears off. But while he's still running his mouth, our boy takes a step forward and asks, what do you mean? We're in the same situation. The sight shocks Derek to his very core. He wonders how this kid is even moving. He protests that it's impossible, and Jae-hyun agrees with him that it should be. However, Jae-hyun tells him to take his complaints to the gods. The truth is, our hero is completely unaffected by the paralysis debuff, because the blessing of hell completely negates any and all abnormal status effects. Now, sweat begins to pour down Derek's face as he warns Jae-hyun to stay away from him, but his remaining teammates can only watch the horrific scene of their leader being taken down. The system soon announces that the player, Derek, has been eliminated, and players Jae-hyun, Yuna, and Ina have obtained 100,000 points. With that settled, our boy smiles at the 3 remaining players. As they beg for him to stop, he simply eliminates them all. All 3 of them succeed, and the team gets 100,000 points plus a triple reward. Instructor Yu Soo can't believe her eyes, and the freshman ranking is soon updated, with Min Ji-hyun at the top, Kim Yoo-jung and So-in in second, An Ho-young also in second, 2 people named Lee So-hyuk and Cha Yi-won in 5th, and someone named Jung Ho-san in 7th. Meanwhile, Yoon-jung drinks the ash tree sap and almost throws up, but when Ina comes to check on her, she admits that she's feeling better now. As they both leave, Ina comments that Jae-hyun seems to know a lot about magic, and she has never read in any books that someone could use the exchange skill like that. However, Yoo-jung informs her that it hasn't even been 3 months since Jae-hyun became a mage, and that's why she was the one who taught him theory. Surprised, Ina asks if she means Jae-hyun was actually planning to be a warrior, and Yoo-jung confirms it, and tells her that Jae-hyun was quite dedicated to combat just a few months ago. The only thing that puzzles Yoo-jung is that Jae-hyun knew about the tree sap, and she wonders where he learned something like that and how he's going to get rid of his own paralysis. Soon after, they find him, and our boy asks how the paralysis is, as it seems neither of them had any problems. Yoo-jung cheerfully states that it's to be expected, even though she just ran like crazy and cast a single spell. She turns to Ina and asks if she's okay too, and Ina replies that she's fine too. Eventually, Yoo-jung tells Jae-hyun that his plan this time wasn't so bad. She adds that he usually seems silly, but today he's a little different. Suddenly, Jae-hyun grabs her cheeks and asks who she's calling silly and if she has any right to say something like that. Ina simply watches them playing around, and she wonders why. Yoo-jung called Jae-hyun silly, and she realizes she finds him quite handsome. While the two are still having fun, Ina is caught off guard by her thoughts, and realizes it's not the time to be thinking about something like that. As a tear runs down her cheek, she reminds herself that she needs to be careful. Later, they return to the shelter, and Jae-hyun starts making some kind of potion. Ina approaches and asks what he's doing. So he says it's an HP recovery potion. He says he learned how to make it from an older brother in case he ever needed to, and he remembers Jae-song crying about how he had murdered his poor ingredients when it took him over 100 tries to succeed. Yoo-jung asks Jae how he could know someone who could teach him such things, if he doesn't even have any friends, and he teases her by asking if she has many friends besides him. The comment hits home, and Yoo-jung laments that it was a bit unfair. Suddenly, Ina says to Jae-hyun that he's truly amazing, and it's as if he's not someone their age. She says he's so skilled it seems like he has lived a decade longer. Confused, Jae-hyun says nothing, and he wonders how she has such great intuition, since she managed to hit the nail on the head. Eventually, Yoo-jung interrupts and says it's time to stop talking because they need to eat, if they plan on doing anything tomorrow. She tells our boy to just wait and see because she's going to make something, but he tells her not to bother, since they can just eat some of the fruits they gathered. Irritated, Yoo-jung asks why he said that, and if he doesn't trust her. So, our boy asks her to tell him the color of the cookies she made during home economics class in high school, if she wants him to trust her. After thinking for a bit, Yoo-jung remembers that they looked purple, so Ina asks if she put blueberry jam in them. However, Jae-hyun clarifies that's not the case, but that Yoo-jung just doesn't know how to cook, and he remembers how they had to call the teacher, because he fainted after eating the cookie. To clear things up, he states that he can't cook either, so then, mentions she knows a bit about cooking and asks if she can cook for them. Surprised, Jae-hyun asks if she knows how to cook. She then says she used to cook every day when she lived with her grandmother. As she ties her hair to start cooking, our boy remembers there was never much information about Ina's family life. Since she just mentioned living with her grandmother, our boy wonders if that means there are some circumstances involving her parents. After a short while, Ina finishes cooking and serves the others. When Yoo-jung tastes it, she hugs Ina and declares that the food is delicious. Jihyun also keeps chewing and agrees that the food is delicious, surprised that they can eat something so good in a place like this. Their compliments warm Ina's heart, and a smile forms on her face, because it had been a long time since she felt this way. Meanwhile, in the academy's control room, Instructor Seoki mentions that the long-awaited cadet, An Royun, is in 4th place. It's more surprising that the 1st and 2nd places are held by mages, which is truly incredible. And the instructor, Yesu, still wonders if there's a possibility of it being a system error, because there seems to be no other way to explain this. The chairman, on the other hand, seems to be radiating with excitement. Until now, such scores were only shown by warriors, and he can't understand this new situation. A group with only 3 mages is leading the event, eliminating a group of seniors from the very beginning. Excited, the chairman asks instructor Kim Jong-un to rewind to the part with the paralyzing spore, and he watches Jae-hyun kick Si-hyuk in the face the moment he appears. He is fascinated by the fact that the boy has such judgment in a situation like that. Moreover, he has the ability to subdue warriors. To call him a mere mage, or even just a freshman, is truly unbelievable. Suddenly, Instructor Lim calls the chairman and explains that he brought Jae-hyun's profile, the one he had requested, but he isn't sure if it's the correct file. Confused, the chairman asks what he means by that. And when the instructor starts to stutter, the chairman tells him to calm down and speak. Eventually, the instructor shows him the profile, which displays that our boy's aptitude score is 97%, and he is from the warrior class. The information shocks the chairman, but his shock soon turns into a maniacal smile, and he finally says, "This is very good." He states that he wants to see for himself just how talented this Jae-hyun is. And Instructor Soki asks if he's saying he wants to interfere. The chairman zooms in on Royun and proposes that they create an interesting scenario. Instructor Seoki then mentions that he will prepare everything within the demiplane. Jae-hyun's group continues to eliminate other people and accumulate points. At a certain point, Yoon-jung is surprised that they have earned up to 1,100 points, and Jae-hyun replies that this is good because it's certain they are in 1st place. However, Yoon-jung asks if they really need to leave the shelter. Jae-hyun replies that there's no way around it, because the seniors are too afraid to go there now. Ina agrees with Jae-hyun that they need to move if they want to earn more points. Eventually, Yoon-jung agrees with them both and asks what the record for the highest score is, obtained in a rookie hunt. Ina informs them that it's 114,000 points. As they continue, our boy senses something, so he signals for the girls to get ready because someone is coming. As they stand still, someone flies past them. Jae-hyun realizes that this power seems far greater than the level they are restricted to. The system announces that the connection to the demiplane is unstable, and that the restriction on the player has been broken. Jae-hyun tells his new colleague that he didn't think they would meet again like this, and it turns out the colleague, who was freed from his restriction, is Royan. When he asks Royan what he is doing, he doesn't answer and just keeps staring at the ground. Jihyun wonders if he can't hear his voice, and Ina warns Jihyun to be careful because she doesn't think this guy is in his right mind. It's as if he's being controlled by something. Then, our boy suddenly remembers that this is the president's doing. Before he regressed, something similar happened at the Mila festival. That day was supposed to leave the young cadets with happy memories. Instead, it left horrible red stains that could never be forgotten. The cause of the event was Gudim's unique ability, called indoctrination. After all, his evil deeds became known just before he was arrested. Gudim created a horrific event to divert the world's attention from himself so he could hide. On that tragic day, numerous cadets lost their lives, and Gudim escaped. For Jaehyun, it was also the day that Kim Yoon-jung lost her life. In the present, Royan activates his sword, and Jaehyun realizes he needs to make Royan come to his senses first. Suddenly, a screen appears from the Nornir system, and a subquest to save the mind-controlled cadet is given. His job is to break the spell on the cadet, who is under the mind control spell, and save him. The difficulty is C rank, and the reward is a blank card, with a 2-hour time limit given for this mission. Jaehyun is surprised by the subquest, but is even more surprised by the mention of a blank card as a reward. The idea of getting a blank card that he can use to copy someone else's abilities excites him. Yoo-jung says she'll help him, but he says he's fine and asks the girls to leave quickly. He asks them to get as far away as they can and see if they can score some points while they're at it. Yoo-jung stands there, confused, and she remembers that his opponent is the famous genius warrior, so he can't possibly defeat him alone. But our boy just smiles at her and asks if she thinks he can't do it. Ina hesitates for a moment but finally agrees to leave, and Yoo-jung is shocked that she is agreeing with Jaehyun. Frustrated, Yoo-jung decides to play along and suggests they go score some points, just as he said, but she asks him not to get hurt before she leaves. She runs into the forest, dragging Ina, who is still looking at Jaehyun. She tells him to either beat Royan or steal his name tag, and then come find them. After the girls leave, our boy mutters to himself that it won't take long. A few hours earlier, after Royan had just eliminated one of the seniors, he wonders if his latest elimination brought his total to 600,000 points. He's happy to have survived for 2 days, and knows he just needs to hold on for one more day, as he is in 4th place. He wonders how 1st place is still out of his reach, even after working so hard, and realizes this is what's expected of Mila Academy. The fact that Jaehyun took 1st place as a mage, in a situation where his skills are restricted, and still led his teammates to the top of the rankings, also impresses him. However, he decides he can't lose either and still needs to work hard, because there's still time. As he's thinking, President Gudim appears before him on the screen, and informs him that he would like his personal help with something. The president uses his indoctrination skill on him, and says he has a small favor to ask. After Royan's eyes light up from the indoctrination, the system issues a warning that someone has infiltrated his mind. As the power overwhelms him, he wonders what he is doing and where he is. Shortly after, the system informs him that his mind has been corrupted. After this happens, he immediately realizes he needs to eliminate Jaehyun in the present. Royan employs an A-rank skill called Martial Ascension. He charges toward Jaehyun once more and tries to take him down, but our boy manages to dodge his attack. Jaehyun didn't think Royan was so skilled, not even a few days ago, but he continues to dodge every one of his attacks. It seems to him that Royan has become unrecognizably skilled as Royan tries to smash his shield into him again. Jaehyun jumps back and avoids the impact. He knows he will lose if this fight is determined by their physical abilities alone. To create some distance between them, our boy propels himself backward with a blast of wind after activating his wind thrust skill. The impact of the wind is so strong that Royan blocks his face with the shield, but this gives Jaehyun enough time to circle around to his back. Before he can lower his shield, our boy tries to use lightning magic on him, but before it could hit him, Royan turns and moves back in one swift motion. This reaction surprises Jaehyun because Royan managed to move his body first, even before his eyes could track the opponent's movements. Jaehyun realizes his opponent has an innate battle sense. This is not as easy as he thought it would be. Breaking the indoctrination would be easy with his absolute calculation skill. But the problem is that Jae-han is watching. Even though he cannot see the president, he reasons that he is probably wearing a sinister smirk as he watches what he does against the talented warrior, Royan. This time, Jae-han smiles, and he considers that it would be a waste to end things carelessly. He decides to give them a show if they want to watch, but promises the spectacle will be a costly one. As Jaehyun begins his display, Instructor Yiseo wonders if she is seeing things correctly. It is unbelievable that our boy, who is a mage, is fighting on the front lines like a warrior, but now he is overpowering his opponent, even when the opponent is the so-called genius warrior, Royeon. On the field, Jihyun appears to be using his chain lightning skill, and Yaseo finds all of this unbelievable. She wonders how on earth this kid is doing this, since a mage cannot beat a warrior, and that is something that has always been ingrained in her mind, as she walked this path as a mage. Meanwhile, President Jae-in watches with great interest as Jihyun injures Royeon, and he begins to beg. In the simulation field, Royeon crouches near his sword, and Jihyun tells him that he did not plan to go this far, but he promises that he is strong and will recover quickly. Eventually, Jihyun looks up at the instructors, since he knows they are watching. Then he activates his light bomb skill, and the impact blinds all the cameras and prevents the instructors from seeing the field. Inside the news control room, Instructor Sok-gui turns to Dion and demands to know what happened to their screen, but the president realizes something is wrong, so he snatches the remote from her hand, desperately trying to bring the video feed back. Instructor Jihyun mentions that it seems Jihyun used a spell to block their view, but Jae-in recognizes that he used a light bomb, and he wonders aloud if this is how Jihyun wants to do things. He immediately summons Instructor Sok-gui and asks him to bring Jihyun to his office after the event is over. Worried, Sok-gui asks the president if it is all right for him to decide so hastily, but the already tense president. He places his hand on the instructor's shoulder and asks why he thinks the cadet Jae, who was already in a winning position, would decide to block their vision. Stammering, Guy replies that it's because Jae knows how to increase his value in the semi-plane. Royeon remains crouched on the ground as the blinding light from the flashbang blocks out everything. Eventually, he approaches Royeon and places a hand on his head, activating his ability, Absolute Calculation, which allows Jihyun removes the indoctrination that was controlling him. Suddenly, Roy's eyes become clearer, and he recognizes Jihyun. Still smiling, our boy asks if he's feeling better, and Roy tries to get up, saying he's better, but he soon collapses to the ground from the violent pain coursing through his body. Our boy apologizes for the pain, and reminds him that he had attacked him out of nowhere. But Roy doesn't seem to remember attacking him, asking why on earth he would do that. Jihyun informs him that he was under a mind control spell. Confused, Roy asks what he means by mind control, but as he thinks about it, he remembers seeing a face that he can't clearly recall, and hearing a voice he also can't remember. However, it doesn't make sense to Roy, because spells like that, meant to control someone for a short period, are usually rank A or higher, but they had been told they could only use rank C skills or lower. Jihyun tells him he doesn't know why it happened. It could have been a small malfunction in the semiplane, or perhaps someone intervened. Roy remains silent for a moment, considering that there's no way a cadet could cast a mind control spell of this caliber, even with a malfunction in the semiplane. Eventually, he asks Jihyun if he knows who might have intervened, if that's the case, or why they would do something like that. But Jihyun says he doesn't know. However, he adds that if the culprit can pull something like this off, they are probably someone most wouldn't dare to face. Jihyun doesn't want to explain everything to him, but he knows that, as they go through more experiences at Millis, Roy will also discover for himself what kind of person Kian is. Suddenly, the Nornir system announces that Jihyun has completed the submission to save the mind-controlled cadet, and he has received a blank card as a reward. Eventually, Roy manages to stand, realizing his body is a complete mess. But Jihyun doesn't have a single scratch on him, so he wonders if this is his current limit. When he finally gets up, Roy says he has nothing to say and apologizes for what happened. But Jihyun jokingly tells him not to be so dramatic and that he's leaving now that Roy can move. Before leaving, Jihyun wishes them both success for the remaining time. As he turns to leave, Roy stops him and offers his name tag. Confused, Jihyun asks what he's doing. He reminds him that he'll be eliminated without his name tag. Regardless, Roy insists that it doesn't matter. He tells him that he managed to earn a lot of points, though not as many as Jihyun got. However, since he lost, he believes the name tag belongs to Jihyun. After tossing the name tag to him, he says that he lost this time, but it will be different next time, promising to get his name tag back at the Milas festival. After Roy disappears, the semiplane system announces his elimination and awards 10,000 points to Jihyun's team. For a moment, our boy just stands there, looking at the name tag that he knows is only worth 10,000 points. However, to him, the name tag is worth much more than that, because Roy was born with the combat talent he had coveted so much in the past. And now, Roy acknowledges him. He has experienced a lot since he regressed, but this sense of accomplishment is on a whole other level. With a smile on his face, he believes this is the beginning. For the first time, he feels like he's truly starting to move forward, leaving behind the past, where he was too weak, and taking a step forward. Sometime after this, the 72-hour event finally comes to an end, and the system calculates the points everyone earned. Jae wins the highest number of points ever recorded, which is an astonishing 1,530,000 points, and he is soon transported back to the real world. When the students reappear in the real world, our boy considers that 1,530,000 points aren't too bad, but Yoo-jung immediately scolds him for not being much happier, since it's still the highest number ever recorded in the event. She turns to Ina for some support, but Ina laments how they could have gotten 1,600,000 points if they had just stayed for one more hour. At this point, Yoo-jung realizes her teammates are truly insane. She tries to cheer them up, saying they should be able to live quite luxuriously for a while with so many points, and Jae agrees. He calculates that if they multiply the points by 10, it would be something like the value in real currency. It's safe to say they just earned about 15,300,000, which is approximately $12,000. Yoo-jung's jaw almost drops, and when Ina hears this, she's shocked it was such a large amount of money. Our boy informs them that he's in first place, but they have 1,480,000 points in second, and should also receive bonus points. The mention of bonus points makes Yoo-jung grab Jae, and he tries to shake her off, explaining that the bonus points are about 1 million points or more. The idea of all that money makes Yoo-jung light up like a Christmas tree, and she starts spinning Ina around in a dance, because of the mention of 1 million bonus points. As they dance, Ina is shocked that they managed to get 2,480,000 points and earned 24,800,000 won in just 3 days, a truly impressive amount. Jae tries to stop her from dancing, as it's quite embarrassing, and he notices the other students watching them with a certain disdain. However, the girls continue to sing happily until instructor Soki enters the room to greet everyone present. He introduces himself to everyone and tells the top 3 winners that he has something important to discuss with them. For a bit of privacy, he asks them to go somewhere else. Jae then asks if it's related to the number of points they obtained during the hunt. And when he nods, Jae follows him hastily, without hesitation. The girls don't follow him immediately, so they ask where they are going first. However, Jae already knows the destination, and he tells them they are heading to the president's office. This is what his premonition claims, informing them that they have been summoned by the president himself. Once inside the office, our boy sits down and crosses his legs. He asks where the president is, and comments that the one who called him there isn't even present, which makes Soki quite irritated, but he has no choice but to control himself. The girls who come in right behind wonder why Jae is suddenly acting that way, and they are speechless until Soki tells them to sit down as well. As they get settled, the president enters and apologizes for his tardiness. The 2 girls stand up, and Yoo-jung introduces herself loudly, and Ina follows suit, while Jae just remains seated. The president, with a smile, cheerfully tells them he knows who they are, and Yoo-jung delights in this information. Jae tells the president that he's late, and that he almost fell asleep waiting for him. The comment surprises the girls, and even Soki, who tenses up, wondering if the boy has completely lost his mind. A moment of silence lingers in the office for a brief period, until the president says he has no excuse for being late. He adds that he needed some time to prepare to speak with them, but Jihyun immediately tells him that they are actually the ones with no excuse, since he called them right after they came out of the semi-plane for 3 days without even giving them a chance to wash up, so they had no time at all to prepare. The president's face twitches again, but this time he just laughs. Jihyun realizes he's putting on an act and figures it's because he's interested in the people before him. Finally, the president informs them that he has brought some very beneficial news for all of them. He congratulates them on being the elite of the elite, who secured the top 3 spots in this year's freshman hunt, especially Jae-hyun, who took first place. When he says this, Jae-hyun states that it's all thanks to his group members, and that he couldn't have possibly done it all alone. This comment makes the president hesitate as usual, and he wonders if the boy has no desire to show off his skills. He finally agrees with Jae-hyun, but comments that he also observed all of their actions and noticed that they surpassed the freshman hunt record of 140,000 points by an overwhelming margin, something truly remarkable, as he applauds and comments that the result was unbelievable. The young women thank him for the praise, but Jae-hyun asks what he's getting at, which makes Yoo-jung worried again after hesitating for a moment. The president explains that Mills Academy would like to offer them some special and exclusive privileges. First, a suite in the Academy's dormitory buildings will be offered for free second-priority use of the Academy's facilities, which usually need to be booked well in advance. Third, if they fail to achieve a satisfactory score on school tests, They will have the chance to retake the test after listing the offer. The president asks what they think, and explains that they will sign a contract of partnership with Mills Academy if they accept the proposal, but Jihyun declares that he rejects the offer before the president even finishes his speech. Our boy explains that the benefits sound good, but they are all things they can achieve on their own in a month or so, especially since Mills is, after all, a meritocracy, so he doesn't think they should get them by paying an unnecessary and unfair fee. He takes the offer from the president's hands and starts to read the terms and conditions. He reads that after signing a partnership contract with Mills, once they start working as raiders, they would have to donate over 30% of their earnings to the school for a minimum period of 5 years. At this point, the president looks quite grim, until Jae-hyun finally tells him that this isn't to reward them, but rather to bring them down. When he asks the president if he's mistaken, the man pauses for a moment and says, there's nothing he can do. If that's what Jae-hyun thinks, especially since they can't be forced to sign a contract in any way, he tells them, he leaves the decision to the three of them, and the young women look at each other to try to understand how the other is reacting to the whole situation. After a brief pause, Yoo-jung apologizes and states that she would like to refuse the offer, and Ina does the same without hesitation. The president covers his face as if in deep thought, but the veins on his hand pop out in anger. Eventually, he says it's a shame, as this was the best offer he could give them. However, the president mentions that he will give them another chance to think about it. Then he fixes his gaze on Jae-hyun using his indoctrination skill, and asks if he still doesn't intend to change his mind at all. Immediately, the Noniro system informs him that something strange and unexpected has infiltrated his mind. Jae-hyun was already expecting this, but the system soon tells him that he has completely resisted the debuff, thanks to his passive skill, the Blessing of Hell, which protected him. While this happens, our boy hands the president his blank card, and uses his power, as he had only provoked the president in the first place, to make him use his ability. For a moment, the president just stands there, perplexed, not understanding why he got no reaction. Eventually, our boy tells him that they are leaving now, and the system notifies him that he has acquired the skill called indoctrination. With this skill, which is of a unique and very special rank, he can manipulate someone weaker than him to do his will. If both parties agree to a master-servant relationship, the skill transforms into subordination. Jae-hyun stands up and suggests to the girls that they leave, especially because they are all exhausted after spending 4 whole days in the demi-plane after Jae-hyun leaves the office. Yoo-jung wishes the men a good day, and Ina, who is still quite confused, tells them that they are leaving first when the students finally depart. President Jae-in asks Instructor Sok to leave the premises. When he is alone, he wonders how a mere freshman could resist his unique ability, and he finds it very interesting indeed. Outside, Jae-hyun asks the girls if they are really okay with refusing President Jae-in's offer with no regrets, and Yoo-jung confesses that she was a little tempted at first, but later decided that Jae-hyun was right in everything he said, because it was obvious that Jae-in would persuade them to agree and take advantage of them. Since they are so young and inexperienced, Ina agrees that she didn't like the contract either, and she thinks rejecting it was the best possible choice. Besides, she feels it's much better to achieve things with her own hands than to start with privileges already guaranteed. Jae-hyun listens to Ina attentively and finds her quite reasonable, which is completely different from the cold image he had of her before regressing. Suddenly, Yoo-jung asks if they also noticed that there was something really strange about the president, because his expression was utterly disgusting when they rejected his offer. Ina mentions that she thought so too, and she also comments that the president and Instructor Sok never said a single word about the problem with the demi-plane. Jae-hyun overhears their conversation, and he notes that Ina has really good instincts eventually. She asks Jae-hyun if he knows anything about President Jae-in by any chance, so he asks her why she would think that. Ina replies that he is always quite calm, but the moment they met, the president, he became strangely aggressive. Suddenly, Yoo-jung agrees with her, and she insists that Jae-hyun tell them if he knows anything about the president to answer their questions. He tells them that he is not absolutely sure either, so it's difficult to tell them anything, but he informs them not to trust anyone in the academy, whether it's the president or the instructors in any way. Suddenly, Ina approaches him and asks if they can't trust him either. And while Jae-hyun pauses, Yoo-jung positions herself behind Ina with a strange and scary look in her eyes, and tells her not to trust Jae-hyun either, no matter what. She points out Jae-hyun's fierce gaze and narrates how he once left her abandoned in the middle of the streets instead of taking her home, and Jae-hyun asks her why she is suddenly bringing up something that happened a long time ago in the past. Annoyed, Yoo-jung grabs his hair and calls him an idiot, remembering how she had such a hard time when that happened. Our boy manages to break free, and he suggests they go inside to rest since the sun has completely set. Ina doesn't seem to want to leave, so she asks him if they're going to part ways right there. For a moment, an awkward silence falls over them, and Yoo-jung just watches the two of them without saying a word. Suddenly, she hugs them and asks why it feels like a teen romance. Then she asks them to make some room for her too. Jae-han, however, drags her away and points toward the girls' dormitory, telling her to go get some rest. She finally agrees to go, and Ina follows her. But before leaving, she reminds Jae-han to rest well. Our boy then heads to the boys' dormitory, and as he reaches the door, he realizes it's been a long time since he was last there. He remembers the musty smell from the corners of the floor, which had been left unmaintained due to a lack of funding. It creaked with his every step, and he eventually made his way to his bed. To him, those who remained in this dormitory after a few years were the ones without talent, so he hopes to find a new place as soon as class ends the next day, because experiencing hell once was more than enough. Indeed. The next day, Jae-han goes out for a run and eventually stops. After feeling he'd done enough for a warm-up, he heads back towards the dormitory to get ready for his first class. Shortly after, all the freshman mage cadets gather in a room, and their instructor, assigned for basic mana acclimatization, Kim Jihyun, introduces herself to everyone. As she speaks, Jae-han frowns because this instructor isn't someone he's familiar with, even considering he was a warrior in his past life. He has no strong memories of her. She might have been one of the instructors who quit early on, even though becoming an instructor at Myas was no easy task by any means. The instructors who remained at Myas were people like Kim Sok-gi, who were greedy for the crumbs the higher-ups were willing to toss their way. Jihyun mentions that she's sure most of them found it strange that their first class isn't in a classroom, but in a large facility like this one, a very different location indeed. As several doors open behind her, she explains that the purpose is to test their mana sensitivity. The students are shocked by the sight of the doors, which appear to reveal a mana cube, and they hope she isn't about to say they have to go inside. No way they're going in there. As they complain that this is too much for a first class, Jae-han observes that this mana cube looks similar to the one he saw before, but it contains far less mana. The instructor, Jihyun, explains that what they are looking at is called a mana room. It's a special environment built based on a mana cube, the kind that can normally be found in a guild. For cadets like them, she explains, it's nearly impossible to exit a real mana cube, which is why they've prepared this facility instead. The strange thing is, our boy had left a mana cube at his guild without much difficulty at all. The mana room is divided into many subchambers. The mana in the first room is similar to the amount in the atmosphere, but it becomes denser the deeper you go. On average, a first-year cadet at Myas Academy can usually reach level 3 with some effort. A graduating cadet might hit their limit around level 7. In this class, they will discover the level of their mana sensitivity. Jihyun asks the cadets to form a line and follow her carefully. She informs them they can raise their hand if they have problems during the test so they can follow the assistant instructors. Out of the room. Shortly after, she enters one of the mana rooms, and the cadets follow her one by one. After everyone is inside, Instructor Deanne notices that none of the cadets seem to be having any trouble at level 1. She decides to move them to level 2, and upon entering, some of the cadets begin to gasp for air, and the instructors have to help them out of there. After they leave, Diane asks the remaining students still standing to follow her to level 3, and when they enter, almost half the class raises their hands. But Jaden, Yuna, and Ina don't seem to be affected in the slightest. Instructor Diane asks the rest to follow her to the 4th level, and many more people raise their hands. Once the uncomfortable ones leave, she proposes they move on to level 5, and then many more people ask to be dismissed at that moment without delay. At level 6, several more people are removed due to exhaustion, and Yuna asks Jaden if he feels it's starting to get difficult to breathe, but he says he doesn't think so. Meanwhile, Ina watches Jaden and realizes he seems to be perfectly fine, so she decides to push herself even harder. Dion looks around, and she realizes only 4 cadets remain: Jaden, Yuna, Ina, and another boy named Leo. All of them are cadets who achieved high scores during the rookie hunt, quite a feat. The president of AIN had told her to keep an eye on Jaden and report back to him, but she doesn't plan on simply following those orders. She soon tells the cadets they will be moving to level 7, and the other students wonder who on earth those guys are, advancing to the next level. Especially since the instructor had said that only graduates reach level 7, which is impressive. When they enter the 7th level, the instructor, Diane, proposes they move on to the 8th level and asks if any of the cadets are having trouble, but no one speaks up, although Yuna seems to be struggling quite a bit at this point with difficulty. The other students are amazed to see them pass to the 8th level, and when they get there, the cadets feel a sharp spike, except for Jaden, of course. From level 8 onwards, the mana level fluctuates every moment, just like it does inside a dungeon, unpredictably. Diane knows that even geniuses should have trouble from this point on, and true to her expectations, Leo and Yuna raise their hands to leave the mana room. Meanwhile, Ina begins to sweat. But when neither she nor Jaden raises a hand, Instructor Diane has no choice but to proceed to level 9, without hesitation. As they enter level 9, Ina nearly vomits and begins to stagger, which startles Jaden. When Diane turns, she is unable to help because she remembered that the president had told her she should never offer aid to any cadet before they asked for it, no matter what kind of situation they faced. No matter how difficult, he had said that danger is no different from a new opportunity for a cadet, and if that opportunity is snatched from before their eyes, it would be heartbreaking. Jaden asks Ina if she's okay, and she tells him she is, all while trembling with great difficulty at this point. She can't clearly see Jaden's face, and she really doesn't want to lose, no matter what. Everyone Ina knew had always told her that only the strong can survive, and she would be able to do nothing but bow before a warrior, even if she has some talent with magic. What's frustrating is they told her the weak have no future, and she truly wants to be acknowledged right now, but she feels herself collapsing as Jae-hyun tries to catch her, and she tells him she lost again as the assistants carry her away. Jae-hyun wonders what she meant by losing again. In fact, when they reached level 10, Instructor Dion asks Jae-hyun if he is alright, and she knows that even she would start having some problems from that point on. Our boy turns to her with a smile on his face and claims he's also having some trouble, and would like to get out now. Without another word, upon hearing this, Dion tells him to come out with her as she exits. She wonders what he means by having trouble since she can't see a single sign of it. When they finally exit, Dion asks the other cadets to applaud Jae-hyun because he managed to reach level 10, which means he's on the same level as a raider, that is, a B rank or higher. Quite an accomplishment. As she tells everyone else to work hard and try to catch up to him, Suryu glares at Jae-hyun with a scowl, and Ina doesn't seem too happy with herself either. Shortly after, our boy asks Ina if she's really okay. She tells him she is and apologizes for making him worry. Then Jae-hyun tells her it's fine, since nothing serious happened to her. Eun-jung asks Jae-hyun if he's okay too, since he looked completely unfazed a while ago, and he tells her yes, everything's fine. Then he tells her to take the towel off her neck because she looks like a construction worker. The comment irritates Eun-jung, as expected, and she regrets ever worrying about him. While she is complaining, Jae-hyun asks if she isn't feeling any pain either, and she says the doctors also told her she's fine, and she boasts about how fit she truly is. For a moment, Jae-hyun observes Ina. He had thought she was just a little competitive, but something seems different. It seems more like a case of compulsion. Fortunately, she didn't get hurt too badly this time, but with this kind of personality, it will be difficult to manage her later on. Of course, he has no intention of making Ina dance to his tune. But just as it's happening with Seong-guk Ro-yeon and Dae-seung, he has a feeling that Ina's future will also change. He also figures this is true for Yoon, in the same way. As he looks at her, she asks what he's staring at and if she's just that beautiful. But Jae-hyun asks her if she's sure there's nothing wrong with her, because she could only be spouting such nonsense if she were actually hurt somewhere. Meanwhile, Ina tries to hold Eun-jung back so she won't get her revenge. Our boy thinks about how he doesn't know what kind of effect his actions will have on the future. In this rapidly changing environment, he decides he needs to prepare if he wants to always stay one step ahead. As he's thinking, Eun-jung manages to break free from Ina's grasp and wraps the towel around Jae-hyun's neck with a smile on her face. Our boy removes the towel, covers her head with it, and uses it to mess up her hair on purpose. When he's finished, Eun-jung starts cursing, and her surroundings light up like an inferno. Annoyed, she asks if he knows how long she spent doing her hair that morning, and asks if he has a death wish for real. However, Jae-hyun tells her he's sorry but comments that it really doesn't make that much of a difference. This statement infuriates her even more, and she asks if he's calling her ugly. It's at this moment that Jae-hyun realizes he has made a huge mistake. He immediately turns to flee as Eun-jung chases after him, and Ina watches them with amusement. Ina considers how the two are really very close. And when the two friends run past Soo-hyuk, the boy notices Jae-hyun and wonders how that bastard reached level 10, quite a feat, while he is watching. A friend of his named Kim Min-soo approaches to greet him and asks what he's thinking about so deeply. Soo-hyuk asks Min-soo to tell him everything he knows about the boy who is having his hair pulled by the girl at that very moment. Although Min-soo wonders why Soo-hyuk is talking to him like a slave, he explains that Jae-hyun is the first to achieve the first place in the freshman hunt as a mage. Soo-hyuk says he knows that, but what he wants to know is where a guy like that suddenly appeared from. But Min-soo just shrugs his shoulders because he doesn't have that answer. No matter how much Soo-hyuk thinks about it, it doesn't make sense to him. There's something strange about this Jae-hyun, and he believes he's hiding something. Meanwhile, Min-soo thinks about how he isn't used to this new Soo-hyuk, since he knew him when they were younger. Eventually, he tells Soo-hyuk that Jae-hyun has already proven his worth 2 times, so there's no need to keep looking for something mysterious, since it's very likely that it's impossible to cheat in the trials. However, Soo-hyuk states that there's no way anyone is stronger than him unless they are cheating. This statement stuns Min-soo, and he considers that Soo-hyuk wouldn't beat Ina or Yoo-jung either, but he doesn't say this out loud. He advises Soo-hyuk not to be irrational, as he won't beat Jae-hyun even if he were to die and be resurrected, but the boy doesn't listen. Sometime later, Jae-hyun is on a video call with his charming teacher, Song-in, and he asks her if she called him because she wanted to know what happened in the freshman hunt. Seong-in agrees that she did. Because it's more interesting to hear it directly from him, he excitedly informs her that he took first place, and this makes Song-in proud. She notices that his apartment seems too good for a freshman, and suspects he earned a lot of points. She congratulates him for taking the best first step at Mullis Academy. Known for being hard to survive in, she said she is proud of him. And our boy mentions that he's relieved because he was worried she would scold him if he got second place, which only makes her laugh. And she asks if there were any cadets who caught his eye during the freshman hunt. Surprised, Jae-hyun asks if she's going to recruit them or something. She then says they are considering it and plan to reward him for the information he shares. Jae-hyun explains that telling her isn't difficult, but to think he will receive a reward for something like this, he asks if she isn't being too generous, but she insists that she is doing it, because she knows he won't cooperate if she offers 10 times the value in the future. Eventually he mentions Ina, Yoo-jung, and Royeon, saying that those 3 are the ones who could be recruited by Jeonghwa. When he hesitates to mention another person's name, Song-in asks him to speak up, so he adds that he knows someone who isn't a freshman, but would be good to recruit from among the upperclassmen. Song-in promises to give him a grand reception. After they end the call, the guildmaster thinks about Lee Jae-sang, whom Jae-hyun had mentioned, and she recognizes him as the youngest son of the S-rank raider, Lee Jae-shin, during the call. She had mentioned to Jae-hyun that Jae-sung isn't as talented as his other siblings, and she knows that Jeonghwa might have some problems with the guild. Zephyr over Lee Jae-sang by accepting Jae-sang with such a risk, asks Jae-hyun if he still thinks they should recruit the boy, and he said yes because Jae-sung will become the best alchemist in the world in the near future. After they end the call, manager Song-jae informs her that the guildmaster, Miss Bak Da-eun, has arrived. Song-han asks him to escort her in. Then Miss Da-eun enters with Yeonju behind her. As they enter, Song-han comments that they arrived right on time. Then Da-eun replies that time is also a very valuable asset. For a merchant, Miss Da-eun extends her hand to Guildmaster Sung-han and states that it has been a while, but Seong-han politely says that she does not think they are close enough to greet each other, so familiarly, and asks her to sit down. When Da-eun sits, Seong-han, still smiling, asks what the healer Guildmaster wants with her. Da-eun is amused by Sung-han's direct nature and comments that getting close will be really difficult, but she admits she also likes that. Eventually Da-eun mentions that there seems to be someone Yeonhwa has been raising very well, so she asks for how much she can buy Jae-hyun. Song-han says it is unfortunate that the Yeonhwa Guild does not consider its members as commodities that can be bought, so she suggests that Da-eun look elsewhere. However, Da-eun asks if the child would agree with that. Then, Seong-han says that there are some things that cannot be bought with money, but notes that she probably would not know that. Eventually, Da-eun replies that she did not think Seong-han would accept her offer anyway, and it does not matter because she only came as an act of courtesy. Amused, Seong-han informs her that her consideration is quite unpleasant, but Da-eun thinks it is a shame and decides to leave, since it is getting late, and Seong-han also does not seem to want to talk to her. As she gets up to leave, Seong-han retorts that she is glad she realized she does not want to talk to her, and Da-eun replies, jokingly, that a sharp eye is also a merchant's virtue. The next day, after a stamina test at Mills Academy, the cadets wait for the system to analyze the stamina test results. Royoon finishes in first place with 101 points, while Jae-hyun comes in second with 99 points. The result makes our boy scoff, but he already expected that he could not compare to a combat genius like Royoon. However, he does not consider second place a bad result for him. There is no need to rush, but he also keeps in mind that he has not reached his goal yet. When Jae-hyun turns to the girls, he notices their disturbed looks, and Yoo-jung eventually asks what the hell he is, and she asks how a rider, Mage, can get second place and compete with Royoon in a stamina test. When she demands to know how that is possible, our boy informs her that it is not strange, since he started out as a warrior. But this explanation still does not satisfy Yoo-jung. When she tries to protest again, Jae-hyun says there is no need to focus so much on just magic, and she needs to focus on her health as well. This remark makes Yoo-jung turn gloomy again, and she threatens to one day show him that he is not as important as he thinks, but Gina quickly holds her back, so she does not start another fight. Meanwhile, instructor Sokpil watches from nearby, and he realizes that Jae-hyun is a dangerous guy, just as the president said. The boy's muscular endurance is not something a mage should possess, and it makes Seogi wonder what the hell he is plotting. Shortly after, the students hear a bell signaling that the next class is about to begin, so their instructor Ki tells the students that their second endurance test is called the AR evasion test. Jae-han remembers this test from before he regressed, and he knows it was the one that tested numerous cadets on their talent and pushed them to their limits. Instructor Ki explains that they will be gathered in a room with top-of-the-line facilities called the AR test room, the augmented reality combat measurement system. The AR system in front of them will help test each cadet's ability through virtual battles with opponents created within augmented reality. Jae-hyun listens intently and realizes that Instructor Ki doesn't plan on doing this the easy way. Normally, what they would do is eliminate the monsters materialized by drones while analyzing their attack patterns, but this time, they will focus solely on evaluating their evasion skills because it is an endurance test. However, if they defeat monsters, they will receive higher scores. Ki then hands the cadets some objects that look like headphones, and when Yoon-hee asks, Jae-hyun explains to her that they are receivers that can analyze and record the combat simulation. Instructor Ki adds that this receiver is used to implement augmented reality. It stimulates the brain, and using the projector, it creates the realistic illusion of a real monster. Through drone cameras, 3D images are augmented into the environment, making it seem as if real monsters are present. The use of such devices is for safety and to avoid the possibility of getting injured. What Instructor Ki doesn't tell them is that the receiver stimulates the brain in such a way that they can still feel about 1/5 of the opponent's attack damage. The goal isn't to shock the cadets, but to create a certain level of caution to increase their chances of survival in dungeons. Instructor Ki explains that the AR system has a total of 100 levels, but they will only be evaluated up to level 10. The test will be done in teams of 4, and they will now be grouped and called in order for the test. Before the test begins, the teams are formed, and Team 3 contains 2 warriors and 2 mages, including Jae-hyun and Soo-hyuk. Jae-hyun considers it quite balanced. As he's thinking, Soo-hyuk calls out to him and asks if he's Min Jae-hyun. Our boy answers yes, then Soo-hyuk says he heard that he got first place in the freshman hunt, but there's something he just can't understand. He wonders how a mage could get first place, and he reveals that he believes there's a special reason for it, so he asks Jae-hyun to teach him. After a pause, Jae-hyun asks if he's considered the possibility that there's no such thing. Soo-hyuk then informs him that he'll have to expose it in that case, even if he has to use force. Excited, Jae-hyun smiles and asks why he didn't just say that his goal from the beginning was to fight him. Soo-hyuk, also smiling, informs him that it's good to see they understand each other. The other 2 girls on the team get worried, and one of them wonders why they're acting like this since they're on the same team. The shorter girl wonders if they'll be okay, so she tries to separate them, but Instructor Ki soon calls their team to the field. When they enter the field, the system starts a 5-second countdown and informs them they will be facing a skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior soon manifests, and Soo-hyuk decides he needs to fall back first to create some distance before it can move. Jae-hyun charges forward at dizzying speed, to the shock of the rest of the team. The girls try to warn him that it's dangerous. Surprised, Soo-hyuk asks what the hell he's doing, and wonders what Jae-hyun thinks a mage can do on the front lines. As Jae-hyun charges forward, he wonders why there are still provocations aimed at him, but decides it would be best to show a little of his skill here. After conjuring some mana in his hands, our boy smashes the skeleton's head with just a single blow, and the others watch in utter surprise. Even his guide is stunned, and everyone else in the crowd watches in amazement. Soon after, a few more skeleton warriors appear, but Jae-hyun proceeds to drive his knee into another nearby skeleton warrior. As he lands on the ground, he activates a skill of his called Mana Weapon. Mana Weapon is a special skill that an ordinary mage cannot use because it's a skill that allows a mage to inflict physical damage. It's useless for mages, since they don't fight in close-quarters combat, but our boy is a different breed. Soo-hyuk watches in confusion, and he labels Jae-hyun a psychopath. The other girls still can't believe what they're seeing, and the system announces that they have completed level 1 of the endurance test. Additional points were awarded with Jae-han getting 100% of the contribution. Level 2 of the test begins, and they are confronted by a monster called a Draugr. The sight of the monster intrigues Jae-han, and he informs the monster that it's been a long time since they last met. After a series of fights and shattered terrain, the system announces that they have completed level 10 of the endurance test, as the system congratulates them for breaking the record for the fastest time to complete the test. Soo-hyuk finds this completely unbelievable. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun considers his performance not too bad, and that his body has been feeling lighter. Ever since he started using the combat technique that Lady Sonia taught him, suddenly Soo-hyuk approaches him and asks what kind of dirty trick he just used. But Jae-hyun explains that there's nothing more to what he just saw. However, Soo-hyuk protests that it was bad enough that he left the safety of the defense line, but he completely annihilated the enemy by himself, which makes his performance unbelievable. He insists that doing something like that is impossible without cheating, but Jae-hyun repeats that he has nothing to say because he has nothing to hide. When Soo-hyuk holds his ground, our boy tells him not to make him repeat himself, and he steps closer and offers for Soo-hyuk to confirm his strength right now if he's really curious. The move startles Soo-hyuk, and he calls Jae-hyun a bastard, but before anything can escalate, the instructor, Soki, asks the two if there's a problem. The instructor's interference breaks the growing tension, and Soo-hyuk wishes there were no instructors there. Our boy eventually turns to leave, and Soo-hyuk tells him not to think he's won. Then our boy says he doesn't think he's lost either before Jae-hyun can leave. Soo-hyuk proposes. They fight at the Mills Academy festival, but Jae-hyun refuses because he's already made plans with someone else. Sometime later, Royeon remembers how Jae-han had refused to fight Soo-hyuk during the Mills Academy festival because he had made plans to fight him. He recalls telling him that he would get his name tag back at the Mills festival, so he decided to go train so as not to disappoint Jae-hyun. Sometime later, Seoki and some of the assistant instructors are on the move. One of the assistant instructors asks the other if he saw this year's endurance test results, and the other said he monitored it personally and that the cadets this year are very good, as they start talking about a magic cadet named Jae-hyun breaking the record, which shouldn't be possible. Seoki considers that the boy isn't merely talented because those practiced moves he showed while fighting on the front lines as a mere mage are unique. As they enter the president's office, Jae-in praises them for their good work and proposes they have a talk about the results of this year's endurance test. I see that a total of 3 cadets achieved perfect scores, and those cadets are, even among those 3, Jihyun's scores were exceptional. The chairman thanks instructor So-kwi for the information and praises him for his hard work. On his screen, Chairman Ji reviews footage of Jihyun, and a smile forms on his face. He tells So-kwi that he expects him to continue keeping him informed about Jihyun's actions and grades, and to notify him immediately if he starts to act strangely, to which So-kwi agrees. The chairman tells everyone to keep up the good work and asks them to inform the instructors to prepare for the next event. Sometime later, Jihyun returns to the evasion test and completes level 27. The 27th level seems to be his limit, a difficulty that a 6-member party of C-rank raiders would normally struggle to overcome. This means he is equal to that force. It turns out the next event for the freshman is the dungeon practicum, and Jihyun decides to start preparing. He remembers the dungeon practicum incident, which was one of the most disgraceful and tragic events at Millais Academy, where numerous cadets lost their lives. He and his teammates were involved in that incident, and in the end, he was the only one on his team who survived. Even though he had to listen to people say he should have been the one to die, he couldn't force himself to leave Millais Academy. He didn't want to disappoint the people who believed in him. Shortly after, our boy goes to the shop to make a purchase. When he's done, he wonders if he'll be able to live differently this time. In his past life, he couldn't protect anyone. He led a pathetic existence and was as disposable as a single-use item. However, he has no intention of living that same life again. Living a life of regret once was more than enough. One day before the dungeon practicum, the students head to class as usual and soon finish their activities for the day. When class ends, Yoo-jung and Ina approach Jihyun. Yoo-jung asks what they should do tomorrow, since it's their first dungeon practicum. Ina admits she couldn't sleep well last night, so Jihyun tells them that everyone feels the same way when entering a dungeon for the first time. His comment surprises Yoo-jung, and she jokingly asks if this isn't his first time, and if he had gone into a dungeon just for a stroll or something. He retorts that he doesn't know about dungeons, but he has encountered monsters a few times, and there is one right in front of him now. This makes Yoo-jung lose her cool once again, and she starts cursing and punching him. Ina watches them from nearby, and their silly banter makes her smile. Eventually, Jihyun offers the girls something since they're so worried, and Yoo-jung asks what it is. Our boy tells them he bought potions for them along with his own, and says to use them when they need to. Yoo-jung agrees to forgive him this time because of his kind gesture, and Ina promises to make good use of it. Our boy considers that he only survived the dungeon practicum last time through sheer luck. But this time, he will ensure he makes it through with skill. On the day of the dungeon practicum, Jihyun spends some time warming up in the early hours of the morning. Warming up is important before entering a dungeon, no matter how large a mage's mana capacity is. If they suddenly use high-level spells, they will experience a mana rebound. If mana recoils while casting a spell, it can injure the user's body. A mage who uses many high-level spells is prone to mana rebound, and Jihyun recognizes that Chain Lightning and Sacrifice are both spells that are prone to mana rebound, and he acknowledges that Chain Lightning and Sacrifice are high-level skills. Besides, he's not sure how dangerous things will get during the Wrath dungeon practicum today, and he doesn't know if he will die or if his teammates will. Moreover, if he keeps his mana pooled in his lower abdomen as he just did, he can use it to quickly strengthen his spell or body when he needs to. He suddenly remembers the time before he regressed, when the system told him that time would be regressed to the period the user most desired. While he's lost in thought, the Nornir system activates a main quest. Apparently, he has managed to return to the time he so desired. From now on, he will have to go through several crossroads that left him, with regrets, and decide whether to make the same choices or change them. The decision he makes could kill or save others, and whatever he decides to do is in his hands. The mission's difficulty is unknown, and the rewards are also unknown, but it seems to depend on whether he follows route A or B. The worst part is that he only has 12 minutes to decide, and the penalty for failure is equally unknown. Jae-hyun guesses that something has come up again, and the Nornir system is obviously trying to help him get stronger since the gods need him for their plans. However, he doesn't understand what they mean by him choosing his route, and wonders what the hell they are planning. Shortly after the freshmen gather in the simulated dungeon beneath the academy, Instructor Jae-han comes to address them and informs them that they will be grouped into teams of 4 by drawing lots, and will have to act together. As the students start to murmur, Jae-hyun assumes the others think it's not fair. Real monsters will appear in this dungeon, and if they're lucky they can clear it easily, but if they're not, they'll be part of a team of low-ranking cadets, struggling to raid the dungeon. As the murmurs continue, Jae-han silences them and explains that their scores in the dungeon practicum will be part of their official tests. Apparently only low-level monsters that they can defeat will appear in the NE's dungeon practicum, and Jae-han tells everyone to do their best. As she speaks, Jae-hyun reasons that this is the president's trap. Jane. As the instructor said, most of the monsters that appear here are low-level, but if things happen as they did before he regressed, boss-level monsters will be mixed in. He remembers the D-rank boss monster, the Kobold Lord, and although it's not a difficult opponent for him, he doesn't plan to follow Jane's plans, except that the small loophole Jane will leave open in this dungeon practicum might actually give him the opportunity to finish him off. Shortly after, Jae-han declares that the cadets must come forward and pick a lot, one at a time. After the selection, Jaehyun and Ina end up together, and our boy tells Ina that he's happy to know someone on the team, to which she also reciprocates. He's glad to have someone on the team he can talk to comfortably, especially someone skilled. As he considers devising a strategy, he is shocked by the sight of his other 2 teammates. The young woman introduces herself as the warrior Kim Jina, and the young man introduces himself as the warrior Park Sung-woo. Sung-woo cheerfully asks if they are also on Team 3, but Jae-hyun remembers how these 2 people were his teammates in his past life, and they ended up being killed by the boss monster after they told him to run while they took care of things. Suddenly, our boy understands what the Nornir system means by him choosing his route, and he can see the choices before him. When the 2 new warriors introduce themselves, our boy realizes this was what the Nornir system wanted all along, so he greets them and introduces himself as Jae-hyun, and also introduces Ina since she is clearly shy. It amuses Sung-woo that Ina is shy, but he's sure they will all get along well. As they spend time together, and Dina agrees that everyone will get along, our boy realizes that these 2 warriors are the same ones from his past life, and he's happy with how cheerful they are with Ina once the introductions are made. Jay proposes that they make plans first, the other 2 agree, and one of them suggests making Jay the team leader. With the mission the system showed him still on his mind, our boy sits down to explain the plans to them. He reminds them not to waver, no matter what appears in the dungeon, because if the warriors and the vanguard in particular start to falter, the entire party will end up annihilated. The warriors are intrigued by Jay's tactical intelligence, and Sung-woo says that's to be expected. From the person who took first place in the freshman hunt, Sung-woo realizes that the details of the strategy are no joke and says he has memorized all 6 parts of it, and Ina says she has memorized 2 right after. Instructor Dion steps forward to inform the cadets that their planning period is over from now on. They will officially begin the dungeon practicum, and she asks the team leaders to step forward. Jae steps up, and when he looks to the side, he notices Royan introducing himself as the leader of Team 4, which Yuna is a part of. He's happy that Royan is the team leader, because it means Yuna won't get hurt. As the team leaders introduce themselves, Dion instructs the leaders who are ready to lead their teams into the dungeons assigned to them, and wishes them good luck shortly after Royan leads his team into their assigned dungeon. One of the party members notices that the place is quite damp and has a musty smell, which clarifies for her what dungeons are like in real life, and Yuna asks the others if kobolds will likely come out. Since it's an underground dungeon and their other male teammate agrees that they probably will because he heard that underground dungeons have a lot of excited. Yuna hopes that there are diamonds nearby somewhere, but as she's talking about it, she suddenly stops when she senses something, and Royan immediately announces that something is coming, so he tells them to get into their positions, and Yuna quickly springs into action, but the other cadets don't seem as confident when they realize they're surrounded by kobolds. As if being monsters wasn't enough, the kobolds are equipped with digging gear. Royan informs his team that kobolds are weak monsters, but they'll be hard to deal with if they attack in droves, so he charges at them and proposes they end this quickly, and Yuna uses a burst of her holy power and activates her flash bomb skill, causing a huge explosion to be released that blinds the monsters, giving Royan the chance to cut them down. While the other two teammates fight the monsters, Yuna activates a move called Wind of Helheim and activates a skill called Air Burst. She releases several blasts of air towards the kobolds' chests and knocks them to the ground after they take down the monsters. Royan asks if everyone is okay, and the girls reply that they are when they turn to the other man, Sero. They notice he seems to be choking, so they rush to help him, and Yuna wonders what's wrong because she's never heard of kobolds using poison. When Yuna looks up, she realizes the boy isn't choking because of poison, but because of an overwhelming wave of mana hitting him. In front of them is a huge kobold boss, and the students freeze in shock. Royan asks why a kobold lord is here. Meanwhile, in the dungeon assigned to Team 3, Dina confesses to Jae that she knew he was strong, but he's truly incredible. She asks how many monsters he's dealt with so far on their dungeon walk, but Jae insists it's nothing because things just happen that way. However, Diana insists it's nothing because they will be able to clear the dungeon without anyone getting hurt. As things continue this way, when Jaden looks to the side, he notices that Alara is distracted, so he takes her hand and asks if other people still make her uncomfortable. She admits they do. Then Jaden realizes she is really shy. But then, there were rumors that no one had ever seen Alara speak more than 3 words at a time as they moved forward. The team comes across a room full of slimes. Our boy realizes this is different from what he remembers, and this must clearly be Diana's doing. It occurs to Jaden that his existence has caused Diana to change her plans from what she did in the past. Suddenly, Jaden senses a monster approaching, and he assumes it's the Kobold Lord, so he informs his teammates to use Plan C, defending first and then counterattacking. When Jaden tells them to be careful, because this monster is different from what they have encountered before, Leo gets worried that the strongest monster is coming, especially since they were told only weak monsters appeared here. Suddenly, something bursts through a nearby wall, and the cadets are shocked to see a Kobold Lord. They wonder what the boss monster is doing here. As Alara is about to retreat, she remembers what Jaden said about the entire group being wiped out. If any of the warriors in the vanguard start to falter, she quickly activates the magic armor around the warriors. And Leo struggles to focus because of the monster's immense size. Eventually, Jaden activates his taunt skill, and when the Kobold Lord attacks Leo's shield, Leo calls out for Jaden. Our boy runs towards them and creates a mana attack in his hands, and he strikes the Kobold Lord. Alara is shocked by the amount of power Jaden's attack contained, and she expects such a huge attack to deal a lot of damage, but the monster gets up easily. As if nothing had happened, the scene makes Jaden laugh as he witnesses the destroyed parts of the monster repairing themselves. Our boy confesses he didn't expect any anomalies as its body heals. The Kobold Lord smiles at them, and Jaden begins to wonder if a Kobold Lord with regenerative abilities is too much to handle. Suddenly, the system identifies the entity behind the Kobold Lord as something known as Odin's Crow, which grants him a special mission named Crow Hunter. This special task requires him to eliminate all of Odin's crows that are putting immense pressure on him and the gods in the fight against the Aesir. There are 5 objectives, and the mission has an S-rank difficulty with the reward of a blank card and a class up, but the penalty is death. Meanwhile, outside the dungeons, Instructor Evans reviews the footage from the previous battles of Jaden, and she wonders how the young man can deliver a performance so extraordinary as a mage. She herself is an A-rank mage, but the combat skills Jaden demonstrates are simply unthinkable to her. She considers the chances of Jaden's Team 3 winning first place in this dungeon practicum to be high, and when one of the doors opens, she is surprised to see Cadet Kaden being helped by Ronan, while Jae-han reports that there is a huge problem. Still in shock, Diana asks what happened, and they inform her that a kobold lord has appeared in the dungeon. She is surprised that they could have encountered a kobold lord, as there was no way it could have gotten in, and Diana begins to wonder what the hell is happening inside the dungeons. Meanwhile, the assistant instructors arrive to help Siho, who is suffering from a mild case of mana addiction. They ask him to breathe deeply, and shortly after, Eojun asks instructor Gion if Team 3 has come out yet. She is told they have not. Dion can't believe it, as she is certain that Jihyun and Ina are far too skilled to be unable to escape the kobold lord with ease. After hesitating for a moment, Dion makes a call to Chairman Jahim, who seems surprised to hear from instructor Dion, although a malicious smile is on his face. She informs him about the appearance of a B-rank monster and requests a rescue team. The chairman acts surprised to learn that such a thing has occurred. He advises her not to worry excessively, as he will send a support team, asking her to wait on site. After ending the call, instructor Dion feels a strong sense of unease, but she can't quite explain it. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Ina, Dina, and Seo Woo are beginning to show signs of fatigue. The system informs Jae-hyun that the entity behind the Kobold Lord is one of Odin's ravens, with two named Hugin, which translates to thought, and Munin, which means memory. Odin gathered all kinds of knowledge from every realm and used it to rule Asgard. Eventually, Jae-hyun calls the Kobold Lord a follower of Odin, apparently showing the ravens that he recognizes their presence. The mana he senses is close to B rank, and it is a Kobold Lord with regenerative abilities. Although our boy has grown stronger, this is a tough opponent for him, and he wonders if he should flee. For him, running away would be the smartest choice. It was what he always did before he regressed, hiding behind the selfish reason of self-preservation, but his life was a continuous series of regrets. He considers this a second chance, and he doesn't care if this is a test from someone, because this time, he will protect them immediately. Jae-hyun tells everyone to run straight out of the dungeon while he distracts the monster. Sang-woo asks what he is talking about and how he will handle the monsters, but before the words can even leave his mouth, he is ambushed by two kobolds from behind. Luckily for him, Jae-hyun quickly repels them with a few holy arrows. He then tells Young-woo to shut up and get out of there. As the Kobold Lord swings its massive weapon again to smash Jae-hyun into the ground, our boy tries to explain to the others that he cannot fight and protect them at the same time. As the monster is about to crush our boy into the ground, Ina screams his name in fear, but as he turns to face the monster, a shield appears between him and the beast to withstand the impact of the blow. Surprised, Jae-hyun looks to the side and realizes that Ina activated the shield. She informs him that she can help, and our boy knows from the look in her eyes that he won't be able to convince her to back down. He wonders if this is another change he has created in the future. He then asks Ina to stay with him while the others return to the dungeon entrance and tell instructor Dion about the situation. When Sung-woo tries to protest, Jae-hyun begs him to leave. Then Dina agrees and promises to tell the instructor as soon as they can. As the two of them leave, Jae-hyun and Ina are left alone to face the monsters. Jae-hyun tells Ina that he will cover her from behind, so she summons her radiant, holy sword and sends it piercing through the flesh of the smaller group of kobolds. Jae-hyun takes this as his cue, and he rushes forward to meet the Kobold Lord that is coming towards him. As he gets closer, Jae-hyun notices that the Kobold Lord's body is melting, and our boy decides to stop in his tracks. He remembers that there is a limit to how much mana a body can contain, and that something is controlling the monster from the shadows, and this thing is pouring out far more mana than he can handle. This must be one of Odin's ravens, and he decides to expose them. Our boy equips his mistletoe weapon. By equipping it, his field of vision expands, and the active skill called Mana Perception is activated. Because of this, he can more clearly recognize the movement of energy from all beings that use mana. Using his Mana Perception skill, our boy sees the trail of mana, leading away from the enormous monster to a claw underneath. Jae-hyun is happy to have found it. As the monster approaches again to attack him, Jae-hyun activates his lightning chains and vows to make sure it's dead. Meanwhile, at the meeting of the Aesir gods, one of Odin's ravens goes to Asgard to see Odin. Hugin informs the god that, through the ravens, he has found the whereabouts of Mistletoe, which had disappeared from the goddess Frigg's warehouse, and Odin's wife asks Hugin where the Mistletoe is. He then informs her that it is in Midgard, referring to Earth, and seems to be in the possession of the prophesied adversary. This perturbs her, and she calls Mimir an old fool. But Thor, who is sitting nearby, assures her that they are watching closely, especially since they signed a treaty with the anti-Aesir forces. Freya, who is also sitting nearby, accuses Thor of being complacent and reminds him of how they lost Balder in the last war, and how what killed him was the mistletoe branch, Misteltein. After considering for a moment, Odin tells Hugin to find out if the prophesied adversary has been in contact with the anti-Aesir forces. So, he returns to Earth to do so. Meanwhile, in the president's office, Dion continues to rub the strange ring he was holding when he got the call. Soon, Siak enters, and the president asks how things are going. The instructor replies that no one seems to have noticed anything yet, and this pleases Dion. He laughs again, glad to have borrowed strength in advance. The president is certain that Jihyun will fall into his hands, no matter how arrogant he acts. Dion says that this is all for Odin and the Aesir. In the dungeon, our boy aims for the monster's chest with his lightning chains. However, the monster grabs the chains, which don't seem to cause it any damage, and it swings its weapon to take off Jaehyun's head. Our boy quickly leans back and leaps out of the way to avoid being decapitated. With Aina at his side, he asks if she can cover him, as he needs to be free from the monster's attacks. She says she'll try, but she doesn't look well. Jaehyun realizes that Ina is probably already aware that she might experience mana backlash. Even if he ends up defeating the Kobold Lord, the chances of Ina dying are high, but he wonders why she still plans to help him regardless. In this second chance at life, Jaehyun had resolved not to trust anyone. After all, this world was completely unfair and cruel to the weak. But he seems to be changing his mind. He turns to face the opponent and decides to end this. He has only one chance, and sends a barrage of lightning chains at the monster once more, while Ina provides some support, creating a mana shield around Jaehyun. Our boy charges towards the monster, and Ina, who is feeling more and more uncomfortable, bites her lower lip as her hands begin to tremble. The enraged monster takes aim at Jaehyun, who is rushing towards it. Jaehyun remembers that his friend from his past life once told him that there is nothing more miserable than dying because you couldn't trust your comrades. So, as Jaehyun leaps towards the monster, he signals for Ina to act, and promises himself he will confirm what his friend said. Jaehyun then jumps onto one of the chains, using it to propel himself forward, leaving Ina shocked. For him to be able to use it as a movement ability, she wonders just how skilled he is with mana control. For that to be possible. Meanwhile, the monster waits patiently as Jihyun charges towards it on his chain, but instead of colliding with the monster, our boy leaps high above it. In a split second, the monster twists its hand and tries to crush Jihyun in midair without turning around, as it would take much longer to turn. But it's clearly doing this under the crow's control, and Ina worries that Jihyun would be knocked out of the air, but our boy evades the attack and smiles. Using his mana perception, he traces the mana threads to where Odin's crow is, and strikes the spot with the full force of his sword. The blow is so powerful, it shatters his blade. But it still works, because the Kobold Lord reacts with a scream. Suddenly, the system announces that the mana thread, connecting the Kobold Lord and Odin's crow has been severed as Jihyun lands on the ground. The Kobold Lord collapses behind him, and our boy moves forward to see the face of the being behind this whole mess. As he steps forward, Jihyun finds Hugin crumpled after being hit by his strike. He asks the crow what Odin's goal is, and steps on its head. When it doesn't answer, Jihyun eventually notices a necklace with an insignia of 3 triangles, similar to the shape on President Jane's ring. He steps on the crow again and asks what the connection is between Godheim and Odin, but the monster doesn't answer. Eventually, Jihyun realizes the crow has no will of its own, and it's useless to keep it any longer. He finally lifts his leg, allowing the bird to fly back to Asgard to report to its master. Suddenly, Ina bursts into the area looking for Jihyun, but Jihyun warns her that it's not over yet, as she needs to be careful of the mana rebound. Before the words can even leave his mouth, she suddenly freezes, and the Nornir system informs Jihyun that corrupted mana has accumulated in her body. Jihyun clutches his chest in pain, and Ina does the same. But the Nornir system soon purges the mana from Jihyun due to the purity of his own mana. Soon after, he finally stabilizes, and the system notifies him that his mana capacity has permanently increased by 5%. Jihyun is happy that it worked and is informed that he has successfully hunted the first of his prey for the special mission, called Crow Hunter. He is rewarded with 5 attribute points, a blank card, and a level up. As soon as he fully recovers, Jihyun realizes things could have ended much worse than they did. But when he turns to Ina, he sees nothing good, and the Nornir system informs him that his teammate's life is in grave danger. Our boy rushes towards Ina, and is told that she will die if she doesn't recover immediately. Sometime later, Ina wakes up in a pool of sweat and with a headache. She notices Jihyun by her side, so she asks him what happened. He seems to have been sleeping. but wakes up when he hears her call his name. He's surprised she's awake and asks how she's feeling, and when she checks her status, she is shocked to realize her health and mana have fully recovered. She is confused about what had happened, because she remembers experiencing the mana rebound. Eventually, she tells Jihyun she's fine and asks how he is. He replies that he's fine and mentions he fell asleep. When she looks to the side, she notices the Kobold Lord is dead. So she asks Jihyun why he didn't leave. He tells her he was waiting for her to wake up because he had something to tell her. She wonders what it is, so she asks him. And after a pause, Jihyun tells her that they need to get their stories straight. Ina suddenly blushes, because the Korean phrase for aligning our stories literally means, "I want our lips to meet outside the dungeon." Yuna demands to know from Sean and Gina why only 2 of them came out, and Instructor Dion tries to stop her from doing something foolish. She tells Yuna that she understands she's worried about her friends. Meanwhile, Jae-han wonders what he should do to help. Just then, the dungeon door swings open, and while Yuna is still making a scene, Jae-han and Ina emerge from the gate. This makes everyone freeze. Jae-han asks if they're fighting because of them, and even Instructor Dion freezes in shock. The inspection team had told her that the 2 cadets would definitely be dead. The monster inside was at least a B-rank boss. Suddenly, tears stream down Yuna's eyes and she runs towards the 2. With her arms wide open, she cries as she hugs them, explaining that the instructor and the inspection team said they would be dead. She tells him she's so happy they're alive, which makes Ina smile, but Jae-han tells her he understands and asks if she can let them go now. Even Sean and Gina have tears in their eyes, and when Jae-han notices, he thanks them both for trusting them. Jae-han tells everyone that his 2 teammates left because he asked them to go get the instructor for help, and they don't deserve to be insulted or blamed. However, Yuna, who is still angry, asks how they could just leave their teammates behind like that. So Jae-han tells her that he would have done the same, so there's no need for her to be like this. He reminds her that not everyone is as brave as she is, and asks her not to be angry on his behalf either. The statement hits Yuna, so she releases his arm and clings to Ina, claiming she was angry for Ina, not for him. In a flashback to earlier, before they left the dungeon, Ina had asked Jae-han if he was the one who healed her body, but he tells her that he knows she's confused, but it's difficult to tell her everything. He explains that he doesn't want people to know about this ability, so she asks why he's hiding it. Eventually, our boy asks her if she isn't curious about why a Kobold Lord appeared here and put the students in danger. He tells her it's because of President Gideon, who is a real scumbag that thinks of students as mere tools. Jae-han tells her that Gideon is very different from the side of himself, that he shows to the public and the media, and that he thinks it's fine for useless students to die. Ina realizes that this is why Jae-han is against the president and why he's hiding his ability, and he confirms it after a pause. She reminds him of a few things he told her on the day they went to the office. He had told them not to trust anyone, be it the president or an instructor, so she asks how much he knows about Diana. She points out that he knew from the very beginning that Diana is a bad person, and he acted as if he already knew what was going to happen. So she asks how he knows these things. When he doesn't speak for a while, Ina begs him to answer her, and Jae-han remains speechless because he didn't expect her to react this way. He knows her life could be at risk if she gets any more involved. He considers using his indoctrination ability on her, but changes his mind because she has a high magic aptitude value. Since her mentality is strong, it might not work, and it's not a good solution in the first place, and a terrible way to make allies. Eventually, he apologizes but tells her he can't say any more than he already has, so she asks why he can't. Jae-han finally explains that it will be too dangerous for her as well if he tells her any more than that, and he asks her to let it go for now. In the present, Instructor Dion. She bows her head and apologizes to Jae-roon for not being able to rescue them from the dungeon, telling him that she's just happy he's okay. He tells her it's alright, especially since she didn't put them in the dungeon knowing what was going to happen. As Jae-run turns to go rest, Ina runs after him and asks again if he really can't tell her the things he knows, especially since no one knows if something like this will happen again. But he apologizes for not being able to tell her and expresses his hope that she will keep the promise she made. After Jae-run leaves, the Nornir system informs him that he has completed the main quest, which is the first turning point, and the rewards depend on the chosen route. He is informed that he took Route B, which is different from the choice he made in the past. Because of this, he receives something called the Golden Apple of Idun. Sometime later, President Zane says he has disappointed him. Derek apologizes to the president, but the president insists he will tolerate it this one time, expressing that he hates having a useless subordinate. With a sinister look on his face, Zane turns to the instructor and asks if he understands what he means. While trembling, Derek promises not to disappoint him again, and Zane tells him he'd better not. The president tells Derek to make sure he tames Jae-hoon in the next event before his patience runs out. The next morning, our boy takes a quick shower, and when he sees his clothes, he remembers how Ino experienced mana rebound. Before his regression, Yuna Kim died, and Roy Han didn't even reach half of his potential, so he believes he must intervene for the sake of the future. However, he believes he doesn't need to intervene with Ina because she will do just fine without his help. He decides he needs to be careful with how he interacts with her, since he's not sure how it will affect the future. Eventually, he sits on the couch and turns on the TV to see if there's anything worth watching. While watching the news, he reasons that he'll have to figure out the relationship between Guzane and Zaki as soon as possible, since what happened in this dungeon is just the beginning. There will definitely be more dangerous situations in the future, and he knows he needs to get stronger to be able to respond to any situation. While watching the news, he notices a host asking another man about other types of dungeons that exist besides the ones they are used to. The expert invited to the show explains that there are themed dungeons, and you have to approach them differently than you would a normal one. A normal dungeon, where you just kill the boss to clear it. When asked what other characteristics a themed dungeon has, the man explains that the biggest difference is that you can't leave the dungeon before clearing it. And our boy remembers these themed dungeons from his past life, and he gets an idea. The expert further explains that raiders who wish to enter themed dungeons need to become a character of the theme and meet certain requirements. This could be considered a type of role-playing game, and what raiders want in these types of dungeons are rare item rewards. Apparently, there is a hidden piece that raiders also call a divine arrangement, and this item is the reason why raiders are desperate to complete these dungeons despite their great difficulty. Upon hearing this, Jae-hoon smirks. He realizes this is his big opportunity to get what he needs most. Meanwhile, Ina is enjoying a cup of tea with Yuna, and she apologizes for making her so worried. Yuna tells her it's okay, as she's happy as long as the two of them are safe and sound. Yuna admits that Jae-hoon's personality is a bit complicated, and she was worried that he might have been rude to Ina. She then explains that Jae-hoon is always like that, a little difficult. Ina pauses for a moment, and Yuna gets irritated and asks if Jaden was really rude to her, but surprised Ina clarifies that he was not. But it is just that Jaden seems to trust Yuna so very much, and she argues that she would be happy if Jaden could also trust her and depend on her a little more. And finally, she mentions that maybe he would trust her if she were a little stronger. And when she pauses again, Yuna gets worried about her, so she stands up and proposes that they forget Jaden and go eat something delicious instead. And as Yuna extends her hands, she explains that there is one place she was eagerly waiting to go to, and as Ina stutters, Yuna takes her hand and declares that they will make her feel much better. And at first, Ina is surprised that Yuna is dragging her, but a smile soon appears on her face. Meanwhile, our boy checks the legendary rank consumable item called the Golden Apple of Idun. It is an apple grown and harvested by Idun, who is responsible for the eternal youth and immortality of the gods. Consuming it immediately slows aging by 50% and increases natural healing ability by 50%. It also permanently increases magical aptitude and cannot be sold or given to another user. And Jaden realizes that traits like anti-aging and enhanced natural healing are super rare and must cost at least 1 million. However, the problem is that he cannot give this item to anyone either, so he decides to focus on calculating all the loot he can get. And he remembers that an A-rank themed dungeon will be opening soon in a theme park in Seoul, and that is where he can get the speed-enhancing shoes, called Thialfi's Thundering Steps, which Thor's servant Thialfi used to wear, and the shoes greatly increase one's dexterity attribute. So many martial arts kings really wanted them, and eventually, Jaden takes a bite of the apple with great anticipation, and everything lights up, but he ends up realizing the apple tastes just like any other apple. And soon after, the Nornir system informs him that the Golden Apple of Idun is starting to take effect, and his stamina attribute has permanently increased by 20. His mana attribute increased by 20, with his aging rate and natural healing ability increasing by 50% each. On top of all that, his magical aptitude will be greatly and permanently increased. Jaden is happy that the apple's effects are anything but average, and his movements start to feel lighter, and he picks up his phone and quickly makes a call to someone. Shortly after, our boy goes to the theme park in Seoul, and he discovers that the place looks a bit cheap after seeing it. As he approaches the counter, the attendant asks what kind of ticket he would like, but Jaden shows a card from the Lotto's Guild, and introduces himself as a raider from the Lotto's Guild, and he informs the woman that a themed dungeon will be opening in the park shortly. Meanwhile, instructor Diane goes to Jaden's dormitory to see him and is informed that he is not there. The attendant there informs her that Jaden had said he had something to do today, and asks if anything is wrong. Then Diane clarifies that there is no problem at all, and Diane wonders how Jae-han is already able to recover from such an incident, especially being a newly enrolled student. He is not only skilled but also very quick to recover from trauma, so Diane realizes he has quite some courage before leaving. She asks the attendant to tell Jae-han to come see her when he returns, and Diane leaves the dormitory and connects a communication device to speak secretly with the team manager named Sean Song. He soon answers and asks how her investigation went, so she informs him that she discovered Jae-han was behind everything involving Suk, was in charge of the dungeon test, and guesses he must be in a very difficult position now. He asks her to keep an eye on both of them, and to call him if she notices anything. Dion receives the orders, and also informs him that she thinks the student, Jerome, the one she had spoken to him about, knows something about what's happening in the park. The staff announce to their guests that they need to leave. Jerome is surprised at how quickly they responded, and he realizes that the Lotus Guild is truly very influential. He remembers the call he had with Professor Shun Ren to inform her about the dungeon that is about to appear. When he expresses complete certainty, she gives him permission to mention their guild's name, on the condition that he prioritizes his safety if things become dangerous. He is amused by her condition, so she tells him it's not that she doesn't believe in his ability, but no teacher in the world wants their students to be in danger, since anything can happen in a dungeon. In the present, the Nornir system informs our boy that the themed dungeon, called Ruined Neverland, has appeared. Apparently, a special item will be rewarded if 3 quests are completed consecutively. A special mission called the Big 3 is added, and his mission is to complete the 3 quests, which have a rank A difficulty, with the reward of Thialfi's thunderous steps. A 24-hour timer begins, but the penalty for failure is not stipulated. Jerome realizes that things are exactly as he remembers from his past life. In a flashback, he recalls that another raider appeared and started talking about how she could easily tell that the Viking ride was a quest location. In the flashback, she claims she was so smart that she could easily find some of the park's attractions, the haunted house, and the parade. Her name is Sue-Ann, a 16-year-old hater of themed dungeons. She openly declares that her cognitive accelerator ability is quite incredible. For her, there's nothing that she can't do if she uses a little brain power. She talks about how she's excited to learn that it's a themed dungeon, but she's not disappointed. Jerome recognizes her as a self-proclaimed genius, with an IQ of 150. She was all excited about her own power and bragged about it, but she ended up being killed by those who were jealous. Thanks to that, Thialfi's thunderous steps went to some other random person. This time, Jerome thinks it will be better for him to get the thunderous steps now. Soon after, the Nornir system asks if he would like to start the Viking mission, the first quest of the Big 3, and he agrees. He is soon transported to the Viking dungeon, and the system tells him that the end of this story is being changed. Jerome is transported away, and not long after, Sue-Ann appears near the place where he disappeared. Shortly after, our boy is completely synchronized with the dungeon's character, and he is told that he is playing Thialfi, a warrior who survived the Viking invasion. The first mission of the Big 3, called Thialfi's Ordeal, is soon added. In the themed mission, Thialfi's Ordeal, the god of thunder, Thor, envied Thialfi's swift feet and kidnapped Thialfi's younger sister, Roskva, as a hostage, in order to force Thialfi to work for him. Our boy must become Thialfi and save his younger sister, Roskva, to resolve the grudge. The mission's difficulty is rank B, and the reward is an active skill called. The commander shouts that the mission's failure conditions are the death of Roskva and the death of Thialfi, but the penalty for his failure is death. Thialfi, servant of the thunder god Thor and the fastest in the 9 realms, was originally a human but began to despise the Aesir. He lost his family to the Vikings who worshipped the Aesir. Jihyun is surprised to learn that Thialfi hates the Aesir, as this is not the original story. This goes against the commonly known story, and Jihyun wonders if this is another conflict between the Aesir and the Nornir. Suddenly, Jihyun hears someone calling him by Thialfi's name, telling him to wake up. When he gets up, he feels a sharp pain in his head, but doesn't know where he is. When he looks around, he realizes he's on a ship he stole to find, Roskva. And as he looks forward, he recognizes the person who woke him as Frederick, the one who came up with the plan to steal this ship. Frederick asks if he is okay. Just as he's about to answer, the ship collides with another vessel, causing the entire craft to lurch violently before they even know what's happening. A group of pirates boards their ship, and it looks like they're in deep trouble. Jae-han has no idea what's going on, but it's clear that he'll have to postpone his search for Roskva for a while. He immediately tells Frederick to handle it, and leaps over to the other ship, ignoring Frederick's attempt to stop him. As our boy lands on the enemy deck, the men are startled, but one of them begins to mock him for jumping right into enemy territory when he should be cowering. They start calling him names and threaten to kill him on the spot, but our boy says absolutely nothing as he notices a girl tied up in the middle of the ship. He recognizes her as Soyun, the same girl who had boasted about her abilities, so he immediately wonders what on earth she is doing there. The Nornir system informs him that the tied-up young woman is Thialfi's younger sister, Roskva. Soyun prides herself on having a genius brain and also being a massive potential hater. She considers herself an incredible person, but somehow she found herself trapped in this dungeon. Just 3 minutes before the emergency announcement at the park, she had told her friends she wanted to use the restroom. Now that she's trapped, she calculates that there was a 0.6% chance of a dungeon appearing where she was, and a 0.2% chance of her getting stuck in a themed dungeon. After cursing her luck, she decides to focus on a way. After crying because she doesn't want to die there, she hopes that a raid team has already arrived. While hoping to find one of them, she spots Jihyun standing in the middle of the park, so she follows him. She wonders who he is because he doesn't look like part of a raid team, so she decides to follow him for now. Jihyun wonders why, out of all the people he could have possibly encountered, he ended up finding her again, especially after an announcement was made for everyone to escape. While he is lamenting, the pirates prepare to fill him with arrows, but our boy creates a mana shield to protect himself from the arrow attack. As they shoot, he wonders why he is always surrounded by such abnormal people. He soon creates a mana-charged punch and knocks them all down with a single blow. Eventually, our boy decides to be optimistic. Although Sia is a bit annoying, he knows she will be useful for the raid. A new and bigger opponent appears and tries to strike Jihyun with its sword, but our boy slides out of the way to avoid the attack. Since he can't send Sia away, he decides it would be better for him to use her. After evading the first attack, he lands a punch on the big guy's face and makes him roll backward. He will have to take care of this situation first, and then figure out what to do with Sia. The other pirates rush to face him, so Jihyun tells them he doesn't have time now and asks them to come all at once. After a short period, he defeats all the men and approaches Sia, then tells her she can stop pretending to be asleep. Jae-hyun asks if she's supposed to be Roskva, but she just squirms and admits she's been found out. With a smirk on her face, she asks if he's supposed to be Thialfi. Jae-hyun confirms that he is, and he crouches down to talk to her. But suddenly he cracks the structure she's tied to with a single punch, making her tremble. With a slightly crazed look in his eyes, Jae-hyun tells her he might know what she's thinking right now, so he advises her not to try it. The threat clearly worked because she starts sobbing anxiously. Moments later, the system informs Jae-hyun that he has completed the first mission of the Great Three and is being sent to the field. They soon appear in the park again, and they sit across from each other at a table. In Sky's eyes, Jae-hyun is a magic-class hunter who moves like a martial arts hunter. She assumes he's about the same age as her and has a very unpleasant personality. As she wonders who this strange person is, Jae-hyun finally breaks the silence and asks what kind of ability she has. Sky stutters and eventually reveals that her ability allows her to be better at swordsmanship. She believes this lie should fool Jae-hyun, since there aren't many high school students who possess abilities like him. Since he has an unpleasant personality, she plans to use it to her advantage, but while she is lost in thought, Jae-hyun tells her that's not all there is to her ability. When he tells her he hates liars, she insists she isn't lying and that she has a D-rank ability, called Beginner's Swordsmanship Review. After a brief pause, Jae-hyun informs her that her ability is actually called Cognitive Accelerator. He explains that it makes time seem to slow down and accelerates the user's thoughts. It's usually used in leadership positions, but it's effective for analyzing and deciphering an opponent's mind. When he asks if he's wrong, she is completely stunned and asks how he managed to figure out her ability. Immediately, Jae-hyun stands up and says he can't take her with him because she still seems to be planning to lie and use him. He tells her he's not that stupid and turns away, but she begs him to wait and apologizes with tears streaming down her eyes. She begs him not to leave her there alone, because she will absolutely die if he abandons her. Jae-han asks how he can trust her, and she offers to resolve the issue. Our boy smiles and proposes that she write up a contract. She is initially confused but soon understands what he's saying. As they draw up the contract, the first clause states that she cannot act in any way that harms Jae-hyun. The second is that she must obey all his orders. The third is that Jae-hyun will guarantee her safety until the completion of the Neverland-themed dungeon. And the fourth is that she will never speak about this contract. She pulls her hair in frustration as she reads the contract. This contract is enforceable using Jae-hyun's subordination skill, which comes with his indoctrination ability. He can maintain supremacy through a contract, and he knows this is the best way to use it, since she is a real pain in the neck. Eventually, She agrees to sign it, and a binding chain appears on her neck and arm after she does. The system declares that Sky has been subordinated, and the subordination will not be broken even after the quest's completion, as it is a subordination by contract. Jihyun tries to cheer her up by saying it's a pretty good condition since it's not like he has control over her mind. But she retorts that there's no way it's pleasant to have someone else in her mind. When she says this, he tells her she can just break the contract, since he never forced her into it, and he can just leave her there. But before he can finish his statement, she assures him that she will do her best. Meanwhile, in the Temple of Hell, someone tells Ryu that he noticed the little adversary seems to be working hard, especially since the gazes of the gods have become quite sharp. He shares that the gods will definitely be upset if he leaves now, so he asks Ryu to be his eyes because he will need to buy time until the adversary is ready. At the park, Seiyu follows Jae-han everywhere, and she soon asks him where they are going now. He informs her that they are going to one of the attractions called the Haunted House first, and she screams because she is afraid of such rides. So Jae-hyun asks if she is scared. However, she asks if he really thinks she would be afraid of that, and asks what kind of high school student is afraid of something like that. Jae-hyun replies that someone like her could be. But when she insists she's not scared, he agrees with her as they get closer. Our boy tells her to get ready to go in, but she begs that she needs time to take a few deep breaths. The system declares that they are starting the second mission in the haunted house, and they are soon transported there. They must escape without breaking the 3 rules, and some of their skills will be blocked. Jihyun asks Seiyu what her role is in the dungeon, and it seems to her that she is a camera woman because of the camera she was given, so she asks him what his role is. Our boy explains that he is a horror streamer, and it's been a while since they had a guest. Suddenly, a huge man appears beside them and greets them. Seiyu looks like she's about to explode, but the man soon introduces himself as Alfred, a butler of this mansion, and he explains that he is serving Countess Flandre, the butler. Explains that the Count instructed him to come and greet them, and the Nornir system informs Jihyun that he has received the second mission. In the second mission, called the Flandre mission, they were invited by Countess Flandre, the owner of Flandre Mansion, but this place is creepy and holds a terrible secret. Their job is to use the camera to reveal the truths of this mansion and escape. And the mission's difficulty is A rank, but it has a reward of an active skill called illusion. The mission will be a failure if they cannot escape within the time limit and reveal the mansion's truths, and the penalty is death. Alfred soon invites them in because the Countess had emphasized to him that he should treat them to the best of his abilities. Our boy looks a little tense, but Seiyu is dripping with sweat. Alfred offers to guide them to the dining room first since they must be tired from their journey once inside. Jae-hyun sees a vase with a tag that says it's for the most beautiful and foolish little girl. Seiyu notices a beautiful painting of a little girl and a dog. Then Alfred informs them that it's a portrait of the owner, and Chan, the dog. Our boy figures the girl must have been 12 or 13 years old, so he mentions that the Countess must really value her childhood. Seeing that she has put up a portrait like this, Alfred agrees that the Countess values her childhood because she has very dreamlike happy memories, but he says this with such a ghostly expression that it makes the MC uncomfortable and eventually teary-eyed. The strange butler tells them to follow him, as they both follow. Our boy knows he needs to be alert. The system told him the context of the first mission, but it didn't do so for this second mission, which means he will have to uncover all the secrets on his own. He looks at Seiyu, who is freaking out, and asks if she is okay, pointing out that she was lying when she said she wasn't scared. However, Sia interrupts, saying she's just nervous because she hasn't gotten used to the place yet. Soon after, Alfred tells them they have arrived at the dining table, where he shows them the banquet that Countess Flandre prepared for them. Still, with that terrifying look in his eyes, he tells them to help themselves and slowly vanishes behind the door, as if waiting for them to eat. Suspecting poison in the dishes, the two pause for a moment after Alfred leaves. Sia comments that it would be a terrible idea to eat the food, so Jaden suggests they explore the place since the butler is not around. Sia tells him to wait so they can gather some information before moving on. As he waits, she focuses her attention and activates her cognitive accelerator skill. The skill makes her extremely aware of her surroundings, and after a short period, she informs Jaden that she has discovered a few things about the mansion. Our boy is surprised by how quickly she obtained the information, so he asks what it is. Sia states that she believes the owner of this mansion is a child about 12 years old. When Jaden asks why she thinks so, she explains that a nearby chair in the hall is the proof. The seat of the chair where the owner sits is higher than the others, which means she is much shorter than other people who occupy the other seats. Furthermore, all the shelves in the hall were quite low, and only the lower doorknobs showed signs of use. Jaden agrees it makes sense and suggests they check another place. Sia follows him, and she expresses her desire to take the camera she recovered with her, as it is a very expensive item. When Jae-han stops suddenly, Sia approaches and asks what's wrong, but he is tense. He tells her this is no time for jokes, as they are locked in here. Outside the theme dungeon, raiders and reporters arrive 2 hours after it appeared. One reporter mentions that a park employee revealed that a raider from the Lotus Guild is inside, along with a high school student, Sia. She voices everyone's concern about whether the two kids will make it out unharmed. Nearby, a raider named Senior, who is nearby, curses upon realizing that their inability to enter the themed dungeon early enough will prevent them from getting promoted. His friend Kyung-hoon, the same raider who appeared after Jae-han and Roy dealt with the goblins, mentions there was no way they could have known that a themed dungeon would appear in the theme park. Senior mentions that if the civil council's judgment on them is negative, then Kyung-hoon could also be demoted, despite being promoted after the goblin incident. Senior then acknowledges that his own promotion will also be nullified. Kyung-hoon thanks him for the encouraging words, and Senior reiterates that they will be blamed for all of this. He asks Kyung-hoon to check who the two people are in the dungeon, and Kyung-hoon is surprised to discover it's Jae-han. He remembers hearing that the boy had enrolled in the Mills Academy and wonders if Lotus has already recruited him. When the senior notices his expression, he gets worried and asks if there are 2 people instead of 3. But Kyung-hoon assures him that he believes this themed dungeon will be cleared from inside the haunted house. Sia is petrified to learn they are locked in. She begins to tremble and asks Jae-han what will happen if they get trapped in here and never get out. But he tells her to calm down, since it's a dungeon and there must be an exit. She has no choice but to agree with him. Out of desperation, she decides to search a little more for an exit. When he's alone, our boy considers that the owner of this mansion doesn't seem to like them. Secondly, there's no way he shouldn't be able to open such a flimsy door, with the high attributes he possesses now. Besides, she had already escaped this place on her own before his regression, so it's safe to assume that the resistance attribute required to successfully clear this dungeon is low. It seems to him that there must be another variable involved. While he's deep in thought, Sil calls him over to see something. He asks what's wrong, and she explains that something is off with the camera. He thinks she's just being dramatic, but as he gets closer, he finds the corpse of the Alfred who guided them there, laid out on the table where they were supposed to eat, and he realizes that the Alfred who guided them was an imposter. Immediately, the system notifies them that they have uncovered 70% of Alfred's secret, the first mystery of the mansion. As he realizes that the camera is showing things they can't see, they realize that this camera is the key to solving the mystery. Our boy figures that if they assume the Alfred they met is a fake, then this screen is showing either the present or the past. Since this is a dungeon where they need to solve the mansion's mystery, it wouldn't show them the future. So Sil concludes it must be the past. She believes the camera is revealing the mansion's secret through the past. If that's the case, she realizes that all this food is definitely not meant to be eaten. Jae-han realizes it was strange that he kept sensing a bit of mana, which means this is all an illusion. Illusion is a type of magic that occasionally appears in dungeon traps. So, our boy places a finger on the table and activates his calculation ability. Absolute calculation. For some reason, the system told him there was a failure in activating the absolute calculation skill, because the ability is not permitted here. When he realizes this won't work, he turns to Sil and asks what she's looking for under the table. She mentions that she feels like some kind of device to open a door might be there, because the only thing in the entire room that's different in the camera's view is Alfred lying on the table, in place of the food. She believes the key to escape must be here, which gives Jae-han an idea to solve the mystery. Our boy immediately activates his mana detection skill, and as he focuses on the table, he notices a beam of mana emanating from one of the plates filled with pudding. This confirms his suspicions, as sealing magic is fundamentally tied to other objects or calculations. So, to break the magic, one must either destroy the object or erase the calculation. He informs Sil that the key must be inside that pudding, but for some reason, Sil is afraid to get close because of the gruesome image of the real Alfred's dead body. When Jae-han teases her, asking if she's scared, she yells that she isn't and shoves her hand into the pudding to find the key. After rummaging around for a moment, she finds a key, and the system informs them that they have successfully unraveled the second secret of the mansion, the seal of the magical illusion. They will now receive extra rewards once the dungeon is cleared. Meanwhile, the fake Alfred watches the 2 guests from a scrying orb in another room, growing concerned that the guests didn't enjoy the meal. He states that they cannot fail in how they treat their guests and vows that he, Alfred, the butler, will never disappoint. He then leaves to do something about it. Laughing like a maniac inside the hall, Jae-hyun and Soo head to a well-lit room. However, when Soo looks through the camera, she sees a lot of darkness, blood, and children's toys. They soon find a door through the camera that Jae-hyun deduces is the guest room. When Jae-hyun suggests they go in to see if there's anything strange, Soo backs away sharply because of the blood in the room, but Jae-hyun reminds her that they need to find a way out of there, or they will be stuck in the mansion forever. Eventually she agrees that she doesn't want to be in the mansion forever, so our boy tells her to shut up and look around, and to call him if she sees anything. After entering, Jae-hyun decides to look for clues. Not long after, he looks back and sees a girl in bright white clothes with bloodstains on her body. When he looks closer, he realizes that parts of her face were torn off, and a thread was used to sew her mouth shut. She soon points her finger at him, and the fake Alfred appears behind Jae-hyun. But he doesn't notice it. Shortly after, Jae-hyun wakes up and sees a strange figure looking at him. He gasps, but he soon realizes it's Soo. She asks if he's okay, but he tells her to stop yelling because his head hurts. He was already expecting this, so he doesn't know how they managed to subdue him, and wonders if this is how this dungeon is supposed to progress. Soo informs him that she tried to figure out what situation they're in, using the cognitive accelerator. Taking into account all the moss and humidity, she assumes they are in an underground prison, and there are traces of torture all over the place. After a while, Jae-hyun goes to the iron gates and mentions that there must be a key somewhere too. He decides to use his active skill called Silence to prevent anyone from hearing them, and punches the gate with a mana-infused punch. To Soo's shock, the gate shatters as if it were made of cardboard, and even cracks the wall where they were. As Soo exclaims, Jae tells her to be as quiet as possible, as it will be bad if Alfred or whoever he is finds them. She teases him, saying he destroyed the wall silently, but he tells her to shut up and thinks of ways to get out of there. While he's talking, they hear a dog bark, and Jae-hyun is shocked to see a small puppy jump into his arms. He wonders what the heck a puppy is doing there, and notices a key in its mouth. Frantic, Soo tells him to drop the puppy right now, but Jae-hyun asks why, since it's just a normal puppy, in both appearance and mana, and he assumes it might have been trapped there too. Since it has a key in its mouth, Soo protests that there's no way the dungeon would give them the key so easily, and that this puppy could be a trap, but the puppy starts to growl at her. The growling puppy makes her stop talking, and the system notifies our boy that they have received a new quest called Flanders's Diary. The Flanders's Diary quest requires them to go to Countess Flanders's room on the 4th floor of the mansion and read her diary. The quest's difficulty is rank B, and the reward is the unlocking of the themed dungeon's skills. The failure condition is if they die before time runs out, or if they fail to complete it before the 2-hour limit. Jae-hyun reasons that removing the lock on their skills is a good reward, and he figures that Flanders's room must have a connection to the secrets of this mansion. They all sneak around until they reach the 3rd floor. Jae-hyun eventually stops and admits he doesn't know where they should go, and the dog jumps out of his hands. Soo also laments because she no longer has the camera, but she stops talking when she notices that Jae-hyun has frozen in place. She calls out to him to ask what's wrong, as he is making her anxious, but when he doesn't answer, she turns around and sees the small, blood-stained girl dressed in white clothes that Jae-hyun had seen before. Upon a closer look, her eyes seem to have been torn out, and her lips sewn shut. Jae-hyun tries to talk to the girl, but Macy grabs his shirt, urging them to leave, because she doesn't have time for a ghost. However, Jae-hyun pushes her hand away and asks the ghost girl why she is still there, wondering if she has any regrets tied to the mansion. The girl shakes her head, so he asks if she is there to help them, and she nods affirmatively. Our boy asks her where Flandra's room is on the 4th floor, and she points in the direction behind them. Jae-hyun thanks her and promises to help her pass on to the afterlife if he gets the chance. Then he asks her to wait as everyone turns, and the dog soon returns. Jae-hyun signals to Macy that it's time to go, but she looks a little worried about the whole situation. Meanwhile, at the theme park, Sunbaenim sits down with manager Sunday and asks him to confirm if he had said that the guild, Lotus, would take full responsibility for everything related to this theme dungeon. Sungji confirms this is true and says he can direct the blame from the National Raiders Association and civilians towards the Lotus Guild, but in exchange, the Guildmaster and Seongjeon ask them not to release any information about Mindy and Hyun. Sunbaenim hesitates for a moment, and finally admits that it's hard to understand why the Lotus Guild would go to such lengths for a mere academy student, but Sunday says he can't disclose the reasons. So, Sunbaenim agrees to the offer, since they have nothing to lose. However, Sunbaenim asks what will happen if Jae-hyun fails the dungeon raid, but Sunday assures him that the Lotus Guild wouldn't have gone to all this trouble for him if he were the type to fail at such a task. Back inside the dungeon, Jae-hyun fells the last living armor with a single blow, and a shocked Soo watches from nearby. She is stunned because she thought living armors were C-rank monsters. Jae-hyun explains that this is the shortest route, and these monsters are nothing to worry about. They open the next door, and the system informs Jihyun that they are entering Flandre's room. Once inside the room, they realize how incredibly creepy it is. Sue moves to check the desk first, but as she steps forward, Jihyun stops her. He points out that putting a clue on the desk is too obvious, and suggests they check in less conspicuous places to find clues. After searching for a bit, Jihyun finds something. The system explains that he has discovered a diary. It belonged to Countess Flandre, the owner of the mansion, who wrote in it daily. The first entry he reads is from the 7th of May, 474. Flandre mentions that her skin is growing paler with each passing day, and the doctor's treatments seem to have no effect. She wonders if she will end up dying, without ever seeing the outside world. In another entry on May 10th of the same year, she writes about eagerly awaiting her parents, who promised to bring her a doll she wanted from the city. In another entry on May 12th, she writes that she received a letter informing her that her parents were killed in a bandit attack. The page is stained with her tears, and she wonders if they would still be alive if she hadn't asked for that doll. In another entry, on May 15th, she writes that the funeral has ended, and she is now the owner of the mansion as the last of the Flandre bloodline. She explains that she is not happy in the slightest, because she is alone, now and forever. In July, another entry on the 4th day reveals that Flandre explains a girl was caught for taking one of the flowers from her garden. Apparently, the girl was her age, and somehow resembled her doll, so she took a liking to her. She said she would ask the girl to live with her in the mansion on the 20th of July. Flandre mentions that the girl said she had no name, so she called her Celia. They played together every day in the mansion, and she expresses how happy she is to have made a friend and hopes it will continue every day. In another entry on the 8th of September, Flandre mentions that Alfred left home without saying a word. Apparently, Celia said he must have been in a hurry and had gone to the neighboring town, but she mentions how anxious she is because she doesn't know why he left. In an entry from September 10th, she mentions that Alfred has returned, but he seems different. Moreover, Celia appears to be hiding something from her, and it feels like something must have happened. In an entry from the 9th of November, Flandre mentions that she keeps hearing screams inside the mansion. Apparently, the cook, Selina, and her maid, Michelle, are constantly screaming, and it sounds as if their throats will rip apart. She wonders if she is dreaming, but it feels too real, and she is terrified. The page is covered in blood, and in another part of the entry, Flandre writes that Celia and Alfred are banging on her bedroom door, and she is sure they want to kill her, but she doesn't know what to do. After reading everything, the system informs Jae-han that the restrictions on using skills are no longer in effect. Our boy realizes that Flandre had been murdered, and it was likely the work of the monster that had taken over the mansion. He realizes that the creature must have been a doppelganger, and when he turns to look at Celia, he realizes it is indeed a doppelganger monster that has been tailing him. Behind the monster are several other Alfreds, who are also monsters. The system notifies our boy that he has discovered the first secret of Alfred's identity, and he has completed the sub-mission, Flandre's diary. The system informs him that he has succeeded in uncovering all the mansion's secrets and must now escape safely. Our boy turns to face the monsters, with the little cub by his side as backup. The monster unleashes deadly extensions from its body and lunges for the first attack. Jae-han grabs the cub and leaps out of the way. Our boy tells the monster that it is finally showing its true colors. Because he was growing impatient watching it act so fake, the monster lets out a small laugh and says he is quite sharp, for a human, that is. But Jae-han replies that it was not difficult at all, simply because he is intelligent. Apparently, Jae-han could see the monster for what it truly was because of his ability to see through illusions. Then, our boy tells the doppelganger that it is also possible he is not that smart, but that the monster is just plain stupid. This statement infuriates the doppelganger, and it demands to know how he dares to insult it. In a fury, the monster shatters the ceiling lamp and the roof above. This forces Jae-han to bolt out of the room with the monster hot on his heels. Our boy activates his lightning chain and unleashes it. Against the monster, it tears large gaps in its body, but it does not destroy it. Meanwhile, the little cub starts to feel sick from all the rapid movements. The doppelganger is a B-rank monster, dangerous for its ability to copy the abilities and appearance of another being. But considering its combat skills alone, it is more like a C-rank monster. After the creature reforms, it tells Jae-han that it will consume his body and demands that he surrender it. Jae-han does not move an inch, so the monster rushes toward him, and Jae-han still does not flinch, even when the monster is inches away from him. As it closes in, our boy surrounds it with another chain of lightning and asks how it feels to be deceived. After deceiving others for so long, the heat from the lightning burns the monster, and it lets out a loud scream as the monster melts into a puddle. It mentions that envy led it to this because it also wants to be human. Eventually, the heat burns through the floor until the monster falls through. With the monster out of sight, Jae-hyun turns to the dog and says it's very good at barking and is talented at being a dog, which probably means the dungeon transformed someone into a dog. Eventually, our boy heads to the nearby door, but soon notices the spirit of Florence again, but this time, she looks exactly like she did in the painting. She has a smile on her face and waves at him, which makes Jae-hyun smile back at her as he opens the door. He bids her farewell, and the system informs him that he has completed the second mission. It also adds that he has cleared all the hidden scenarios in the quest and will receive extra rewards. Jae-hyun and Seo-yul are then transported back to the real world, and our boy checks his rewards. One of the rewards is called Commander's Shout, which boosts allies' morale to increase their mana and stamina. The second is Illusion, which creates illusions for enemies. Jae-hyun doesn't really like the Commander's Shout skill, because he won't use party member support skills often, but he likes the Illusion skill, because he can use it to turn the tables on the battlefield. When he turns to Seo-yul, she scolds him, saying he should have spoken up, since he knew she was the puppy, and confesses she was super scared that something might happen. Jae-hyun reminds her that she made it out alive in the end, but she protests that she's still upset. Our boy tells her to get up, instead of complaining as they need to go to the next destination, which startles her as she was hoping for a break. Surprised, he asks if she's tired, since she hasn't done anything since the underground cell, so she explains that she has mental fatigue. However, Jae-hyun agrees that he understands, but is sure it will pass if she gets moving. Using his subordination ability, he commands her to walk, and her legs suddenly start moving on their own as she begins to walk towards the next mission. She screams out in frustration and tells Jae-hyun she'll never forgive him. After walking for a bit, Seo-yul is out of breath and asks Jae-hyun if this place is a parade. Our boy drinks a potion and confirms that it is, but he warns that they need to stay alert as they don't know what's coming. Suddenly, a voice comes over the loudspeakers and welcomes everyone to Neverland. When they look ahead, they see a crowd gathered around a stage, and the host introduces himself as Bruin. Bruin invites them all to his parade and approaches Jae-hyun and Seo-yul to welcome them. He congratulates them on successfully completing the 2 missions. Then Jae-hyun gets straight to the point, asking what the final mission will be. Bruin explains that the last mission is Tag and points them to a gate that isn't too far away apparently. The 2 of them will have to escape from the monsters that come from there and reach the final destination. Jae-hyun replies that he doesn't believe that's all there is to it. Then Bruin praises his cleverness. Eventually, Bruin explains that the game of tag generates monsters depending on the number of challengers and their strength. Jae-hyun realizes this is bad, because if their abilities are taken into account, there will be monsters stronger than the previous ones, and it will be difficult to fight and protect Seo-yul at the same time. When Bruin assesses their abilities, he congratulates them as they are classified as S-rank Bruin Marvels, as he's never had such high ranks before, and mentions that he's impressed. But Jae-hyun protests that it doesn't make any sense, however. Bruin simply wishes them luck and transforms into fire. The Nornir system informs Jae that he has received the last festival mission and he has to escape from Surtur. He must flee the fire monster and reach the final destination or defeat the monster. The last festival has a difficulty of S+ rank, and the reward is Thialfi's Thunder Steps. The failure conditions include being killed by Surtur, but they are informed that there are 3 enemies to defeat. Apparently, there is one hidden mission to kill Surtur and get rid of the potential threat. The reward is undecided, but it could possibly be something called Unbelievable Performance. Jae is shocked that there are 3 of them, and he realizes something is wrong. As they watch, another fire monster emerges from the gate that Bruin pointed to. Surtur is a being whose purpose was to engulf the entire world in flames even before the first giant, Ymir, was born. The flaming sword in his hand is said to be hot enough to burn the world to ashes in a few hours. Jae quickly starts running, dragging Syl with him, while Surtur sets everything nearby on fire and makes sulfur rain down on the place. Syl, now crying, asks how to escape from that monster, but our boy says he's thinking and advises her to shut up and run, if she doesn't want to die. The fire continues to rain down on the area and begins to engulf the buildings. Meanwhile, another cat-like being tells Rhea that she thinks this is her fault. She wonders if she should help them, but Rhea jokingly accuses her of being cruel, for she knows she has no intention of helping them. Hel eventually asks her to leave them alone, as she wants to see how Jae will survive. On the parade ground, Surtur continues to rain fire on the ground, and Jae tries to escape. He realizes that it's too dangerous to fight the monster directly, so he must avoid confrontation and find the objective. Syl soon informs him when she finds the destination, so our boy runs. He heads there and tells her to hold on a little longer. He activates his haste skill which increases his speed, and runs towards the final destination. His plan is to distract the monster and use that to reach the objective. Meanwhile, Surtur asks what fool summoned him, and makes much more fire rain down in a frenzy, which the two players barely escape. Jae curses, then tells Syl to keep her mind sharp and listen to him. He said they will split up and keep running, then tells her to run straight for the carousel. Syl asks if he's going to distract that thing, so he asks if she wants him to use her as bait. He then tells her to just run. As she heads towards the final destination, Jae ends up face to face with Surtur and gives him a sign, calling him a bastard. The monster looks down, then strikes him with fire, but our boy quickly jumps out of the way. He leaps to the pinnacle of a nearby tower, and he asks Surtur how he's going to reach him being so slow. The monster begins to release fire from its mouth out of rage. Then it smashes the building where Jae is standing with one blow. But Jae jumps away again. Meanwhile, Syl almost reaches the destination, but before she gets there, Surtur sends fire to destroy the location. She is forced to stop, confused about what the hell is happening, and Jae wonders the same thing. Soon, the system announces that the objective has been destroyed, so the completion condition for the mission, except for the hidden one, has been changed to impossible. At this point, Surtur calls Jae an ignorant fool and asks how he dares consider himself a match for him. Our boy realizes that the only way out is to kill Surtur, so he holds his ground. The next time Surtur sends a fireball, Jae easily blocks it without moving out of the way. Surtur praises his impressive skill, as few have been able to defend against his attack. Eventually, the monster takes its sword and swings it towards Jae to see if he can block it. Regardless, our boy doesn't move out of the way and prepares to block. Sia realizes they might actually die at this rate, so she decides to use her cognition accelerator skill to find something she can do to help while Jihyun defends himself against the fiery attack. She calls out to him, informing him that she's found a way to defeat the giant. Jihyun leaves the battlefield to meet up with Sia, so Surtur freaks out and asks how he dares to run from him. As our boy runs into one of the buildings to talk with Sia, she explains that they can use the water tank. Apparently, there's a water tank on the outskirts of Neverland, and if they lure the monster there, they can damage it by using water to extinguish its flames. Jae-hyun reasons that they could actually damage its head, or heart, if they can get past the flames. Sia further explains that this can only be a copy and not the original giant from the myth. She believes this monster would die if its weak points were destroyed. She explains that she will use her ability to predict Surtur's path, and will tell him so he can lure it to the water tank. Shortly after, Jae-hyun heads out and runs towards the tank, trusting Sia to guide his steps, direction, and what to do to avoid Surtur's next attack. At one point, our boy stops. Surtur then calls him a weak human and asks if he's given up on running. Jae-hyun turns to him and says he's not running. Our boy mentions that he heard Surtur is nothing compared to the Aesir gods and is just working as a gatekeeper, so he's in no position to call him weak. This statement hits a nerve with Surtur, and as he just exclaims, Jae-hyun asks if he's also afraid of him, a mere human. Surtur, now with his eyes ablaze, calls our boy a bastard, and as he strikes with fire, a wave of water bursts towards him. It turns out Jae-hyun had activated his illusion skill, so Surtur didn't know he was standing right in front of the water tank, and not Jae-hyun. The gush of water is so massive that it covers the monster and temporarily extinguishes the fire around its body. Without hesitation, our boy leaps into the air with his sword charged with mana and plunges it into the monster's heart, knocking it to the ground. With its back on the ground, Surtur accuses him of using a dirty trick, but Jae-hyun says it doesn't matter since he won. The giant warns him not to be arrogant, as he only fought a copy of himself, and dealing with the original form won't be so easy. Shortly after, Surtur dematerializes. Then, the system informs Jae-hyun that he has completed the final mission of the Big Three and the Hidden Route, receiving extra rewards for his unbelievable performance, and the item, Surtur's Immortal Flames. Sia, who is nearby, is happy that it's all really over. The cat that was watching them realizes that Jae-hyun didn't need help after all. He finds him interesting and admires his will to get stronger, but Rhea mentions that Jae-hyun is just a vessel. The cat doesn't believe what Rhea said, since she is the one who is always curious about how Jae-hyun is doing, and he also believes it's too early to let the Aesir know about the boy, but they need to focus on helping him get stronger, so that he can kill Odin, the leader of the Aesir. Meanwhile, our boy receives Thialfi's Thunder Steps, an S-rank item from the one who ascended to the position of the God of Light as a human. The equipment will boost strength and dexterity, and grant a skill called Light Step, also S-rank. Jae-hyun is shocked by how incredible the equipment is, but soon notices a strange expression on Sia's face, and wonders if she's trying to pull something on him. He uses his subordination skill on her to force her to show that she obtained an item called Rask's Seal, which increases strength, and gives a skill called Courage that resists fear and increases dexterity. While Sia laments how annoying he is for using the subordination skill on her again, Jae-hyun considers that he has no interest in her rewards but is more interested in her cognition accelerator skill. He decides to postpone duplicating it since he can summon her at any time. Shortly after, Brian appears to congratulate them, but as they are about to leave, he calls Jihyun the great adversary, just as the accused and the other gods call him. This surprises Jihyun, but when he turns to ask why he called him that, Brum disappears. Meanwhile, everyone waits anxiously for those who entered the dungeon until the shield around it breaks. When the two survivors emerge, the people begin to rejoice, but Zumbi forces his way through, as they need to discuss a few things. With the survivor, however, he gets to the front, only to find that Jihyun has disappeared. To everyone's surprise, Sue is left on the stage under the spotlights, and all eyes turn to her when one of the men steps forward. He suggests that Jihyun might have hidden himself if he's an assassin class, but Sunbae-nam protests, saying that Jihyun had said that he was a magic class, and specifically a battle mage. Meanwhile, Shango is impressed to learn that Jihyun disappeared after such a feat. Sometime later, our boy is happy to see that there are no articles about his achievement online, and he figures the Lotus Guild must have done something to cover things up. The way he managed to escape from the people at the scene was by using Tialfi's thunder steps, which made him ridiculously faster. Another thing he got from the mission was Surtur's one-time use Immortal Flames, which can imbue a flame attribute to a weapon. However, Jihyun considers how this incident with Surtur made him realize he is still weak. He doesn't want to have to use dirty tricks to beat his opponents, or win by leaving someone behind. He wants to be someone that others fear to approach, and he wants to leave his weak past behind to protect his friends and family, so he plans to become stronger. Meanwhile, President Jaime commits to reporting everything about Jihyun to instructor Jong-soo, and assures him that she won't let him down. As she leaves, Jihyun thinks about how excited he is for the next event, where he plans to get rid of all the filthy things in his way. On the floor, he spreads out photos of several students whose faces he has crossed out with an X. The next morning, Jihyun tells the ladies why he was unavailable the previous day, and Yoo-jung had assumed he was ignoring her calls and messages on purpose, but our boy clarifies that's not the case. Ina, on the other hand, asks if he's hurt anywhere, and he tells her he isn't. Yoo-jung thinks he has bad luck getting into such trouble, and wonders if God hates him. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk approaches them and mentions that he saw our boy's annoying face. Here, he tells Jihyun that he can't pull any stupid tricks on him this time, but when Yoo-jung asks our boy if he knows who the strange new kid is, Jihyun tells her he doesn't know him. Annoyed, Soo-hyuk shouts at them that he is Lee Soo-hyuk, but instructor Lee Soo tells him to lower his voice, so he has no choice but to back down as she takes the podium. She introduces herself to the cadets and informs them that she will be teaching the first part of understanding magic calculations. She asks them to do their best as she plans to teach them well, but Jihyun notices that she's quite young for an instructor. When Lee Soo asks how much they know about magic, Soo-hyuk explains that magic uses the necessary calculations to wield mana and manifest supernatural phenomena. The teacher agrees, and Soo-hyuk smirks at Jihyun, bragging about answering the question. Eventually, Lee Soo distributes books containing the basic formulas for D-rank magic calculation and the fundamentals of higher-level magic applications, which is their focus for this semester. After she hands the books to some students, they complain that the books are all blank, but Jihyun knows better. Yosu calls him over to ask what's written in the book. He explains that it's in runes, and this irritates Soo-hyuk. The fact that Jae was able to answer also bothers Yusuke. You see, the book is a magical text that can only be read by solving its calculations. It normally takes new students 1 week to even see the text, but he solved it with just one glance. She realizes he's far more talented than the chairman described. She then probes him further, asking if he knows the meaning of the rune on the book's cover. Meanwhile, Jae himself doesn't understand why he can read the book so easily, wondering if the Nornir system is playing a trick on him or if it's the destiny of the Zai Sea. But he tells her that the writing on the cover reads, "The Life of Odin and the Fundamentals of the Rune." In his apartment, Sil complains that Jae, that jerk, made her walk so much that her legs are now aching. She also hates the fact that she had to answer a journalist's questions about the inside of the theme dungeon, and she had to explain what happened all by herself. Before he left, our boy had made her incapable of revealing anything about his ability using his subordination skill. Just remembering the experience makes her burn with rage, and she wonders when he will undo it. This subordination. Eventually, she remembers she can track him down, which gives her a wicked idea. Sometime later, our boy is reading the book Instructor ISO gave him, finding it more interesting than he expected. He learns that all the calculation formulas change their nature depending on how they're used. The book's in-depth knowledge of the fundamentals allows him to use a wider range of low-rank magic and could easily help him reach higher levels much faster. He then notices Jihyun passed out from exhaustion. He praises her for managing to read the book's cover, but she laments that she's upset because she was the one who taught Jae magic. But our boy just jokes that the student has surpassed the master. Meanwhile, Ina is overjoyed because she can finally read the first page. Jae praises her for her hard work, and his compliments make her blush, causing her to hide her face with the book. Jae notices Ina has been treating him differently, wondering if it's because he drew a line in the sand the day they left the dungeon. Outside the library, Odin's crow watches the students before flying back to report the situation to its master. Sometime later, Jae-sung organizes a naming contest for his potion shop, offering a case of the finest potions to the winner. Royun, Ina, Yoojung, Jae-sung, and Jihyun are all sitting around a table. They soon realize it's much harder than they anticipated. Ina suggests it might be because there are hardly any potion shops, and Yoojung wonders what will happen if the shop doesn't get any business. Jae-sung explains that for a raider, survival is everything, so there's no way a potion business can fail. He reminds them of their own experience when they tried his potions, declaring that his product is revolutionary. A few days earlier, our boy considered how a raider would do anything to get stronger. Though to get stronger, money is more important than effort. As someone who has regressed to the past, Jae realizes he has countless opportunities in business and investments thanks to his knowledge of the future. In the present, he plans to keep Jae-sung by his side, knowing that he will one day be responsible for half of the world's potion business. Suddenly, Sia bursts into the room where they're gathered and starts scolding Jae for not keeping his promise. He wonders how she found him, but then remembers the system told him that the user and the subordinate can locate each other, an effect that cannot be cancelled. Yoojun then asks Jae why he would blackmail a child like that, but Jaden just asks her to sit down so he can pick her brain for a few minutes. Sil suggests the name Celestial Demon Potion, but our boy forcibly shuts her up using subordination, as he finds her idea to be in poor taste. Others also suggest names, but Jaden dislikes them and believes that even the monsters in the dungeons would have better ideas. Eventually, Yuna gets angry because Jaden isn't asking her for ideas. He isn't asking her because he believes her ideas will also be terrible, but he decides to consider her anyway. She suggests the name Workshop Elixir, and our boy remembers that elixir is another name for the Philosopher's Stone, which supposedly brings the dead back to life and heals wounds. Jaden loves the idea and also thanks Yuna for saving them, which is a first. Sometime later, in one of Instructor Iris's classes, Jaden answers a question about runes being the language and foundation of magic. He answers perfectly, and this irritates Riker even more. After the class ends, our boy informs Instructor Iris about a question he has regarding something he read. Upon seeing the book he is holding, she tenses up because it is a 4-star rank magic text. It is something that most instructors can barely read. At this point, she wonders what kind of creature Jaden is. Later, our boy goes to the library. He soon realizes he is stuck on this book, and also got no help from Instructor Iris. However, he doesn't notice that the librarian sitting nearby is taking notes on him and the fact that he is reading a rank 4-star magic text. After leaving the library, Jaden goes to see his professor for help. He needs to understand the 4-star magic text. He explains that creation is making new magic, and destruction is eliminating and removing magic, and amplification is reinforcing magic. Apparently, the calculation formulas and theories are too high level and difficult for him to understand alone. Until now, he had relied on the Eye of Odin to understand the texts, but now he needs to comprehend them on a deeper level. When he finishes explaining, Professor Sharon tells him that she cannot give him a definitive answer either. When he asks why, she adds that he needs to understand the concepts in 4-star magic texts on his own, so that he can reach the level of a rank A raider. Noticing he is still confused, she decides to at least tell him about a discipline to help him learn amplification. She manifests a cloth in her hand and gives it to him, and Jaden is pleased that this will help him get stronger. Sometime later, our boy returns to the AR battle system room and fights monsters with the band that his professor gave him tied around his wrist. He looks quite exhausted and soon activates his magic arrow skill, firing it at the monsters, but they easily slice through the arrows with their swords. Sharon had told him to repeatedly use a single magic skill, while equipped with the item she gave him. The item is called Gleipnir, a B-rank item. It is a rope that's sealed Fenrir, an imitation item modeled after Gleipnir that temporarily decreases all stats by 50% when tied to a user. His professor told him to focus on just one skill and analyze that magic skill's formulas, repeatedly. When Jae-han asks her what this has to do with learning amplification, she told him it is up to him to figure it out. In the present, Jae-han realizes his entire body is heavy and slow, due to his decreased stats, and it is worse than he imagined. A few days later, Yuna notices the dark circles around our boy's eyes and asks if he is okay. When he tells her he thinks he is fine, she informs him that she can tell he is lying from 100 meters away because of the smell of his pain relief patch, and informs him that he's been living in the AR testing room for a week. The girl seems worried about Jae, and Yuna adds that it's not good for him to overwork himself. He thanks Yuna for her concern, but reminds them that there's a test in 2 days, and he heard they haven't finished decoding the book and might have to take extra classes if they fail the test. Hearing this, the girls eventually run off to study. Our boy returns to the AR battle system room for another session, and he perfectly completes test level 41. The Nornir system informs him that his understanding of the formula has greatly increased, and the efficiency of his magic arrow has improved significantly, causing the magic arrow skill to rise to level 2. Because of this, Jae understands that amplification in the 4-star magic text means raising a skill's level by increasing proficiency with that skill and understanding the magic's formula. Jae realizes that he is around the highest level of a B-rank raider, or the beginner level of an A-rank raider, exactly as someone had told him. He remembers that they initially approached each other to use one another, but now it truly feels like a student-teacher relationship. Meanwhile, Instructor Sok goes to see the chairman. The chairman doesn't seem very excited to see him, and Instructor Sok realizes he has to recover his reputation, which has hit rock bottom, because of the simulated dungeon incident. He informs the chairman that preparations for the guild experience event are complete, and the chairman asks him if there are any flaws with the setup. When Sok confirms there are no problems, the chairman smiles in his wicked way, and it's clear he has some terrible plans in store. Jae moves into the forest, and he asks a mysterious person if they will come here, or if he needs to go to them. Soon after, a bright light appears, and a strange figure that looks like one of Odin's ravens leaps towards our boy, but he gets out of the way. When the being is close enough, our boy delivers a kick that sends it rolling into a nearby tree. Jae tells the being that it must have missed the news that its colleague went through hell the last time they tried to kill him. Suddenly, our boy notices other creatures trying to ambush him from above, and it becomes clear that Chairman Jin is behind this for these creatures to have the audacity to attack him within the academy grounds. Jae surrounds himself with magic arrows and tells them they messed with the wrong person, then fires them at the bird-like creatures, knocking them back. However, he soon sees something that makes him freeze. One of these beings turns out to be his father, Min Song, who tells him it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Jae burns with deep anger and fires several chains of lightning at his father, who easily dodges his attack. After evading his attacks, his father places a hand on his sword and sends a sword strike in his direction. Jae is cut on his side because he can't escape the swift blow fast enough, especially since he didn't even see his father draw the sword. The strike that Min Song sent created a cut so deep in the ground that it would have sliced Jae in half if he hadn't moved out of the way. After a moment of silence, Min Seong tells our boy that he was looking forward to seeing him after so long, but his personality seems to have become much more aggressive. However, Jae tells him to stop calling him son because he never considered him his father. Surprised, Song-woo mentions that our boy must be in his rebellious phase, but Jae-han tells him to cut the crap and say why he is here. For a moment, Song-woo looks at Jae-han and recognizes that he possesses the power of prophecy, but he believes there must be a limit to how strong he can become. Eventually, he asks Jae-han if the resistance against the Aesir has contacted him, and when Jae-han looks shocked, Seong-woo gets his answer. He sends sword strikes to take down Jae-han, but our boy manages to create a barrier to protect himself. Regardless, the force of the blows shatters the barrier and burns part of his clothes. Jae-han then wonders if this is truly the power of a rank A raider. His father had told him he had gotten stronger, but Jae-han still cannot understand how he knows about the seer, and he wonders what he has been hiding. He asks Song-woo if he intends to kill him, and he is told that he does not plan to. However, Song-woo considers that the great adversary's growth is unbelievably fast, and at this rate, he will become a major obstacle, not too far in the future for his plans and for the Aesir. He decides to use divine power to stop the great adversary's growth. Then, he tells Jae-han that he will take his limbs as Seong-woo amplifies the power of his strike and directs a massive attack in his direction. Jae-han stands there hopelessly as the immense power moves toward him, until it is mysteriously stopped by the cat that was talking with Hel. Song-woo asks the cat if the contract between the Aesir and the resistant Aesir has been broken, or if it just decided to challenge the great Odin. The cat tells him it is not sure what he is talking about, and Jae-han does not understand how the cat just spoke. The cat soon transforms into a female being and tells Song-woo to leave, because they still have business with this child. Our boy can tell from the mana coming from her that she is stronger than Song-woo, and he does not know what the hell is going on. When Song-woo asks her if she really has to make things worse, she cuts herself and lets drops of blood fall to the ground, and the drops soon transform into monstrous hands that attack Song-woo. Song-woo blocks the attacks as the hands get bigger and the strikes get stronger. While still attacking, Song-woo tells the girl that Loki has gotten weak enough to depend on a mere human to end the war between the gods. However, the girl reminds Song-woo that he is also a mere human who is trying to kill Odin, so he is not so different. Eventually, Jaden's father decides to leave for now, but he warns that he will ensure she takes responsibility for the contract with the Aesir if she gets in the way next time. Regardless, she tells him to do whatever he wants, but reminds him that she can decapitate him at any moment if he also interrupts her. After leaving a threatening mark on his neck, she reminds him that the contract is only between the Aesir and the resistant Aesir, but there is nothing in the contract that prohibits the murder of Odin's crow. Soon after, Song-woo vanishes, and our boy collapses to the ground, gravely injured. The girl approaches him and tells him it is a pleasure to meet him. She introduces herself as the alter ego of Hel, Hela, and says she is his observer and his guide for the 5 trials. Sometime later, our boy returns to the academy to heal. Hela informs him that he can ask her anything if he is curious, and she will answer what she can. He decides to ask her the true identity of Song-woo. She then tells him that he is not his real father, and his real name is apparently Hugin. He is one of Odin's crows, and his name, Hugin, is a mythical creature that controls and feeds on the human mind. Hugo borrowed the power to manipulate memories from the other crow, Munin. Hugo has also been spying on Jae-han, pretending to be his father, in order to keep an eye on the prophesied great adversary. Our boy is shocked to learn that Hugo is not his real father, so she decides to show him the truth. Since it will be easier, she points her finger at him, which causes him to recall his sealed memories in a flashback. He returns to his childhood home. He witnesses his father calling him useless and despising the day he was born. His father disliked the fact that he had awakened, and ever since he unlocked his mana, his days were filled with violence and abusive words. However, his mother always tried to save and defend him from his father. Suddenly, he finds it hard to breathe, and somehow, it occurs to him that he seems to have forgotten something he should never have forgotten. Suddenly, memories of good experiences with his real father, who always tried to give him candy against his mother's wishes, resurface. He remembers how they were a happy family, and tears begin to stream down his face as he looks at the picture of his real father. He starts to cry profusely and wonders how he could have forgotten. After his memory is restored, he returns to the present, and Hela tells him that he is finally free from the memory manipulation. With tears in his eyes, he asks her why Hugo did this to him, and she tells him it's because he was born as the great adversary. The mention of the prophecy and him being the predestined great adversary irritates Jae-han, and he asks her what these things mean and why everyone is making his life so difficult. After a brief pause, she explains how 10,000 years ago, the first Ragnarok happened, and that's when it all began. Ragnarok is the final chapter of the gods and where the story ends. During Ragnarok, the Aesir Resistance Alliance fought hard in the War of Extinction, but lost to the Aesir gods and the army led by the Valkyries. After the war, Odin agreed to let the gods and giants who were prisoners of war live, under the condition of creating a contract. The document authenticates that the Aesir resistance force lost in Ragnarok, and from this point on, they cannot harm the Aesir gods in any way, and will have to be obedient to the supreme Odin. Living beings from many worlds suffered because of this contract, and they cried in endless despair until the 3 Norn sisters gave a prophecy. They prophesied that in 10,000 years, when the second extinction comes, the weakest being will overthrow Odin and Asgard and open a new world, and this prophesied great enemy is Jae-han. When Jae-han confirms that the plan of the Aesir resistance is to use him to kill Odin, he asks what Odin's plan is and what he gets out of all this. Hela informs him that Odin wants the 9 realms in the palm of his hands, including Midgard, where humans reside. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Odin finds it annoying to have to watch an inferior being just because of a prophecy. Heimdall, who is nearby, mentions that Jae-han is just a human who can be nothing compared to them. However, since the resistance is determined, they cannot afford to show weakness at such times. Odin grants Heimdall temporary authority. Upon hearing this, Heimdall is happy to be able to leave Asgard, since it's been a while. Sometime later, our boy goes to the academy to train, and he remembers what Hela had said about the 9 realms. Apparently, Odin has already taken some worlds, including Vanaheim, Jotunheim, Svartalfheim, and Muspelheim, and he wants to conquer the rest with the Second War. In the flashback, Jae asks why Odin hasn't killed him yet. Hela then explains that it's because of the power of prophecy, which is something not even the gods can overcome. However, although Jerem is being protected by this power, it is not eternal and will disappear as soon as the second Ragnarok approaches. She explains that the Aesir gods will kill him when the second Ragnarok draws near, and she explains that he was already killed by them once. Jerem suddenly understands that the death he experienced in his past life was Odin's plan, and that they were playing with him from the very beginning. They killed his family, manipulated his memories, and made his life a living hell. Hela asks him if he wants to get revenge and protect what is most important to him. She informs him once more that she is the guide for the 5 trials, and explains that she will give him a trial to transform him into the person who will kill Odin. The Nornir system displays a main quest called The Path of the Godslayer, which requires him to receive the power of the Aesir resistant throne to keep Odin's ambition in check. He has already completed Hela's trial, but there are 4 other trials of unknown difficulty before he can receive the blessing of the Aesir resistant throne. Meanwhile, Roy undergoes special training until his muscles are sore. Thanks to the special training, he managed to obtain an S-rank skill, but it's still hard on his body. He remembers that Jerem is already at a much higher level than him, and he is far from being strong enough to beat him at the Mills Festival. Regardless, he decides to train harder, but soon there was an announcement summoning him to the president's office. In his office, Jin is speaking with a certain congressman about getting rid of all the lower-ranking students so they can focus their support on the higher-ranking ones. Jin proposes that the man take care of the rest of what they need once they get rid of the students, but the man protests that he can't, because things got too out of control in the mock exams, and the Raider Management Headquarters will be making a move soon. Jin feels that the congressman is not on his level, and considers whether he should get rid of him too. He soon informs the man that he has completed the preparations, and that they are going to artificially open a portal for the guild experience they are holding in a few days. This piques the congressman's interest, so he offers to send the nation's support funds to Myas. Just as they discussed last time, shortly after, Roy, who still remembers the terrible experience he had in the demiplane, is worried about why the president is summoning him. He suspects that the president was the one who invaded his mind in the demiplane, and was the one who caused the incident in the simulated dungeon. Knocking on the president's door, he decides not to act rashly because he can't handle this alone. Later, while in class, our boy remembers his conversation with Hela in a flashback. She informs him that Odin probably already knows he made contact with the Aesir resistant force, which means that Ragnarok might happen sooner than planned. Instructor Yisu soon ends her class and asks them to wake up those who are sleeping, including Ina. Because she has a message, she explains that the guild experience will take place in 3 days, and that the event will be a good opportunity for them to see how raider guilds operate and hunt monsters. She adds that there is a guild that has been specially prepared for them by President Jin. Jerem hates the idea of going to the guild that Jin arranged, and remembers that he went to a new I-rank guild and just sat on a moldy couch for a while before leaving in his past life, but he can go anywhere now because of his achievements. He plans to go to the Neptune Guild because it was the #1 ranked guild in Korea before his regression. Jihyun. Instructor Issue reads a priority list from guilds offering a student they covet their guild's experience in exchange for a special point. Issue announces that Jae-hyun, Ina, Yoo-jung, and 3 others have been chosen by the Lotus Guild, and Lee So-hyuk has been chosen by the Neptune Guild. Yoo-jung is ecstatic about the Lotus Guild, and our boy realizes this is why their teacher asked for the names of the skilled students. One of them starts to cry because she's going to meet Guildmaster Yoon-gin, and she nearly suffocates Ina with a hug, but she has to stop when the 3 of them receive an emergency message from Roy-on to show up at Jae-sang's workshop. When the cadets gather at Jae-sang's workshop, Roy-on tells them about President Jaem's plan to kill the lower-ranking students during the guild experience, to make the students reawaken. Jae-sang laments that the president's corruption is mentioned every year, but now it's gotten worse as he's playing with people's lives. Our boy realizes that the guild experience event is far more dangerous than he anticipated. Roy-on declares that they are the only ones who know about this, and the only ones who can stop him. Jae-hyun, on the other hand, believes they might end up getting killed if they act rashly. even if it's noble to want to help others. After silence falls over the table, Yoo-jung asks why they are hesitating when the students' lives are at stake, and Jae-sang agrees with her, as does Ina. This truly makes Jae-hyun happy that everyone is supportive, and he believes their love for fighting and protecting others is what makes them raiders. Suddenly, the system adds another main quest, called Second Turning Point, where he has to stop President Jae-im's greedy plan and save the students. With a difficulty of rank A+, the quest has a reward of a blank card and a sealed magic text, and the Nornir system informs him that the resistant Aesir are watching to see what decision he makes. Eventually, Jae-hyun suggests to the others that they make a plan to finish President Jae-im once and for all. Sometime later, Instructor Issue is surprised when Jae-hyun tells her that he has already mastered a 4-star magic text, and she can't believe it's possible. She suddenly becomes afraid, realizing that this student is dangerous, and that there's something very strange about him. She knows the president plans to use him as a chess piece, but she doesn't believe for a second that Jae-hyun can be manipulated. Suddenly, our boy tells her she seems quite upset after passing on so much knowledge to him as his teacher. Then he asks if she's planning to hand all of it over to that scoundrel Jae-im again. When she demands to know how he knows that, he uses his brainwashing skill on her and says he has a favor to ask, a small favor. The brainwashing is effective, and our boy confirms that he is much stronger than her now, just as he suspected. His plan to win this battle is to take control from the inside, so he asks Issue to tell him about the kind of dirty and dark things Jae-im is planning for the Guild Experience event. 3 days later, on the day of the Guild Experience, Yoo-jung is extremely excited to get a full tour of the Lotus Guild building. Soon after, manager Sung-ji comes to welcome the students to the Lotus Guild and tells them he will be their guide for the day. He shows them all around until they reach a place where the guild master, Song-eun, is waiting to meet them. A short while later, they all sit around a table to have some tea and snacks, and Yuna can barely lift her head due to her immense shock and admiration, and she eventually asks the guild master for an autograph because she's a huge fan. Miss Han signs it and tells Eugene that she gets her motivation from people like her. As the guildmaster tells Jae-hyun that it seems he's already made so many friends, Roy asks our boy if he is actually familiar with the guildmaster. She informs them that Jae-rim is her student, and Yuna almost completely loses her mind. The guildmaster explains that she was able to hear a lot about them, from Jae-rim, and she called them here because of him. She explains that the Lotus and a few other guilds already know about Jae-rim's corruption, but haven't been able to do anything about it because of the absolute power he holds. Most of Jae-hyun's abilities are kept secret, and Seong-jin confesses that he doesn't know most of them. Meanwhile, some other students are shown in another guild, and one of them, named Song-chan, considers his classmates foolish for looking down on him or for not being truly talented. He believes that now is different, because the chairman personally chose him to be here, having finally seen that he had the potential to be a great raider. Suddenly, a girl approaches Song-chan and asks if he also finds this place a bit strange. When he asks what she means, she explains that a raider guild should have various facilities, but this place looks like it's been left here for a long time, like some abandoned building. When he also looks around and notices the boxes and cobwebs, he gets worried, and the man leading them informs them that they have finally reached their destination. When the man turns around, they notice his face burning away to reveal the face of Instructor Sok. He hadn't realized the effect of his abilities would wear off so quickly, and he realizes he has no choice but to start the plan much earlier. He immediately activates a bright pink magic circle beneath the students and bids them farewell. The students start to panic and try to run, but they are completely unable to do so. Meanwhile, the kids use the mana map that the guildmaster, Seong-jin, gave them to track the destination of some supernatural activity, but when they realize it looks more like an abandoned building, rather than a guild building, they aren't absolutely sure if they're in the right place. Behind them, Jae-hyun communicates with manager Sun-jae using his mind, and he confirms that he is following them. When Sun-jae asks him how he managed to learn telepathy already, our boy informs him that he just read a few magic texts. Sun-jae is proud of his progress because telepathy isn't as easy as he makes it seem. In the Yuna Guild, the guildmaster, Song-jin, detects a sinister mana wave nearby. She remembers how Jae-hyun had told her that the guild that Jae-in wants to use for his plans is one called Jihyun. Seong-jin recognizes that this is the guild Jae-rim made, and she finds it strange, because Jihyun is a guild in the middle of Seoul, not far from Lotus. It doesn't seem like something Jae-rim would do to cause such a big incident, so openly. Then, Jae-hyun informs her that he got this information from someone who works for him in the present. She asks Hannah if she has already investigated the guild that Jae-rim set up, and Hannah says that yes, she already has. Hannah explains that the Jihyun Guild is actually a ghost guild. Ghost guilds are guilds involved in tax evasion and other types of corrupt activities, and they don't register their activities in any way. After hearing this, his agent suspects that Jae was right, but she still doesn't know what Jae is really planning. To be safe, she tells Hannah to prepare her equipment in case something happens. Meanwhile, the students enter the Cane Guild, and Jung doesn't think this is the place because it looks abandoned, but our boy assures her that this is the spot from where the rotten mana is coming from. The mana that Jihyun is sensing feels strange and very peculiar, and he suspects that he might have to send the others outside and face this with manager Sung Jae. As they move closer, they feel the remnants of some advanced magic that was just activated. As they look around, the pink energy appears again, and our boy tells the others to get out of there immediately. Before they know it, they are surrounded by the magic circle and are unable to move. They soon hear a voice calling them fools and summoning them to Svartalfar, the realm of the Dark Elves. As they are being transported, the Nornir system informs him that the dungeon is too dangerous compared to his level, and he must leave the dungeon immediately. Meanwhile, the leader of the Dark Elves commands his subordinates to rise, because it is time to feed on new prey. The kids are soon transported to Svartalfheim, and Jae-hyun remembers it is said that the Dark Elves, in Norse mythology, have powers comparable to the gods themselves. However, their powers were weakened when this place became a dungeon. Royam is surprised that President Jae-han can use this type of teleportation magic, so advanced, and he wonders who he really is. Jae-hyun agrees, because a mere human shouldn't be able to interfere with the transfer system of the 9 realms, which means there must be another being involved. They all realize they are not in a good situation, but they are all very surprised when manager Sundi appears. Sundi informs them that Jae-hyun had asked him to come here if something went wrong, and Jung is relieved that they won't die after all. However, Sundi clarifies that the situation isn't really any better just because he's here, because even A-rank raiders struggle to survive in the world of the Dark Elves. It is a dangerous place. He tells them clearly that they will all die if they let their guard down. Jae-hyun agrees with Sundi that there are no foolproof methods to clear this dungeon, at least in this current timeline, but he remembers that he saw clearing tutorials, enough from the future, so he assures everyone that they will get out of there alive. Before that, he proposes they look for survivors. Meanwhile, President Jae-han meets with Royam's father, Mr. An Seogu, who complains that he is violating his promise to make Royam much stronger than he already is. Jae-han assures him that there is no need to worry, because Royam will come out in first place in the next event. However, Mr. An realizes that Jae-han is like a snake and asks him how Royam was able to lose to a student from the magic class in the freshman hunt. Eventually, the president informs him about Jae-hyun, a genius who was born with 97% magic aptitude. This number shocks Mr. An, and he decides to leave from there. Apparently, An Seogu used to be a military officer, and his deep connections with the central government are of great value to Jae-im. However, that is not enough reason for Jae-im to intervene in the new event, because he doesn't want to play games he knows he will lose. In the world of the Dark Elves, Ina decides to use one of her skills called Flash to light up the place since it's very dark, but Jae-hyun asks her to wait a bit and uses a level 3 Flash skill that has much stronger beams of light. And Jean is in fact quite shocked by this precious spectacle. Then our boy explains that he leveled up the D-rank Flash skill, and Jean wonders how that was possible, because leveling up a skill is only possible when you're an A-rank raider. And Roy is shocked that Jae is already so skilled as they move forward. Manager Sunjae reflects on our boy's ability to level up skills, and he wonders how he has never seen anything like it. Even though he has trained numerous new raiders, he secretly ponders just how much stronger Jae can become as deep inside the dungeon, Jaden suggests they rest for a bit, and Sungjae agrees, since they've been walking for a considerable time. Since the Dark Elves are accustomed to the darkness and can easily disable flashlights, our boy turns off the light so everyone can get used to the gloom, and the kids quickly drink some mana potions that Jaden had prepared for them in advance to replenish their mana. When Roy mentions that the survivors must be somewhere beyond the fork in the road, Jaden uses his mana perception to scan the surrounding dungeon. He detects that the middle path leads to the boss room, but suddenly, he senses an object approaching and snatches an arrow out of the air just before it can pierce Ina's chest. Our boy activates his absolute calculation skill, and everyone shifts into combat mode. Noticing they are surrounded by Dark Elves, everyone watches in shock as Jaden crushes the arrow in his hand, and Yujin quickly activates a mana field around her friends. And Ina activates a skill called Slow to try and hinder the elves. She then summons her divine sword, Radiant, and begins to attack the elves. Meanwhile, Roy activates his polar extreme martial arts skill and creates a diversion that allows the others to press the attack. When he gives the signal, manager Sung Jae leaps towards one of the dark elves with his dagger and engages it head-on. Our boy decides to join the fun, so he activates his lightning chain, which is now at level 5, and strikes several of the elves with his chains. According to the tutorial on how to clear Svartalfheim, the dark elves' weapons and armor are all made of magic, which means he can destroy them all with absolute calculation. He signals to Jihyun and Ina to only use fire-type magic, so they decide to follow his lead even without understanding why. As one of the elves hurls its spear at him, Jae-han tells Roy to use taunt skills to simplify the enemy's movements, while he incinerates the spear with his fire. Roy quickly uses his taunt skills to draw the monster's attention to himself, and Jae-han asks Sung Jae to kill the dark elves, whose movements have been weakened. Sung Jae obeys, but wonders if Jae-han knows something about the dark elves. Using his level 5 stealth skill to completely erase his presence, Sung Jae tears into a dark elf's flesh. Meanwhile, our boy uses his fire strike skill and unleashes a blow that obliterates one of the dark elves, and Jihyun also activates her Flame of Eternity to create a fireball that covers a large part of the area and forces the elves to move. As the dark elves charge in for an attack, Ina activates her fire arrow and takes them down. As one of the elves wonders how these humans know their weaknesses, Roy's sword pierces through its back and out its chest. The elf is furious that a mere human dared to attack it, but as it turns to face Roy, Jaden's lightning chain surges forward to finish it off. A short while later, the entire fight is over. Jaden proposes they keep moving forward since they don't have much time. He informs them that he can sense the mana of some survivors and worries they might die if they arrive. Too late. Back at the academy, the president of AIM reprimands instructor Sogi for messing everything up so badly again. Sogi apologizes and tries to explain that he didn't expect a stranger to enter the guild building, but the president doesn't accept that as an excuse. Sok-gu tries to assure him that there's no need to worry, as it's common for civilians to die in sudden portal appearances, and they can simply cover it up. But the president thinks that's complete nonsense. Sok-gu suddenly starts bleeding from his mouth, and the president tells him that the transfer spell doesn't work on civilians without mana, which would mean some rats who can use mana have gotten in. He tells him to just hope that everything goes well, because things won't look good for him if any of the students make it out alive, while the president puts more pressure on Xiao, who starts bleeding from his nose and eyes. Meanwhile, Guildmaster Shang-en urgently leaves her guild and heads to the Kane Guild to investigate the sinister mana. She suspects the spell must be at least S rank, which means the kids and Sung Jae are in danger. However, since her earring hasn't reacted yet, she can confirm that no one has died. As she rushes out, she tells Hannah to call the association for immediate backup if she doesn't return by the next morning. As Sion rides her bike, she vows to never forgive Jaeim if he touches a single hair on any of her people. Meanwhile, Shanti Shan seems to be gravely injured, so his friends help him move so they can get out. Eventually, they stumble over a rock and she starts to cry because they need to find a way out of there. She starts blaming herself for everything that happened, wishing she wasn't so useless. She's startled when someone suddenly places a hand on her shoulder, and it turns out to be Jae-hyun. He told her she did a good job, and asks her to leave the rest to them. Shortly after, the girl faints, and they give her and Songchan some potions to revive them. Songchan soon wakes up, and is told that he's in Svartalfheim, the land of the Dark Elves. When Jae-hyun asks them what happened, they explain that they fell in here after reaching the Kane Guild. They were then ambushed by dark elves who took their friends away. However, the girl and Seong-chan managed to avoid being seen by the elves, but ended up fainting due to mana overload. From the way the girl is speaking, Jae-hyun suspects she probably considers herself a coward and wishes she had died fighting alongside her colleague. However, Jae-hyun believes it's arrogant of her to wish to fight an opponent she can't handle, since that's something that only happens in movies. The memory of how he also had to flee from his teammates in his past life flashes through his mind. So he tells Seong-chan and the girl that they aren't responsible for the others being captured. When Jae-hyun asks them to tell him where they were taken, the girl explains they were brought to the king who controls the Dark Elves. Jae-hyun also asks them who brought them there. Then Seong-chan informs him it was instructor Sok-ki. After a while, Jae-hyun asks the others to wait while he goes ahead. But Yi-jung protests, asking what he's going to do. Our boy informs them that he senses dark mana coming from the direction the others were taken, which means it's likely the path to the boss, and he needs to hurry, because the others' energies are getting weaker. Yi-jung protests that he's crazy and will get himself killed, and Ina agrees that they need to work together. But Hyun agrees with Jae-hyun for some reason. Our boy explains that they won't be able to fight the Dark Elves one-on-one and win, and that they need to stay behind to protect the injured. Yijung tries to protest but eventually quiets down because he has no other ideas. Sung-jae also reluctantly agrees but asks Jihyun to come back immediately if he encounters anything dangerous. Jihyun leaves the others in Sung-jae's care, but Hyun assures him that he will protect the others with everything he has. As Jihyun advances through the dungeon, Sung-chan's friend wonders if he'll be okay. Then Sung-jae reassures her that he will, because he's strong. Meanwhile, Yujin wipes the tears from her eyes, and she further reassures them that Jihyun will be fine, noticing that she is also distressed. Suddenly, Sung-jae notices something and tells the others to be quiet because the enemy is approaching. As he reaches for his daggers, a beam of energy grazes his head, wounding him deeply and knocking him to the ground. Suddenly, the dark elves close in, and one of the strongest among them remarks that these humans have been pestering them like flies. Our boy keeps advancing, realizing he needs to settle this quickly before something happens in his absence. He soon throws open a massive door and comes face to face with the king. The king had been waiting and had prepared something special. As Jae is about to speak, his earring begins to burn, and he realizes that the manager's presence is growing weaker. Before he can react, the door slams shut behind him, and the king informs him that he cannot leave this place unless he survives a battle against his soldiers. Jae is at a crossroads, needing to save the others. But then he remembers the promise Roy made to him. He decides to trust his team while he handles this. The Dark Elf King begins to taunt him, asking what he's going to do. In response, Jae erupts a wall of fire around them, assuring the king that they will all perish here. Back outside the chamber, Sumin lies motionless on the ground, the sword that wounded him resting nearby. Roy rushes to his side, realizing the manager is in critical condition. He might even be poisoned, which means these creatures know the weaknesses of an assassin-type hunter. The leader among the elves summons his sword back to his hand. He decides it's time to deal with the minions, as he calls them, now that the most annoying pest is out of the way. Roy confirms his suspicions. They were waiting for Jae to leave before launching their attack. Ina mentions that the guildmaster must have noticed that manager Seung-jae is down. She remembers that Seung-eun had given Jae an earring that would signal her the moment any of them were in danger, and she had promised to come if an emergency arose. In the Dark Elf throne room, Jae burns with both literal fire and pure rage as he tears through the Dark Elves. He cloaks himself in flames and approaches a few of them, noticing bloodstains around their mouths. He tells them they're going to have to spit out what they just ate. Our boy recalls the look of fierce determination on Roy's face. It's the face of a madman who has come to terms with his own choices. He's seen that expression before. He saw it on his best friend from his past life, and on the friends who died in the simulated dungeon. That's why he can't bring himself to trust those eyes. Meanwhile, Roy creates a mana field, and Ina summons several radiant divine swords to unleash hell upon the Dark Elves. The leader of the elven group tells them it's pathetic to watch them struggle so futilely. He then assures them that they will all become part of the king's banquet and sends his soldiers to attack. Ina sees the elf move with incredible speed, but Roy manages to block the attack. Using his shield, Roy activates his martial arts skill, Polar Extreme, and counters with a strike that forces the elf to back away. The move forces the leader to admit that humans aren't so useless after all. Roy realizes this group is far stronger than the Dark Elves they fought before. As the leader approaches, Roy demands to know who he is. The leader introduces himself as Kel, captain of the Royal Guard, and a being of royal blood. They are shocked to learn he is a true royal Dark Elf. This means he must be stronger than an A-rank hunter. Meanwhile, Roy's mind flashes back to the first day he met Jae, and how the boy stood before him, shielding him from harm. It made him remember all the good things he had forgotten about being a hunter. To him, Jae's boldness is the dream he wants to achieve. He decides he cannot die in a place like this. He must reach Jae, no matter the cost. To everyone's shock, Roy suddenly throws his shield aside and charges toward the monster. He believes this is what he should have done from the very beginning, because a hunter has more than one heart. He then accesses his upper chi centers. Kel is shocked by the sudden explosion of mana coming from Ryan, and even witnessing it injures him slightly. Kel demands to know how Ryan is capable of doing such things. However, Ryan doesn't answer him, instead activating his skill, Sword and Body Unity, which causes him to start bleeding from his mouth. The system declares that the skill's level is too high for the user, and that the blood flow in his body has reversed, warning him to cancel the ability immediately, or he will die in 6 minutes and 36 seconds. So Kel takes advantage of the situation and orders his soldiers to capture Ryan alive, even if they have to sever his limbs. Regardless, Ryan doesn't deactivate the skill and decides to face the soldiers, having managed to obtain an S-rank ability. It's called Sword and Body Unity, obtained through his training, but it's still too much for his body. as it's a skill used by those who have reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. It's a state where the sword and body become one, and as the soldiers rush toward him, Ryan easily dodges and moves to engage Kel, their swords clashing. Ryan realizes he is still no match for Kel, as he has only unstably awakened this new realm of strength, understanding that all he can do now is buy time. So he continues to fight Kel, and during their clash, Kel tells him that his struggle is quite comical and points out that he can see the terrible state Ryan is in. However, Ryan refuses to back down because he has to keep his promise. He tells Kel that he would never understand his reasons and lunges forward in a frontal assault, but the dark elf leaps out of the way and attempts to strike him from the side. Yet Kel is unable to land the blow because Ryan's heightened senses allow him to perceive the counterattack just in time to dodge. Kel calls him a little rat, but Ryan leaps back at him, nearly overpowering the dark elf, when suddenly, in the middle of their fight, Ryan's body begins to break down, and the system urges him to cancel the skill immediately because all his muscle fibers are tearing apart and his blood vessels are twisting. As Ryan writhes in pain, Kel moves in for the kill, but Ryan still manages to block his attack, starting to cough and gasp as his body can't take it anymore. Regardless, he keeps the skill active and decides to make one last stand. From where he stands, he unleashes a massive blast of mana that rips through the ground. The attack injures a dark elf, but Ryan is disappointed to see that Kel had used another elf as a shield. The elf calls out to his captain as he dies in his arms, but Kel tells him not to worry because he was useful. All while Ryan collapses, coughing up blood profusely. He murmurs to Kel that he's a coward, the words barely escaping his lips before Kel rushes forward and impales him with his sword. Meanwhile, tears stream down Yuna's face as she watches the horror unfold, crying out for Ryan. Inside the palace, Jae is busy taking down dark elves. Using chains of fire, he is still unable to free the captured students, and he remembers that he had asked Ryan to buy him just 10 minutes to kill the king and save the others, and he grows worried. Just then, one of the dark elves charges at him with a spear to kill him, but our boy waits for him to get close and blasts his face with fire. Meanwhile, the dark elf king laughs as he watches it all. He calls Jae a fool and asks if he really thinks he can win. Against the number of soldiers facing him, Jae asks why not, and the king tells him he is very arrogant for a useless human. Jae remembers hearing people call him useless his whole life, and he is sick of it. Suddenly, the dark elves begin to struggle for air, and our boy starts to glow intensely as several of the elves collapse. The surprised king asks the soldiers why they're standing still and not attacking, but he doesn't know that our boy is activating his ability, Chains of Hell. As the soldiers try to attack Jihyun, he takes down several of them using his chains, and he thanks the king for giving him the chance to try out his new skill. Hundreds of dark elves burn in the hellfire, and the enraged king calls Jihyun a bastard. He threatens Jihyun, swearing he won't let him live after what he just did. But Jihyun simply walks closer to him and asks if he's serious. Now the king is sure it's impossible for a mere human to be this powerful, and he realizes he can't win against him. He threatens Jihyun that he will regret this, and informs him that the other 7 kings will definitely destroy him even if he manages to kill him here. While the king is still talking, Jihyun uses his light step skill to rush toward him in the blink of an eye, and he lands a punch square in his face. Along with the punch, he unleashes a fiery explosion that sends the king flying far away. Finally, he tells him that what the other kings do is none of his concern, and proposes they can come find him themselves if they're so upset. Meanwhile, Kel thrusts his sword into Royan's chest, and Yujin watches in despair, helpless to do anything. Because of her weakness, her friend was hurt. She is losing someone once more, and this time, there will be nothing left. Kel approaches her and grabs her by the throat, planning to devour her. Sungjae calls her name, but she just cries in Kel's grip, telling herself that she cannot lose. Suddenly, a brilliant mana floods the area, and it turns out to be the guildmaster, Seo-yun. She asks Kel if he was the one who hurt them. She tells him to think carefully before answering, because if it's true, he will die. Royan, who is bleeding to death, is relieved that he managed to hold on until help arrived once again. Seo-yun asks Kel if he hurt the people on the ground, and the overwhelming pressure of her aura starts to make him sweat. Kel realizes he could never win against this woman's sheer power, so he plans to take the kids hostage to have at least one chance against her. He brazenly declares that this horrifying scene is his masterpiece. In response, she suddenly activates her sacrifice skill, healing everyone all at once, consuming her own life force. Kel is stunned that she can use healing magic so fast, and he wonders what in the world is happening. Finally, So-yeon tells Kel that she doesn't like it when people touch her own. Then she erupts with a torrent of energy. The blast throws Kel backward and begins to consume his flesh until he starts to vanish, and Yujin watches in awe, realizing that So-yeon didn't attack Kel with any skill, but simply fired concentrated mana. So-yeon then rushes to Sungjae's side to heal him, and she manages to stabilize him. The only problem is Royan, who she realizes is in critical condition, and when she tries to heal him, her system informs her that his wounds are grave and would take a considerable amount of time to heal. She realizes he pushed himself too far, using power beyond his limits, which has thrown his meridians and nerves into disarray. If she had arrived just a moment later, he would have never been able to use mana again. A short while later, she succeeds in healing him, but her system informs her that her life force has been permanently decreased by 2%. Using the skill is incredibly draining, and she realizes she would have been dead a long time ago, if not for Jae-hyun. When Yujin asks about Royan, Seo-yeon explains that he'll be alright, but he probably won't wake up for a few days. The news brings relief to the students. Then Seo-yeon asks where Jae-hyun is. They reluctantly tell her that he went into the boss room all by himself. But instead of panicking as they expected, she reassures them that he'll be perfectly fine. And June protests that Jaden went in alone. But Sean assures them that Jaden won't die so easily. As the Dark Elves use magic to attack, she knows they are no match for Jaden. Meanwhile, our boy tells the king of the Dark Elves that the other kings can come looking for him if they're angry, but that will only happen if he gets out of here alive. The king, now bleeding from his face, curses upon realizing he's losing to a mere human, so he decides to flee to tell his brothers. As he tries to escape, he is shocked to see that Jaden overtakes him and ends up right in front of him. Using his lightning chains, our boy ties him up and smashes his face into the ground. Enraged, the Dark Elf King says he won't die there alone, but will take him to hell with him. The king activates a secret technique, passed down only to the king of the Dark Elves, called Frozen Ground, expecting Jaden to tremble in fear. However, Jaden thanks him for the unexpected gift, and the king wonders why he's smiling. Our boy activates his blank card and thanks the king for using it now, as he didn't think he would use it in a place like this. He quickly registers the Frozen Ground skill on a blank card, and uses his absolute calculation skill to destroy the frozen ground the king activated. The king watches in disbelief as the frozen ground attack crumbles. Then Jaden lifts his head and reminds him of the saying, "Know thyself and know thy enemy," after which he incinerates the king's head with fire. The Nornir system registers that he has defeated Kanan, the Dark Elf King. Because of this, he gains the title of He Who Killed the Dark Elf King. Jaden obtains an ingredient item called Essence of the Dark Elf King, and an equipment item called Pauldron of the Dark Elf King. After successfully completing the second mission, he also receives a blank card and a sealed magic text, in addition to a skill called Magical Artifact Incarnation. He soon rushes to help the captured students and is happy to find that one of them is still breathing. However, his stomach turns upon realizing that some of them are dead. So he uses his sacrifice skill to heal the young man who is still breathing. While healing, Sean joins him, combining her power with his, and she tells him that being a healer is quite a cruel job. Apparently, a healer is happiest when healing isn't needed, and the second, happiest when they save someone on the brink of death. Meanwhile, in the city streets, Victor seethes with rage. Upon realizing his plans have been completely thwarted, he swears to himself that it doesn't matter if they get out of the dungeon, as they will all die painfully. Suddenly, Jaden appears at his car window and shatters the glass to grab his neck. With a maniacal look on his face, Jaden calls him a son of a witch for what he did. 1 hour ago, those who were trapped in the world of the Dark Elves emerge at the guild entrance. Ken thanks Sophia for her help, so Sophia says they can visit her guild later if they're so grateful. The offer surprises Evelyn, and she wishes she could join immediately. Jaden finds Evelyn embarrassing and tells her to read the room better, so she kicks him in the shins and reminds him that he's not allowed to speak for the rest of the day because he made them worry. Jaden winces in pain and wonders why it hurts so much, even with her strength attribute being low. Shortly after, Hannah arrives in a company van and informs the guildmaster that she had to rush over because she couldn't contact her for hours. Song-eun apologizes for this and says she will explain the details of what happened later. In the meantime, she asks Hannah to take the wounded and the children to the guild first. Seong-eun doesn't follow because Jihyun has something to do. Hana asks manager Sungji to go with her, and Jihyun notices that Sungji's arm is torn, which surprises him. As he is about to say something, Sungji communicates with him via telepathy. telling him not to say anything to his sister, as it will be worse if Hannah finds out. There seems to be a love-hate relationship between these siblings, and Hannah almost abandons Sung-ji when he doesn't get in the car, forcing him to run to catch up. After they leave, Jae-hyun and Sung-in ambush Sok-ki, who was watching from nearby. He is shocked that they managed to get out, and doesn't understand what his brother Seong-in is doing there. Enraged, he activates a magical artifact that President Jae-in gave him. Driven by the urgency of the situation, using the device, he teleports behind her and tries to stab her, but she easily dodges. She mentions to him that his teleportation item isn't very good, as it only moves him a few dozen meters. She asks why he was trying to kill the students and who was behind it. But Sok-ki refuses to answer, and claims that mages are inferior anyway. He activates something that Seong-in recognizes as a mana suppression device. She then tells him it's a shame. Meanwhile, Jae listens in on the conversation and decides he has no more use for Sok-ki. On the streets, Song-in prepares a mana explosion despite Sok-ki's mana suppression device, and she asks if he really thought he could defeat her with something like that. Jihyun realizes he couldn't detect the magic seal at the Kane Guild before, because Sok-ki had also used a mana suppression device there. Song-in tells the instructor that she doesn't care if he won't tell her who's behind this because she already knows it's Jae-in. She also adds that the mana suppression device is easy to destroy if she pours enough mana into it to overload it, and she guarantees he will die right there. Suddenly, she changes the atmosphere and summons lightning upon him, which soon courses through his body. Jae-hyun recognizes the magic spell she used as Lightning's Call, an A-rank ability whose strength depends heavily on the user's power, and he realizes that the level at which she's using it is on a completely different dimension. Sometime later, Aina returns to her dorm and recalls how Jae-hyun protected her by intercepting the spear that was meant to kill her. She realizes he was able to reverse calculate the spell in a short amount of time, which means she still has a long way to go, but she makes sure to find time to thank him later. Meanwhile, reporters swarm Mills Academy to hear what they have to say on the matter, and they wish to speak with President Jae-in. Instructor Yi goes to inform Jae-in that the Academy's reputation has plummeted amid speculation that he created the Ghost Guild to abandon the students. Jae-in seethes with rage as he wonders why this happened, expressionless. Yi informs him that there are reporters outside and calls are flooding in from everywhere. So, she asks what she should do about it. Annoyed, the president orders her to lock down the academy and tell everyone that they are not giving interviews at the moment. As she leaves to handle it, Jae-in realizes there must be one traitor inside Mills for such information about his plans to have leaked. It's clear that Sok-ki is probably dead, so he decides on an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The president makes a call to someone and offers to pay whatever they want for a media cover-up. A few days later, Jerry intentionally bumps into Royan while they're in the hallway, and he comments that Royan is looking fit. Royan is happy to see him and says he's only doing well because of him and the guildmaster. After a brief pause, Jerry asks why he almost killed himself, and when Royan struggles to answer, Jerry warmly assures him that he just needs to keep moving forward with that kind of mindset. He encourages him to do whatever he wants, and to think about the reasons later. However, before leaving, he reminds Royan to take care of himself because others worry about him. For some reason, the idea of doing what he wants to do energizes Royan. Later that day, our boy checks his stats and his rank, a title as the one who killed the Dark Elf King. The title increases his mana and his attack power when facing a dark-type monster and will trigger the rage of all dark elves, making the user a target when this title is equipped. He enthusiastically equips the title and decides to leave the Dark Elf King's essence, the ingredient, for Jason, since he loves to handle new ingredients. Our boy also gained an active skill called Magical Artifact Realization, a skill that creates armor needed in battle. Using mana, this skill surprises Jaden, so he quickly equips it because he is absolutely amazed. Jaden realizes that the value of this new skill doesn't truly lie in its rank, but rather in its usefulness on the black market. A single piece of C-rank armor costs tens of millions of gold, which means he can craft armor of that value every single time. Suddenly, the knife he was given, called Mistlatan, begins to react, until the system notifies our boy that all of Mistlatan's effects have been unlocked. Because he has met all the conditions, he obtains a passive skill called Armor Crafting Genius, and all equipment he creates from now on will have its rank increased by 1. This is ridiculously great news for Jaden, and he now understands that the full effects of Mistlatan weren't working because he hadn't met all the conditions before. Since he's receiving all these benefits, he decides to start training with them. The next morning, many students are seen preparing for the Miles Academy exams. Due to the difficulty of the exams, they are nicknamed the student's grave because of the intense competition. The exams are both theoretical and practical, where the practical part involves potion crafting and pocket dimension dungeon raid tests that are broadcast live to the entire nation. Meanwhile, Royan is woken up by Eugene, who threatens to beat him up, and he apologizes for always falling asleep when he reads. Eugene frantically reminds him that the exams are only a few days away, the midterm exams, and warns him against getting a low grade. Nearby, Ina is also struggling to understand what she's reading. Royan realizes that he and Ina are terrible at theory, and Eugene had offered to tutor them to help. They both end up giving up and accept their fate of retaking the exams, but Eugene tells them to stop talking nonsense and explains the next subjects they have. A few days later, after the students finish one of the tests, some students chat about how the test went, and notice the high-ranking students Ina, Eugene, and Jae-han talking amongst themselves. The students assume they are all geniuses who could pass the test with their eyes closed. When Eugene asks Ina how the test went, she suddenly draws a blank. Jae-han and Eugene mock Ina and Royan, claiming that books are their enemies, which makes Ina chase after them. Meanwhile, Sulek watches Jae-han and tells Mason that he's going to beat that arrogant bastard this time. Of course, but Minsu just thinks Sulek is going through his emo phase. Sometime later, Eugene creates a potion in Jae-sung's workshop, which explodes in her face, so Jihyun mocks her. He tells her that his own potion is much better, and tries to get Jae-sung to back him up, but Jae-sung reluctantly declares that they will both fail at this rate. He states that they both have no talent for alchemy, and he breaks their hearts into little pieces. Our boy realizes he needs to train more to avoid a low grade, so he asks Jae-sung if there's any way for them to avoid failing. After thinking for a bit, Jae-sung proposes that they use a special item, which is a monster called moonlight fireflies. Apparently they reside in very clean areas and not even 100 appear on the black market each year. If they can manage to create a powder from its exoskeleton, then they'll be able to maximize the potion's effects. A little later, Jae-hyun and Yoo-jin approach Gwonsul Sunbae, one of the upperclassmen they defeated in the freshman hunt. After telling her it's been a while, she looks at them surprised and asks why they're there. Our boy tells her he'd like to ask for a favor, but she tells him to get lost because she won't do anything for him. However, he asks if she's going to refuse without hearing what he has to offer, but she still refuses, because all he can probably offer are some points. Our boy offers her 30 million won in cash, which shocks Yoo-jin and Soyo's eyes light up at the mention of that amount of money. Soon after, they head to a place called Jeollabuk-do, near Mount Daegil, and take Jae-sung with them. 1 hour earlier, Soyo heard their offer and believed it was feasible, but explained that even with her inspection skill, she still needed traces to find something. When she asks if they have a way, Jae-hyun assures her that he'll bring an alchemist, a very talented one. She asks who, and Jae-sung soon appears, but she doesn't consider him a talented alchemist. Our boy asks if she knows him, so she replies that they were on the same team in her first freshman hunt. Apparently she didn't even know he was into alchemy, and considered him a useless guy who was forced to take martial arts classes, especially since he wasn't much help back then. While they are in the forest, Soyo tells Jae-sung that he has a different vibe than before and now seems to be enjoying himself, which surprises him. The moonlight fireflies are nature monsters that look normal in the real world. Jae-sung leads them to a good spot where they can easily find fireflies, but Soyo reminds him that it's getting difficult to see ahead of them from that point. Regardless, Yoo-jin notices that the landscape doesn't seem to be affecting Jae-sung, so our boy informs her that Jae-sung had told him he likes insects, and this creeps Yoo-jin out. After searching for a bit, our alchemist finds a trace of a moonlight firefly, so Soyo springs into action to find them after activating her skill called Inspection. She finds something that she believes to be the moonlight fireflies. They soon start following the path but soon realize it's not the way they came from, and notice that it's kind of creepy. However, Soyo insists that her skill is guiding her there. After passing through the strange-looking vegetation, for a while they suddenly come across a glowing waterfall with captivating fireflies moving around. Jae-sung informs them excitedly that these are moonlight fireflies, and it's clear by their size compared to normal fireflies that they are monsters. Because of the speed at which they move, Jae-sung activates his gravity skill to restrict their movement, but the insects seem to resist the force of the pull. When Soyo suggests that Jae-hyun make his force stronger, he replies that he doesn't have the proficiency to change the strength of that skill. Jae-sung gets worried that they'll lose the fireflies, but our boy assures him they won't, so he generates a mana room to catch them all. Yoo-jung is completely shocked that our boy just created an entire mana room, so she told him he's a monster. Jae-sung is amazed because he would have never thought of this method, so he rushes inside, but it's clear from Yoo-jung's expression that she detests insects. Anyway, Jihyun forces her inside, and they all enter to join Jae-sung, who is already collecting the insects. While gathering the insects, Suel wonders if there's any other student at the academy who could create a mana room like this, and realizes that not even a third-year student would be able to do it. After they finish, they return to Jae-sung's workshop and try to create potions again. This time, it works, and doesn't explode in their faces. This shocks Royoung and Ina. Jae-sung proudly declares that he worked hard to make this happen, and they can expect a purity of at least 70% in their potions. When they finish, Yoo-jung and Jihyun start to celebrate, but Jae-sung is worried that Jaehyun's potion only has 50% purity and Yoo-jung's has 47%, so he wonders if they will really be okay in the tests. A few days later, after their test, Royoung mocks Jihyun and Yoo-jung, saying he almost mistook their ingredient pot for a monster summoning pot, even after Yoo-jung got all the good ingredients. She still finished in 42nd place, with Jihyun in 31st, Royoung in 29th, and Ina in 1st place. After teasing them a bit more, Royoung heads to his next class. Then Jihyun tells himself it's not over, since he still has other exams left, and so does Yoo-jung. The only problem is that the practical exams are difficult. It's a compilation of the entire freshman hunt, the raid test, the fake dungeon, and all the lessons they've had so far. Furthermore, another factor that exponentially increases its difficulty is the way teams are formed. On the day of the practical exams, Yoo-jung laments because she got a cost of 14 and will have to plan well to get a good team. The cost is calculated among the students, based on their current grades. Students must form teams of 4 without exceeding a total team cost of 50 in this exam. Royoung has a cost of 17, Ina has a cost of 15, and Yoo-jung has a cost of 14. Jae-hyun had a cost of 6 in his past life, and he remembers being excited because he managed to get on a good team, but the results were the worst. He considers it a bad way to choose teams, since the higher-ranked students pick the lower-ranked ones, because they have higher costs and can easily accommodate those with lower costs. Suddenly, our boy is approached by one of the cadets he knows from his past life. This same guy had insulted him for being a lower rank, but in the present, he's asking if he's the genius student who placed first in the student hunt, and also did very well in the fake dungeon. In the past, this guy mocked him and told him to know his place during the exams. In the present, he cheerfully introduces himself as Han-sung, but Jae-hyun simply dismisses him. Regardless, Han-sung suggests they form a team because he has a low cost compared to his skill, and he proposes to help Jae-hyun with his cost of 20, which makes it difficult to choose teammates. However, Jae-hyun considers this guy just a trashy bastard who preys on the weak and fawns over the strong. He tells Han-sung it's a shame, but he doesn't want to team up with him, and tells him to find someone else. Stunned, Han-sung tries to explain again that he has a low cost with high skills, but our boy tells him that it doesn't matter to him because he can pass the test alone, and Han-sung is too weak. Anyway, our boy meets up with some of his friends and asks if they've considered his idea, while Han-sung glares at him with utter contempt. Meanwhile, the warriors Dina and Seong-gu tell Jae-hyun that they're willing. Han-seong recognizes Dina and Seong-gu as the ones who abandoned Jae-hyun during the simulated dungeon, and our boy tells them he's glad they agreed, because he was worried they would say no. Han-sung continues to burn with rage because Jae-hyun chose those bastards and storms off, certain that Jae-hyun will regret his decision. Sometime later, Jae-hyun and his new teammates meet at a cafe. Suddenly, Dina asks Jae-hyun if he's sure he really wants them, since they weren't very helpful in the simulated dungeon, and Seong-gu also reminds him that they were abandoned to die in that incident, because they weren't skilled enough. Anyway, our boy assures them that he doesn't intend to lose. Jae-hyun realizes that Dina and Seong-gu's evaluations are lower than what they're capable of because they ran away during the simulated dungeon, and they're the ones with good potential, not Han-sung. Eventually, the two agree and ask who the last person will be. Our boy tells them that the girl will arrive soon, and shortly after, Yoo-jung walks through the door. They remember how instructor Jae-han had to stop Yoo-jung from destroying them because they left Jae-hyun in the dungeon. When she enters, she directly asks Jae-hyun why he called her to form a team with these guys. Meanwhile, Chairman Jae-in reads about how Milla's Academy is losing its title as Korea's top academy, and he's at risk of being expelled because of the incident. He smashes the computer in a rage because those bastard reporters still wrote these articles, even though he paid them so much money. He realizes the media is turning its back on him, the powerful Jae-in, and it's clear that the Lotus Guild is the most likely culprit. He decides he has no choice but to keep a low profile for now, even if it means taking some losses. He needs to wait for the media to calm down and then return to his original plan, all because of Aesir. Meanwhile, back at the cafe, Yu-jung sits defiantly, watching the two warrior cadets. She eventually agrees to drop the issue, but asks Jae-hyun if he's really okay with this. Our boy declares that he wants them to believe that asking them to run was realistically the best option they had. Yu-jung has no choice but to believe him. She eventually asks him the real reason why he wants them on his team, since he can easily get the maximum score on the test alone. Honestly, our boy chose them because they all share a resentment against Jae-in, and he's sure they'll keep it a secret, whatever happens between them. He eventually admits to them that he has a plan to take down Jae-in using the event, and they all look at him in shock. On the day of the practical exam, the students gather, and instructor Park Ha-jin introduces himself to take over the second part of the exams. Our boy figures that this Ha-jin is just one of Jae-in's lackeys, here to replace Sok. Ha-jin explains that the exam will be broadcast to the entire nation to show the students' skills to the world, so he asks them to do their best, and wishes them luck. The students are immediately transported to a place known as a pocket dimension, which seems to be filled with lava. Our boy's team is Team D, and their mission is to clear all the stages and return with the boss's core. The mission on the first floor is to eliminate all the monsters on the floor and find the stairs leading to the second floor. The place is clearly hot, and Jae-hyun informs them that they are in a dungeon modeled after Muspelheim. Our boy suggests they start by mapping the dungeon, as they need as much information as possible to respond to any problem, and because there are items he would also like to obtain. And Yu-jung explains that one of the items they need to get is the ice grass, because prolonged exposure to the heat in this place will slow them down and be dangerous in other ways. Sung-woo praises Jae-hyun and Yu-jung because they seem to be good at it, but our boy explains that these are the fundamentals of dungeon exploration, and that survival is a raider's priority. Shortly after, Jae-hyun activates his mana decoding skill until he finds the ice grass. After tracking the mana, they find a field full of ice grass, so Jae-hyun suggests they take as much as possible and store it in their inventory. Since Sung-woo had said he had good grades in alchemy, Jae-hyun leaves the job of making potions to him. Suddenly, they are notified that the spectators will be entering the room soon, and are reminded to be careful about what they say and do. The students need to present themselves to the spectators from all over the nation and need to satisfy the spectators. Jae-hyun doesn't like the idea but considers it useful in some ways. While they are harvesting grass, he informs the others that 4 rank 6 monsters are approaching, and he orders them to go with Formation B. Everyone gets into position as several lava slimes approach. Sung-woo activates his taunt skill to draw them in, and Jae-hyun advises everyone to fight the monsters, using items to try and keep their distance since the monsters explode if you touch a certain spot on them. They all ready their weapons but make no move as the monsters continue towards them. When they get closer, Yu-jung calls out to him, but he tells her it's not time to act yet, when the monsters are just a few inches away. The viewing channel for their team is created, and several spectators arrive, some asking if this is the broadcast with the student, who ranked first in the freshman hunt. Jae-hyun orders his teammates to act, so Yu-jung activates her water shot skill and fires an arrow at one of the monsters, creating a hole in it while Ina also fights. Jae-hyun considers that this is the best environment to use the frozen earth skill he obtained, so he smiles at the camera and proceeds to activate a skill. He doesn't plan on making things too exciting so soon, but plans to use his big skills when things get more intense. For now, he activates a skill called Ice Rain and showers ice over the field. Some of the spectators wonder if this is really happening, and how a new student can use such a skill. Some of them think it's a mistake because the skill our boy just used is a rank A skill. However, Jae-hyun is sure that these foolish spectators will be the ultimate weapon to take down Jae-in. Meanwhile, team manager Sun Bin-ning watches the live broadcast and wonders how Jae-hyun can use a rank A skill without breaking a sweat. According to what agent Kim Jong-lee had said, Jae-hyun dislikes Jae-in and Lotus supports him in this. He considers that it won't be difficult to expose Jae-in if he uses this boy, so he watches excitedly to see what Jae-hyun will do. The ice rain that Jae-hyun unleashed eliminates the lava slimes, and Yu-jung admits she's not even surprised anymore, even without knowing where he learned it. When Ina points out that it's getting very hot, our boy suggests they drink their potions. They all start looking for a place with less heat. Then Sung-woo points to a spot from where less energy is coming. Jae-hyun agrees with him, so he decides to set up a shelter there. Meanwhile, Ina fires several holy arrows at some of the monsters, and Ro-yum, who is also nearby, destroys another. After annihilating them, Ina mentions that this dungeon seems very easy, and Ro-yum agrees with her that they are weaker than he anticipated. Their other teammates just watch in confusion, because they realize they could have failed with just one mistake, and they just fought lava slimes in close combat. Without taking any damage, Jae sets up a tent for his team to stay in. while they wait for Sean to make the potions, which he said would take up to 1 hour to craft. When Jae teases Yuna about making little comments to try and rush Sean, she protests that she didn't mean it that way, and they start bickering again. Dina laughs at how close they are, but Yuna insists they aren't. A little while later, Jae talks with the guys about his secret plan. After he explains it, Yuna goes out with Jae to ask if it's really possible, and our boy assures her it is. He believes this is the perfect time to cause a stir, so he releases some power to make the connection to the pocket plane unstable and cancel the limited voice transmission feature. The viewers wonder what Jaden is doing, and why he's working alone with Yuna, wondering if the others have failed. Jaden assures the viewers that his team members are fine, which surprises them, because they shouldn't be able to hear the students speak. Jaden had tampered a bit with the pocket plane's formulas so he could speak, so he tells everyone it's a pleasure to meet them, and declares that he will begin the real broadcast now. Meanwhile, Chairman Jin nearly explodes with rage watching Jaden's display. Jin can't believe this is happening, and he doesn't understand how Jaden was able to interfere with the pocket plane's formula, which was created by dozens of mage raiders, himself, and many of the Academy's mage instructors. Nearby, Instructor Jung suggests they punish Jaden, but Chairman Jin clarifies that he wants to but can't, because there are no rules for this type of situation, since it was never anticipated. However, there is a rule that an Academy student cannot disclose sensitive information from Mius to the public, and he can be expelled if he violates it. Suddenly, the chairman hears Jaden talking about him on the live broadcast. Jaden connects the chairman to the guild experience incident, and there are many shady things involved, and he assures the viewers not to worry about his expulsion, which completely baffles the chairman. Our boy tells the viewers that the chairman's favorite quote is that, "The strong survive and have power." After laughing hysterically at Jaden's audacity, the chairman orders Jaden's instructor to expel Jaden as soon as the exams are over. He also asks him to get at least 2 A-rank raiders, experienced ones, to get rid of Jaden once the media calms down a bit. As Jaden leaves, Chairman Jin vows to himself to make Jaden pay. Our boy explains to the viewers that the chairman won't keep his word about expelling him when he has such good grades. The viewers get fired up by everything he's saying, and many of them begin to realize there must be a serious problem at the school, especially with all the uninvestigated allegations made against Chairman Jin earlier. Back in the shelter, Jaden informs the others that he is going to edit the pocket plane's formulas so the viewers can hear them and get them on their side. Yuna wonders if this is alright because the chairman might do something, but our boy assures her they have the viewers on their side and there's no rule that says they can't interfere with the pocket plane's formulas. Back in the present, Jaden tells the viewers that the live broadcast of the dungeon raid is about to begin, which they prepared especially for the audience to enjoy. The viewers get excited, but Yujun feels vulnerable in front of them, because they soon start talking about her performance and strengths. Shortly after, Jihyun takes Yujun with him to a place that looks like a lava waterfall, and our boy tells the viewers that they plan to find the hidden piece of the pocket dimension there, which would be interesting for them. The viewers are ecstatic at the mention of a hidden piece. Then Yujun starts by activating her stealth skill while our boy activates his wind boost skill as well as his gravity skill. Jae-hyun plans to show the viewers how a regressor raids a dungeon. Meanwhile, at Mills Academy, the instructor, Kim Jihyun, informs manager Sun Baenim that she will put him in touch with Jae-hyun right after the exams. He asks her to contact Jae-hyun as soon as possible and bring him to their side, and even offers to let Jae-hyun have control over the conditions. Kim Ji-hyun accepts the mission and thinks it would be a huge long-term advantage if Raider management could have Jae-hyun, but the only problem is that Jae-hyun is also after it in the pocket dimension. Our boy puts his arm around Yujun and drags her towards the lava. She hesitates and asks him to wait, but he continues to run towards the lava flow while she screams. The viewers keep talking to each other, still not understanding why they are jumping towards the lava. However, Jae-hyun lands on an invisible platform near the lava flow, and Yujun is extremely relieved that there was a hidden foothold there, just as Jae-hyun had said. He tells her to hold on to him and cast the spell, making sure she doesn't make any mistakes. In her timing calculations, Jae-hyun marvels at the first person who actually found the hidden piece here in his past life, even though he knew that Chairman Jae-im hid it here under the nation's sponsorship and didn't intend for a student to get it. After following all the footholds, they finally land in a place where they can stand. Then Yujun asks him if the shiny thing in front of them is the item he was talking about. It turns out to be some marbles, and Jae-hyun confirms her suspicion that these marbles will be the key point to clearing this dungeon. At this point, Chairman Jae-im starts to sweat profusely, and he can't figure out how Jae-hyun was able to find the hidden piece. Jihyun tells the viewers that he knew this item was here from mapping it out, but he didn't expect it to be so well hidden. He activates his ice shower skill and shoots it into the sea of lava that separates him from the item, to make it solidify. He and Yujun descend towards the item, and Jae-hyun asks the viewers if they know what the item is. Most of them don't seem to know what it is, and when they demand he tell them, he informs them that this is the essence of fire. This item will be one of the most important for clearing this dungeon. And the pocket dimension system displays that this essence of fire is a B rank item that exponentially increases fire resistance capability temporarily when consumed, but whose effect will not appear a second time. Normally, schools create an environment as close as possible to a real dungeon and motivate the students by using a hidden reward. But it's strange that this reward was hidden in a way that ordinary students could never obtain it. The viewers go crazy seeing the essence of fire items because they are very expensive in equipment shops, and they imagine that Mills Academy is investing more than 10 million per team for the midterm exams. After getting the first item, our boy proceeds to the next thing on his list. He wishes he could see the kind of face President Jean is making right now, and he can't wait to see how he'll look when he shows him the rest of the gifts he has for him. When night falls, they return to the shelter, and Yuna complains that the potion is too bitter. Our boy tells her he knows, but she will need to drink it because it will make clearing the dungeon easier. Eventually, Yuna musters the courage to consume it, and suddenly, she faints. Confused, Jaden asks Sungwoo if he poisoned her or something, but Sungwoo denies it. After that, Jaden explains that they are almost done with Phase 1, and they need to find a way to the second floor. In the Academy's control room, Instructor Dion comes to ask Instructor June how the situation is. He jokingly reminds her that he is the one in charge. Then he asks why she came here and if she doesn't believe that he can handle his duties. After a brief pause, she tells him it's possible he can't, which makes him frown. The administrative authority for the second round of practical tests was supposed to be Dion's, but June managed to get in and took her authority from her. Eventually, June sarcastically apologizes to her for getting ahead of her, even though they were hired as colleagues. But Dion tells him she doesn't care about such things. He tries to investigate further and asks what she means, since it's normal for her to be envious of his position, but gets no answer from her. This frustrates him. But June reminds himself that he now has the president's admiration, and Dion is no longer better than him, even though she was 2 years ago. Shortly after, Dion tells June that he'd better take a good look at the rope he's holding, to make sure it's not completely rotten. Then she leaves. June finds her words embarrassing and considers her arrogant. He knows she is referring to his affiliations with the president, and he is sure that the president will recover his reputation, since the obstacles they have now are nothing. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Team D enters the second floor. They receive a mission to hunt the elite monsters of the second floor and obtain the hidden treasure. Elsewhere, Heimdall is slaughtering some people and speaks with Rugen, who asks if he is going to find the great adversary. Heimdall tells him the great adversary is just a mere human, and he doesn't need much time to get rid of him. But after eliminating him, he will get angry, because he will be stuck with the Bifrost once more and act as a guardian. He tells Rugen not to worry about his affairs, since he is just an evil thing. However, Rugen considers both gods and humans foolish, and he remembers Munin, the other of Odin's ravens. While in deep thought, he tells the absent Munin that nothing has changed or will change. On the second floor, Dino observes that this floor is even hotter than the first floor, and Yuna notes that the mission here seems more difficult. Jaden, on the other hand, knows where all the paths are, but something seems strange. An hour before, they had followed a small cave to get to the second floor, and Sungwoo wonders why there are no paths and why the way to the second floor was buried. Yuna explains to him that finding the path to the next level in stage-type dungeons is usually difficult, which leads her to wonder how Jaden managed to find it so easily, and she begins to suspect that he has been here before. While she is thinking, she finds a bug, which makes her scream so loudly that it startles the others. After she ends up in Dino's arms, Jaden captures the bug and informs her to the viewers that he is capturing it in case he needs it later before they move on. He tells his teammates that it's something they need to prepare before advancing, and offers them the fire essence to consume. Everyone looks so reluctant, so Jae-ryun jokingly tells them not to be so dramatic, especially while he's still being nice with a terrifying expression on his face. He orders them to eat, and they have no choice but to do so. Apparently there are 3 prepared floors, and the boss is on the top floor. Jae-ryun intends to give Jamie another problem to deal with as well before they start looking for the monster on the second floor. Our boy tells the viewers that he has an idea of where some treasures might be, which gets them really excited. He gave them that little spoiler to get their attention. But his goal is different. He declares that one of the treasures in this dungeon is the salamander, which has a habit of collecting shiny things, like crows, and it keeps several of them hidden in its nest. The viewers get excited, and one of them checks online to see that salamanders can also purify corrupted items when they wonder how Jae-han knew that salamanders hide items in their nests. He explains that he studied it. The second hidden piece is something called the replica of Balmung, a sword that appears in the German epic, The Song of the Nibelungs. It's said to be a sword meant to kill dragons. And, like Talfi's Thundersteps, it's an item with overwhelming strength and destructive power. The original is said to have been owned by a German writer named Balak. Suddenly Dinah asks what a salamander's weakness is, and Jae-han tells her that it's the stomach. Since they have tough outer hides, apparently the most common way to kill them is to target them with ice-type magic. At their stomachs they move deeper into the dungeon, and Sungwoo notices that this place is much hotter, and he would be struggling if it weren't. For the fire essence, even though Jae-han knows where everything is, he decides to pretend to do some work here so as not to raise unnecessary suspicion. He soon stops the team and mentions that he feels mana in a certain location, where several swords are arranged, and Jihyun doesn't know if the swords are hidden items, especially since there are so many, and they seem unregistered. But Jae-han knows that the perfect place to hide a hidden item is among these dozens of swords stuck in rocks. Although Jamie has manipulated things so that the students couldn't find it, Jae-han has no time for his tricks and activates his detection skill after searching for a bit. He finally finds it and pulls it from the rock. As soon as he pulls it out, the Nornir system informs him that he has found the corrupted copy of Balmung, an A-rank item that is the beloved sword of the dragon slayer, Siegfried. It has a sealed effect that increases strength by 70 and agility by 30, and an S-rank passive skill called Dragon Slayer, which enhances the user's physical abilities when fighting draconic species. However, the sword's effects cannot be activated because it is corrupted. Some viewers wonder how he knew that specific sword was the hidden item, but others believe that Jae-han has his own methods. They continue their journey, and Jihyun tries to track the salamander. But Jae-han reminds her that they need to wait a bit, since she had said that the salamander is weaker after feeding, and the salamander king only eats once a day at night, and Jihyun asks if it's a good idea to bide their time since salamanders are sensitive to smell, and they could be attacked first if they stay there. He proposes they need to find a way to avoid this, and pulls out the bug from before, which makes Yuna freak out again. When she tries to run away, he holds her back because she is the most important part of this plan. The bug is called a bomb centipede, and it sprays a liquid when it feels threatened. The liquid is known for smelling so foul that it induces tears, and this stench is what Jae plans to use in this hunt. Shortly after, the salamander appears after detecting the stench, and Yuna prepares for the salamander, and reminds Jae that he had promised her something for doing this, as she was terrified. Jae promised to give her a magical staff that Professor Shaw adored if she did this. In reality, he was just going to give her a random staff, and is sure that she will kill him when she finds out. The viewers watch with excitement, wondering if their plan will work. Jae assures the spectators that Yuna is an expert in wind magic, and Yuna creates a small wind to trap the bug's scent and send it to the salamander's nest. The viewers are impressed because this is only possible due to her impressive control over mana, and people start to feel sorry for the salamander. Upon smelling the bug's scent, tears begin to roll from the salamander's eyes, so Jae tells the others to remember the plan and wait, and to only move when he gives the signal. He soon activates his level 2 ice spear and hits the monster, which writhes in pain, knocking it to the ground. Jae waits for the moment the monster breathes fire, and when it does, he draws the Balmung sword and hurls it into the monster's mouth. Yuna calls Jae a psychopath, and the viewers wonder what on earth he is doing. Meanwhile, Professor Shaw's jaw nearly hits the floor when he sees what Jae did, and he is certain that a new student wouldn't know this since he intentionally left it out of the curriculum for the second floor. The monster starts to cough up the sword, so Jae signals for the others to move, and the warriors immediately get into position in front of him to block the sword with their shields. Jae quickly retrieves the sword, which now glows differently, and the viewers are still going wild with confusion. To explain what happened, our boy opens the equipment status, and it displays that the corrupted Balmung sword has been purified. The viewers nearly lose their minds over the high attributes of the sword. He explains to them that there is a purification power in a salamander's core that can purify items. The viewers are surprised by Jae's level of experience since he is a new student, and when he wields the sword, they wonder why a mage would be wielding a sword. They expect him to hand the sword to the combat class warriors who are with him, but he doesn't. A senior student who is also streaming anonymously informs the others that Jae is a battle mage. Jae positions himself in front of the monsters and activates two skills, called Agile Steps and Flexible Movements, to aid his movements in addition to his wind boost. With a swift move, he leaps toward the monster and cuts off one of its arms. After landing, he activates another skill called Ice Edge to create a frosty steak. Sang signals that the salamander's stomach is exposed since it is missing an arm, so Jae leaps towards it and stabs it right in the stomach. The viewers are speechless for a moment and can't comprehend what they just witnessed. Meanwhile, Sue makes a post online and wonders why Jae made her do something so annoying. She just uploaded an article about Jaehyun's true identity, citing the achievements he had in the Neverland dungeon, since Jaehyun had initially covered up his identity in the Neverland incident. This article aims to refute those who say that what Jaehyun is doing is computer-generated. Meanwhile, on the second floor, after eliminating the salamander, Jaehyun tells the others that he found something called the Ring of Transcendence. The Ring of Transcendence is a B-rank piece of equipment that momentarily amplifies mana to increase the strength of magic and grants the active skill known as Overdrive. However, due to the lack of something called a Transcendence Rock, its rank is diminished, and the Overdrive state is unstable. Overdrive is an A-rank skill that amplifies mana to increase the strength of skills by 1.5 times for 5 minutes, but it will leave the user unable to use mana for 5 minutes after activating the skill. Due to the lack of the Transcendence Rock, as just a ring, Jaehyun suggests they play rock, paper, scissors, but the others suggest he take it since he did most of the fighting. So, Yoonjung suggests that he buy them food or something when they get out. Excited, Jae-hyun takes the reward, and they are transported to the next floor. As soon as they arrive, they are informed that the protective barrier will disappear after 1 minute, and the boss fight will begin. They are protected by a magical barrier that won't break, even if the boss monster strikes it. The monster's roar startles them all, so Dina asks Jaehyun if he has a plan. He tells her he doesn't because they don't need one, and he'll do it alone. Some spectators also wonder if it's a good idea for Jaehyun to abandon the party formation to fight the monster. Apparently, there are some differences each year, but it's usually a C or B rank monster, and 70% of the students fail on this floor. Soon after, the barrier is removed, and the boss monster, a lava golem, is released. Our boy goes in with a mana-infused punch, but Dina warns him it's dangerous. While Sung-woo and Dina panic, Eunjung assures them that Jae-hyun is strong, so he won't lose to this kind of monster. Jae-hyun and the monster trade blows, and our boy repels the monster's hand. When the monster retaliates with a punch from its other hand, our boy protects himself by raising a barrier. Upon landing on the ground, he activates a level 4 wind boost and his Ice Edge skill to immobilize the monster's legs. After that, Jae activates his mana detection skill and runs, dodging the monster's punches at the same time. As he moves, Jae-hyun remembers that lava golems are sturdy and have heavy attacks, but there is a way to defeat them. He activates a skill called Bind to create chains that restrain the monster, then makes a myriad of ice rain down on it using his Ice Shower skill. Although the binding magic soon breaks, the ice hits all of the golem's joints and cools them down, making it difficult for its limbs to move. Excited, our boy activates his water ball skill and shoots water at the ice around the monster's joints, causing all its limbs to immediately break apart as the monster crumbles. The Pocket Dimensions system informs them that they have defeated the Pocket Dimensions boss monster. Some spectators ask to confirm if that was really a boss fight, and the other teammates just watch in shock. Eunjung calls him an insane bastard, and feels that he is already far more advanced in skill than she is. Shortly after, the system informs them they have obtained the golem's core, but Jae-hyun doesn't believe the test is over, as he still needs to make sure Diana falls today. The system asks if they want to return to reality, but Jaehyun rejects the option. He tells the viewers that the boss fight was far too short. He has something else to show everyone, a fight against the hidden boss, leaving the viewers curious about what will happen next. So Jaehyun leads the team to a place where he claims to feel a strong mana presence, but when he turns around, he realizes none of his teammates want to follow him. So he assures them they won't die, no matter how much it hurts upon entering. The system notifies them that they've found a hidden door, and a special quest is created. They must defeat the hidden boss of the hidden floor and return to reality. Ordinary students can't even detect the hidden door's presence, and they wouldn't be able to get this far even if they stumbled upon it by sheer luck. And that's precisely why Jaemin planted the hidden item here, as Jaehyun smirks at the viewers who can't believe this guy found a secret floor, while everyone else is still stuck on the second one. Jaehyun already knows how to summon the hidden boss, but he decides to at least pretend to look around for a bit, when suddenly, Yoojung points to a familiar-looking altar, and after a moment, she realizes it's remarkably similar to the pattern on the golem's core. Our boy places the golem's core into the altar's socket, causing a brilliant light to fill the entire room as Jaehyun orders them to fall back. The hidden boss of the pocket dimension, the Red Dragon, begins to materialize above the altar. Their mission is for everyone to survive, defeat the enemy, and obtain the dragon's heart to gain special privileges as a reward. As the Red Dragon fully materializes, the viewers can't believe their eyes, because even veteran hunters struggle against a dragon. The viewers begin to react negatively to how ridiculously difficult the pocket dimension was designed to be, which is exactly the reaction Jihyun was hoping for. His absolute calculation skill doesn't work on the dragon's physical attacks, but he knows he can still take it on by himself. Meanwhile, in the control room, President Jae-han watches in utter shock, as his plans to ensure the midterms went off without a hitch, smoothly, in order to divert the media's attention, seem to have been completely shattered. He realizes that Jihyun has interfered with the entire pocket dimension this time. But an instructor protests that there's no way a student could pull this off, even as Jae-han insists that it has to be Jihyun. He's convinced Jihyun is just trying to sabotage him to climb the ladder quickly. Eventually, the president admits he's actually glad it's Jihyun causing this mess, because there won't be a problem if his only goal is to get an item. They can minimize the backlash against Milei's academy if he successfully clears the dungeon. Still, Jae-han is worried that Jihyun has enraged the dragon, and he assumes it's because the kid has no idea what he's doing. He hopes that Jihyun will kill the red dragon, but when he turns back to the screen, he discovers that Yoo-jung has been injured and is bleeding from the mouth. The students begin to panic because the pocket dimension's protection system is broken, and they realize they need to escape. This sends Jae-han into a panic. The viewers grow concerned because students aren't supposed to be able to get hurt inside the pocket dimension, but it is happening. Suddenly, the students' HP bars vanish as the pocket dimension itself becomes unstable. Some viewers start to worry that the students might actually die. This development enrages the president even more, and he calls Jihyun a son of a witch. Meanwhile, our boy wonders how the president must feel, being manipulated and having events fabricated around him. It's the exact same thing he used to do to others. Some viewers begin to complain about how Jae-han is managing the academy's facilities. They suspect Jae-han is doing all of this on purpose to harm the students, and they begin to protest about how many times these things have happened and how their school keeps pushing the kids to the brink of death. He was surprised by how good her acting was, and when she suggests she should have gone into acting, and that her beauty is being wasted at this school. Jae begs her not to make him laugh, since he has to maintain a sad expression. He finally leaves her alone, so he can go deal with the dragon. Upon facing the monster, he knows he can defeat it easily, but it wouldn't be fun. The monster attacks with one of its claws, but he quickly jumps back to dodge. He activates a skill called Mana Weapon, and draws his purified Baomong sword. The spectators believe that Jae can win with this sword, and they start cheering for him. Our boy activates his special ability from the Baomong replica called Dragon Slayer, which makes all attacks against draconic species 300% stronger. He sends a double sword strike towards the red dragon, enraging it even more, so much so that it slams its tail where Jae is. Jae manages to block the attack, and our boy remembers that there are two things to do. He remembers the day Ryan had seen in his books that a dragon's weakness is a wart on its heel. So our boy jumps behind the monster and unleashes his next attack on its heel to finish the fight. He activates his skill called Overdrive, which makes all his skills 1.5 times more powerful. Moments later, he activates his skill, Frozen Ground, and freezes the entire place, including the red dragon. The spectators watch in shock, and they can't identify any A-rank skill that could do what he just did, as they begin to speculate if Jae is S-rank. Our boy shatters the frozen dragon and defeats it. After defeating it, Jae leans on his sword and tries to hide his smile, hoping that Dion will like his gift. In the president's office, he starts receiving several calls from the school board members blaming him for everything. Although he tries to clarify that he didn't cause it, he realizes that no one is believing him, which had never happened before. He asks Instructor John about the reporters and journalists, and John informs him that he hired all the reporters they had connections with, but they rejected his offer because they can no longer trust Miles. When John mentions that he thinks someone did this on purpose, Kane strikes him in anger, with a magical attack that sends him flying across the room. Kane is sure that there's no way Jae could have done this alone, and someone must be helping him. As he thinks about who it could be, one of his employees bursts in to inform him that the Lotus Guild has sent an official document about the disciplinary actions to be taken against the Miles Academy and the president's arrest. Apparently, Chang had drafted the document about the incident that occurred during the midterm exams, referring to it as a serious matter that put the students in possibly fatal danger, just like what happened during the guild experience. It also states that he consistently puts students on the brink of death, and is known for engaging in bribery of high-ranking politicians for his own interests, among other things for breaking 17 other laws related to raiders. The guildmaster, Song John, orders his immediate arrest. Angered John protests that the Lotus Guild has no right to get directly involved in this matter because only the headquarters of the National Raiders Association can. Upon reading the document more deeply, he discovers that 4 major guilds, 29 other guilds, and the management of the National Raiders Association all agree to this. Jihyun read the document, speechless, as several raiders stormed his office to arrest him. As the students exit the pocket dimension, several reporters gather outside to interview Team D about the incident that occurred inside. Jae-han is happy that his teacher handled things carefully, and one of the reporters asks him if he knew anything beforehand about this arrest, because of the comment he made about the president while inside the pocket dimension. Jihyun explains that he can't say much due to the Academy's non-disclosure agreement, but he informs them that this is the 3rd time they have been placed in danger, and he doesn't want anyone else to get hurt. He refuses to speak further, claiming he needs to get Yuna medical attention. Jihyun takes Yuna to a paramedic bus that the Lotus Guild had prepared. This was arranged so people wouldn't know that Yuna wasn't actually injured. Meanwhile, Jae-in is taken out of the academy by the National Raiders police force, and several people pelt him with raw eggs. While throwing eggs at him, the crowd shouts for the president to resign. Shortly after, when they are all inside the ambulance, Yoon-jung bursts out laughing and accuses Jae-hyun of being a terrible actor. When he asks if it was really that bad, she starts imitating him. All of this amuses Professor Seong-eun, so she asks what he was thinking when he planned all this, because he would have been the one to suffer the consequences if things had gone wrong. However, our boy tells her that he learned from his experience with the guild that while his own safety might be important, saving other people's lives comes first. Yoon-jung teases Jae-hyun, saying that's an unusual thing for him to say, and asks if he ate something bad, but he just tells her to shut up. After laughing a little, Song-eun informs Jae-hyun that there will be a press conference in 3 days, where they will put an end to Jae-in. Meanwhile, at the National Raiders Association headquarters, Chairman Sun celebrates that Jae-in's end has finally come. He recalls a mysterious call he had received, telling him to prepare in advance so that they could arrest Jae-in. The person on the line said they would handle the rest of the process on their end, and they offered to prepare a location he had requested. 3 days later, at the official Lotus Guild press conference, Song-eun notices Jae-hyun standing outside. When she asks if he's nervous, he says he just doesn't like crowded places. When the time comes, Song-eun, Chairman Sun, and Jae-hyun take the podium. After the 3 of them sit down to answer the reporters' questions, several journalists think about how this is a huge chance to write an article about the priority negotiation rights the Lotus Guild has with Jae-hyun. This could become global news. Shortly after, Seong-eun opens the floor for questions, and the first reporter asks if it's true that Jae-in killed the students on purpose and covered it up as accidents. Song-eun confirms this is true and that they have already obtained all the evidence of his evil deeds. Our boy smiles because he knows they had to use brainwashing on instructor Izu to obtain incriminating files in advance, which means Jae-in cannot escape his fate. Song-eun adds that Jae-in broke many other laws, including funneling shady funds into the academy. Soon after, another reporter asks if they know the people involved in Jane's corruption, but Seong-eun just said they are investigating it now. After some back and forth, one of the reporters asks Seong-eun if it's true that Jae-hyun is her pupil, and she confirms it. Jae-hyun adds that he got where he is today, thanks to her teachings. Shortly after, another reporter asks Jae-hyun if he was hiding his abilities from the beginning since they hadn't seen any articles about him, and he explains that he didn't want media attention. Another reporter asks when he signed the contract with the Lotto's Guild, and several other questions about his training, family relationships, and love life come up. Jae-hyun remains silent as the questions continue because he can't let himself get carried away since he will continue to receive media attention from then on. As if on cue, someone asks the reporters to avoid asking Jae-hyun too many questions, as he is still recovering from the shock of the incident a few days. Later, the students gather for the inauguration of a temporary academy president, and Yoo-jung mentions that she's happy everyone is okay, as she would have been furious if they had gotten hurt. Suddenly, Jae-hyun tells them to remember that it's not over yet, just in case, and everyone acknowledges that Dion won't fall so easily, and that they need to get super strong while they have time. Ro-yoon agrees that he will also get stronger because he felt really weak during the experience at the guild, and Ina expresses the same. Jae-hyun is happy that the others want to get stronger, but he doesn't plan to involve them any further in this matter, as dealing with Diane is something he has to do himself. Shortly after, instructor Kim Ji-yeon steps onto the new podium, and Jae Hyun tells the others that she is the new director to their shock, and Yoo-jung can't believe it since she's so young. Then Hyun informs us that instructor Jihyun is also a spy from the Raiders Association a while ago. Jae-hyun and Sean Kim went to the Raiders Association headquarters, and Sean Kim informed him that he would make Jihyun the new director. In the present, Jihyun announces that she will be the director for the time being, and promises to do her best later. The group goes out to have fun, and Jae-hyun wonders what the hell is going on. As he watches Yoo-jung sing karaoke, our boy thought he would finally get some rest, but that doesn't seem to be the case. A few hours earlier, Yoo-jung had knocked on his door and ordered him to open up. When he does, she reminds him of the promise they made to go to karaoke as soon as they finished their exams. Apparently, they had arranged to meet at the best karaoke place in the area and dragged Jae-hyun along with them. In the present, Jae-hyun decides he might as well get on stage to show off his karaoke skills. Since he's already there, the others look at him in despair, and one of the patrons complains that someone is terrorizing their ears and asks for such people to be banned from karaoke. When he finishes, Ina comments that she can see he's human too, like the rest of them, and Ro-yoon jokes that people can't be perfect at everything. Our boy gets a score of 10 out of 100, and Jae-hyun hands the microphone to Ina, since she's next. As their hands touch, the microphone slips from her grasp, and she starts to blush. Fortunately, our boy catches it and holds her palm to place the microphone there for a moment. Ina's face turns bright red, and when Jae-hyun asks what's wrong, she says she's fine. Finally, she asks them not to expect much from her performance because she's embarrassed, but Yoo-jung accepts that she's probably better than Jae-hyun. Annoyed, our boy protests that his skills are just average, but Yoo-jung is certain he lacks any self-awareness. After they calm down, Jae-hyun wonders what Ina's singing sounds like. He plans to applaud even if she isn't good. However, when she starts to sing, he realizes she is ridiculously good at it. Meanwhile, Rain makes his way through the streets of Earth and spots Hela nearby. Eventually, she reveals herself and tells him she only came to greet him and ask how he's doing. Heimdall accuses the Aesir gods and the resistance of doing some truly interesting things this time, but Hela retorts that it's nothing on the level of what Odin and the Aesir gods have done. Heimdall scoffs at Hel for clinging to the useless hope that the great adversary from the prophecy will appear and set them free, and when she tells him you never know, he claims that a mere human cannot overthrow the Aesir gods. As he moves forward, Rain stops him from going any further. He tells her to move, but she explains she can't allow it if he's going to find the great adversary from the prophecy. Annoyed, Heimdall asks if she wants to die, but she reminds him that he can't use his powers properly here on Earth, and that she has the advantage here. However, Heimdall reminds her to be better prepared for her own death if she plans on killing him here. Regardless, she states that she is ready for it, because her job and her role now is to buy time. For a small break, the girl sings beautifully. When she finishes, she turns to ask how she did. They look completely shocked, and Yoo-jung asks how she's so good at singing, while Hyun accuses her of hiding this from them the whole time. When Jae-hyun asks if she took choir lessons, she says no. Yoo-jung is stunned that she's never had any lessons, and Ina is surprised that they actually like her voice. She thanks them for the compliment and tells them this is only the second time she has ever let other people hear her sing. A few days later, in Seoul, at Jae-hyun's house, our boy gives his mother a gift. When she opens it, she finds checks for her allowance. She's surprised that her son has grown up so much and is thinking of her, at an age when he should be focused on having fun. Reading the amount, she's shocked that he earned so much on his own. Our boy tells her it's all for her. For Jae-hyun, he had finally managed to say what he had always wanted to tell her. He always wanted to give her a hug and say he'd made it, but he was too busy to take care of her in his past life. A lot has changed since his regression. His goal is to protect his family and friends, and then kill Odin to end all this misery. He promises himself he won't let Odin steal the life he has just reclaimed. Shortly after, he tells his mother she can now live comfortably without worrying about money. She hugs him, saying it must have been so hard for him, and our boy starts to tear up. But as they're hugging, someone suddenly knocks on the door. It turns out to be Ina, who greets him. Our boy soon discovers that Eugene came along with her. Jae-han asks what she wants this time, and she informs him she came to invite him somewhere, because her family is having a barbecue. Jihyun remembers that Eugene's parents are returning today, and she adds that her mother told her to bring him along. Since he's always doing things for them, he jokes that he only helps because she's such a burden, but Eugene just tells him to come, because her parents are excited to see him. He finally agrees, and as Eugene walks away, Ina notices the damp marks on his shirt where he had wiped his face before opening the door. She then asks if he was crying. Surprised, he informs her that his clothes just got wet while washing the dishes, and they both look away after an awkward moment. That night, our boy heads to Yuna's house, and he can immediately tell her family is wealthy by the grandeur of the home. He runs into Ina and asks why she's staying at Yuna's house, wondering if Yuna dragged her there as well. Surprised, Ina replies that she had nowhere else to go, so Jae apologizes, remembering that Ina doesn't have a family right now. Soon after, Yuna appears with her father, Mr. Kim, right behind her. Yuna's parents are thrilled to see Jae, and they exchange pleasantries. Jae recalls that they were incredibly kind to him on the day he lost his mother in his past life. Before he knows it, Mr. Kim wraps an arm around his neck and jokes that he's grown up. Jae wonders if the rowdiness is a family trait, and when Yuna's father releases him, he asks if Yuna still bullies him, since she used to beat him up, and he'd come crying to them when they were younger. A moment later, Yuna shows up again and tells her father to help her with the food and stop fooling around. He goes to help her, asking how she'll ever get a boyfriend acting like that. Before he leaves, he asks Jae if he wants to volunteer to be Yuna's boyfriend, and the young ladies suddenly go quiet. Jae looks surprised, so Mr. Kim starts listing her good qualities, and as he speaks, Yuna loses her patience and pinches him, telling him to stop with the nonsense and go help with the chores. The poor man rushes to help with the tasks, and Yuna tells Jae to join them. Soon after, the food is ready. Jae praises Mr. Kim's cooking skills, and Yuna wishes that Roy and Jason could be there to enjoy it with them. While they eat, Mr. Kim thanks Jae for helping Yuna with her exams, but Jae tells him he didn't do much, and he feels guilty because it was all an act. Shortly after, Mrs. Kim tells Jae that she's happy he's doing well, and she was surprised when he said he was going to the magic class. She mentions that she was wondering if he joined the magic class because he wanted to be with Yuna, and this comment makes Ina stop eating, but Jae clarifies that it's not the case. Mrs. Kim praises Jae for getting more handsome every day and expresses her hope that Yuna brings home a boyfriend like him. Yuna angrily tells her mother to stop talking and eat because her food is getting cold. When our boy notices that Ina has stopped eating, he asks if something is wrong, but she tells him it's nothing. Meanwhile, at Roy's house, his father reprimands him for wasting his time, saving dying students because he felt sorry for them. Mr. Own calls his own son a foolish bastard, and he realizes he would have been arrested along with Jae if he had arrived just a little bit later. He calls Roy a piece of crap and tells him to shut up. As he tries to speak, he reminds him that he needs to become the best writer in South Korea and put everyone beneath his feet. He tells him he has to take down that Jae no matter what, but Roy tells him to stop. Roy realizes that all his attempts to convince his father are useless because his father always tells him to step on others, to climb the social ladder. Annoyed, his father grabs his arm and asks if he knows what he's saying, but Roy slaps his hand away. Our warrior turns and leaves the house. Despite his father ordering him to come back, Roy realizes he doesn't want to beat Jae using dishonest means, and he plans to improve through fair methods. Meanwhile, Yuna's parents leave for a movie date night. Then Jae praises the fact that her parents are still on good terms shortly after. Our boy decides to go, and June asks if he is already leaving. Our boy asks what she means since it's almost midnight, but June insists that he stay a little longer. After hesitating for a while, June claims that her father will get angry with him if he leaves. And when she asks why, he says he doesn't think they would be happy with him staying so late when they aren't home. Anyway, June claims that they won't get angry if he doesn't do anything wrong, and she makes Ina agree with her. Eventually, Jae decides to stay. Shortly after, Ina says she's curious about something, and asks if the two of them are dating. They both furiously deny it, so Ina says she just figured because they are really close, and their parents are too. June clarifies that she and Jae just like each other as friends. Jae leaves shortly after. While he's on his way home, she approaches him and informs him that he has to go through his second trial as soon as possible. She explains that they can't postpone it any longer because Odin has started to make his move. Sometime later, Odin has a meeting with the Aesir gods and becomes irritated upon discovering there is still no news from Heimdall. Thor tells his father that he is being overly concerned about the adversary from the prophecy, since he is just a human, and an insect can't do anything against a god. Frigga adds her voice to the discussion and tells Odin that a human is no threat to the king of the gods, and she reminds him that he worries too much. However, Odin informs them that humans are creatures that can learn and grow infinitely. They can't kill the great enemy right now because the power of the prophecy can protect him for 10 years, but Odin doesn't want to eliminate the possibility that the adversary will become more powerful within that time frame. He believes that the power of the prophecy protecting the great adversary is weakening rapidly, and they may not have to wait 10 years before they can kill him. Odin tells them that all their plans must be precise because fate never prophesied their victory. Meanwhile, Jae learns from Hela that the power protecting him from the Aesir is fading. He asks why, since he wasn't attacked by the Aesir until he turned 27 in his past life. Hela explains that it's because much of the prophecy's power was used to bring him back to this time period. Apparently, going against the flow of time isn't permitted, even for a god. And it's surprising that the power of the prophecy held on for this long. In fact, Hela believes that someone she doesn't know paid a heavy price to make this possible. When Jae arrives home, he is shocked to learn that he is fighting against Heimdall, the white god who sees the near future, and uses a great horn. Since he's already on Earth, Jae worries that they won't have time for this trial, but Hela assures him that she has bought them some time. Meanwhile, Heimdall is bound by Hela's power, and he wonders how Hela can imprison him, the great Heimdall, in a place like this. While still trapped, he screams at Hela, telling her not to think she can keep him in such an insignificant prison. Hela tells Jae that she had to use a lot of power, but it will delay Heimdall for a while. When Jae asks where the second trial will take place, as if on cue, news emerges about the failure of the 11th recurring attack on the Great Ruins. The news states that a man named Balak from the European Association had joined the attack, creating a lot of hope. But the first test, called the Trial of Qualification, cannot be overcome again, and it seems they are not confident in their next attempt. Raela tells Jihyun that the next trial is in Iceland, the center of mythology, and where the secret of the giant of the Great Ruins is hidden apparently. The Great Ruins these guys are trying to clear were made for the great adversary in order to turn him into someone who can defeat Odin again. When he asked what she meant by again, she also found it strange to have used the word again, apparently. He is the only one who can attempt the qualification trial that will open the path to the Great Ruins. Meanwhile, Balak watches the news about how they failed to clear the ruin, and he breaks something in anger. While wondering what kind of ruin this is that they can't even enter, he calls a lady named Camilla and asks if she is sure that the mages are investigating the problem properly, and she reminds him that she already told him not to doubt others. She told him to stop being in such a hurry, because she also wants to enter the only great ruin in the entire world, but Balak still wonders how they are supposed to pass the first test that keeps asking them to prove themselves if they want to enter a few days later. Our boy goes to the airport to head to Iceland, and he calls Director King to help him come up with an excuse for his friends so they won't worry about him. He had to rush the preparation process, using mana stones to reinforce all his artifacts to their maximum and level up. Beyond level 30, as Jae-hyun boards the plane, he knows that the Great Ruins are protected by Balak, who doesn't want anyone else to breach them, and he will have to fight against the S-rank raider who carries the true dragon-slaying sword Balmung. Meanwhile, Raela, who travels in Jaehyun's coat like a cat, waits to see if Loki made the right choice by observing how Jaehyun handles this. The ruins are mysterious cemeteries that suddenly appeared all over the world. After being cleared by raiders, it was revealed that these sites were places where artifacts were hidden. This provided an opportunity to gain items of a higher rank than those in normal dungeons, which made the competition intense. Each nation's government had to intervene during the flight. Raela revealed that the mistletoe bracelet on his wrist was an object they had hidden in the ruins, so it was no mere coincidence that he was the one who found it. Jaehyun assumes she must be referring to the bubbles of light that he saw back then, and that guided him, and he remembers that the beginning of everything was also that strange light. Shortly after, Raela explains that the ruins were created by the giants. Apparently 10,000 years ago, their guardian and Thor's rival Hrungnir created it for the great adversary of the prophecy, as well as for the countless humans who would be fighting against Odin's army. Jae-hyun realizes it makes sense why the ruins have so many puzzles and riddles, as the giants are known as wise beings, who were said to be confident even before the Aesir gods. Although they met a horrible end, Jae-hyun mentions that he has one very good item with him before leaving. He got a rank-up reinforcement item called Shadow Mineral, which reinforces his shadow equipment. It can be used to reinforce the shadow armor he obtained after defeating Belladonna after using the shadow mineral. His shadow armor increases to A rank, and his mistletoe activates a passive skill called Armor Crafting Genius, which further enhances it into an S-rank armor called the Armor of the Abyss. The Armor of the Abyss is said to have been made from the Abyss of Ginnungagap, with a level 3 active stealth skill and a passive skill called Shadow Synchronization. Shadow Synchronization is an A-rank skill that syncs the user with shadows to create an afterimage. It has a 20% chance to dodge attacks from enemies and a single 100% chance to dodge an attack, but it doesn't work against light attribute attacks. A few hours later, they arrive in Iceland and check into a special hotel where only the awakened can stay, and one night costs 50,000. As he heads to his room, Jaehyun walks past Balak, who is the head of the European Raiders Association, and Camilla. When he passes them, Balak stops Jaehyun and asks him what he is. As Balak turns back, Camilla tries to stop him, but he doesn't listen and stands in front of Jaehyun. He asks Jihyun how old he is and where he's from, but our boy says nothing. Eventually, Camila gets between them and asks Balak what she pushes our boy forward and tells him he can go on, because Balak has a rather unpleasant personality, and that's why he was dumped by his ex-wife. Waving goodbye to Jay, Camila reminds Balak that she had told him to be careful not to tarnish the image of the European Raiders Association. She said she understands he's on edge because their last raid failed, but he shouldn't take his anger out on a kid. However, Balak told her that wasn't it, but rather because that boy made no sound at all as he walked, and he knows how to intentionally conceal his presence. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office at Mills Academy, Jay's friends are shocked to learn their friend has gone abroad, and Young wonders where he's off to this time, especially since he got himself into trouble. Randomly, at an amusement park, Roy jokes that Jay always stirs up trouble, but Mina suddenly cuts him off, saying that Jay is not the type of person to get into trouble at all. In the Great Ruins of Iceland, some guards from the Raiders Association notice a strange figure walking in their direction and command him to reveal his identity. Jay, who has concealed his identity with his armor, asks if they can't just let him in because he's too lazy for all this frankly ridiculous charade. Just as they are about to signal the presence of an intruder, Jay covers their mouths and activates his brainwashing ability. He apologizes for acting like a criminal, but explains that the ruins were actually intended for him. Before Jay left, Ryla had told him that the conditions he needed to meet to be allowed into the Great Ruins were, first, the Nornir system, and second, his strength and agility attributes had to be over 150, which is basically S-rank level, a very high threshold. She hesitates for a moment, hoping he's an S-rank, but when he says he isn't, she can't believe it at all, having heard he defeated Surtur's clone. As she starts to think of a way for him to reach S-rank, Jay tells her there's a way and takes out an A-rank key called the Cursed Key, which he obtained from the Flanders quest. It's an important relic. Using his detection skill, he recognizes it as the Key of Loki, an artifact that can open any door or chest. In the present, Jay doesn't find it strange that he obtained this key, and it seems as if someone who foresaw everything prepared it for him, for a clear purpose. He inserts the key into the door, and it swings open. Before entering, he readies his blank card, because he believes it will also be of great use. Soon, he had the option of using it on Sio's cognition accelerator, or on Solo's detection skill, but he still felt there might be something even better he could apply it to. Besides, if he copies the skills of those around him, he knows that people could become quite suspicious. He makes his way down the corridor and sees a giant who asks him if he is indeed the prophesied great adversary. The giant introduces himself as Smir Runisen, the designated guardian of the Great Ruins, following the directives and orders of his father Runir. When Rayla appears, Smir recognizes her as a clone from Hell, so Rayla explains to Smir that she is the one responsible for guiding the great adversary through the 5 trials, and she explains that the power of the prophecy that had been protecting the great adversary is weakening rapidly, so they need him to take his test as quickly as possible without delay. While she is still speaking, Smir says that he rejects the proposal, and when she asks him why, he explains that the method with which the great adversary opened the door was cheating, and he won't be able to pass the second trial with his current attributes at all. Smir generously proposes that he become stronger and return at another time, but Rayla insists they don't have time, and the gods at this point have begun to act again as soon as the power of the prophecy is completely depleted. However, Smir insists that rules are rules, and he is quite certain that Jotunheim, the kingdom he so wished to protect, is already completely covered in ashes, and there is no longer a home for the giants to return to. Since it's too late, he wonders what difference it makes if they delay even longer then. Rayla realizes the giant is in deep despair. However, Jin, who was boiling with rage, asks what kind of bullcrap this is after all. He asks Smir if he's messing with him, and says he's not some charity organization by any means. He explains that he is not something they can use when they need, and then simply discard, and the only reason he is letting them all control what he does now is because he also sees great value in using them. He activates his chain lightning skill, level 5, and tells Smir that he will need him to get out of the way immediately. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the guards tell Balak that no one managed to get past them. This makes no sense to Balak, who is sure someone is in the dungeon because of the mysterious power. He just felt something that happens when the ruins are opened. Since the doors are open, he is sure he will also be allowed to enter, but when he reaches the door, he is informed that he is not qualified as usual, which frustrates him. Shortly after, Camila receives a call from Balak very late at night, and he informs her that the invader managed to enter the great ruin inside the dungeon. She asks Jin what he is doing. Smir, who is now completely enraged, calls him a fool and stands up to face him. Smir asks Jin how he dares to challenge him in that fragile human body, and his roar releases a destructive amount of energy. Overwhelming anyway, our boy asks if he doesn't have any other lines because he's heard this one so many times that he's completely sick of it. The reason our boy is doing this is that he would have to retreat if he gave up on this trial, and would die while fighting Heimdall, with no chance at all. It's either that or die here, so in the end, it's the same thing, so as not to end up with regrets like he did before he regressed. He plans to hold his ground and fight. Shortly after, Smear tells his great adversary that his courtesy ends here, and unleashes a massive arrow from above that aims directly for Jae-hyun's head with full force. Strangely, our boy doesn't move out of the way, and instead uses his absolute calculation skill to shatter the arrow. He then uses his wind boost to launch himself with everything he has toward the giant. Smear realizes that Jae-hyun is coming straight for his heart, and he wonders if his great enemy truly plans to take him down and simply walk away. Smear questions what is driving Jae-hyun to do all this. Our boy feels an intense pressure, very similar to when he fought Rugen. He feels it when he's against an opponent he knows he can't currently defeat, and he has no intention of backing down this time. A moment later, he activates his Frozen Earth skill and freezes the ground. Smear scoffs at the tactic and says he doesn't know how Jae-hyun was able to get his hands on a secret dark elf skill, but he shatters the ice on the ground with a single punch and reminds Jae-hyun that he is weak regardless, and that fact doesn't change. A look of despair first crosses Jae-hyun's face, but then he smiles with an air of defiance. He asks Smear if he's moving just as he expected, simply because he's stupid and tactless. Our boy then activates his fire skill, level 5, and another level 5 skill called Air Burst. With great power, Jae-hyun mixes the ice with fire and hurls them at the giant, completely blocking his vision. He then activates his level 3 stealth skill to hide. Smear wonders if he really expects such a trick, a pathetic and simple-minded trick, to work on him. When the steam clears, Smear realizes he has vanished, and is unable to find him anywhere. Shortly after, Jae-hyun leaps toward him and attacks, striking his neck with his sword. Meanwhile, in Seonggum's office, the master of the Healer Guild, Miss Baek Jihyun, returns to tell Seonggum that she wants Jae-hyun at any cost. Seonggum sees no point in repeating this useless and pointless conversation, but Baek Jihyun offers to give her the right price in exchange. Seonggum insists that Jae-hyun is not an object to be sold in any way, so Baek Jihyun offers her an item known as the Fang of Nido, a rare artifact. Seonggum hadn't expected the Healer Guild to offer an S-class item, and she wonders if this is how badly she wants Jae-hyun to be willing to give up everything. However, Seonggum smiles and asks if she plans to lure Jae-hyun directly with this item, should the Lotus Guild decline their offer, and from Baek Jihyun's response, it's absolutely clear that this is her plan. Intrigued, Seonggum tells her that she should have gone directly to Jae-hyun instead, but Baek Jihyun told her that she prefers to resolve problems in a more chivalrous and formal manner. Baek Jihyun stands up and extends her hand, saying that she will be eagerly awaiting her decision once more. Seonggum does not return her handshake, and Baek Jihyun bids farewell, leaving the premises. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun attacks the giant's neck, but Smear is not injured, remaining unharmed. Smear asks Jae-hyun if this is the method he has chosen, and reminds him that Odin and the other Aesir gods are extremely strong, and there is no guarantee at all that his efforts will bring any results. He asks Jae-hyun if he still believes he can press forward, but our boy tells him it's much better than just standing around doing absolutely nothing. He activates his magical artifact realization to create a mana blade, and then activates his armor crafting genius to level up the mana blade he created, enhancing it in any way possible. Regardless, Smear tells his great adversary that he knows absolutely nothing, because there is no value at all in what he is doing. But Jae-hyun tells him that he is the one who chooses whether his actions have value or not. Ultimately, in a flashback, Smear remembers when his father told him that he alone is the one who chooses his own worth. Jae-hyun doesn't hesitate and lunges forward to strike at Smear, but a sudden and powerful burst of energy from Smear renders Jae-hyun unable to move. Paralyzed, Smear asks if he can take full responsibility for what he said, and the crushing weight of the energy begins to make Jae-hyun bleed from the mouth. In extreme and unbearable pain, he wonders what he should do, and how he can possibly defeat this terrible monster. But suddenly, the pressure vanishes. Smear recalls that Jae-hyun just said he is the one who chooses the value of his actions, but also informs him that such claims are only permitted for those who possess the power. Smear offers him a chance to prove his worth so that he might let him enter, while Rayla hides nearby. After considering for a moment, Jae-hyun makes Smear a proposal to withstand his ultimate attack just one time. Rayla leaps out and asks Jae-hyun what he thinks he's saying. She reminds him that Smear possesses divinity and that his current human form is no match, but Smear accepts the offer. Smear summons a spear to assess if he is worthy of his words, and if he is a being who can withstand a great destiny. Rayla tries to stop Smear, but he doesn't listen to her and hurls the spear directly at Jae-hyun, who stands there paralyzed like a deer in the headlights. The immense power of the spear shakes the entire building and ultimately creates a large fissure where it was aimed. After the smoke dissipates, Jae-hyun is still alive, and he asks Smear if that proves anything. He had used his shadow synchronization skill, and the system tells him that the ability will have a 20% activation probability from now on. Smear is surprised, but a smile soon spreads across his face, and he allows Jae-hyun to enter, while Rila stands there speechless, wondering what a strange human Jae-hyun is. As our boy moves forward, Smear informs him that there are 3 trials of wisdom prepared for him in this ruin. When he asks the warrior if he isn't afraid, the warrior says he is. Smear then tells him that this is good as they walk into the ruins. She asks the warrior how he did what he just did, and he says that he isn't sure either as they move forward. They encounter 2 ladies who welcome him and introduce themselves as the Norms, the guardians of the first trial of wisdom. She tells Jae-hyun that she cannot intervene from this point on and warns him to be cautious. The ladies tell him that one of the 2 is an angel and the other is a demon. The angel speaks only the truth, and the demon speaks only lies. One of them guards a portal to heaven, where angels reside, and the other guards a portal to hell, where demons apparently reside. Whichever gate he chooses, he will be able to reach the next stage of the trial, but if he chooses the gate that leads to hell, the undead will continuously hinder him. After they explain, Jae-hyun is informed that he can ask them only one question. Therefore, he must use this opportunity wisely. Jae-hyun realizes that figuring out the right path with just one question, it's the famous logic puzzle, but he's intrigued that both paths could still lead him to the next test. When he decides to ask his question, Noni says there's no need to rush as there is enough time for him to think, but Jae-hyun replies that he doesn't need to think deeply about it. After he points to one of them, he asks her where her gate leads. Jae-hyun recognizes this puzzle as the one called Angel and Demon, a rather famous riddle that also has a well-known solution. If you ask where they live, the angel will tell you the way to heaven, and if you ask the demon, he will also point to heaven. The lady he asks walks in front of a gate near her and says, "This is my gate." She asks if this gate is his choice, but Jae-hyun tells her that he will go through the second gate instead. After he makes his choice, she is shocked and follows him. She asks if he is crazy and why he would choose intentionally the gate that leads to hell, but Jae-hyun reminds her of the saying that nothing is hard work when you are young. Eventually, he reveals to her that he chose this gate because they said the undead would try to stop him, and she suspects he has other plans. When the undead begin to emerge, Jae-hyun activates his sacrifice skill and changes it to an attack skill called Judgment of Light. Using the Judgment of Light, he incinerates them and continues to level up. For Jae-hyun, gaining all these experience points is the true meaning of heaven. Rala just watches grimly and calls Jae-hyun an evil human, suspecting that he must be a demon. Meanwhile, the Norn sisters confess that Jae-hyun made the most foolish, but also the wisest decision, just as Mimir prophesied. Sometime later, Jae-hyun travels the distance and is taken to another place through a portal. He considers it a shame that the previous trial has already ended, as it was a rare opportunity to level up. In the second room, they find a complex magic activation on the floor, and our boy guesses that the condition for this test must be that he has to find a way to escape. A voice suddenly confirms his suspicions, which is later identified as the guardian of the second trial. Keela recognizes this voice and wonders how he is here, but the voice asks her to let him introduce himself. The voice introduces itself as Mimir, the one who created the Nornir system and the one who established their destiny. Mimir explains that Loki came to him a long time ago to ask for advice on how to nurture the last hope, the great enemy of the prophecy, and how to break free from Odin's eye. The answer to that was the Nornir system. Shocked to be meeting the one who created the system he is using, Jae-hyun asks why he didn't explain his plans from the beginning. Then Mimir informs him that it is difficult to approach him because of the contract with the Aesir gods and the Aesir system, that all the awakened used, which hindered them for a while. Mimir and Rala talk about how they won't be able to guarantee that the great adversary will be alive if the war they expect happens sooner than planned. Eventually, Mimir explains that the reason he is not intervening is to test if Jae-hyun is worthy. Apparently, he couldn't say anything to Jae-hyun before because there were too many eyes. And the reason they can talk like this is because they are inside the great ruins. Jae-hyun decides to ask Mimir a question. He recognizes that Since he was chosen by fate to be the great enemy, his own will shouldn't matter. So he asks Mimir, because he asked him how he felt about the matter right before he died in his past life, when he was at his most desperate. Meanwhile, Jung and Ina wonder what Jae-hyun is doing abroad that's making him not answer their messages. As everyone talks about Jae-hyun, Jung laments that she just wants to be with him. But before the words completely leave her mouth, she gets embarrassed and quickly corrects herself, saying she only said that because she's the one who can put up with him. Shortly after, Sil talks about her plans to attend Mila's academy soon and how she has already checked the room sizes. Then, Ryan sincerely asks what she will do if she ends up failing the entrance exams. The question throws her into despair, and she accuses him of being cruel, which shocks him. Ina finally says she hopes Jihyun comes back soon, and Yuna agrees. In the Great Ruins, Mimir replies that they didn't want to leave the world's fate in the hands of someone who couldn't even stand up on his own. So he gave him an opportunity to change his fate back then. Jihyun mentions that he has many other questions, but he assumes Mimir won't be able to answer them all. Eventually, Mimir offers him a hint about the truth, if he passes this trial. To explain the second trial, Mimir told him that he has to offer one of the objects in the room by placing it on the altar. However, he has to keep two things in mind. First, that this is to gain wisdom, and second, that he only has one chance. When Jihyun despairs because he'll have to search through all these things, Mimir acknowledges his thoughts because he can access them through the Nornir system. Mimir decides to give Jihyun two hints for the trial. The first is that he already possesses the wisdom he could obtain from this altar, and the second is that he came to the ruins 2 days earlier than planned, because today is Monday. Jihyun is still quite confused, but Mimir told him that these are all the hints he can get. So he asks Jihyun to show him his wisdom. Before Jihyun begins, Mimir adds one last condition to this trial, which is that Jihyun will die here if he fails to pass this test. Annoyed, our boy thinks to himself that Mimir is a real son of a gun because he knows he can hear his thoughts. The curse makes Mimir laugh, and he tells him he has 1 hour to present an answer, and an hourglass is set up. Jihyun thinks about what Mimir said about him already possessing the wisdom and how Mimir meant that he should have come here on Wednesday. None of this seems to relate to this trial, so he decides to calm down and think back to where it all began before doing anything. Jihyun decides to try his mana detection to check all the items, but he doesn't detect anything special. He keeps thinking about the wisdom he already possesses, and about Wednesday as time continues to tick by. Eventually, he decides that there is only one possibility for what Mimir expects of him. After he generates a spear, the Nornir system asks what he will sacrifice to the altar, so he decides to sacrifice himself. The system reminds him that he only has one chance and asks if this is his choice. Then he cheerfully says, yes. Suddenly, the magic circle beneath his feet lights up, and Mimir tells him he has given the correct answer. Jihyun recognized that the wisdom he already possesses refers to the knowledge of runes he obtained after getting Odin's lost eye. Second, the word Wednesday has its roots in the term Woden's Day, and Woden is the other name for Odin. It is said that Odin sacrificed himself to obtain knowledge of life and the afterlife. If this has anything to do with this trial, then it's clear that he needed to offer himself on this altar. Eventually, Mimir asks if he knows the meaning behind the choice he has just made. Jae tells him that he knows Odin was hung upside down from Yggdrasil and pierced by a spear for 9 days. He tells Mimir that he is someone willing to risk his life to get what he wants. Then, our boy removes his armor and stabs himself with the spear in his hand. Despite Rala's protests, as he shoves the spear into his stomach, he asks Mimir if this was what he wanted to see. Jae recognizes that sacrificing oneself means enduring the threat of death to end things a little sooner. Our boy activates his artifact realization ability to create another spear and stabs himself with it again. She cries out for him to stop, but Jae generates another spear. As he is about to stab himself again, Mimir tells him that it is enough and lets him fall back into the magic circle. Mimir tells him he has changed a great deal and no longer needs his advice. Jae is surprised to find the wound has vanished, and Mimir informs him that the test is over, and that he showed him something better than he'd thought, to fulfill his part of the promise. Mimir gives Jae-han 3 words that he claims will once again form a sentence and guide him to the truth. Jae-han protests that he is using an indirect method to answer his questions, but Mimir pleads that he must answer this way to avoid the eyes of the gods. Mimir then informs Rala that not even she knows what he is about to say, which surprises her. The first word is invader, the second is eye, and the third is brighter. Jae-han can't understand the meaning of the words, and he wonders what they are supposed to mean. To help him, Mimir leaves him with one last piece of advice. doubt the system as he believes it will help him reach the truth. After Mimir departs, Jae-han considers his words carefully. At first glance, all three words seem to point to him. Invader is his job. The eye refers to Odin's lost eye, and his present is brighter than his past. However, this doesn't explain why he specifically used the word brighter and why he should doubt the system. To offer some comfort, Rala tells him that she will also think about what it could mean and suggests they move on to the next trial. As they advance, Smear appears and informs Jae-han that the final trial now awaits him. Smear tells him that the enormous mirror before them is the next test. Apparently, the mirror is known as the Mirror of Herde, the first of the three Norns. It is an artifact that shows the past. Jae-han will see the memories of the Jotun, and he must watch the memory and return to tell Smear the answer he found to pass the trial. Jae-han asks if there is a specific answer that he is looking for, but Smear tells him there isn't and that any answer he finds is not for him to judge. Once he is ready, Smear tells him to place his hand on the mirror, and Herd, the third Norn sister, touches his hand from within the mirror. She is happy that he is finally here, and tells him she has been waiting for him. She tells him that she was wrong, and intertwines her fingers with his as she holds him. She explains that she has waited a very long time for him, clinging to this broken past, a fragment that an ancient being wishes to show him. She leads him toward the first part of the memory, and guides him to a place that Hela, who is following him, calls Jotunheim the land of the giants. Because of how Jae-han and Herde spoke, Hela asks Jae-han if he has met Herde before, and he says he isn't sure. Immediately after, Herde asks them to be quiet and look at the past before them, but explains to Jae-han that he won't be able to change anything because this story has already ended. It is merely an echo of the past that Hrungnir, the once great Jotun, passed on to the great adversary. When Jae-han turns around, he sees Hrungnir asking a once young Smear what he thinks a good lord should be like. Smear replies that a good lord needs to be strong, to protect others. Hrungnir agrees but explains that a good lord must know how to share with others, and care for them while also being able to recognize his own flaws. He tells Smear that he hopes he will become such a Jotun, one day too, but Smear replies that he is weak and is afraid of many things, including Thor's hammer. Smear laments that he could never have worth like the Lord, but Hrungnir tells him not to judge his value so easily, because the only one who can decide his worth is himself. Upon hearing this, Jerome and Rayla realize that this was the statement that made Smear open up to him. Suddenly, a frantic giant bursts into the room to inform Hrungnir that Thor and the Valkyries have invaded the city. Hrungnir tells Smear not to worry, because he will do everything he can to protect them. After this first vision, Erdi explains that it was a dark past, but the giant's misery did not end there. She decides to show him the second part, and he is suddenly transported to a time when the city is in flames. Everywhere he looks, corpses and blood fill his vision. Rayla mentions that this is the war of the end, Ragnarok. Just before the contract was written, and the man standing over all the corpses is the god of thunder and lightning, Thor. Jerome contemplates Thor and realizes he is far too strong for him as he is now. Even if he reaches S rank, he cannot face a monster like him. Eventually, he asks the women what he needs to do to become as strong as Thor, and Rayla tells him that he has to pass the 5 trials. In the vision, Thor mentions that he has always hated the giants, and he is intrigued that they are not giving up but still want to fight him. To show his respect for such warriors, he offers the king of the giants, Hrungnir, a chance to avoid a massacre of his kind if he fights him, one-on-one. Shortly after, Hrungnir comes out and asks if he will really let the others go for the price of his head, and Thor swears on his name that he will. Hrungnir accepts the offer, and Thor promises to return soon for their fight. Erde explains that with Thor's change of heart and Hrungnir's sacrifice, the war between Jotunheim and Asgard ended, with Asgard as the victor. After that, she decides to show him the last part of the past. Sometime later, Smear begs his father not to go fight Thor because it is a trap. Hrungnir tells him he is aware, but he has no choice but to go. The tearful Smear asks why he must do this and reminds him that he is the only family he has left. Rayla explains to Jerome that the place in the vision is called Asgard, the world where the gods and their ruler, Odin, reside. In the vision, Hrungnir reminds Smear that he always told him not to be afraid because he is sure he will do well without him. As Smear cries, his father tells him that the prophesied great adversary will one day come to him, and that this great adversary will free them and all other species from the Aesir. Before leaving, Hrungnir tells Smear to protect his tomb, the Great Ruins. Jerome realizes that the ruins are memorials for the giants who died and a symbol of a hopeful future. In the vision, Hrungnir speaks directly to Jerome and tells him that he knows he will be seeing this memory in the future, so he asks him to help his son, Smear, Hrungnir soon leaves to meet Thor, who was eagerly waiting to fight him. Hrungnir asks Thor if he is satisfied now, but Thor says he is not. The god summons his hammer, and says he will only be satisfied after killing Hrungnir. Thor fires beams of light at the giant, who blocks them with his weapon. After the attack stops, Hrungnir, he asks Thor why he is killing innocent lives out of greed, and Thor confesses it is all the will of the great Odin. He admits that he personally has no reason. Apparently, Thor's only motivation is to fight a strong opponent. Eventually, Thor asks Hrungnir why he agreed to this fight, knowing he would die. After a brief pause, Hrungnir tells him he has something to protect, and Thor mockingly wonders what he could possibly have left to protect, when most of his kind have been reduced to ashes. However, Hrungnir assures him they are still valuable because Asgard will one day fall. When Thor realizes Hrungnir also believes in the prophecy of the three Norn sisters, he calls it nonsense and moves to end Hrungnir's life. Before Hrungnir is eliminated, he speaks directly to the great enemy again, telling him that the path he must follow is chosen solely by him and him alone. He tells him to have a firm will, and also asks him to tell Smear that he is sorry. Thor then hurls his hammer at Hrungnir's weapon. The sheer force of the attack shatters the weapon and crushes Hrungnir's skull. Jae-han finds this ending truly confusing, and he suddenly pulls out his blank card to take revenge on Thor. Fortunately for him, the system, Nornir informs him that he can use a blank card. Hrungnir is then eliminated, and Thor stands over his dead body. He notices some runes glowing from the dead giant's weapon, which were the inscriptions Hrungnir had been carving into it. While he was talking with Smear, Thor realizes Hrungnir used a petty trick against him, and a massive explosion erupts, and cords of light bind Thor, trapping him. Thor realizes that Hrungnir set this counterattack to be triggered by his death, but Thor doesn't believe something so petty will kill him, so he unleashes an enormous amount of energy to burn away the bindings. The Nornir system informs Jae-han that the rank of the skill he is copying is too high for his level and cannot be used properly until his level is higher. Thor, however, successfully burns away all the bindings that held him. He is suddenly targeted by a small remnant of Hrungnir's magic that pierces his head. The attack knocks Thor back, and when he gets up, he discovers his head is bleeding, and that Hrungnir had lodged an object in his head to suppress his power, and this amuses him. As Thor's power is suppressed, the system allows Jae-han to register Thor's passive ability, known as the power of the Thunder God. Rala asks Ed how it is possible to use a card on someone inside a memory, and Ed says it would not be possible if it were just an illusion. However, it is not an illusion, but a fragment of the past being transmitted to the future generation, which means Hrungnir's sacrifice was not in vain. After all, Jae-han manages to register the power of the Thunder God, which is a legendary rank skill. He now possesses the lightning of Thor. This greatly increases the efficiency and power of all his lightning-type abilities. It increases lightning damage by 300% and efficiency by 50%. However, since the skill is of a rank too high for the user's level, it cannot be maintained for long without causing permanent damage to his body. When Rala asks if he is sure, our boy says he will become strong enough to handle it and that she will help him. Soon after, he says it is time to say goodbye once more, but confesses he can't get used to parting with him again. Confused, our boy asks her why he doesn't remember meeting her before, but she says there's no point in finding out now. She encourages him to leave the past behind and move towards a new future, since there is no place for her in his destiny. The veil on her face suddenly disappears, and she says she wishes for his journey to be filled with blessings. Tears fall from Erdi's eyes, and she eventually vanishes. For a moment, our boy just looks at the mirror and hesitates before turning to Smia. Smia decides to ask him one question for his final test. She asks if he is ready, and if he is capable of not straying from his path, even if he loses something important to him. Jihyun thinks of his mother, teacher, and friends, then he answers that he can't. He confesses that he will be shaken, sad, and in pain, just like Smear, but he will get up again because he must move forward. Smear likes the answer and says that he is qualified to pass this test immediately. The system notifies him that his level has risen by 4 and he has obtained the title, the one who overcame the second trial. Moreover, he is notified that he has received a gift from Hrungnir. Before Jihyun leaves, he tells Smear that his father asked him to say he is sorry. Then he leaves. When Smear is alone, he says aloud to his father that he never resented him for what he did. When Jihyun arrives at the dungeon gate, he is shocked to find the entire European Raiders Association waiting for him. Keela notices that the men are highly skilled, and it will be difficult to escape. Jihyun finds it disturbing that they treat him like a thief, but he understands why they feel that way. Because the European Union invested a lot of money in the rights to raid this place, our boy knows he can't face two S ranks at once. With the skills he has now. So he asks Rela to take care of things while he buys time. Rela informs him that she will send a signal, so she asks him to distract the men until then. Jae-hyun finally comes out in his armor, and Balak steps out to meet him. Balak asks if he cleared the dungeon, and Jae-hyun asks what will happen if he did. Enraged, Balak points his spear at his neck, and he is certain that the intruder cleared it, since he feels no mana coming from the ancient ruins, but he doesn't understand how he managed it. Jae-hyun recognizes the sword with Balak as the original dragon-slaying sword, Balmung, the true S-rank artifact. Our boy informs Balak that this ruin was meant only for him, and they would never have succeeded no matter how many times they tried. Annoyed, Balak asks if he's saying they aren't good enough, and Jae-hyun says it's possible. He reminds him that Balak couldn't even get in because he failed to prove his worth, and Balak almost curses him in anger. Balak said his original plan was to bring him to their side, but he changed his mind. He tells our boy that he won't kill him, because there are many things he can find out from him, and Jae-hyun is glad he fell for it, for such an obvious provocation. Eventually Jae-hyun tells him to try and kill him if he can, and he generates a sword he obtained. Thanks to his encounter with Balak, our boy recreates the S-rank dragon-slaying sword Balmung, and Balak just stares at him confused. To answer his questions, Jae-hyun reminds him that there is no law that says there can't be two Balmungs. Balak attacks immediately, but our boy retreats using his light step skill. The angry raider keeps trying to attack him, but Jae-hyun continues to dodge every attack. Eventually he stops. Jae-hyun says he's slower than he expected. This further infuriates Balak, who confesses that there aren't many who can dodge his sword, even among S-rank raiders, and he wonders who the hell Jae-hyun is. Shortly after, Camila appears and warns Balak to be careful, because the sword the intruder is holding has the same mana as his Balmung. Jae-hyun reminds Balak that he won't kill him, but he will take his limbs. Remembering that Rugen had said the exact same thing to him, our boy asks Balak to stop talking because he's about to trigger his PTSD. Balak looks at him confused, so Jae-hyun references an article he read about him that said he went through a divorce, and decides to ask why. Suddenly, Camila tells Jae-hyun that he's crossing the line because Balak's wife, who divorced him for having a crappy personality and being boring, doesn't make the situation any better. Then Balak tells Jae-hyun that they will continue this conversation in the interrogation room. Rila soon informs Jae-hyun that she's ready, and asks him to wrap things up, but he asks her to wait a second, which enrages her even more. Our boy takes this opportunity to fight against an S-rank raider, so he activates his overdrive skill and equips his incomplete B-rank Ring of Transcendence to momentarily amplify his mana and increase the strength of his magic. After he activates it, the system warns him that he won't be able to use mana for a while after using this skill. Camila is shocked to witness his mana suddenly change, so she warns Balak to back off. Balak creates a barrier around himself, while Jae-hyun unleashes a mana force field, but the power of the force still shatters the mana barrier, which is unbelievable. Jae-hyun remembers that the Thor he saw in Runir's memories was ridiculously strong, and he assumes Heimdall is the same. He decides that the only way to get stronger, in a short period of time, is to keep fighting stronger opponents. Immediately, Balak tries to attack him again, but our boy dodges the attack. Both soon collide, the force of their individual Balmungs releasing an explosive energy around them that hurls Balak several meters into the sky. Shocked, Camila catches him with her magic, and she wonders how this intruder was able to defeat the leader of the European Union just like that. Balak lies on the ground unconscious, with blood gushing from his mouth, and Camila decides she can't let a monster like this roam the city. As Jae-hyun says his goodbyes, Camila turns to him and asks if he really thinks she would let him get away. She activates a skill called Hellfire, and another called Wind Hunter, releasing a huge dark energy. Meanwhile, the Nornir system informs Jae-hyun that his mana usage will be restricted for now as a penalty for the overdrive skill he used. When Rila realizes our boy can't do anything, she decides he's had enough fun and took them out of there. On the other side, Camila feels the mana response disappear before her attack even hits the opponent, and she considers tracking him. However, Balak, who is now on his feet, tells her to give up because it's too dangerous to go after him. He proposes they return to the main base, and Camila asks if he's sure about that, since he hates reporting to them. Surprised, Camila tells Balak that he's acting different than usual, and asks if something happened. Then he informs her that the intruder purposely didn't kill him. When she hears this, Camila decides to contact the main base. When he's left alone, Balak realizes he may not know the man, but he's sure they will meet again, and he won't lose again when that happens. Meanwhile, she scolds Jae-hyun for being so impulsive, but he just laughs and says, that they can go home now. The next day, after Jihyun lands at the airport, he receives a call from Ina. The reason for Ina's call is to ask if he has decided which circle he will join. A circle is one of the main policies of all raider academies in the nation, and it's like an activity club for raiders. Second and third year students are usually the ones who create circles to bring in the freshmen, and they usually accept requests from public institutions. The academy will receive mediation fees during this process, and the students also have the opportunity to earn money and make connections. The circle is a way to gain experience through circle activities before joining a guild. It seems like a good idea, but for Jae-hyun, it's only beneficial if it can help him get into an influential guild. Otherwise, it's a waste of time. Before his regression, Jae-hyun joined a low-rank circle and ended up basically being enslaved. In the present, he was already planning to join the same circle as his friends anyway, but decides it's no fun if he makes it easy for them. To mess with them, he tells Ina that he doesn't know yet, and that he'll find a suitable one, not letting on that they're talking about joining the same circle. She asks if he wants to join them while the rest listen in on the call, and Jae-hyun tells her that he'd rather choose on his own. After a brief pause, Yoo-jung grabs the phone and angrily asks Jae-hyun if he's planning to abandon them by joining a circle alone. Our boy tries to remind her that he never promised to join the same circle with them, but Yoo-jung insists that once they're a team, they're always a team. Our boy teases her about being after his first rank benefits, but Yoo-jung says she doesn't care about that. Eventually, Jae-hyun offers to join the same circle as them under one condition, but he says he'll tell them when he gets back to the academy. After ending the call, Jae-hyun remembers that the fact they have to join circles soon means that something that happened in his past life is approaching. It's the outdoor training camps that are held, along with the registration period for the circles, and the location is in the isolated area of Daegu where Milla's academy was built. It's just one part of a closed-off area, and there are still tons of monsters outside the academy. Milla's has held outdoor camping events every year to decrease the number of monsters. Jae-hyun takes a portal back to the academy and returns to his apartment. While talking with Lila, she suggests they look at the gift Rona gave him. Suddenly, Lila freezes, and when Jae-hyun asks what's wrong, she reminds him that she'd said she bought him some time by tying up Heimdall, but she just sensed that he's been freed. Meanwhile, Heimdall tears through the fabric of space and crawls out into an isolated area. He's furious at being embarrassed like this by a clone. As he looks around, he notices the area is isolated and wonders if Lila was trying to keep him away from humans. He's very annoyed, and as if to make matters worse, a nearby monster spots him and pounces on him for lunch. Heimdall doesn't even turn to look at the monster as it leans in to devour him, since he isn't offering any resistance. As the monster covers his head with its mouth, Heimdall clenches his fist, releasing a huge amount of energy that shatters the monster's head. Heimdall decides to have some fun and find our MC to test him. Meanwhile, Lila laments as she realizes that Heimdall is heading for an isolated area near Milla's academy. From our boy's expression, she suspects he knows why Heimdall is going there. So, Jae-hyun informs her that's where the Milla's students are going to camp. She becomes worried, realizing what Heimdall wants. Apparently, Heimdall has the ability to read the immediate future, so he must have read Jae-hyun's future. Our boy realizes that it seems his friends are going to get involved in this, and this bothers him even though he was already expecting it. He decides to prepare as much as he can to fight Heimdall head-on, so he decides to check Rungnir's gift to see how much it can help. Jihyun opens Rungnir's gift and receives a consumable item called Giant's Blood. The item is an S-rank item that contains power and wisdom to increase his strength and wisdom attributes. However, the item can only be used when he meets the minimum strength and wisdom requirements, so Jihyun suspects that this is why there was an S-rank requirement to enter the Great Ruins. He would have to get his wisdom and strength stats above 150 to use this item, and that requires him to become S-rank. In addition, Jihyun receives a passive skill called Rungnir's Fury, an extraordinary rank skill that allows all damage against Aesir gods and Valkyries to be doubled. Rayla cheerfully asks what he thinks about the skills and brags that this is why she told him he needed to hurry with the second trial. Jihyun is also satisfied, and he pats her head, because he's happy she rushed him. However, Rayla jumps out of his reach and asks what he's doing. Eventually, she calms down and transforms back into her human form, then says she knows a way to help him. The next afternoon, Jihyun is seen bleeding from his eyes and nose after trying to use a lightning skill from Thor. He laments to Rayla that it isn't easy, so she says it's to be expected since the skill he obtained is a legendary rank skill that can't even be compared to S rank or extraordinary rank. She warns that he will destroy his body just by trying to use the skill if he can't level up enough, and Jihyun realizes he needs to learn how to use the skill as quickly as possible. Sometime later, while he's out for a walk, he thinks of a way to level up. He remembers the special quest, Crow Hunter, that the system gave him a while ago, which required him to get rid of all of Odin's crows. He has only eliminated 1 out of 5, and needs more for a blank card and a rank up. This seems to be the only way for now, but it doesn't seem like a good idea, because time is running out. He also considers that he could handle any permanent physical damage caused by overusing Thor's skill with sacrifice, but that won't solve the root of the problem. Suddenly, a nearby car honks at Jihyun, so he waits to see if it's friend or foe. It turns out to be Jihyun's former guildmaster, who tells him it's a coincidence to run into him in a place like this. Our boy recognizes her, then she asks if the Lotus Guild is treating him well, because she heard he signed a contract with them recently. Jihyun immediately realizes why she's there to see him, and asks, jokingly, if she isn't too busy to run into him there by coincidence. Eventually, he asks if she perhaps ran a background check on him or something like that. His directness surprises the guildmaster. Given the tense situation, she decides to apologize. Nearby, Aiden conceals his presence with his stealth skill. He soon makes a call to Seong to inform her that the Healers Guild has made contact with Jihyun. He also informs her that he thinks Jihyun discovered he was being followed, based on how he glanced in his direction. Shortly after, our boy meets with Jihyun in private to ask why she wanted to see him. She directly informs him that she wants to recruit him, so he reminds her that she knows he's already in a guild. She offers Nidhogg's Fang, and our boy's eyes widen. She seems to be casually offering him a rank S item of astronomical value. Meanwhile, Rila goes to Hel's temple to ask Hel to lend her some of her power. Hel reminds Rila that she is just a fragment of herself, so her power would be unstable in her hands. Even if she were to give it to her, Rila agrees that she probably wouldn't be able to use it correctly, or might die trying. Although she acknowledges that even if she survived receiving the power, she would likely die soon after, Rila decides she wants to do it, because that is her purpose as the guide for the 5th trial and the compass for the great enemy. She believes she exists solely for him, and for the prophecy. Hel protests that there must be another way to do it, but she confesses that she's truly curious to see the future that Jae-hyun will write amidst all the struggles, even if she can't see that future. When Hel realizes she has made up her mind, she agrees to give her power but wishes for her to be happy regardless of the decision she makes. Meanwhile, Sung-ji tells Song-su that he thinks Guildmaster Jihyun will try to convince Jae-hyun herself. Although he believes Jae-hyun isn't someone to be fooled by money, Song-su remembers that Jihyun has something more valuable than money to offer. Song-su realizes that Jihyun judged Jae-hyun's potential to be even greater than she herself had. Surprised, Sung-ji asks if she's going to leave Jae-hyun alone. Then she replies that it's not in her hands because Jae-hyun is on his way to becoming the strongest raider in the world. In any case, she states that she will never, ever let someone take something she's interested in. In the Healer Guild's meeting room, Jihyun asks Jae-hyun what he thinks about her offer, recognizing that he is sitting with her only because he wants something. She asks Yeonju to bring Nidhogg's Fang to the table, and this catches our boy's attention. Nidhogg's Fang is a renowned blade that was ranked second only to Balmung in Jae-hyun's past life, but Jae-hyun playfully asks why she is showing it to him. Eventually, Jihyun proposes to Jae-hyun that they be honest with each other to satisfy their desires. Jae-hyun's aura suddenly changes, and he asks her to say what she wants, which shocks Jihyun since he's just a student. She refuses to show fear, and Jae-hyun says he knows she's trying to hide her fear. She is surprised, which eventually makes him smile. As he acknowledges her offer to give him Nidhogg's Fang for joining the Healer Guild, Jihyun reminds him that no one else can offer him something so valuable, and our boy agrees because only a crazy guildmaster would invest so much in a 17-year-old. However, our boy points out that the Healer Guild doesn't hire battle-type raiders, so Jihyun confesses that she judged it was time for her guild to change, and he will be their first battle-type raider. Jae-hyun doesn't investigate further because he feels there's more to the story. Jihyun admits that stealing him from the Lotus Guild and gaining connections in the Raider Association are the real reasons she offered him Nidhogg's Fang. Jihyun also adds that the contract allows him to keep most of the profits, but while she is speaking, Jae-hyun suggests that she let him touch it just once, since it's a weapon he might end up using. The truth, however, is that he's about to activate his magical artifact realization to try and replicate the weapon, as he is valuable enough for her. She lets him do it, and Jae-hyun holds the weapon in his hand with a smile on his face. He returns the weapon and tells Rio that he doesn't think the weapon is really his style and thanks her for the offer. When he gets up to leave, Rio asks if he doesn't like the weapon, but he says that's not quite it. It's just not his style, you see. This time, Rio becomes furious and asks who in their right mind cares about taste when it comes to an S-rank artifact. She reminds him that this is an opportunity of gold that he is simply refusing, something he can't buy with all the money in the world. But Jae-hyun interrupts her, saying there's absolutely nothing left to talk about as he politely excuses himself. Rio remains there, completely stunned and speechless. When he finally leaves, she collapses into her chair, realizing that Jae-hyun is just like her master, Master Sean. A deep rage wells up inside her, and she vows to make him regret it bitterly. Shortly after, our boy returns home and activates his magical artifact realization ability to obtain a copy of Nidhogg's Fang. It was something he never expected to get so early in his journey. Nidhogg is the name of the great and dangerous venomous dragon, recorded in the most ancient legends. This dragon dwells in the Hvergelmir Spring, which is hidden in the depths of Niflheim. However, Jae-hyun reminds himself that he needs to be much more calculating and extremely careful from now on. He wonders how strong Heimdall really is and imagines he might be as powerful as Thor himself. The mere idea of battling against the gods makes him think he has gone completely insane with the nonsensical situation he finds himself in. But he is still quite curious to know how strong he is in direct comparison to them. He wonders if he will in fact be able to change the fate that Ed showed him through the mirror. Sometime later, in the executive conference room of the main circle of the renowned Mills Academy, the best and most promising students of Mills Academy gather to have an important discussion. A lady observes them closely and is quite surprised by the impressive strength of their auras, which could almost be mistaken for those of veteran raiders. However, what surprises me the most is that all these circle leaders are gathered here to recruit a single, specific person, Jae-hyun Min, one of John-hyun's students, the leader of the school's #1 circle. The guardian tells the rest of them that they will indeed be taking Jae-hyun and tells the others to simply give up. Another circle leader reminds John-hyun that it's their turn this time, since the guardian group also took the best students last year without exception. She also reminds them that there is a clear rule that mages and martial arts raiders must stay out of each other's territories, which means that they, and only they, should be the ones to receive Jae-hyun. The girl observing the leaders excitedly takes pictures of them and recognizes the lady who just spoke as Randy Ann, the leader of the circle called Song-gaon, named in honor of Ian Seong, the person who inspired them to start their own circle. Another guy in the room tells Dion to stop with her nonsense, especially since the media has already clarified that Jae-hyun is actually a battle mage, so it makes no sense for a mage circle to try and recruit him. The lady from before continues to excitedly take her pictures and points out that the guy who just spoke is Gareth Riop, the leader of the second-ranked circle, known as Rio Hytera, that Jae-hyun is an absolutely perfect candidate for his circle, since he is also clearly the warrior type, but Jae-hyun calls this pure nonsense. To make things fairer, Jae-hyun proposes that they let Jae-hyun choose the circle he wants to join, so he can consider the one with the best available offer, and Rio scoffs, saying, "It's not that simple," and calls Rio stupid, as she seems to have completely forgotten why they are here in the first place. She quickly attacks him, saying he has only muscles instead of a brain, which leads to a rather intense argument. The circles are watched very closely by the general public, and many guilds keep a close eye on them to recruit students with good performances. Because of this, the circle leaders have strived to maintain a delicate balance among themselves. However, the girl with the camera firmly believes that Jae-hyun is dangerous and could indeed completely destroy the delicate balance the circles have struggled to maintain. As they continue to argue, the fourth leader at the table suggests that they all make their offers to Jae-hyun, and if he accepts, they will notify each other well in advance. However, the circle that happens to get Jae-hyun will not be able to take any of his friends, and must also give up participating in at least 2 important academy events. The lady with the camera frantically takes pictures of the woman who just spoke, Chae-yun, the leader of the Third Eye Circle, as if she were a treasure. Apparently, her circle is the least known among all the circles present in the room, but she managed to make it grow and prosper completely, on her own. Rio agrees that Chae-yun's proposal is quite interesting, and the rest of them fully agree with her. The lady with the camera is simply amazed by their meeting and hopes that this will undoubtedly make for a great article. Meanwhile, our boy gets a call from Ina, who invites him to go somewhere special with her. Ina had called specifically to ask if he wanted to go to the National Raider Festival in her company. He asks why she asked so suddenly, so she stammers that there are many interesting things to see there, and that John said every raider should go to this place at least once in their life. Jae-hyun asks her if the other guys are going too, and Ina pauses for a moment before saying that the other guys simply don't have the time available. Eventually, Jae-hyun agrees that they should go together. He then considers that it's about time for the black market to prosper, and that it's not a bad idea to go there now, especially considering everything that happened before his regression. He hopes he can find a trump card to help him fight against Heimdall as well. When he asks when she wants to go, she proposes they go in 2 days from now, on the 25th of April, and suggests they meet at the park, at 9 in the morning for the festival. She is happy that she didn't stutter this time. Then Jae-hyun tells her it sounds like it will be a lot of fun. After they hang up, Ina looks at her phone and believes it will be a lot of fun too. Shortly after, our boy returns to the academy because he happened to forget something important there. While there, he runs into Yoo-jung on the men's floor and jokingly asks her if she's thinking of becoming a man. Annoyed, she almost insults him, but then confesses that she had something very important to ask him. She tells him she came specifically to ask if he wants to go to the National Raider Festival in her company. On the morning of the festival, Ina shows up at the park and wonders if she might have come too early. Soon after, our boy shows up and comments that she's quite early. He said he was going to arrive early to take a quick look around, but she's even earlier than him, so he suggests they go in right away. As he walks in, Ina just stands still for a moment, holding her red, hot cheeks in her hands. Meanwhile, some people around them recognize Jae-hyun, and also recognize Ina walking beside him. Ina turns away to avoid the stares of the hundreds of people upon them, and she starts to feel quite uncomfortable. Suddenly, Jae-hyun takes her hand and suggests they walk faster. She is surprised that he took her hand. When they are finally alone, Jae-hyun asks her how she invited him to a place like this. Being a socially anxious person, she apologizes, saying she's still not used to the situation, but our boy simply asks if she's had breakfast yet, and mentions there's a toast place he knows she really likes. Ina is quite surprised that he knew about a toast place she likes, and eventually follows him there. On the night Yoo-jung came to the academy to invite him to go to the National Raiders Festival with her, our boy immediately remembers how Yoo-jung had said the other guys didn't have any free time. Yoo-jung teases that he's just going to be stuck at home all weekend anyway, but Jae-hyun places a hand on her head and apologizes, as he already has other plans. He suggests they go next time, but Yoo-jung just remains silent for a long time. While they are at the park, our boy and Ina look around and play some fun games, and enjoy some toast. A short time later, it starts to rain, so Jae-hyun quickly goes to get an umbrella. He mentions that this is exactly why he doesn't trust the weather forecast, and Ina completely agrees. After a brief moment, our boy suggests they take a picture, which quite surprises Ina. Then Jae-hyun mentions that he heard it's always good to take pictures when you come to places like this. Since he's not sure if she's uncomfortable with the idea, he turns and suggests they just leave if she really doesn't want to. But Ina stops him and agrees to take the picture. When they go inside, an attendant warmly welcomes them, referring to them as a cute pair of lovebirds. Jae-hyun feels that the guy looks quite familiar and informs him that they wish to take a picture. Ina starts blushing again as she wonders if they really look like a couple to other people. When the attendant tells them they can choose props for the photo, Ina excitedly chooses a bunny ear headband, something our boy finds extremely embarrassing. The worst part of all is that she picks out another headband for him. He has absolutely no choice but to wear it. They are both clearly uncomfortable in the first picture, but eventually, they become more at ease. When they leave, Jae-hyun complains that one of the photos is broken, and the attendant apologizes, as the employee he assigned must have completely forgotten when he told him to fix the machine. The attendant tells them they don't have to pay for the broken picture, and asks them to think of it as an empty space, a place for them to fill their future together. And Ina starts to wonder with some hope if Jae-hyun will be in her future. Our boy just stares at him in total confusion, and in a rather strange tone, the man mentions that they can only secure the future if they can indeed protect the present. When they finally leave the shop, Jae-hyun wonders what the hell that was about, and he realizes the attendant was a bit unsettling, but he didn't sense any mana coming from him. Ina watches from behind, and eventually stutters as she informs him that she actually lied to him. She explains that she didn't ask the other guys if they wanted to come with them, and says she was being a little greedy, because she wanted to spend time alone with him, and only him. Our boy simply stands there speechless for a second, and he recalls his encounters with Hel, Nightshade, Runir, Thor, Smear, and Herd eventually. He tells Ina that he's happy she had a good and enjoyable time. She tries to say something, but hesitates for a moment. When she finally musters the courage, she informs him that she has something very important to tell him, but a sudden explosion occurs nearby, startling them immediately. An announcement is made to all festival visitors, informing them that there has been a dungeon break. Several raiders are dispatched to handle the problem, and visitors are asked to evacuate to a safe place. As the fire spreads and covers the entire area, our shocked boy realizes that this level of mana isn't coming from a dungeon at all. But still, the mana has a strong scent of blood, and Jihyun wonders why. One of the raiders tells the visitors that they need to flee immediately because it's extremely dangerous, and he tries to guide them to a safe place. Ina mentions to Jihyun that they need to get out of there, but our boy tells her no and then activates his mana detection. He tells her they will probably die anyway because of that bastard who seems to be directing people to a false sense of security. The guy directing the people suddenly laughs, as Jihyun figured out the situation much faster than he expected. He asks Jihyun if he is the great enemy, and Jihyun immediately tells Ina to get out of there as fast as possible. Before she can even respond, the guy who is speaking to Jihyun appears right in front of Ina and tries to punch her at a dizzying speed. Regardless, our boy covers the distance quickly since he possesses super speed and grabs his hand. Jihyun asks what he really is. The guy taunts that Jihyun isn't all that impressive, even though he holds the title of great enemy from Aesir. But our boy simply asks him once more and unleashes a powerful blast of mana that forces the other guy to jump back in shock. The guy introduces himself as one of Odin's 5 crows and explains that he wasn't allowed to have a name, but he's absolutely sure he'll receive one when he offers Jihyun to Odin himself. Jihyun gets quite annoyed and recognizes that this fool is exactly the same as the bastard who was pretending to be his father. Ina calls out for Jihyun, so he tells her that he doesn't think she'll be able to escape at this point, so he asks her to stay behind him. The crow notices that Ina is extremely important to Jihyun, so he informs him that he will make him taste the purest despair by tearing her apart limb from limb so that she will never get up again. Jihyun activates his magic artifact realization skill and tells the crow that it's a shame that he's the one who will be torn to pieces instead. Our boy has successfully recreated the legendary sword, the dragon-slaying Balmung, and they both dart towards each other before they collide. The crow tells Jihyun that his fancy sword will do absolutely nothing against him, and they both clash with an explosive force. Jihyun hesitates for a long moment and thanks her for the stone. He realizes he must remain calm, as this crow wants him to lose his composure, but he needs to think logically. As always, he considers what this crow's weak points might be and what could indeed help him get out of this situation, but the crow leaps towards him to deliver another attack. While he is still deep in thought, our boy activates his lightning chains and fires them at the crow's attack, deflecting it with precision. The crow, however, reveals a dagger that was hidden in his sleeve and uses it to defend himself from the relentless attack of the chains. The crow persists despite the chains and leaps toward Jihyun with the dagger in his hand. Our boy considers that he and his enemy are on a fairly similar level when it comes to mana, but he can't afford to get too far away from Ina, as something terrible could happen to her if he lets his guard down, and suddenly steps on one of the lightning chains. He rides it towards the crow, taking the fight directly to him in mid-air. However, Jihyun is struck by the crow's blade, so he activates his sacrifice ability to heal himself immediately. He realizes that his enemy is extremely fast, and he can't easily catch up to him, even with his light steps activated. Eventually, the crow admits that he heard Jihyun has a few tricks up his sleeve, but this is far more than he had imagined. The crow admits that Heimdall was absolutely right when he said that Jihyun has the potential to become a major interference for the gods. The crow tells him he's going to kill him right here, right now. But our boy realizes he's bluffing, as the gods cannot kill him at this very moment, since the power of the prophecy is still protecting him. He also realizes he can use the power of the prophecy to his own advantage to help him win. Jihyun rushes forward with his sword in hand, but the crow points out that such a basic attack won't work on him at all. The crow knows that a long sword slows Jihyun's attack considerably, but Jihyun still leaps in his direction regardless, while the crow prepares for his attack by raising his chains. However, Jihyun doesn't attack with his sword, but instead launches an attack using his free hand. Unexpectedly, the attack cracks the crow's mask, throwing him violently backward. He becomes extremely enraged that a mere human dared to attack him, so he rushes back to retaliate in a full fury. But our boy masterfully blocks his dagger with his sword. After creating some distance, our boy activates his magic artifact realization ability and replicates the Fang of. He really didn't want to use his weapon for the first time in a situation like this, but unfortunately, it seems he has absolutely no other choice. After seeing the dagger, the crow is completely shocked because he hadn't been told that Jihyun uses a dagger, especially one with such an incredibly strong aura. Jae-hyun wonders why the sight of his dagger has shaken the crow so much. And he also notices that the crow has completely lowered its guard. Our boy activates his lightning chains, wrapping them tightly around the monster's hand to stop it from using its own chains. Using his light steps, our boy rushes towards it and unleashes several quick attacks with his dagger. The effect of Nidhogg's fang is quickly activated, and considerable poison damage is imbued into the enemy, which greatly pleases Jae-hyun. Eventually, the crow breaks free from the lightning chains. It becomes furious that Jae-hyun is able to use the power of Nidhogg's fang and rushes towards him to attack. But our boy launches several lightning chains at it. However, the crow blocks them. It blocks the lightning chains with its own chains. Soon after, its body begins to visibly slow down. Jae-hyun points out that it seems to be having great difficulty moving because of the poison, which means the tables have completely turned. Regardless, the crow vows to take Jae-hyun down with it, but our boy reminds it that it can't kill him, no matter what. The crow clarifies that it said absolutely nothing about killing him, and then it rushes past him towards Ina at high speed. Before it can reach her, Ina activates a mana barrier around herself, but the crow shatters it with extreme ease. Ina just stands there in shock. With her defenses completely shattered, the dagger flies towards them, and a massive explosion occurs on impact. And the Nornir system informs Jae-hyun that he has successfully defeated Odin's crow. He is also one step closer to completing the mission, the special mission to destroy all of Odin's crows, and he is informed that he has leveled up. All while Jae-hyun gasps heavily for air. Ina emerges from the smoke and quickly runs towards him. He realizes he used too much mana at once and soon collapses completely into her arms. With Jae-hyun in her arms, Ina bitterly blames herself for not being able to do a single thing to help. She feels useless again, just like during the attack in the simulated dungeon. In a flashback to a few hours earlier, Yoon-jung returns to her dorm. She thinks about how she gathered all her courage to ask him out, but Jae-hyun just pretended to be too busy. This deeply irritates her, and she considers just going to the festival with Ina instead. Annoyed, she eventually sends a message to Ina. She asks if Ina wants to go to the festival, but Ina apologizes profusely, saying she has already left home. Yoon-jung is quite surprised by this, because Ina rarely goes out and usually just naps peacefully in the dorm. Eventually, she replies to Ina's message. She tells her not to apologize and suggests they go for dessert next time, to which Ina readily agrees. Yoon-jung finds it very strange that Jae-hyun and Ina, who never go out, are suddenly both out on the same day. It suddenly occurs to her that they might have gone out together, and she begins to recall all the times Ina had seemed visibly nervous around Jae-hyun. She initially doubts they really went out together, but a part of her hopes that's not the case at all. Back in the present, Jae-hyun rests against Ina, exhausted. Ina remembers how she was of absolutely no help to him when he was in danger during the dungeon exam. Even though Jae-hyun had worked so hard to protect her, she also wonders who the person that attacked them was, and notices that Jaden seems to know him very well. This person has a mana that is quite similar to what they detected in the simulated dungeon. She wonders if there is any connection between the two. Eventually, she gently touches his head, and our boy wakes up. When he looks up, their faces end up just inches from each other, which makes Ina completely and visibly flustered. Our boy just smiles and thanks her for letting him rest on her shoulder, for a while. After a short pause, our boy tells Ina that he thinks he knows what she was about to tell him before they were interrupted. He admits he might be wrong and asks her to listen to him carefully, because there is something very important he has to tell her. Before he can finish his sentence, Ina places a finger on his lips and begs him not to say anything else at all, as she isn't ready to hear his answer yet. No matter what his reply might be, she says she needs some time, and that she can wait for him to finish whatever he needs to do, as tears stream profusely down her face. She suggests they talk about it later, at another time. Our boy doesn't seem too happy with the situation, so he places a hand on her face to wipe her tears away affectionately. Sometime later, Jaden is fighting a group of ogres in the training room. He skillfully dodges their attacks and unleashes several chains of lightning against them. As he fights, he wonders why he couldn't answer Ina at that moment. He already knew she liked him, so he wonders why he acted the way he did. He also realizes how torturous it would be for her if he gave her false hope, because he is distracted by his own thoughts. One of the ogres seizes the opportunity and tries to crush his skull, but our boy agilely dodges the attack. The Nornir system informs Jaden that his level has risen as an effect of the increased mission progression. While Jaden pushes the ogre away with a wind attack, the system informs him that he can now feel the wall that was restricting him. Our boy isn't sure what this means, and Ryla soon appears by his side to inform him that he will understand shortly. She walks up to him and tells him he can do it, and Jaden jokingly asks why she is being so nice all of a sudden, which makes him wonder if she's leaving forever. Jae-han tells her he won't fall for her trick. She acts visibly indifferent, but deep down, she wishes that Jae-han won't take her existence for granted in the future, as she knows what is to come. Sometime later, our boy is approached by Ryan, who introduces himself as the leader of the circle called Guardian. Jae-han remembers hearing about the circle, which is the most powerful in martial arts at the academy. He is impressed that Ryan is the leader, but he himself still feels weak. Ryan tries to tell Jae-han that he has a good offer to recruit him into the Guardian Circle, but he is soon interrupted by Dion, who protests that Ryan can't just recruit Jae-han like that, because Jae-han is going to join her circle. Shortly after, Jihyun also appears and tells her to stop the nonsense, as the Garen Circle will be taking Jae-han eventually. Jae-han tells the leaders to stop because everyone is watching. As he is about to say something more, Jihyun, the leader of the fourth main circle, approaches. She introduces herself to Jae-han as the leader of the Third Eye Circle. Our boy is surprised to see her, because he has heard the names of the others in his past life, but he doesn't know this woman. Jihyun informs our boy that she didn't come to recruit him, just to introduce herself. But Dion tells her that she should have sought him out when the situation was less chaotic. Strangely, Jae-han claims that it would have been dangerous if she had done that. Shortly after, the top students start arguing again, but Jae-han makes it clear to them that he has no intention of joining any circle. Surprised, Hyun asks what he's going to do. He admits that he knows Jae-han is a disciple of Yoon-in, but reminds him that raiders without circle experience will have a very low starting rank, which will be a problem. To clarify, our boy explains that he never said he wouldn't join a circle. Irritated, Killian grabs our boy's shirt and asks what the hell he's talking about, but our boy suddenly unleashes a massive amount of aura and bluntly tells Killian that it would be better for both of them if he didn't cross the line like that. Surprised, Killian lets go. Then, Jae-han states that he's going to create his own circle. Sometime later, the leaders gather for another meeting, and Killian wonders if Jae-han has gone insane, because it makes no sense for a freshman to create a circle, and another agrees that he doesn't understand, but also admits there are no rules against it in the Academy's regulations, although he also knows it's nearly impossible, realistically speaking, because there's so much involved in managing a circle, and it would be impossible to succeed without a senior student or professor to help. However, the only problem is that Jae-han might actually be able to create one, because the most important things for creating a circle are connections, a faction within the academy, and money. Considering Jae-han's friends, who are all very skilled and popular people, it becomes clear to the top students why Jae-han never needed them in the first place. Jonas laments that this is going to be a mess, and Hyun proposes they change their plans since Jae-han could destroy the academy's balance, just with the help of his friends. Hyun suggests they think of a way to survive, and he offers the help of his own circle. As Hyun walks down the hallway, he remembers how Jae-han threatened Killian to make him let go of his shirt, and he realizes they have a huge problem to deal with. This is the second time this has happened, after Jade, the current leader of the Third Eye. Sometime later, Yuna expresses shock upon learning that our boy wants to create a circle. After he gathers them to break the news, he explains that he doesn't think they need to join an existing one and be pushed around by the senior students. But Ryan reminds him that they are just freshmen, and it will be bad if other circles try to sabotage them. Jason also finds the idea of fighting other students scary, and Sophie asks Jaden if this will make them money eventually. Jason assures them that they just need to get strong enough so that the other circles can't do anything against them. After a brief pause around the table, Ina mentions she's fine with it either way, and Jason agrees to go along with it, if Jaden thinks it's a good idea. Annoyed that Jaden ignored her, Sophie asks again if they are going to make a lot of money, because they'll all starve if they can't earn points. With the points given to the top students of each grade, and what our boy got for being recruited by Lotus, he assures them that he has at least a few 100,000 points. This surprises Sophie, who calls him a psycho. But Yuna is surprised that he's so rich, yet has never treated them to a meal. Because of this, Sophie declares they're all eating out tonight. Jaden then asks why she's including herself in their dinner plans. She reminds him that she'll also be at this academy next year, and won't be able to join any other circle because of the ability he holds over her. Jaden immediately uses his subordination skill to make her stop talking about her subordination, and forces her to say that she thought it would be easy to fool the members here, since they are all stupid idiots. She is shocked by the words coming out of her mouth, and the others at the table are equally stunned, which makes Sophie furious with Jaden. However, Jihyun reminds the guys that they are all talented, and if they can create a circle to nurture their talents, they will be able to easily overcome the wall they are facing now. Royun immediately pledges his loyalty to Jae-hyun, as does Ina, who intends to be strong enough to be the one who saves Jae-hyun if they are in trouble next time. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung whispers to Sul that she has a bad feeling about this and asks what she thinks. Sul agrees that Jae-hyun, smiling like that always brings her bad luck, but when our boy turns to them with deadly eyes, they fall silent. Jae-hyun tells them they will have to work hard to get stronger, and rhetorically, asks if they will join his circle, with little choice in the matter. Sometime later, the class goes to the Muse training facility, an academy within the academy that boasts various top-of-the-line equipment and artifacts. Only the best students and their friends are allowed to enter, and an exhausted Yoo-jung, from exercising, calls Jae-hyun, a son of a fishmonger, while Soyul gasps for breath beside her. Royun suggests they call it a day because it feels like his muscles have been torn to pieces. But our boy insists that this is how they get stronger. Jae-sung is put in charge of distributing healing potions, and Soyul accuses him of being a traitor, but he reminds her that he isn't a combat-type cadet. Jae-hyun gives them 2 more sets, and reflects on how special this facility is, because the gravity in this place is amplified to help students get stronger. Nearby, Ina continues to push weights, and Jae-hyun watches her. He remembers the incident with the crow, and worries that something like that could happen again. So he decides that the only thing he can do is help his friends get stronger in the shortest time possible so they don't become a burden to him, and can escape when the time comes. After this, our boy goes to the Lotus Guild to see his teacher, and she eventually asks if he's going to join a different guild. Jae-hyun asks what she means, so she confesses that she knows the curator, approached him, and offered him Nidhogg's fang. Eventually our boy agrees that he's been found out, and asks if she would let him go, if he said he wanted to leave. Seo-eun says she will never do that, especially not to the curator's guild. Jae-hyun asks why. She asked if that's the case, so she says it's to tell him that she will never let anyone take him from them, and she won't let a rival take her disciple. She stands up and pulls his face closer to hers, then remembers he has no reason to give up the privilege he has now. Even for an S-rank artifact, she admits it would hardly be enough compensation, but she grants him any favor he asks, so she doesn't believe he's losing anything by being with her. Our boy agrees and confesses that he wasn't planning to leave because there's nowhere to go when she's here. Sienna playfully accuses him of being a good liar and claims she almost fell for it, but Jaden jokingly says, "That's a shame." Shortly after, our boy remembers that Hendrix will attack him during the outdoor camping event, and he needs to prepare for every possible scenario. On the day of the camp, the students are transported to the event area. While on the bus, Jerome tells his friends to be on their best behavior, because this is the event that will kickstart their circle. Roy excitedly agrees, but Sue slaps Jason and tells him to stop shaking. He tells her he's scared because this feels like the real deal. Jaden agrees with him that they'll be fighting real monsters now, but he adds that the other hunters have already gone through and taken care of most of the monsters. However, that doesn't mean it won't still be dangerous, and Ina then asks Jae-hyun why he chose the name 9 for their circle, and she asks if he likes the number. Our boy admits that he technically hates the number 9 because in Norse mythology, the number 9 is a very symbolic number. He explains that he chose the number 9 because he hates it the most, and this confuses Ina and Jung even more. They soon arrive at the entrance of the abandoned city where they will camp, and Jae-hyun tells the others that they are no longer safe, so he reminds them to stay alert in the depths of the abandoned city of Daegu. Rugen goes to inform Heimdall that one of the crows has died, and Heimdall finds this interesting. Sometime later, on a show known as The Raider Question, a host invites some guests to discuss the incident that occurred in the great ruins of Iceland. She welcomes Balak and the world's first S-rank mage, Camilla. Balak looks as angry as usual, but Camilla seems delighted to be on the show. Camilla tries to nudge Balak to behave because they are there as the faces of the European Union, but he tells her it's clear from the eyes of the bastard staring at them that they don't respect them. Camilla agrees that the audience seems suspicious, but still advises him not to act so prickly. Balak considers that these people think the European Union is responsible for the theft of the ruins, and it makes sense, since they were the rights holders for the ruins when the incident occurred. The host soon announces that the topic to be discussed today is the recent theft of the great ruins of Iceland, and Balak gets agitated, but Camilla nudges him to calm down. Moving on, the host asks why 2 S-rank raiders couldn't guard the ruins, and why the European Union couldn't clear the ruins first when they are considered the strongest in the world. She states that these 2 points are what people are talking about, and asks for their opinions on the matter. Camilla admits that they weren't skilled enough and says nothing more. The host then asks what went wrong, since they were so confident that they would succeed in the raid after obtaining the rights to the ruins, and Balak responds. This time, he asks the host if she has heard of the invader, and she smugly confirms that it's the person who supposedly passed the qualification test that the Union failed, and then raided the ruins. She claims that the people want the truth, and this irritates Balak, who asks if she is insinuating that he is lying. When his expression changes, the host becomes frightened, but Camila scolds Balak, telling him to stop messing around. Balak walks up to the camera and tells the whole world to listen carefully. He explains that the invader, whom they nicknamed the Black Cloak, was strong, and was strong enough to win even when he and Camila attacked him together. Instead of trying to tear them apart for their failures, he tells them to do something about the invader, who he knows for sure will appear again. Meanwhile, at the outdoor event, an instructor tells the students that this event will influence what their life at Mios will be like from now on. He explains that this field trip will last for 1 week, and they must cooperate with the members of their circle, but they will only receive the survival kits that are being distributed to each circle. They must hunt monsters with what they have learned, but they are not allowed to go outside a 50-kilometer radius from the base, or they will be disqualified. The instructor adds that their first task is to survive, to prove they have the potential to be a great raider. And the second task is to hunt as many monsters as they can within the time limit and bring back the tokens they drop. The higher the rank of the monster, the more points they will get, but they are warned not to be so careless as to get injured during the hunt. In case of an emergency, they are told not to worry, as there's an instructor nearby at all times. The instructor tells them not to hide an emergency, but to go to the instructor instead. As soon as the announcement is made, everyone receives rings that are a symbol of solidarity, and our boy tells the members of his circle to move according to plan. As they move out, Ruggins watches closely and declares that it has begun. Shortly after, they find a good spot to use as a base, and Jason believes they'll be able to avoid high-ranking winged monsters there. However, Chloe mentions that there might be bugs in the area, and she doesn't like that kind of atmosphere. Jason tries to advise her not to hate bugs so much, but Chloe tells him to shut up because bugs are the absolute worst. They start bickering again, and Jason retreats behind Jaden. Our boy eventually stops them and tells them to stay alert. They are in a city that was isolated and sealed off due to a monster invasion. However, Yuna hopes they'll rack up a lot of points again so they can get lots of ice cream and visit the restaurant they wanted. While she's daydreaming about food, she notices that Jaden doesn't seem as excited as she is, which makes her fall silent. Our boy is thinking about how the event isn't a big deal for some of the others, especially for them, since they're at the top of the freshman class. However, the most dangerous enemy they'll face here is Heimdall, so our boy decides to stay focused on the game because he's sure Heimdall is coming for them. Ina also notices that he's worried, but he tells her he's fine when she asks. Suddenly, Roy asks Ina and Jaden what's wrong with them because they seem a little strange, as if they had a fight. He asks if something happened over the weekend, but Ina expressionlessly asks what he means, and doesn't reveal a thing. Chloe, soon, signals that some people are heading their way, and Jaden jokes that it's probably people who don't like them and came here looking for a fight. Chloe agrees and reminds Jaden that he had promised to take responsibility for her, so she reminds him to keep his word. Ina and Yuna are shocked by the mention of Jaden taking responsibility for her and wonder what that means. Our boy tells the others to prepare for battle, and they are soon ambushed by a circle called Seed. Jaden was expecting them because Chloe is from the Seed circle, and he had asked her to leave her circle to join his. Chloe had protested that they are still just rookies. Even knowing that Jaden is talented, she explained that she's quite satisfied with Seed, which has more people, and the potential to earn her more points than a new circle. However, Jaden told her she wasn't seeing the bigger picture, and asked if she considers the members of Seed her friends. She explained that they're more like business partners, but Jaden suddenly pulled out a magic item called a recording sphere to play voice recordings of her circle members. They were bad-mouthing Chloe, stating that she can't fight properly and is only there to make the leader shine brighter. They even start arguing over who will hit on her first to see who can get her, and the recording leaves Chloe furious. Regardless, Chloe asked Jaden what her cut would be, and he said it would depend on how well she performed. Back in the present, the leader of the Seed Circle, Joshua, asks Jaden if he really thought he could survive after poaching their member. But Jaden asks if he's forgotten how badly he was beaten during the freshman hunt. Joshua claims he just let his guard down, and reminds him that he can't beat them all alone. Jaden creates a ball of light to illuminate the area, and he tells Joshua that he isn't alone. He also makes it clear that, even if they all come at once, they won't be able to defeat a single one of them. Jaden recognizes that Sonia is one of the most talented people with scout abilities, and he knew that having her on his team would come with a lot of risk, but he still considers it nothing. After a moment of excitement, Julian tells our boy that he may be strong, but he's still a rookie. Jackson orders his men to kill our boy, so they rush towards him with their swords, but he doesn't move an inch. Suddenly, Ryan activates his skill called Impenetrable Defense, which increases his defense power and blocks the warriors. The mage-type members of the Seed Circle immediately try to use fire and lightning magic, but Jihyun activates his air shield to protect them from the fire and lightning attack. Our boy is impressed, and he's happy he trained these guys to the bone. So much so that Jihyun has already learned a long-range defense spell. After their attacks, the members of the Seed Circle are surprised that their attacks didn't cause any damage. One of them starts to lament that he knew this would happen, and he asks why Jace decided to do something to the disciple of the Lotus Guild Master, even if it's a new circle. Ina soon enters the scene and asks Jaden if she should attack all of them. Our boy cheerfully tells her not to spare anyone, so she activates her skill, Blade of Oblivion, and launches the swords at them. Extremely scared, they try to run, but they are soon pierced in the back by the swords. Jace avoids the swords but slips on a sticky blue substance that traps him to the ground. Jaden praises the effectiveness of the liquid, because the members of the Seed Circle can't move after getting stuck in it. Then, Jason explains that he mixed the slime with mushroom spores to make it paralyzing. While he is speaking, Jace tells him to watch his mouth. He asks Jason if he has any idea how much pain he can make him feel before he dies, then steps on his spine. In the end, he lets Jace's other colleagues go, but keeps him. Jace begs his circle to wait for him, but they call him a crazy bastard, and ask why they should wait for him. After they leave, Jaden tells Sonia that he has decided to make Jace fail this event, no matter the cost. Sonia calls Jace complete trash, but he tries to convince her that he did everything for her. She tells him to stop with the nonsense, and reminds him of how he called her a parasite with no other use than as a scout. Soon, she pulls out her knife and attacks Jace until he is completely knocked out. Shortly after, an instructor appears, and he is shocked to learn that Circle 9 eliminated the guys from the Seed Circle. Jace and the others, hit by Ina's sword, lie unconscious on the ground, and the instructor wonders how an upper-middle circle with so many members was defeated by this circle of rookies. Jaden asks the instructor to make sure the guys don't die, as they don't deserve to depart so soon. The instructor asks him to try to avoid future fights with older classes before leaving. When the instructor departs, our boy turns to Cyril, who was nearby, and asks why he helped him a while ago. Cyril had approached Jaden to inform him that the entirety of the Seed Circle was after them. Jaden said it didn't matter since the Seed Circle was made up of idiots, so Cyril decided to leave, not knowing why he was even on Jaden's side in the first place as he was leaving. Jihyun had advised him to find a way out of this event since he was fighting completely on his own, but Soo-hyuk decided to stick around that area instead. Jihyun mentions that he didn't expect his help, since he thought Soo-hyuk was only good at starting fights. Jihyun asks Soo-hyuk what his name is again, and the other girls are quite surprised to learn that his name is Soo-hyuk. This irritates him because he expected these fools to have remembered his name by now. Earlier, during a Seed Circle meeting, Soo-hyuk had disagreed with the idea of ganging up on Jihyun, especially since So-il left on her own. Soo-hyuk suggested they make a much better offer, but Ju-chang insisted that he wants Jihyun to become an obedient junior. Soo-hyuk wondered when Mila became so political and why they would try to beat someone up just because they don't like him. He considered this completely insane and decided he needed to leave the Seed Circle. Back in the present, Soo-hyuk leaves Jae-hyun's group, but before he goes, he warns our boy that he'll get his revenge the next time he sees him, so he'd better be well prepared. After he leaves, Jae-hyun proposes they get to work immediately. So-young protests that they just had a fight, but when our boy starts talking about how with great power comes great responsibility, she asks what he's going to give her in return. By the way, the reason Mila Academy chose Daegu as its location, despite it being completely isolated, is that they wanted to reclaim the sealed city of Daegu. It's where the world's first gate opened, and also the first city to fall after the appearance of Yggdrasil. Thus, the goal of Mila's camping field trip is to prepare for the complete reconstruction of that area. Jae-hyun remembers that the disaster at the Daegu gate was a calamity because his mother was also there. In-ha-soon calls Jae-hyun out of his thoughts to let him know that dinner is ready. She mentions that he seems to have a lot on his mind and asks if it's because of the unique skill he told her about. He says it's something quite similar to that. Our boy recalls how Rala told him he would never be able to defeat Heimdall as he is now, but he has a chance if he awakens his unique skill and transcends his own limits. Apparently, a unique skill manifests through the user's will, and Rala mentioned that he will have to think about what he truly wants and why he needs that power. He wonders how he should understand what she meant, and In-ha confesses that she might not understand either, but she is absolutely sure that he can do it, because she is trying to help. Jae-hyun assures her that he will do his best. Sometime later, So-young cuts down a worm-like monster, somewhere else in the area. After she takes down the worm, a bird-like monster attacks So-il, and she defends herself with her blade. After she takes down the monster, So-young notes that this place is so different from Milla. In-ha agrees that the difference in the amount of mana in the air is quite significant and seems worse than the 10th level of the mana room test. They are in a place called a field, a term for areas taken over by monsters due to a dungeon outbreak, where the corrupt energy seeps in and causes even more dangerous monsters to appear. So-il doesn't know what a field is, and when she's teased for never paying attention in class, she tries to murder him. Jihyun explains that a field is a place abundant in mana, but completely unsuitable for human subsistence. They can handle it as raiders, but ordinary people are at great risk when exposed to it. Even a little bit of mana. He reminds everyone to be very careful, because anything can happen there, and a huge monster appears before them. So-yu asks if he is really going to kill it. He assures her he will, but reminds her to do her job as the team's scout. She asks him to promise to help her escape if something happens, because she does not want to die so soon, and Jaden just smiles at her. She immediately calls him a complete piece of trash for not promising her directly, so our boy suggests that she stay behind, and let them search alone, even if it takes longer and gives them fewer points since they will find weaker monsters. So-yu calls him Master, and says he has the final say here. As they search the area, Yuna finds it incredible that so much of this sealed area has been reclaimed. She speculates it is thanks to a very well-known person. Ina has no idea who it is, so Yuna teases her for not paying attention in class either, then suggests they become friends. Ryan points out that Yuna was referring to the first awakened one, June, and Jaden mentions that even his father said June is someone he could not defeat. Daegu is where the first gate opened, and monsters poured out, while endless screams of agony echoed through the air, and humans were crushed as if they were ants. A human with special powers appeared, Korea's first awakened one. As Jaden eliminates the formidable monster, he thinks about how June became world famous and how no one like him has appeared since, but he suddenly disappeared a short time later. When he eliminates the monster, Yuna tells Jaden that she knows he chose this path because of June. June's disappearance was so abrupt that people assumed he died to monsters, and he was also the first person to use the power of the system. Our boy wonders what kind of person June was and how he managed to use that power before everyone else. A short time later, Jaden and So-yu set up a tent for them to stay in, and Ina soon returns. Our boy informs her that there are harpies, worms, and goblins, exactly as So-yu had said. He says she is really very good, and So-yu points out that she has to be, because he would have abandoned her there if she were wrong. Our boy asks how she knew he would have abandoned her, and when she tries to insult him, he reminds her of her payment, so she goes back to calling him master again. While Ryan and Jaden are talking about So-yu's impressive skills, Jaden says something, and So-yu intimidates him again, reminding them not to talk about her, because only Jaden is paying her. Jaden asks where Yuna is, so Ryan replies that she said she was going to prepare something. When she appears, Jaden asks where she has been, and he is surprised to see one strange-looking pot in her hands. Their faces immediately turn pale as Yuna praises herself for the trouble she went through to prepare all of this. When they see the sinister-looking substance in the pot, our boy asks if this is supposed to be food. Then Yuna proudly says that she added the sauce. Special sauce to the worm they caught. Our boy cannot believe she wants them to eat this, but she insists because she put so much effort into it. The only idea Jaden has on how to deal with this is probably to feed it to Heimdall to kill him easily. Meanwhile, Jaden somehow finds June, and a woman asks when he plans to act again. He says he does not know, but supposes it is about time because the great adversary is already on the move. He replies that the great adversary is still very young, but is proving more and more that the prophecy is not false, so she tells June that they need his help. He replies that Heimdall is already on the move, so he sees no need to do anything but states that he will act if necessary. It occurs to June that things are about to get very interesting. At the field event, Jaden laments that this food could kill them, but June insists the food isn't that bad. She turns to Jason for support, but he agrees with Jay, and Roy also says he isn't hungry. Yuna laments that they're all so mean, so she turns to Sol for comfort, hoping she'll eat her food, but Sol looks over Yuna's shoulders and notices the other guys furiously signaling for her not to eat it. Although she's disgusted, she can't bring herself to resist Yuna's puppy dog eyes, so she agrees to eat the food since it's made of edible things. She scoops up a little with a spoon and says it's no big deal, but she soon ends up vomiting everything onto a nearby fence. Some of the others tease her, saying she sounds like a monster in pain, and Jay reminds her that she should have listened to them. Annoyed, Sol protests that there was no way she could say no when Yuna looked so hurt, so Jae gives her something to help with the pain and points out that she's softer than she looks. After that, Sol asks if something happened between him and Ina. This surprises Jae. She clarifies that it's obvious something is wrong, and she asks him not to be too hard on Ina, just as with everyone else, so Jae agrees. Eventually, our boy points out that he wouldn't expect someone like her to say that, which irritates her even more. Then he reminds her that they promised to take someone down. Sol remembers, but asks for some time for her stomach to feel a little better. Jae asks her if they should try to see if Yuna's food can poison the monsters, but when she starts vomiting again, our boy realizes it might take a long time for her to feel better. He suddenly hears a loud scream and tells Sol to follow him inside because the ones they've been waiting for are already here. They run towards the others, and Jae tells them to get into formation because B-rank monster harpies are approaching. He asks Jason to prepare the light paralysis traps, put Roy in the front, Yuna on support, and Ina on offense. After the fight to protect their base, they return, and Roy laments that he didn't expect there to be dozens of harpies. He didn't expect them to move in such large groups, and June agrees that they are usually in groups of 4 at most, which means this was a very special case. A special case would mean that a boss monster, with overwhelming amounts of mana, is commanding them, which must mean that a creature known as the Queen Harpy is nearby. Sol had detected it but didn't expect the Queen to be this close. Jae asks them to stay behind and protect this place until he and Sol get rid of the monster and return. With Sol's unique ability, it shouldn't be a problem to track the Queen, and our boy assures them that he can also take care of the monsters alone, so there's no need to worry. Roy reminds him that they should move together because of unexpected situations, but our boy says there's no need for that because they would probably end up injured even if they tagged along, or he would have to keep an eye on them. When they look sad, he explains that it's not that he doesn't trust them, but they are needed at the base, and they can always intervene to support the instructors if there is a need. Eventually, Ina and Yuna reluctantly agree, and Jason gives Jae a load of potions to keep him safe. He and Sol soon depart, and our boy tells them to stay safe. Yuna, who still looks angry, tells him to get in contact if he needs them, but he teases her, saying it's rare for her to show that she truly cares. While he's still talking, several harpies invade the tent, and our boy activates his lightning chains to strike them down in mid-flight. Without even turning around, he assures the others that there's no need to worry because he only enters fights that he knows he will win. A short time later, as Jihyun and Soyu move to find the Harpy Queen, Soyu tells our boy that his group contains solid people. And it's no wonder they're at the top of the class, even with how competitive Mila is. She's saying this because of how they just dealt with the harpies. In a flashback, several other harpies ambush them, and Soyu grabs her knife to jump into action. But Jae-hyun stops her from doing anything. He tells Ina and Yoojun that he'll stay in front and asks them to focus on casting spells while some of the harpies attack from the front. Royum blocks with his shield and cuts them in half. With the skill level Royum displayed, Soyu is sure he has reached rank A by now, and the same goes for the others. In the flashback, Yoojun activates a skill called Overflow, which increases the party member's attack power by 1.3 times. As one of the harpies targets her, she uses a skill called Wind Edge to cover the monster, as well as 2 others. Jae-hyun notices that Yoojun can cast spells faster now, and he also notes Ina piercing almost a dozen harpies at the same time, which really pleases him. Back in the present, Jae-hyun brags about still being the strongest, and Soyu says he's very annoying. When Soyu calls him a genius, our boy reasons that he never expected that word to be used for him, especially when he remembers his past life, where his other teammates used him as a meat shield on the front lines. Jae-hyun congratulates Soyu for a good job finding her way and not fainting from Yoojun's food. As they move closer, Jae-hyun warns her to be careful not to get killed on this mission, and she starts to lament that she's too young to die. Anyway, they advance deeper, and the Nornir system informs Jae-hyun that he has found the boss monster of Region 1 of the blocked city field. They soon find the Harpy Queen, which excites Jae-hyun but scares Soyu. The boss monster is rank A+, but Jae-hyun is sure he can get a certain artifact if he defeats it, which is a pretty good deal. As Jae-hyun approaches the monster, Soyu wonders if he's crazy, but our boy activates his magic artifact realization. He soon recreates Nidhogg's fang again, and Soyu realizes that this is the item that was sold for an insane price at the auction recently. The Harpy Queen immediately fires an attack with her feathers, and Soyu frantically jumps out of the way. Our boy soon rushes toward the monster, but he knows the monster is still dangerous. even though it's weaker than him. He keeps dodging her attacks until he gets closer because the monster can fly, and because it's stronger than before his regression. Soon after, he activates several lightning chains and realizes that the rank A+ monster wasn't this powerful in his past life, which can only mean someone has intervened. He soon leaps toward the monster to strike it with his knife, and he hopes that the true culprit, Heimdall, will come out instead of playing tricks from the shadows. While this happens, Ryukin watches from somewhere, and he says that his prediction is correct and something is imminent, but he is worried if Heimdall will be able to do his job correctly. Not long after, our boy successfully defeats the Harpy Queen, the boss of the first region of the blocked city, and his reward is placed in the Harpy Queen's nest. Jihyun is happy to finally have the item called Wings of the Storm, but when he turns to Soyu, who is finding it hard to keep up, she claims that Yujun is right, that our boy is completely crazy. Eventually, our boy finds the Harpy Queen's nest and obtains the rank S item, Wings of the Storm, which gives Jae-hyun the skill called Air Jump, plus more agility and strength. Air Jump is a rank E+ skill that creates a false wall of wind, while the user is in the air, granting another chance to jump, and it can be used 2 times in a row. Suddenly, they notice a pair of gloves on the ground, and when they check, they discover it's something called Dragon Gloves, and the system tells them that it's updating information about the first awakened one in the Nornir system. Sometime later, after fighting a few more harpies, Roy mentions that they seem to be very close to the established record, which means they are quite incredible, and Yu-jung agrees that it's to be expected since she's there with him. Jae-hyun, who is nearby, remembers that he obtained information about Joan, the first person to awaken in the entire world, and he wonders why the Nornir system is updating information about him. It occurs to him that it probably has something to do with the system, and he knows he needs to find out why those gloves were there. A short time later, Yu-jung exclaims because she left her imbued necklace behind, which is a bad thing. While she's crying, Jae-hyun hands her the same necklace, so she asks how he knew she left it behind, and states that it's creepy. Our boy then informs her that forgetting things is her habit. Besides, her mother told him to take care of her. Jae-hyun soon tells Yu-jung to grow up and stop forgetting things, but Yu-jung protests that he needs to stop lecturing her. They get into another argument, and Roy asks him if they are dating. Jae-hyun denies it, and Yu-jung asks Roy if he wants to die. Strangely, Aina touches Roy with a dangerous look on her face and tells him to let it go since they already denied it. Meanwhile, in Valhalla, the great palace of the Aesir, also called the Great Hall of Warriors, and the House of Joy, the Aesir gods gather for a grand banquet. Thor enjoys the celebration, because the war preparations are going well, and Heimdall said he will get rid of the great adversary. He believes the Aesir will become the masters of the 9 realms, and the great Odin will be very pleased. Another god, Tyr, calls Thor an insincere bastard for holding a banquet while Odin is absent, and he asks Thor if Ragnarok means absolutely nothing to him. Thor can't believe he's bringing that up and soon reminds Tyr how Fenrir ate his right arm during Ragnarok. Tyr likewise reminds Thor of the piece of charcoal stuck in his forehead by a vile giant and claims he would have killed himself if he were him. Angered, Thor proposes they fight to see which of them is stronger, but Freya tells them to stop if they don't want to be put on probation. A short time later, Frigg states that Valhalla's forces have greatly diminished, and their soul gathering isn't going very well. Freya interrupts, saying it's because Ragnarok took too much of a toll, and it's clearly one of Odin's mistakes. Annoyed, Frigg corrects her for saying such things about the master of Asgard, but Freya explains that she doesn't intend to kiss Odin's boots. He may have power, but in her eyes, he's nothing but complete trash. When Frigg asks how she dares say that, Freya becomes hostile, and reminds Frigg of what Odin did to her. Freya eventually makes an announcement that the preparations for the second Doomsday are all completely finished. The Einherjar, the souls of the dead ready to fight for Asgard, are already in position. At the field event, Jae-hyun realizes that Heimdall will soon reveal himself since he intervened in the Harpy Queen case, and he knows he needs to awaken his innate ability as soon as possible. He remembers the conversation he had with his teacher. She joked that he is greedy, as he is already strong as it is, but now he wants an innate ability as well. In the flashback, she explains that she doesn't think she can help much with that, because her case was quite sudden. Apparently, there was desperation on the day a portal opened in the middle of the road, and people started dropping like flies. Amidst the chaos, there was a child running for their life, and she felt helpless. She ran to help the child, but couldn't save them, despite being awakened, because she was too weak. However, right after the child's death, she gained a new ability called Sacrifice, but it couldn't bring back someone who had already died. She adds that she really doesn't know how to learn an innate ability as quickly as possible, the way he wants, but she advises him not to rush, as she doesn't want him to lose anything precious to him in the process of acquiring an innate ability. In the present, our boy wonders if Arya would know how to awaken an innate ability, so he asks her how she obtained hers so that he doesn't lose what is important to him. After hearing his question, she confesses that she obtained her innate ability due to the death of her family. To be exact, she let them die, and she confesses that she still thinks it was a good thing they died. Apparently, when she was 5 years old, she lost her parents and was left all alone. After that, she and her grandmother went to live with her aunt. Although she had no peace, she never felt alone after moving in, not even when her aunt was mean to her, because she still had her grandmother, who was now her only family. However, this happiness didn't last long, because she overheard a conversation where her grandmother told her aunt that she didn't have much time left and asked her to take care of Arya even when she was gone. She knew that her only family and the only person she could trust was about to leave her. Dark clouds loomed over her. From then on, although she wasn't a very talkative child, this experience made her close herself off completely from everyone else. Her life remained the same until 1 year in high school when her aunt said she received a call from the homeroom teacher informing her that raiders make a lot of money. Her aunt commented that even people like her have some use in the world and that she never knew Arya was talented. Her aunt reminded her that they spent a lot of money raising her and that she would have to pay it all back. So her aunt told her she had no choice but to become a raider if she wanted to be worth anything. Arya hated it because her aunt had already taken the life insurance money from her parents' death and was now trying to use her for her own benefit. She also hated how her aunt had treated both her parents and her grandmother like a burden she wanted to get rid of. What disgusted her the most was the fact that she couldn't say anything to defend herself. After that, she enrolled in a raider program, because her teacher told her she was suitable to become one. When she submitted her application, her teacher asked if she was sure, because although she was a perfect candidate and people treated raiders with high regard, that wasn't the case for mages. Her teacher explained that she didn't want her to do dangerous things, but Arya insisted, because she knew better than anyone, that some things were worse than death. When she got home, her grandmother asked if she was sure about becoming a raider. Arya realized that her grandmother would also leave her eventually, but she could never bring herself to hate her. However, she decided it was all fate and couldn't be stopped no matter how hard she fought. She suddenly burst into tears and told her grandmother that she was fine, but her grandmother told her she didn't have to do it if she didn't want to, as she didn't want her granddaughter to get hurt. After choosing to become a raider, her life changed completely. She learned how to handle mana and kill monsters. Her cold personality helped a lot. As she got used to this life, the inevitable happened, and her grandmother passed away. Apparently, she wouldn't have died if she had received the treatment, but Aina was shocked to discover that she had refused the treatment. She wondered if her grandmother had given up on life, and if she had abandoned her too. She couldn't be sure of anything, but all she knew was that she missed her and fell into despair. She wondered if her grandma left because she was stupid and hoped she had taken her with her. Shortly after, her aunt called to say that the sponsorship contract had been signed and that the guild would take her in, so she just needed to go sign the papers. The fact that her aunt still controlled her life made Aina angry, and for the first time, she yelled at her aunt. When her aunt protested that she should be grateful for not having sold her off, she decided to run away from home. She waited until dawn to go back home and get her things, but when she arrived, she found her aunt's house in flames and monsters pouring out of an open portal. Her aunt called out from the middle of the rubble and asked for help, and Aina's only thought at the time was why she should help the woman who took everything from her. Eventually, as Ina started to tear up, our boy told her that she didn't need to force herself if it was too hard to remember. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung heard something and presumed that Jihyun had returned, but she was surprised to see Heimdall hovering over her. The level of mana this strange person was emitting was more like that of a monster. Shortly after, Heimdall descended to speak with the others and asked if they were friends of the great adversary. Everyone stared at him, and when Yoo-jung asked what he was talking about, he released an explosive amount of mana again that made them stagger. As they fell to the ground, he told them to answer his questions. Yoo-jung tried to use telepathy to signal Jihyun to return immediately, for there was an enemy who seemed to have the mana of a monster, but Heimdall approached her and lifted her by the throat when he detected what she was doing. He told everyone they were going to die there and prepared an attack in his other hand. He told them to blame the great adversary for this, but Jihyun soon appeared and told him that he wouldn't let him do anything. Our boy activated his absolute calculation ability and deactivated Heimdall's attack. Meanwhile, as an instructor, was complaining to his colleague about having to babysit the students after already having cleared the monsters. In the event area, they noticed a huge cloud of purple mana that startled them. Before they knew what was happening, a huge monster appeared behind them and swallowed the guy who was complaining, immediately giving the other one PTSD. Before he could grab his walkie-talkie, the monster impaled him with its scorpion-like tail, but he managed to inform the others that there was danger. Before the monster completely drained the life from him, ridiculously huge monsters suddenly filled the entire place, and things were not looking good. While this was happening, Heimdall let go of Yoo-jung when Jihyun appeared. He turned to Jihyun and released his storm of mana, again, demanding to know how he had the Eye of Odin. Heimdall realized how Jihyun had managed to grow so quickly. As a mere human, could never grow at such a pace. But our boy told him to come and get the eye if it bothered him. Yoo-jung told Jihyun that not even he could face someone so strong alone, but Jihyun told them to run because this was his problem. Yoo-jung refused because they were a team, but Jihyun bluntly told them to get away. Heimdall, who was now armed with his sword, asked if he really planned to. With a strike of his knife, Heimdall shattered the ground in front of them, but Jae-hyun was there to protect his friends. But our boy activated his windstorm ability to push his friends away so they could get out of danger, and June called out to Jae-hyun, asking what he was doing, but he told her they would all die if he did otherwise. However, she still refused, but Aina stopped her and said that Jae-hyun was right because they stood no chance against someone so strong. June insisted that was exactly why they should help, but Aina told her she was sure Jae-hyun would succeed, so she proposed they go to the entrance and inform the instructors. June still didn't seem convinced, but told Jae-hyun to stay alive before she left. Once his friends finally escaped, Jae-hyun activated his frozen earth ability to freeze the entire area, a skill that intrigued Heimdall. But he reminded Jae-hyun that it was a skill that takes tens of seconds to fully activate. He asked if Jae-hyun truly thought he could hold him off for that long, and Jae-hyun replied that there was no reason he couldn't, especially because he had devised this very plan for the moment he would have to face Heimdall. Heimdall leaped towards him to launch an attack. He told our boy to get on with his tricks, and Jae-hyun realized that Heimdall's attack could hit his friends if he failed to block it. So, he activated his magic artifact perception and drew his sword, Baomeng, to block the blow. Along with that, he activated his lightning chains and used them to anchor himself firmly to the ground. As he braced for Heimdall's thunderous blow, the impact of the attack soon clashed with our boy's blade. It hurled him backward, but he managed to keep his balance, thanks to the chains. After Heimdall realized that Jae-hyun was able to stop his attack from advancing, he became enraged that one mere human could accomplish such a feat. Before he could react, our boy leaped towards him and activated his air jump ability, with his sword Baomeng already in hand. Meanwhile, the instructors on the other side of the field signaled for one rescue team, as many instructors and students had already been injured. They were facing one massive migration of monsters, something that had never happened before. The head instructor, Miss Lee, tried to think of a plan, but the circle leaders soon approached her and offered their help. However, she tried to keep them from fighting as much as possible, since they were still students, but the students insisted. Eventually, Miss Lee accepted their offer and decided to leave the support roles to the students so that she could lead the instructors to the front lines to fight the monsters. When she tried to activate her power, she was surprised to find that she was unable to concentrate her mana. She was soon notified that the Aesir system was down and her connection had been temporarily severed. It was even more shocking when the other instructors told her they were experiencing the same thing. The system had never been down before, and she couldn't understand why it was happening right now. When she turned to ask if there was anyone who could still use their abilities, the top circle leaders said that they could use theirs. Miss Lee realized that apparently only the students could use their mana. So, she decided to change the plan. Let the students fight the monsters while the instructors supported them as best they could. She directed them to the 3rd district, as that was where help was needed most, and the top students rushed over. As they rushed, Hyun told Jurian to take the right side, but Jurian protested that Hyun didn't boss him around. So, Hyun told Dion to heal them from the rear. As they run towards the district, they turn and see a massive skeletal monster that fills them with an overwhelming sense of dread, and they can't believe they're supposed to fight it. The Cyrus system informs them that they have encountered the boss monster of the 3rd district, a bone dragon. Ariam realizes this is going to be difficult, and as Jae-hyun's friends flee, a pre-programmed message comes through on the ring. It was assigned to Team Jae-hyun. He had left a message to inform them. He tells them there's no need to worry about him, but he needs them to do something. He informs them that the city entrance is being attacked by a field boss monster, and he asks them to help the people there. before he comes to join them shortly. After hearing the message, Eo-jung is quite certain that Jae-hyun will be fine, so they decide to go help the others. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun uses his air jump ability to leap towards Heimdall. Heimdall realizes there's a reason Jae-hyun is called the Great Adversary, but he tells our boy that he will lose anyway. The god raises his sword and unleashes an attack wave to test Jae-hyun's strength. Our boy manages to jump out of the way in mid-air and still presses forward to deliver his attack, which Heimdall blocks with his sword. Heimdall then knocks him back, but our boy says he'll regret it, then leaps back in to close the distance. He tells Heimdall that he did very well on his recent exams. He then activates his passive skill called Intermediate Greatsword Arts, and an active skill called Spinning Strike, as their swords clash. Heimdall tells Jae-hyun that his skills aren't bad for a human, but he immediately tries to impale him with a thrust. Jae-hyun blocks the strike and then suddenly disintegrates his sword, much to Heimdall's surprise. The sword's disappearance causes Heimdall to momentarily stumble forward, and our boy uses his perception of the magic artifact to create his Fang of Nidhogg. He then activates an active skill called Dagger's Fury. With this skill, he slashes Heimdall dozens of times in a few seconds and runs past him. The passive ability of Nidhogg's Fang activates, and Heimdall is poisoned multiple times, with the poisons stacking on top of each other. In any case, Heimdall accuses Jae-hyun of resorting to petty tricks, but our boy tells him to take a good look at himself before he talks. There are multiple wounds on Heimdall's body, and the god realizes that a dose like this would usually be nothing. He expects the wound to have healed by now, but even when it doesn't, he decides to pay it no mind, since all he has to do is kill this boy. Heimdall had obtained the power to temporarily interfere with the easy system. However, there is a limit to how much he can restrict the powers of the instructors and students. Using the authority granted to him by Odin, he had thought that restricting the system like this for the instructors would be enough to deal with these humans, but he realizes he must admit that Jae-hyun is too powerful for him to face when he only has 1/3 of his power restored. Meanwhile, our boy recalls a recent training session with Royan, where he learned some swordsmanship skills, including Dagger's Fury and Spinning Strike. He is certain that if he uses these skills with Nidhogg's Fang, not even Heimdall will be able to resist for long. Eventually, Heimdall admits to Jae-hyun that he's amusing, though he doesn't understand why Asgard is so wary of a single boy. He admits that Jae-hyun is strong enough for him to use his horn. The god draws the horn, and Jae-hyun immediately grows worried, because he has no idea what it is, but he has a bad feeling about it. Before Heimdall can use the horn, our boy rushes at him with his dagger at the ready, to not give him a chance to attack, but Heimdall tells him to consider it an honor to be able to hear the sound of the Gjallarhorn before Jihyun can reach him. Heimdall blows the horn, which releases a wave of energy that throws Jihyun backward. Just the sound of the horn paralyzes him, and the Nornir system informs him that his physical attributes will be decreased by 50%. Furthermore, the nearby monsters begin to react to the artifact's power and gather around Heimdall. Jihyun is shocked then. Heimdall tells him that he doesn't know how to control monsters like Jihyun, but he is good at magic, as Heimdall creates a ball of lightning in his hands. Our boy tries to cancel it with his absolute calculation skill, but the system notifies him that his level is too low, and he failed to resist the artifact's effects. The monsters soon gather around him, and Heimdall hits Jihyun with the lightning attack, making him scream in pain. This attack is Heimdall's specialty, and is called the Flow Reversal spell, causing immense pain, although it's not lethal. As Jihyun gets up in pain, Heimdall tells him that he will rot in the cells of Asgard's dungeons for the rest of his life as he fires another attack at Jihyun. It is suddenly stopped by some force. It's revealed to be a shield created by Hela. Heimdall is surprised to see Hela, and Jihyun asks Hela what is happening. When Hela notices her body disintegrating, she realizes she can't hold on for much longer. Heimdall was wondering where she was hiding, but he can see Hela's divinity hovering over her. Hela creates a wind attack, but our boy tries to stop her, because he realizes she will die if she is using her divinity, just as Heimdall had said. After creating the attack, she fires it at Heimdall, who deflects it and runs towards her. He tells her the power is too much for her to bear, and asks why she intends to sacrifice herself. He wonders if she believes that the great adversary will be able to save the 9 worlds, but Hela tells him that it's more of a certainty than mere belief. She is convinced that Jihyun will kill Odin and put an end to Ragnarok, but Heimdall leaps towards her to finish her off. Because of her irreverent words, she decides to put an end to this and summons a huge viper that tries to consume Heimdall whole. Our boy begs her to stop what she's doing. Meanwhile, Ryun destroys several monsters, and he also has to endure the blast from the Bone Dragon's mouth. When the Bone Dragon hits him once more, he has to stop fighting to block the attack. Meanwhile, the other students fight against other monsters, and Gilraib fights with them. While Gilribe heals the injured, some of the students lament that they will all be killed by this bone dragon. Gilribe tells the others they can't hold on for much longer, but Ryun insists they keep fighting since they can't get a connection to the outside world. Eventually Gilribe runs out of mana, and he begins to falter. As usual, Ryun hopes they could get a few more people who could fight, and as if on cue, Jihyun's friends appear to lend a hand. However, Ryun protests that this is too dangerous for freshmen, and he adds that a rank A+ bone dragon is too difficult. While he's talking, he is ambushed by a wolf-like monster from behind, but Royom activates his blue splendor sword and cuts the monster into small pieces. The others soon join the action, and they declare, collectively, that they are there to fulfill the promise they made to Jihyun to help others. Ryun is surprised to see them facing the bone dragon and the other monsters head-on. Ryun runs towards them and signals for Yujung to request support. She activates her overflow ability and another skill called Mana Field to provide support, while Ina activates her Alzheimer's blade and Royan activates his blue splendor sword. They immediately start tearing monsters apart, and the other veterans soon join them. Ryan realizes he had thought only Jaden Ryan possessed insane talent, but it's clear his friends are on a completely different level too. As Royan confronts the bull monster, trying to smash him to the ground, he blocks its axe with his shield, while Ina strikes at the creature's limbs. And Ryan gets the opening to strike the monster's head. With this newfound support, the task of eliminating these monsters seems feasible. Meanwhile, some students thank Jason for saving them with his potions, and Sawyer tries to guide the students toward the exit. The students are left with only the A+ rank boss monster Rio, and his team advance toward the monster to attack its leg and restrain its movements, and he yells for the others to reach its core and kill it. Rio immediately calls out to Yuna to use debuffs to reduce the dragon's strength, so she leaps into the air and casts a debuff on the dragon. Meanwhile, Gil Hilbert laments that the rookies will be the stars of the show at this rate, but Himley says there's nothing they can do about it, because the destructive power of the ninth circle is greater than theirs. Annoyed by this, Gil Hilbert activates his wheel wind skill. He then shatters the bones in one of the monster's legs. Ryan confirms his suspicions that Julian Ryan doesn't consider the allies around him when attacking, so he activates his deadly pierce skill and severs some of the monster's bones. Once that's done, he signals for the other team to act. Then Ina activates her Alzheimer's blade, and Royan activates his blue splendor sword 100 to attack the monster's core. When Rala's summoned serpent swallowed Heimdall, just as he was about to attack her, she thought she was in the clear, but then the serpent began to writhe. A noticeable bulge formed on its belly. Reo could hear Heimdall's terrified screams. In an instant he burst forth from the serpent. Furious that she thought he could be taken down so easily, Heimdall shot towards her, his sword aimed straight for Rio. Leaving her in shock, she tried to scream for him to move, but before he could react, his sword plunged into his chest. Even after losing a third of his power in this form, he simply smirked and told her that she wasn't the only one who could wield divine powers. His face twisted as he called her a fool for trying to change what was destined to happen. He yanks his sword free and shoves her back, and our hero watches on with a vacant expression. He struggles, but is only met by the blare of Heimdall's trumpet. As he clamps his hands over his ears to block out the sound, his vision blurs, and he feels that familiar pain of failing to protect someone he cares about. Barely able to stay on his feet, he despises the fact that all of his attempts to change his destiny seem useless. Then he finds himself standing before Ina, who tells him that they have both awakened. After losing someone crucial, he is about to learn of his doomed fate. But Ina interrupts him through her tears. She asks how he thinks she felt in that moment. She remembers a girl who once screamed for her help after she had awakened, but instead of helping her, Ina had simply turned and walked away coldly as the girl continued to scream. Ina realized something shocking. The girl had apologized for being harsh, yet she still insisted that Ina was kind and would save her. A giant tentacle lunged at Ina, but she quickly summoned Alzheimer's blade, and brilliant arrows shot forth, slicing the creature to pieces in an instant. But out of nowhere, the girl's demeanor shifted, and she began to scream that Ina was just repaying her for all the money spent on her upbringing. She didn't even realize the monster's corpse was about to crush her. With one last curse aimed at Ina, she was gone. Nina turned away in silence, realizing that no one was going to look after her, not her parents, not anyone else. She understood that she was the only one who could protect herself. Our boy was just standing there, frozen and unsure of what to say. Then, she added that it was likely the same for the guildmaster, Jae-han. Her power didn't come from suffering, but from finding her own strength after a difficult loss. She concluded by saying that he is different, that he doesn't need to go through something like that, because out of everyone she knows, he is the most determined. Back in the present, our hero recalls Ina's words. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light begins to swirl around him. Heimdall is getting truly furious, but he's stunned to see our boy back on his feet. Staring directly into Heimdall's soul, the system kicks in, causing Odin's lost eyes to react to Ryu's determination. Because of this, he unlocks the usurpation of divinity. Ryu tells Hela that he still needs her, no matter what, but she is down and injured. Ryu has this new ability that can drain the power of gods, weakened ones. Heimdall is furious, but he still thinks Ryu doesn't have what it takes to use it. The usurpation ability is a treacherous move in Asgard, and it cannot be performed by anyone without divinity. Our boy is a bit confused. Then she appears to explain that when Heimdall says usurp, he's actually talking about Loki, the great sinner from Hell, and the leader of the anti-Aesir squad. As our hero finally understands, he begins to activate usurpation, but Heimdall leaps forward, quickly warning him that it won't work on him. But our hero clarifies that Heimdall has misunderstood him. He lunges forward, activates air jump, and suddenly appears right behind Heimdall. While airborne, he makes it clear that the one he is about to usurp is not Heimdall in the slightest. He accesses his divinity and sends it directly to Hela. In a split second, all that divine energy strikes her, leaving Heimdall speechless. Hela feels a jolt of pain. She is completely caught off guard. Although she can't understand how Ryu pulled it off so quickly, she realizes Loki was right about something. She had always thought Loki was just a naturally born god, but now she understands. There's a human out there who has claimed divinity through sheer will and strength. As the divine energy settles, Hela's wounds heal completely. She remembers Ryu doubting his own strength, but he was always the chosen one. Our hero approaches Heimdall and powers up with the might of the lightning god, along with another move called Blitz Chain. Chains of mana float around him as he smirks, kicking off phase 2 of the battle. Heimdall looks thoroughly irritated, knowing these lightning chains are backed by divine power, guaranteed to hit their target. As the chains rush toward him, he tries to block them with his sword, but they just keep hitting harder with every strike. He can hardly believe Ryu is actually wielding Thor's lightning power. These chains pursue him relentlessly, and he has to move fast to avoid being overwhelmed. In a panic, he tries to come up with a new plan, but a swift blow sends him to the ground, crushing all of his plans. Grasping his sword, he props himself up and holds his ground. Heimdall screams in frustration. Meanwhile, Ryu, now fully in control of his newfound powers, remains calm and confident. He walks up to Heimdall, encouraging him to channel all that rage, because things are about to get serious. Heimdall's fury is boiling over, but he's out of options. After using all his divinity against Hela's clone earlier, he's completely exhausted, and even the Gjallarhorn is out of his reach. Fear overwhelms him, and disgust churns in his chest. The thought of a mere human taking him down is too much to bear. He leaps and attacks, but Ryun pulls on Thor's chains again. Heimdall retaliates with force, boasting that Ryun might be strong, but he's still just a human who can't truly handle divinity. Heimdall cuts the chains and attacks again, only to realize he's overexerted himself. Suddenly, a portal, made of Thor's chains, opens around him in midair, striking with a blinding blast of lightning. Heimdall screams in pain, bound and at Ryun's mercy. As the thunder subsides, Ryun moves in, drawing his sword with a cold, determined look in his eyes. All Heimdall can do is curse him in rage, before Ryun finishes it with a clean slice to the neck. During that fight, our hero has no idea that a shadowy entity was watching him the whole time. This entity is Hugo, who calls Heimdall an idiot for making the mistake of trusting him. His plans are now a complete mess and need to be reported to Odin. Not even he can believe that Heimdall lost to a mere human. Hugo has a feeling that our boy is leveling up much faster than they expected. He has also tapped into some divine power. It's only a matter of time before he gets even stronger, but Hugo downplays it, saying it's no big deal since the end is near. Out of nowhere, he vanishes into dark energy. As the crows circle above our hero, he looks down at the severed head of Heimdall, which still looks annoyed. He can't help but smirk, and tells the head that it actually looks decent now. Heimdall, unimpressed, hurls a curse, warning that our boy may have been lucky this time, but next time he'll throw him straight into Asgard's prison. Our hero just shoves his foot against Heimdall's head, and tells him to shut up. He thinks to himself that Heimdall only used 30% of his power, and might soon be pulled back to Asgard. Heimdall doesn't stop boasting that Ryun's victory can't stop Ragnarok, but our boy is completely unfazed. He calls our guy a rookie, saying that all these monsters, including him, will become invaders, and they even see it as some kind of blessing. Our hero demands to know why, but Heimdall says he needs to check his surroundings first. In the end, he learns how bitter betrayal can be, and how deep the wounds of trust can run. As Heimdall's head begins to fade, our hero lets out a sigh of relief, glad to see one less problem in his way. He checks on Hela, asking if she's okay, Hela says her body is no longer disintegrating, and silently thanks him. Our hero thinks he still has things to sort out, so he turns and says they can talk later, leaving her quite upset. He then spots Heimdall's lifeless body. As he focuses his power, the hero begins the usurpation of divinity, seeking to absorb the last remnants of Heimdall's essence. Mana flows from the fragments and merges with his energy. He had a feeling there might be some traces left of divinity in Heimdall's body, and it turned out he was right. Without a second thought, he continues forward, leaving Hela behind. She feels a pang of jealousy for not receiving a moment of his attention. The scene shifts to a vast palace where someone is seated on a throne. Heimdall stands before him, feeling terrible for failing to eliminate the great adversary because he let his guard down. Odin, sitting on Hlidskjalf, his throne that allows him to see across all 9 realms, listens. Heimdall is truly angered, and questions why the great adversary suddenly unlocked a special ability at that moment. That entire battle had drained half of his divine power. Odin, remaining calm, said they must proceed with the elimination, and asks Heimdall to help Freya gather the army of the undead. When Heimdall tries to argue, Odin gives him a look that tells him to get a grip, or else. Realizing his mistake, Heimdall quickly bows his head to apologize. Odin dismisses him immediately, telling him to get out of his sight. After Heimdall leaves, Odin calls for Rugen. The Shadow Watcher appears by his side without a sound. Odin says the war is about to begin, and that Rugen knows exactly what they need. With a swift wave of his hand, Rugen moves forward to begin preparing the Einherjar, the army of the dead. The scene shifts to our protagonist, who is still thinking about Heimdall's advice to pay attention to all the small details before reaching the end. He begins to remember Mimir's warning about doubting the system. After reflecting, he realizes that both Heimdall and Mimir are saying the same thing, pointing to a hidden meaning. He figures it has something to do with methodology. Super determined to uncover the truth, he delves deep into his research late into the night. Eventually he discovers that Shining Raider's eye is not a riddle, but is actually an anagram. Now the answer is ready, and he finally understands what he was supposed to doubt. The scene shifts to the other survivors, and the black-haired boy says they are done trying to control Ryam. Anyone who disagrees will be picking a fight with his team and theirs. The others let out a sigh, admitting they couldn't even slow him down if they wanted to. His group is already much stronger than all the students combined. He nods his head, saying they got too strong, too fast. They reached this level in just a few months. For now he thinks they should focus on cleaning up the mess that's left from the whole incident. Before finishing, he brings up another issue. He calls out to Yum, asking why she skipped the raid, being the leader of one of the elite circles. He mentions they could have won if Circle 9 hadn't messed everything up. The blonde retorts, demanding to know what he is talking about. Yum says she knew that none of them were good enough to face the Bone Dragon's attack, so she didn't think it was worth risking her team. As she walks away, she mentions that's how the Third Eye plans to continue operating. She smiles, clearly impressed with our protagonist, and feeling that things are about to get much more interesting. Meanwhile, he realizes that the adult raiders couldn't use their abilities during the Bone Dragon raid, and this small detail says a lot. If the Aesir gods can manipulate the system, then what Mimir and Heimdall said about adapting might be their way of hinting at the true nature behind the system. It seems the game contains the secret history of Asgard, and the key to revealing who Odin really is. After the first Ragnarok, Odin's army, the Einherjar, was annihilated, but that's not the whole story. The Einherjar were Odin's strength. Whether they were good or evil is debatable, but they were definitely Odin's tools. He deceived humans, turned them into slaves, and used them to fight the anti-Aesir. Many Einherjar died in that war, and humans began to distrust Odin, so they stopped helping him. This became a huge problem, because only humans could become Einherjar, and they had to be completely loyal to the gods. With everything falling apart, Odin devised a plan. He spread the roots of Yggdrasil everywhere, filling the world with monsters, and then offered humans a strange gift that he called the system. Because of this, everyone around the world began to use it, thinking it was some kind of divine help, but in reality, it was just a way to bring Odin's army back to life. In Mimir's old notes, there is a message intended for the great adversary, telling him to run to the control tower of Yggdrasil immediately. That's where the core of the Aesir system is. The control device is located. If he doesn't get there soon, all humans connected to the system will end up like his enemies. In no time, the boy feels he truly needs to meet with Hela. He rushes to her, saying it's important. She raises an eyebrow, asking what's so serious that he would wake a sleeping god. He reveals it's about the Einherjar, and that he's discovered Odin's true plan. After hearing him out, she decides they must discuss this with the anti-Aesir alliance, saying they'll leave as soon as night falls. He nods, knowing he can count on her help. He pulls out a glove, mentioning he heard it once belonged to the first awakened of John. He asks if she knows anything about it, but she says it only looks familiar, but she doesn't know much. He decides to set it aside for now, thinking that sharing the information about the Einherjar is more important. First, however, he needs to sort out his mission rewards. The system chimes in, informing him that the quest is complete, and that his rewards are being calculated. He always gets excited for this part. Checking his rewards, he's stunned by the second update. His communication system is getting a major upgrade, allowing him to speak with anyone, no matter where they are. On top of that, he can now store his mythic-grade skills in activated sockets, and a Raven radar is automatically installed to spot Odin's ravens flying about. So, he just got the reward for the main quest, System Breaker. Hela points out it's a communication enhancement, and now he can rely on her more. He retorts that it sounds like she's just using him instead of actually helping, which gets on her nerves a bit. Probably thinking it would also update his user status window, he takes a look at his statistics and pulls out a giant's blood potion. He couldn't use it before, but now, the game is on. He uncorks it and pours it all over his head. The system announces a surge of giant's power, increasing his mana by 30 as his stats hit S rank, making him as strong as a mid-tier S rank raider. Checking his mythic skill socket, he sees his lightning damage is boosted by 300%, plus a few extra hidden bonuses. He can't help but grin. His limits have vanished with full divinity. There are no more restrictions. The only thing holding him back are the locked socket slots. To unlock them, he needs to increase his divinity by taking down other mythical beings. For now, though, wielding the power of the lightning god is more than enough. Hela is completely stunned by our hero's Raven radar ability. She mentions that with it, tracking the ravens should be a piece of cake. The hero suddenly realizes that finding Rugen should be a breeze too. He then looks at another quest, one that looks to be his toughest yet, System Breaker. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to another location, where a few men are standing near a window. One of them tells Jae-han not to keep their master waiting long. This catches Jae-han by surprise, as it's not typical for his lord to be so anxious. A flashback shows Jae-han speaking with our protagonist during an outdoor training session. She tells him that he really made a difference back then. He appreciates the compliment, but says he's busy and turns away. She calls out to him, mentioning that, even though she's the leader of one of the 4 great circles, she didn't participate in the raid, and now everyone is criticizing her for it. He replies that if someone is weak, they should stay away before it's too late, because once you're dead, not even healing magic can help. Her heart sinks, because at that moment she realizes he has recently reached a new level of power. The news that some military instructors were killed during an outdoor training session has shocked the academy. A short time later, Rio surprises everyone again with another performance. It's incredible. His rapid progress has left even the skeptics speechless. John admits that it's his time to shine, even if it seems a bit early. He looks at a portrait of Odin and jokingly comments on the legendary adversary from the prophecy. After hanging the portrait back up, he smiles and thinks that it's finally time to find out just how interesting Odin's story truly is. The scene shifts to a press conference where a girl in a green hat addresses the crowd. She says she knows everyone has questions, but the only thing she can confirm is that a new threat is emerging. They are all there to celebrate the hope that helped them overcome the last one. Today, they are presenting awards to the students who have distinguished themselves the most. She calls the first name Rio, along with the members of Circle 9, and our boy band takes the stage. Later, June calls out to him, asking if he has anything to share. He says he can't reveal everything. She questions why he keeps so many secrets, asking about Heimdall, the one who attacked them. He looks away and says he can't explain much, only that Heimdall's power is linked to him and that he is incredibly strong. June is getting frustrated. Ian agrees that Heimdall was a true monster. The other guys are quiet, just waiting. After a moment, he says it's too early to share the whole truth. Everyone looks disappointed. He sighs and mentions that he has reached S rank. Leo jumps to his feet in shock, asking if that's how he managed to survive. He shakes his head, saying that he will have to face enemies like Heimdall again. If that happens, they must flee, regardless of the circumstances. The blonde girl wants to know if he's going to face the fight alone again. But before she can finish her thought, the entire room darkens. His voice echoes, saying that unless they can keep up with him, they cannot stand by his side. If they aren't on board with this, they should just aim for S rank, and then he won't have to tell them to run. June gets a little emotional and calls him cold. He checks his phone, then gets into a car and leaves for his next mission. The driver is quite surprised to see our protagonist at the flex auction. He mentions that our hero needs a lot of capital to be considered a VIP. When he asks how much money our guy has invested, he just shrugs and says he can't remember. but probably everything he's ever earned. The driver laughs, saying that kind of mindset is far beyond an ordinary working man. They stop at the building, and Sky tells our guy that if anything happens, he'll handle it, so just give him a call. Our guy nods, and mentions he doubts anyone would want to mess with him. Sky laughs and says he's right. As our guy enters, the place looks incredibly fancy, but one woman seems really uncomfortable. Her friend notices and asks what's going on. She points to a boy sitting off to the side. Balak turns to see who she's talking about, and tenses up. He remembers the audacious kid they met at the hotel, in Iceland. He murmurs that the kid is a rising star in the Lotus Guild, though he never thought they'd be at this auction. Camilla narrows her eyes and says that kid is trouble. When Balak looks again, he also feels the same dark vibe, coming from that black robe. The scene shifts to the auction house office, where the boss tells his wife that they've come a long way, and just need one final push. He mentions that he can't afford to make any mistakes now, especially with all the investigators and VIPs around, nearby. As he speaks, he spots an open window and wonders who left it like that. Before he can do anything, a sharp tentacle suddenly pierces his body, and he doesn't even have time to scream before someone covers his eyes from behind. It's she's a total psychopath, and swallows him whole, just to see how our protagonist will react. Balak approaches our protagonist, and says he didn't expect to see him there, adding that he's become quite famous lately. Camilla rolls her eyes, calling Balak an idiot for being so direct. Balak laughs, saying that the best battle mage from Korea's top academy must have caught some attention in the European Union. Our protagonist smiles back and says it's an honor. Mila then activates Mana Breath, a skill that shows the flow of mana, unique to a person, but what she senses from him perfectly matches someone else, which shouldn't even be possible. Balak gets closer and mentions that they'll find out by the end of the day if that boy is really the Black Robe. Camilla feels irritated by Balak's self-righteous vibe, the same one that led to their divorce a short time later. The auction's CEO stumbles in, looking like a total mess. He introduces himself and brings out the first item, the Stone of Transcendence. Our protagonist senses that something is off with the CEO, but he shifts his focus to the stone. He knows that a single fragment won't be enough for stable effects, but its stats are quite impressive, granting skill bonuses and increasing mana. With this stone, any fight could be turned upside down. When the auction begins, our protagonist calmly bids 10,000. The entire room falls silent. Balak jumps in with 11,000, surprising even Camilla. Without missing a beat, our protagonist counters with 12,000. Balak glares at him, while Camilla looks ready to intervene. The boy asks if he's trying to provoke him. Balak just smiles, and says he's only interested in stones, but then plays it off, saying it's nothing. The boy nods, admitting he was wrong. Balak leans back, watching him closely, curious about what this boy really intends as the auction ends. The last item to be auctioned is a rank A artifact that increases resistance to abnormal status effects, but it won't do our protagonist any good, since he already has the Blessing of Hell. Just as he's about to leave, the creepy CEO intervenes, saying he has a surprise S-rank item, and he's sure everyone will go crazy for it. Our hero is completely confused, thinking it's strange to throw in a surprise item at the end of an auction. The man then mentions that the seller will provide all the details. Enters with a cunning smile, leaving our hero completely paralyzed. As he just stares at her, she approaches, observing the S-rank artifact, and promises to inform everyone about this thing called Draupnir. It emanates a rather intense vibe. She tells everyone to wait a second as some red energy begins to leak from the artifact. She explains that it multiplies itself 9 times every 9 days, but there's a catch. With a flick of her wrist, beams of red light shoot towards the guests. Our hero's eyes light up as he realizes it's death itself, but he's totally immune to the harmful red mana. He quickly notices that his absolute calculation isn't working. The power of this artifact is deactivating it. Around him, people are collapsing as their heads and chests explode from the red magic. The only ones left standing are Camilla and Balak. Balak grinds his teeth in frustration, wondering what is happening in this crazy new world, while smiles, saying she doesn't want any unwanted visitors, since she's only there for a showdown with a great opponent. The hero's mind is spinning as he remembers his past encounters with her, of Jihyun, and the strange vibes he always felt from her. He now understands Jihyun is just another pawn for this entity. Jihyun laughs and asks for a better compliment. The hero is curious and asks what she really wants. She says bluntly that she wants Rion, and it all comes from a place of pure resentment. Our hero tells her he won't let her do as she pleases. Balak and Camilla get ready for action. Meanwhile, Jihyun explodes into a wild laugh, calling them dangerously interesting, but she has taken too long now. She swallows something that makes our protagonist uneasy, as everyone around them starts to sprout these tentacles. Crazy red ones. Camila is trying to figure out what's happening, her eyes scanning the chaos around her. Out of nowhere, Balak charges forward and goes after the tentacles. She intervenes to block him mid-swing, which only irritates him more, but she quickly explains that she's not trying to stop him from fighting. She warns him that charging in without a plan is too risky, and mentions that she's never seen that artifact before. Jihyun praises Camila for stopping Balak, saying that if she hadn't, anyone connected to the artifact would have been screwed. She assures them there's no need to panic, since everyone is still alive. Our hero is intrigued and asks what she means by still, and she explains that although they are alive, there's no real reason to keep them that way. They're just in a coma. He realizes that if it's caused by mana, he needs to act quickly, so grabbing the CEO by the tie, he slams him down. The man's greed is gone, and his ego has taken a hit, leaving their minds somewhat shaken. The hero questions if this is the artifact's fault or the work of Rugen. She grabs the CEO's face and says that, without the people's emotions, they've simply become mindless. Ryan tells her to stop the nonsense and turn them back to normal. She challenges him, asking, what if she doesn't want to? In the blink of an eye, the hero has her pinned with her face to the ground, her hands trapped under his knees, crushing her ego. He says he'll make her want to bring them back to normal. She couldn't believe how Ryan suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She hadn't even seen him move. Then our hero simply takes her finger and breaks it without a second thought. She screams in pain. Camila and Balak just stand there, watching in silence as she breaks down. And then, our protagonist grabs her other finger and says he's ready for another one. Sweat pours down her face as she curses him, and out of nowhere, her bracelet lights up. A portal opens right above him. He quickly realizes it's a portal, and before he can even process it, he starts getting teleported along with Balak and Camila. He lets out a sigh, just as the system alerts him that he's entering a special dungeon, the Valley of Greed. As they vanish, Jihyun stares at her broken finger, seething with a rage she can't shake off. She casts a furious glare at the spot where they disappeared, vowing to herself that she will never forgive him. At that moment, John breaks the silence, checking if she's okay. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, our three heroes are standing in the darkness. Camila suspects that Ryan and Jihyun must know each other, but what bothers her even more is the strange nickname Jihyun gave Ryan. He notices the expression on her face and says he's on the same page. That guy might really be the great villain they were talking about. He didn't catch the beginning of the conversation, but he's sure that's what Jihyun called him. He remembers a gate that warned intruders not to enter, mentioning that the ruins were made for the great prophesied adversary. Balak approaches our hero, sword pointed at him, and asks if he's the black-cloaked figure who cleared those ruins. Our hero just shrugs and asks if that's really the most important thing right now. The air trembles for a second, and with a wave of his hand, he sends out a shockwave that pushes. Balak takes a few steps back, and as he starts to turn, he spots several red eyes glowing in the darkness of the shadows. An elf-like monster lunges forward. Balak grits his teeth and grumbles that they're just a bunch of weaklings outside the dungeon, while Yoon tends to a broken finger, wincing in pain, while Yoon can't help but smile like a child at the artifact's ability to open an entire portal. John rolls his eyes and says he won't hand it over, especially since he already has something much cooler. Yoon laughs and provokes him, asking if she is really skilled enough to handle Fafnir the fire monster, using her Draupnir. Yoon admits that things are still a bit unstable, but she thinks that even without full control, finding the great enemy and the two weak humans shouldn't be too difficult. John stays silent for a second, then smiles, and says he probably won't have to do much, at least for now. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, our hero is carving a path through everything he sees. The ground is covered in bodies and the air is thick, with the smell of battle. Thinking about Draupnir, he concludes that the bracelet that Yoon is wearing must be a mythic-level artifact. She just opened a portal, but he can't tell if she created a new dungeon, or teleported them to one that already existed. Either way, there's no way she could have done it alone. This doubt vanishes as soon as he thinks about how powerful a mythic-rank artifact truly is. Several elf monsters come running, but Balak swings his weapon once and eliminates them in an instant, while Camila is busy fending off the monsters in the dungeon. Our hero starts to think to himself that, since he can't use absolute calculation, it can't be Yoon's spell or ability, it must be the power of the artifact. This means it's the second mythic item he's encountered, not counting Alarand Heimdall's. After they eliminate all the creatures in the dungeon, Balak turns to Ryu and asks if he is the Black Cloak. To avoid raising more suspicion, Ryu finally admits it. Balak wonders if he's really the villain here. If that were the case, then why did he intervene during that disaster at the school camp, and act so heroically? Was it just to show off? Our hero pauses for a moment, then says he's not the type of person motivated by some grand purpose. When Balak presses him again asking why he helped, Ryu replies that he doesn't see everyone as his enemies, even if his standards might be a bit vague. Balak looks at Camilla, then turns back to him and gets serious, asking what those standards are after all. Our hero meets his gaze and finally says it all just depends on how he feels. Camilla looks shocked and asks if he's being serious, but he plays it down, saying it doesn't really matter, he'll do whatever it takes to keep the people he cares about safe. This infuriates Balak. He grabs our hero by the collar and yells that Ryu could have killed him back at the ancient ruins. He adds that maybe it would have been better for him if he really wanted to keep his identity a secret. Balak recalls what happened and relaxes a bit, realizing that Ryu really did spare him. He mentions that he'll be keeping an eye on him from now on to understand these so-called standards. Camilla lets out a sigh, saying she usually likes to go solo, but admits it's smarter to team up in a place like this. Our hero smiles and says she's more flexible than he expected, then adds that she should keep the secret to herself, for her own good. Later, a Draugr takes a direct hit to the head is pierced and drops dead instantly. Balak slams his sword into the ground and says he's never seen such a tough Draugr before. Then he turns to Ryu and asks if he knows anything about it. Ryu just stays silent. He remembers that the dark elf didn't seem that powerful, but these monsters, they are much stronger than they should be. He wonders if it's just something strange about this dungeon and decides he needs to stay alert. Camilla chimes in, saying that's not the main problem right now, and insists they need to get moving. That woman mentioned the people from the auction are still alive, so they need to speed things up. As they start walking, our hero suddenly looks in another direction. Using his Norm detection system, he senses something and tells everyone to stop. He says there's something over there. Camilla is surprised. Just a moment ago there was nothing, but now she can feel an insane wave of mana coming from that spot. The system informs him that the path to the deeper levels of the Valley of Greed is now open. Outside, the artifact is reacting wildly. Darum realizes that the great adversary is moving much faster than she thought, and wonders what he's plotting. Inside the dungeon, our hero announces he'll take the lead, since it seems they're after him. Balak points out that it's kind of similar to what happened in the ancient ruins. The hero agrees, adding that, while it's similar, this time their objectives are completely different. Balak turns, saying he'll cover the rear. While Camilla supports from the middle, she glances between our hero and Balak, trying to understand what's going on with him. She realizes how different he is from the guy she saw in the ruins, and wonders which version of him is the real one. He exhales softly, and mentions that both sides are part of who he is, since everyone has two sides. In that instant, a quest notification pops up. Defeat the boss monster, Fafnir of Greed, and return to his world. As they ponder the name, Fafnir, our hero recalls the story of a dragon born from greed, a dwarf who tried to steal the cursed treasure of the gods. Overcome by his desires, the dwarf ended up killing his own father and driving away his younger brothers, just to keep the gold for himself. But even after all that, he still feared someone would take it from him, so he transformed into a dragon and vanished with the treasure. Our hero concludes that the Valley of Greed must be where this beast is hiding. And the kicker is, it's the same dragon that was felled by the legendary Dragon Slayer who originally wielded the Dragon Slayer sword. With a sigh, our hero realizes they'll need to proceed with caution from now on. His friends are startled as a golden light erupts from the darkness. A system alert pops up, announcing they've found Fafnir's nest. They wonder if this Fafnir is the same dragon from the legends. Our hero pushes the entrance open wider and tells them to come in. They step carefully over cracks in the floor, moving toward a blinding glow. They find themselves surrounded by mountains of gold coins. Camilla is mesmerized by the sight, but Balak reminds everyone to stay on guard. She draws her weapon, and they all huddle together. Out of nowhere, a single coin leaps from a pile and hits him. Then, all the coins begin to rise as a gigantic monster emerges. Fafnir rises from beneath the treasure. Our hero locks eyes with the dragon and feels as if it's staring right into his soul. The system warns that Fafnir's monster rank has dropped slightly due to certain restrictions upon its emergence. The beast lets out a classic dragon's roar. However, Camilla realizes that even in a weakened state, it's still an S-rank monster. Our hero remains calm, telling his friends they can handle this. He reminds them of the time Balak annihilated their foes. He reminds them of something said before: there can only be one Balmung. Camilla's jaw drops in shock as our hero activates a magical artifact, and the Dragon Slayer sword materializes right in front of them. He can't help but feel lucky this time, managing to create not just one, but turning to Balak, he asks if the plan sounds good. Balak smiles and nods. Without a second thought, the two of them grab their swords together, feeling quite confident that this might actually work. They face the massive dragon, totally hyped and ready to fight. Balak activates the special effect of the dragon-slaying sword, while our hero triggers the weapon's passive ability, increasing their damage by up to 300%. But just as they are about to strike, the dragon opens its mouth wide, preparing to breathe fire on them. Camellia realizes it's about to try and roast them alive. Flames erupt, spreading across the floor and melting the gold coins under their feet. Then, from that molten mess, something shoots out at lightning speed. It's our hero and Balak, charging straight through the fire. Balak yells that they will get the dragon's attention, while Camellia attacks from above. She gracefully dodges through the flames as our hero slides over the dragon's massive body, positioning himself right under the beast. He knows Camellia is no ordinary mage. Her combat skills surpass even those of Siam. Camellia begins to form a huge magic circle, and our hero can't help but feel excited. Finally, he is about to witness the power of one of the strongest mages in the world. He leaps towards the dragon, launching himself off its leg into the air, and shouting to Camellia, asking how much time she needs to cast her spell. Suddenly, the monster lunges at him from the ground, and Balak braces himself. As Riam is almost devoured, out of nowhere, a flash comes from the right, and our hero barely escapes the monster's jaws. Camellia says she needs 20 seconds to cast her spell. Meanwhile, Balak makes quick movements around the dragon, to buy time. Our hero thinks 20 seconds is too long, so he uses frozen earth and with a breath, freezes a large area in glacial ice. The irregular shards of ice trap the dragon in place while Balak calls out to Camellia. She activates watery punishment, and several magic circles appear behind her, and from a small red circle, a huge explosion occurs. The mana forms sharp arrows that hover over her magic circles. The mage's performance completely impresses our hero. Seriously, she is killing it with those aquatic needles. The sharp aquatic needles shoot out and hit the dragon from all angles, forcing its neck to straighten up. At that moment, Riam and Balak spot the dragon's weak point and leap to attack. They slash its neck with all their might, but afterwards, they still look quite tense, wondering why the beast didn't seem to take any damage, and, in fact, became even more enraged. The beast is going berserk, flapping its wings like crazy, its glowing eyes more intense than ever. Our hero realizes something is wrong with the creature, but before he can process it, a deep voice echoes, demanding gold. He freezes, as the dragon's eyes briefly return to normal, and it growls again in pain, saying it wants more gold with an earth-shattering roar. It unleashes a gust of wind so powerful it kicks up a dust storm, forcing everyone to cover their ears. Its wings are flapping so hard that nearby glaciers begin to crack. The dragon flies into a full-blown rage, growling a name with pure hatred. Odin! Our hero flinches in shock. When he hears the dragon mention Odin, he wonders how the gold, Fafnir's curse, and Odin are all connected. Suddenly, he recalls some of the research he conducted on the Aesir and those ancient myths. There was a story about the Ring of Andvari, a cursed item that could produce endless gold but would doom whoever possessed it. He realizes that the gold Fafnir was hoarding must have something to do with that ring. Considering how out of control the beast seems, the curse still dominates it. They used to think that the scales on the dragon's neck were its weak point, but after hitting it repeatedly, it barely left a scratch. It turns out that theory was completely wrong. So where is the real weak spot? Perhaps Fafnir is still holding that cursed ring. Our hero realizes the beast can actually speak. He slowly approaches and says he has a question. Blood drips from the dragon's eyes as it growls, demanding to know what the human is doing there. Our hero asks if Odin used him. Along with his family as pawns, the dragon narrows its eyes and finally admits it he lost his entire family. Because of Odin, he trembles with rage and sorrow, remembering how Odin wiped them out. Balak and Camellia exchange worried glances. But our hero is observant. He realizes this version of the story sounds different from what he read in the Dungeons version. Thor was the one who took advantage of Fafnir, not Odin, and even Fafnir's sister was kidnapped from this. Our hero concludes that Odin and the gods themselves must have attacked Fafnir's family directly. He tells the beast he will free it from its chains and help it get revenge for its family. Yet before he can finish, Fafnir lets out another massive roar, calling Odin's name repeatedly. Rage completely overwhelms it, and it loses all sense of reason. Realizing there's no point in trying to negotiate, our hero prepares to act. Balak starts shouting, asking how the hell he's talking to the beast. Our hero says he can clearly hear its voice. Balak and Camellia look completely confused. Since they only hear the dragon's pained screams, it's then that he realizes it must be one of his skills that allows him to understand what the beast is saying. He activated his magical deduction skill and made it clear that if the dragon didn't back down, he would have to handle this himself. Suddenly, his skill focused on the dragon's weak spot right on its forehead, where that ring was hidden beneath the scales. His companions were a bit uncertain, but decided to follow his gut, turning to Balak. He said he was counting on him this time. Balak clenched his fist and retorted that this weak spot had better be accurate. He activated his skill, Formless Sword Art. Illusory Slash. At the same time, Camellia activated her active skill, binding thick chains infused with mana, erupted from the ground, tightly wrapping around the dragon and restraining it. Balak leaped high, landing on the beast's forehead. Mana surged around his blade as he swung it down hard, creating a deep gash that barely broke through the scales. He muttered a curse, realizing the creature was tougher than he thought, and prepared to strike again, but before he could, our hero told him to fall back. He activated a blank card, Sword Garden, a powerful skill that gave him the fundamentals of the sword art. Formless as the phantom sword formed in his hand, he couldn't help but smile, feeling like he finally had exactly what he needed. Purple energy swirled around our hero's sword as he took his stance. Balak stares in shock at the glowing blade in the boy's hand. Our hero fixes his gaze on a single point and prepares to strike. He activates a formless sword move, called Illusory Slash, and plunges the sword right into the dragon's forehead. The blade tears through the skin, driving deeper with unstoppable force. Balak watches in awe as the hero finally lands a hit. A wide grin spreads across our hero's face as divine energy flows through him. The system confirms the blade has hit the ring and enhances the Thunder God's abilities. A deadly wave of energy gathers in his sword, and with one final strike, the glowing ring shatters its golden light, fading away. Our hero whispers that he's finally done it. The system announces that Envari's ring is destroyed. Light crackles above the beast's forehead before it collapses completely. Powerless, our hero and Balak land safely, just as another message appears stating that Odin's control over Fafnir is over. The dragon's golden eyes slowly return to normal as the hero walks towards the fallen beast. Camilla turns to Balak and asks if Leo really used the formless sword. Balak frowned, still trying to comprehend what he had just witnessed. It was far beyond anything he could understand. Camilla points out that a skill like that shouldn't even be possible without a specialized skill garden, so how did he manage to pull it off? Balak replies that it's probably best not to make an enemy of him. Meanwhile, our hero turns to the dragon and asks if it's going to explain what's going on. Since time is running out, the dragon looks weary and says that salvation has finally arrived. It realizes the hero deserves to know the truth and begins to speak. It tells of how everything began to fall apart with the arrival of a single man. Its father was a dwarf mage named King Amar, and he had 3 sons, with the dragon being the middle child. Its older brother would often use his magic to transform into an otter to fish for his siblings, but one day, he simply didn't return. They all waited until nightfall, and in his place, a man appeared. He called himself a traveler, and asked to stay the night, as it was too dark to travel. In return, he gave them some beast hide. It looked hauntingly familiar. It was the hide of an otter. That night, the missing brother returned to them, but he was no longer himself, just a piece of skin. The father cried out his name in shock. The traveler realized what he had done and, maintaining his composure, he offered to make it right. He waved his staff, and gold began to pour out of thin air, completely covering the otter's hide. On top of it all lay a dazzling ring, one that was impossible to look away from. The atmosphere in the room changed completely, and what happened next was a whole new story unfolding before their very eyes. Our hero realized the man in the story was actually Odin. The dragon noted how calm he was. It made sense. As the boy had been through so much lately, he could no longer despair. The dragon, looking weak, unable to move its wings, said its time was nearly up, and asked one last thing of the human before it. Our hero countered with a question, asking if the dragon knew anything about the Norns. He then revealed he was the enemy from the prophecy, the one destined to bring down Asgard. The dragon looked at him and said it made sense, since he had mentioned vengeance earlier. Our hero nodded, saying he owed Odin a favor, and he intended to repay that debt, while also avenging the dragon. A faint smile crossed the beast's face as it bared its teeth and told him that, although its power was fading, it could sense divine energy within him. It decided to give him a gift. When the hero asks what it is, the dragon's body begins to fade, its voice echoing softly as it wishes him peace on his journey. A moment later, a notification appears. He is the first to successfully hunt a dragon. He ignores it, watching the vanishing creature and silently vowing to avenge it. More messages flash before him, announcing his level up and new rewards, including access to Fafnir's divine energy. Then, a beam of light gathers in his hands, as the system reports that the dragon's gift has arrived. He has received a mysterious gestating dragon egg, but he has no idea what it's for. He secures the dragon egg, and Balak figures it's time for some answers, because he has a ton of questions for him. He is extremely curious about how our hero plans to use his special ability, but of course, he can't go into detail. nor is he obligated to. He mentions something more urgent, and then says menacingly, "It's about keeping him quiet." He then activates his subordination skill. As they step out of the portal, the auction house CEO is sprawled on the ground, unconscious. If they don't do something fast, he'll be a goner. Balak asks if anyone can perform healing magic, but Kalia only knows attack spells. She has a few basic healing spells up her sleeve, and Balak thinks that's still better than nothing, but our hero steps forward, saying it'll be too late. He smiles and uses his skill, sacrifice skill. Suddenly, magnificent wings like those of an angel sprout from his back, leaving Kalia completely stunned. She can't believe he's a battle mage, someone who masters both swords and magic, but that doesn't make much sense, does it? A battle mage shouldn't be able to perform such powerful healing magic like that. He approaches and begins to heal the unconscious CEO. She had never seen anything like it. She can't get that image out of her head and realizes the spell is called sacrifice, something only a saint could do. While she's still in shock, our hero reminds everyone that he had already told them not to ask him anything. It was a very unfair deal, actually. No questions asked and his identity kept a secret. From the fight with Fafnir, Balak realizes this guy is incredibly strong. The rumors about him barely scratch the surface of his true power. After that, he checks on the CEO to see if he's okay. The man slowly comes to and gets up, looking a bit dazed by what just happened. Our hero knows he just woke up, but he still asks if a pale-skinned woman came to see him earlier. The man nods immediately. He can't remember much. He passed out right after she appeared, but he recalls seeing a tentacle coming from her before everything went dark. He feels bad that he couldn't help, but that's enough for our hero, who helps him to his feet. The man asks, "Was it you who saved me?" And Balak replies that he saved everyone there. Our hero, however, thinks that's a bit of an exaggeration. The man suddenly remembers that the hero is from the UI, and looks like a younger student. So he looks at our hero and asks if he's the one who's been in the news lately. Our hero nods. When the man hears this, he bows and thanks him for rescuing everyone. He even offers to repay the favor somehow. Our hero just smiles, tilting his head slightly, teasingly asking if he really plans to pay him back, giving off a slightly threatening vibe. The next morning, at the hotel, our hero is in casual clothes. He takes out a box and thinks all the trouble was totally worth it. What he got is nothing compared to what he did for them. The auction item is now his. They even asked if he wanted anything else, promising to help in any way they could. Now he's super excited to finally have it. The rank A ring of transcendence. It can temporarily increase his mana and boost the power of his magic. With this, he should be able to improve his performance in battle for sure. The only problem left is the dragon egg. He takes it out but has no idea how to incubate it. He wonders how to make it hatch. Out of nowhere, a system notification appears. The hatching condition has been updated. It can now absorb mana stones. He's saved up some money, so he plans to get a bunch. He then calls one of his friends, letting him know who it is. The guy on the other end asks what's going on, wondering if Jung has gotten into trouble again. Our hero mentions the mana stones, and his friend is all for it, of selling them. In the conference room in Germany for the UE, our hero and his team stand before a group of people. One of them asks if he is serious, and Balak intervenes, saying he is forbidding everyone from tracking our hero from now on. This really irritates the bearded guy, who lashes out at Balak, asking what he means by that and if he just wants to pretend nothing happened in the ruins. Balak explains that it's the best decision he can make as a representative. The old man wants some solid reasons for this. Then Jean intervenes, saying that even if they both went after him at the same time, they wouldn't stand a chance. This leaves the old man speechless. She adds that she doubts they could take him down even if the entire academy tried. She warns them that if they don't want to get into trouble, they should stop pursuing him. That night, our hero ends up collecting a bunch of mana stones. He definitely didn't expect them to arrive on the same day. Just then, Yoo-jung and her team show up. Her parents mentioned that he bought some stones, so she decided to check it out. He confesses and asks if she doesn't think it's a bit sudden. She says she came right after hearing from her father because she was curious about his latest move. Nina intervenes, saying that they're also curious. Royan clarifies that it's just them, since the second-year students are busy with special classes. He mentions that engineers usually get mana stones to develop artifacts, but our hero stays calm and reveals something else. He shows them an egg, and Nina raises an eyebrow, wondering if it's really an egg. He then takes out a stone of mana and places it on top of the egg, as if trying to fuse the two. He mentions that feeding the egg with a few mana stones could speed up the hatching process. Royan and Yoo-jung think it's very cool. The egg absorbs a ton of high-rank mana stones, and its hatching rate starts to skyrocket. Suddenly, the egg begins to move, and cracks appear all over it. A brilliant light erupts, illuminating the room. Our hero is caught completely by surprise, and everyone else looks equally shocked. A tiny baby dragon's hand pushes through the shell as it begins to break. Before long, a baby dragon hatches completely from the egg. Right there in front of them, this adorable little dragon appears. Yoo-jung can't help but think it's super cute. It turns out, it's Fafnir, a dragon with the powers of Fafnir. It's D rank and still just a hatchling, but it has the potential to become even stronger than the S rank Bliss. This leaves our hero completely shocked. He thinks about how only a handful of raiders actually have familiars. Those guys are the cream of the crop, and having an adorable familiar makes them super popular. But getting one is pretty rare and hard to manage without special skills, so he never even thought it was possible for him. Out of nowhere, the dragon jumps on him, hopping around, all excited. It can't get away from Yoo-jung, who holds it close, completely mesmerized by how cute it is. Nina also checks it out and asks when he learned to tame anything. He just shrugs his shoulders, saying he didn't really learn, he just got it from a dragon. So, she wants to know what his next step is. Meanwhile, Royan doesn't like reptiles at all, which gives our hero a chance to tease him for being a scaredy cat. Suddenly, Yoo-jung declares she's going to name the dragon Lizzie. She asks the little dragon if it likes the name, but our hero says it clearly hates it. He decides not to ruin her vibe, and says it's fine. Then he adds that, since it's the child of Fafnir, he'll call it Fafi. She can't help but think that's super cute. He wakes up the next day, all confused, to find Yoo-jung and the gang already there. Annoyed, he lets them in anyway. He playfully pinches her cheeks and asks why she came back when she was just there yesterday. Some of the girls seem intrigued by the cute noises coming from the baby dragon. The little one hops around, and Yoo-jung instantly scoops it up, hugging it tight and calling it Lizzie. But he insists on calling it Fafi. Then he starts researching how to raise a dragon. He discovers they grow fast and have a mental age. Similar to a 5-year-old child, they need their wishes to be granted. He finds it kind of difficult. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung continues to have fun with Fafi. The dragon levels up as its owner gets stronger. If the owner hunts monsters and gains XP, the dragon's rank increases, and it learns new skills. It's super important to have plenty of playtime while the dragon is still young. Otherwise, it might end up with some strange personality issues later on. And June asks if she can take the dragon home, and calls it Liz again, which irritates it. She insists on calling it Fluffy, and June tells Sue to try and pet Fluffy too. Sue is a bit hesitant, but goes for it. Just as she's about to hug the dragon, June pulls it closer, and this really annoys Sue. She can't help but wonder why Fluffy seems to dislike her. The next day at the academy, Miles, a senior student, spots the dragon and recognizes it as a rare species, which surprises her. She mentions that she'll get a permit so he can bring it around with him. Then she gets serious and brings up something concerning. Students have been disappearing. This catches his attention. She explains that she's investigating, but the school is planning to announce that everyone needs to travel in groups. He asks her about the missing students, and she mentions Damien and the Third Eye Circle, which makes him really curious, because it feels like too much of a coincidence. He asks if she's noticed any patterns in the cases, and she points out 2 things. First, they found a syringe with a red liquid where the students disappeared. Second, there's a lot of damage to nearby buildings and the ground, almost as if a wild party took place. He asks if she's found out what that red liquid is. She says the association is investigating, but they haven't identified it yet. She adds that there's something else she needs to discuss. Meanwhile, Damien Bloodworth is wondering where his pride has gone. He tries to act ashamed of what that guy did and wonders how he still has the nerve to show his face in public. He's furious and kicks a trash can, fuming that his image has been ruined by that guy. Suddenly, someone appears behind him. It's Dia. She was reported missing, but she seems perfectly fine. She says she has her reasons for being gone, which spooks him a bit. Then, getting completely serious, she asks him if he hates that guy. He's confused and asks what she means, and then she hits him with it. Do you hate him enough to want to kill him? He grinds his teeth and admits that if he could, he already would have. She says she feels the same way. He notices the syringe she's holding and asks what her plan is. She tells him she's giving him a chance for revenge, then thrusts the needle directly into his neck and tells him to make sure he gets the job done. Meanwhile, our hero receives urgent news about an extremist religious group that has emerged worshipping Odin from Norse mythology. This makes him wonder if something bigger is happening. He recalls his conversation with Jae-han when she mentioned Asatru and asked if he had ever heard of it. Now this group is calling itself Asatru, and they are stirring up serious trouble, targeting the awakened. The crime scenes are quite grim, with details like signs of rotting skin. He begins to think that these recent missing person cases might be linked to this Asatru group. The Raider Management Headquarters manages to capture a few members, but they are in a terrible mental state, muttering things about loyalty to Odin and Zaichi. It turns out these captured members are also awakened, and they used to be part of the Raider Management. Hearing this raises a red flag for him, and he realizes he needs to investigate, despite having a bad feeling about it. The biggest problem pointed out by the professionals is the power these awakened people apparently possess. After losing their reason, they can control mana that is 3 to 5 times stronger than before. He turns off the TV and thinks about what to do for the upcoming Academy event. Tomorrow, the ranking tournament at Miles Academy begins, which leads to the Grand Miles Academy Festival. If he doesn't perform well, it could ruin his group's reputation. He tries to relax, since he knows he'll get his chance. He needs to stay focused on what's right in front of him. He also asks Fafi if he feels the same. Inside the simulated dungeon of Miles Academy, the kobolds are furious, and right in front of them is the adorable but fierce Fafi, crawling towards the chaos. He looks completely calm and confident as he unleashes a huge blast of flames on the orcs, eliminating them all. Our hero can't believe what he sees. He knew Fafi was special, but didn't expect him to be so powerful as a baby. He realizes it's time to make sure he raises him right, since his strength already surpasses what our hero had in his past life. Fafi continues to level up and gain new skills. When they are both on the same field together, their damage and mana receive a nice 50% boost. Fafi also has this cool active skill called Tracker Breath, which allows him to attack enemies, and it can also be leveled up. Our hero gives him plenty of pats, adoring how incredible he is. Soon, it's time for the dungeon's boss monster, the Orc King, to make his entrance. The moment he comes out, the action begins. Fafi, still a young dragon, knows he isn't ready to face a boss yet, so our hero will have to step up and break the record anyway. He pulls out a small knife, feeling his heart race as he prepares. Then, just like that, blood goes everywhere. In the blink of an eye, he's standing over the fallen boss monster, eliminating it as if it were nothing. The clock shows 22 minutes and 21 seconds. He just broke the record at Miles Academy, and on top of that, he scores some bonus points. Outside, everyone is going crazy over the individual rankings, and our hero is right at the top of the leaderboard. Royan takes 9th place, Blakina is in 14th, Yuna Kim in 16th, and Soyol is way down in 59th. John Sang takes 2nd place, which makes our hero wonder why Yoon didn't take that spot. John Sang calls him from behind, asking if he's surprised. He wants to know how our hero did it, but John Sang acts all mysterious and says he doesn't need to share the details. So our hero tells him not to bother. This makes John Sang smirk as if he's winning at life. But our hero thinks it's fine, and whatever he says is cool. John Sang boasts that he's going to drag him down, which makes him laugh. He can't help it, and bursts out laughing, teasing John Sang about being in his emo phase, asking if it's too late for that. John Sang grinds his teeth and starts to walk away, saying he'd better remember what he said today. Suddenly, our hero remembers what the reporter had told him before, that after people lose their reason, they can use mana 3 to 5 times stronger than normal. He starts to think something strange is going on. Later that night, at the scene of the incident, Kyung-min and a girl are standing next to each other. Our hero shows up and thanks them for supporting him. He knows they've always had his back with things at the academy. Kyung-min greets him, saying it's been a while, and that he's gotten quite famous since they last met. That's when it clicks for him. He's actually Peter Parker from Beyond Corner, who heard that Kyung-min wanted to check the scene. They decide to visit where it all started, so the three of them head out together. Not long after, he spots a trail of blood. The girl tells him to wait because the lab results have arrived. She explains that the red substance in the syringes is a new type of material made from blood and something else. He looks a little lost, so she adds that they've never found anything like it before. It's teeming with strong mana. Normally, blood transports mana in the body, but blood alone can't contain mana that doesn't belong to you. The brain, the heart, and the energy core are the key organs that produce and distribute mana, so blood alone can't really act as a container. They still haven't fully figured out the substance, but they think it's connected to this fact. Kim Jong-hum mentions that this thing might be linked to the cult of Satru. What really bothers him is how similar all the crime scenes are. Every time, they find a syringe with red liquid. At the scene, the association thinks this new substance enhances the user's mana. He describes it as a kind of drug, like a limit breaker or an amplification substance that was heavily studied before. It's a drug designed to raise someone's rank and make them stronger, but the research was halted because the testing methods were quite inhumane. They didn't get very far, but investigations are still ongoing. Kim Jong-hum apologizes for not having more information, but the guy thinks it's fine because now he understands the gist of it. He knows about the limit breakers, and had even written a big paper on the people who were creating them. Wondering if he should take time off from school, he asks if that's allowed. At the same time, he thinks that if these incidents are connected to the limit breakers, it's probably the same people involved, so it's definitely worth investigating. He confirms that he wants to get to the bottom of these incidents before leaving. Kim Jong-hum told him to get in touch if he needs any help. Our hero isn't like the other raiders out there. He knows there are stronger ones, but no one levels up as fast as he does. It's not just about strength for him. He has a clear purpose, even if he's still figuring out what that is. Kim Jong-hum thinks he might be the one to crack this case. Later that night, as he's wandering through the city, Jae-sang's power starts to go wild, transforming into something monstrous. Someone spots him and runs. It's our hero, finally tracking him down. Looking at Jae-sang, now, he's not impressed. He looks like a total wreck. Jae-sang can't believe it. Our hero asks if he's been using a limit breaker, and who supplied it. Just as Jae-sang is about to lash out, he realizes it must have been Jihyun. It hits him hard. It's too late to save him. The mutation has already taken over too much. He remembers feeling that. Something was off with him before, too. He reminds Jae-sang that he should know better about the effects that come with using limit breakers, but Jae-sang, completely losing his mind, screams that he doesn't care as long as he can get his revenge. He says it wouldn't have ended like this if it weren't for our hero. After hearing this, our hero can't believe the nonsense coming out of his mouth. He tells him he's being ridiculous. He's basically saying it's not his fault, and no matter how much he thinks about it, nothing will change. He thinks he can use sacrifice to heal his destroyed body, but fixing a mind completely consumed by revenge is beyond his reach. The only thing he really can do for him now is end his suffering. Then he starts lashing out wildly and tells Jae-sang that he's weak to fire. Jae-sang considers that he could have eliminated him with his powers, but as soon as he hears that, he realizes what he's talking about. He points out that although his mana is stronger, Jae-sang is wrong if he thinks he's powerful enough to take him down. Considering all the chaos, our hero can't shake the feeling that everything is just wrong. Meanwhile, Daeun, who is with another, mentions that they can always find another human. But she feels it's a shame because finding someone like that is rare. It's hard to find someone with so much passion and energy directed at another person, especially someone who hates the great enemy. The key to being a limit breaker is having extreme emotions. Without them, humans can't handle Daeun's blood and usually end up dead. The higher the rank, the darker the emotions become, which increases the chance of the limit breaker or a king making an appearance. He seriously didn't think the great enemy would manage another victory this time, and he's quite impressed. But she's not interested in the slightest. She got the same vibe from Fafnir, but he's too strong for a human. She feels he could end up causing them a lot of problems, just as our hero warned. It seems this could turn into a major issue, since he will probably come after them eventually. The scene shifts to Hel, who is relaxing with Jaro Wiener. It's their first meeting, since things went wrong, and Hel thinks it's a good thing, because the prophecy says the great villain is getting stronger. The problem is that the Aesir are leveling up just as fast. I didn't see that hidden secret in their system coming, not even on her radar. She asks Ezzy if Odin is planning to gather the army of the dead again, to take over Midgard. The three-eyed man wonders if the Norns and Mimir were in on it from the start. He confirms they were indeed involved, but she figured they wouldn't reveal the secrets. She mentions that the restrictions imposed on them are far more severe than the ones she herself faces. Rieger also understands the situation. He realizes that Odin never seemed worried about those who held knowledge he didn't possess, and so he concludes that the people of the prophecy were, in fact, holding him back. The woman intervenes, commenting that there's not much they can do at this very moment, so the best strategy is to help the great villain get stronger as quickly as possible. Hel completely agrees with this and points out that the great adversary now possesses some divine power, which means he should be able to power up soon. Hel states that she trusts him immensely, which takes the woman completely by surprise. Next, Hel asks if she has ever heard about the first being to awaken. The three-eyed man seems quite intrigued by the question. Hel clarifies that there have been many foolish individuals, but she has never met this person, since she usually sees everyone who dies. But here's the twist. The first being to awaken is someone she knows very well, because he has just entered her territory. Next, our protagonist is stretched out on his bed, lost in thought about Daeun, and it becomes very clear that she is plotting something highly suspicious. Even Fafi starts to growl, as if he knows something is wrong. He begins to recall the human tests and research on the power limiter before his regression, questioning if all those experiments were connected to Asatru from the very beginning. Out of nowhere, a feline figure emerges through a small portal. It's Hela, and she announces she's discovered something important. He asks what she found, and she spots the little dragon, stating that he is the first being to awaken. He immediately mentions Daeun, asking if this connects to her, and Hela confirms it. She has discovered who the individual people call the First Awakened truly is, and it turns out he is one of Odin's last three. Meanwhile, in a blood-soaked room, a man is being held hostage. Someone rips the gag from his mouth, and he starts begging to be released so he can return to his family. June asks if he misses them, and then removes the blindfold covering his eyes. Right in front of him is a terrifying figure, but June is all cheerful, saying it's a shame, since he doesn't have a family to miss. In a deep voice he adds that he can't really relate to that. The man keeps begging for them to stop, and then Dion pulls out a syringe and injects a substance directly into his neck. The man begins to mutate immediately, coughing up a lot of blood. His body twists and deforms, before he finally passes out, leaving Dion shocked. John can't help but point out how weak humans are, and John tells him to be a little gentler with the subjects, since it takes a lot of effort to get new ones each time. He just flashes a sarcastic smile, saying that the man was at least somewhat useful to their plan, and tells her not to get too upset about it. Meanwhile, at our protagonist's house, Rala mentions that the first awakened being is one of Odin's last two ravens. He gets confused by this. Wait, the first awakened, who fought for humanity, is one of Odin's ravens? He asks her to explain better. She clarifies that the first awakened is not human. Odin had 5 ravens, and this guy was one of them, just like him. He wonders if these ravens have any connection to the Asatru. Rala says they need to be dealt with now, because if their numbers increase, no one will be able to stop them. He thinks for a moment, and has an idea, although he's not sure if it will actually work. She asks if he knows how to get into the Asatru base. He asks her to wait a second, grabs his phone, and shows her something. It seems he's looking up awakening data. He decides it's time to act, thinking that he needs to hurry, if he wants to find out anything about them. The sudden increase in awakened people seems suspicious, especially if it's connected to the power limiters. If he can track the suspects, he can learn more about the Asatru and the limiter. He has about 3 people in mind, which should be enough to investigate and gather some information. A few hours later, someone mentions a research lab in Korea. Another adds that it's near the Yellow Sea, but it's definitely not a place for humans. It's infested with monsters. Our protagonist finds out that these 3 people were low rankers before, and then just showed up one day. People say their personalities became more sensitive after they awakened, and they've been quite proud of their new strength. After investigating their backgrounds, he heads to Bengjang Island and asks Rala if that's where the Southern Rose's base is. He mentions that Bengjang Island is basically an Asatru base and wonders why he thinks that way. He feels it's a very hostile place for people to live, which makes it seem like it's turning into a wasteland. There's only one island in Korea that he thinks fits this description, and it's this one. So he asks how they should get there. She suggests there might be a portal that leads to some area, uninhabitable, but she has no idea where it is, so she can't take him there. He reassures her, saying he can usually solve things with money and the right contacts. He makes a call to Yesu and tells her it's him. He's her disciple, and usually calls her to ask for something. He apologizes for the inconvenience, but still asks if she can send him an item urgently. A few hours later, at the Lotus Guild, he is completely amazed to see the warp pointer. If he charges it with mana, choose a location and then release it, and it will teleport him directly to that location. There are some serious restrictions on it. Since it can be abused, they are quite rare. True to form, Althea manages to get 3 of them for him. Despite their high value, he feels a little guilty about it. Later on the island, he pulls out the warp pointers, setting the destination for Bengjang Island. He watches the lance begin to glow, before releasing it onto the ground. A portal appears, and he instantly vanishes from there, landing directly on the island. From what he learned in school, the monsters guarding the island are roughly the same level as those in the quarantined cities. Before long, he finds himself surrounded by a horde of them. They look wild and out of control, and he discovers they are Tritons. He realizes this will not be as simple as he thought. He activates his magic artifact skill and equips himself with the cute little dragon Fafnir by his side. In no time, a confrontation begins. He finds himself cornered again as all the monsters charge at him. Without hesitation, he dives into the fray and unleashes his Striker's Fury skill. In the blink of an eye, he cuts down all the monsters as if they were nothing. His swordsmanship skill, Garden of Swords, levels up considerably. He clears the entire area effortlessly. Lara notices that he is much stronger since their last fight. She looks at Fafnir, asking where he found this little dragon. A few hours later, Fafnir looks quite sleepy, since he is still just a hatchling. Time passes, and our protagonist begins to wonder if he is even on the right island. He cannot think of any other place that has been isolated. Because of monsters. Suddenly, he is jolted as his crow radar comes to life. A notification appears, informing him that Odin's crow is nearby, and the search is active. Lara notices something strange about him and calls out. He heads to the edge and spots something below. A cave. He makes a mental note for later. Lara also senses that the crow is close, and they both get the feeling that they should check the damp cave. He activates his flash skill, intensely illuminating the cavern. The air is thick with the smell of blood. Then he freezes, staring at a horrifying sight on the wall. Something is scrawled in blood, saying, "Great adversary, this is a gift for you." Everywhere he looks, there are corpses and body parts scattered about. It is such a terrifying sight that even Fafnir is feeling uneasy. Now, she reaches the disturbing conclusion that this must be their base. Lara lets out a sigh of relief, but a nagging thought arises. Could this be some kind of bait? The surrounding horror is overwhelming. He stomps his foot hard, unleashing a wave of ice that quickly spreads through the enormous cave. At that exact moment, he receives a notification about Odin's crow being nearby. Activating his absolute calculation skill, he watches the wall in front of them vanish in an instant, revealing an elevator that descends to a hidden laboratory. A notification pops up, asking if he wants to go down. It is underground. It seems risky and somewhat suspicious, but there is no turning back now, so he steps inside. The terrible image of dead bodies keeps replaying in his mind. He cannot help but think that maybe this could have been prevented, if he had acted faster. He is seriously considering ending it all right there, not wanting to see more innocent people suffer. When the elevator reaches the bottom, he wonders if there are more floors below. He knows he needs to find out what kind of drugs they were developing and what that mysterious substance is that the director, Chief Young, mentioned. As they enter, Lara points out that she sees something there on a dusty shelf. He finds some stacked books. Curiosity gets the better of him, and he opens one, receiving a shock. He reads that they built a secret laboratory, and all 304 test subjects ended up dead. It mentions that humans can't handle divine power. Meanwhile, his subordinates are talking, and Jung is wondering why he keeps disappearing, without a word. The others chime in, hoping he isn't getting into trouble again. So Yi reassures them, saying he'll be fine. One of them suggests they should have given him more potions, but Jung points out that he's rich and already has plenty. They're talking about what he said earlier, wondering if he was serious, but they know they can't join him unless they reach S rank. Ian thinks he wasn't kidding, considering how he usually is, but reaching S rank is tough since only one person in the entire country achieves it, each year. Saul thinks he was just talking nonsense and didn't really want them to get involved. On the other hand, Roy doesn't believe that's the case. He admits he wants to be on his level, and June agrees with him. They all imagine that if they train harder, maybe they can catch up to him, but Saul doesn't seem very interested. Meanwhile, our protagonist is still reading the book. It says the test subjects couldn't handle Odin's blood because humans can't handle divine things. They had to stop the research because it was too intense and had to dilute the blood as much as they could. It was then that he began to understand what the mysterious substance in the power limiter really was. He keeps reading and discovers that if they don't reduce the mana in it, the weaker test subjects will end up dying. He puts the pieces together. The mana-infused liquid used in the power limiters was, actually, Odin's blood. He feels he needs to calm down to continue reading. In December 2019, they thought they should start working on antibodies to inject into people first. Furthermore, they figured they should increase the number of sacrifices next time. In March 2020, they realized creating antibodies was too complicated, but they didn't think it was a major problem. Since things weren't that bad, they managed to figure out how much to dilute the blood so that humans could actually handle it. It varies from person to person, but at least it's some kind of progress. Moving on to November 2020, they learned a few things after more experiments. First, younger test subjects seem to handle the drugs better. They are planning to use minors as sacrifices next time. If the subjects are weaker, the drugs work better on them. Curiously, emotions like desire and hatred actually enhance the drug's reaction, but the test subjects end up losing their minds. They don't think it's a big deal since they're looking for soldiers to sacrifice, instead of people with stable minds. In February 2021, their research is finally coming to an end. They have determined the blood type, which is a huge step in reducing the side effects. Additionally, they are acquiring more test subjects. The research is going well, and soon they will report to Odin. In May 2021, things are improving. It's a success of sorts, although they still face some limitations, but it's enough to prepare for the next war that Odin is preparing. This power limiter will be important. He realizes that the reason students are disappearing from the academy is that the victims are young and weak, making them more suitable for handling Odin's blood. The cycle of evil must stop here. He believes there should be no more victims, and grinds his teeth in frustration as he heads to floor B2. The door creaks open, revealing a single desk. He approaches it and realizes there's only one book in the room. A strange aura begins to radiate from the book as it opens all by itself. This startles him a bit, and a chilling vibe begins to envelop little Fafi. Even the pop-up notification starts acting strangely. It changes to show the theme dungeon smiling at him. He has been keeping his distance from the world of fable, where he once admired heroes. Before long, the book finishes what it's doing, and our protagonist is pulled inside as well. Then, it silently closes. He suddenly finds himself in complete darkness, and that's when a notification appears, informing him that he's about to take over the body of the boy from the fable. He needs to keep the story going and complete it. The theme dungeon. The user's level is somehow resisting the forced synchronization, but it ends up happening anyway. At the moment, the synchronization rate is at 50%. As soon as our boy opens his eyes, he looks very young. The story revolves around a beloved hero, and it begins in an orphanage. He looks down at his hands, which feel strange, and sees a pop-up notification telling him he has a special mission to discover his identity. He is the main character of this story, and to complete this dungeon, he must reveal who the boy is. The reward? An S-rank cold blood. The better his synchronization, the more control he gains over his thoughts, but he won't be able to see his own face. According to the stats, he is 12 years old and possesses a few traits, such as being emotionless, having a sharp appearance, and being cold-blooded. A little confused by all this, he starts to process where he is and realizes that Rala and Fafi are nowhere to be found, leaving him completely alone. He can't really move because he's stuck in a forced cutscene in the Flendier mansion. Looking around, the place is quite dusty. Then, a character appears, bad-mouthing him and asking if he thinks food and clothes just fall from the sky. This fellow is the orphanage manager, and his main job seems to be torturing and oppressing the children. He abuses them every day. The system updates to show the first character, Manager A, who is revealed to be the main villain. He calls for character C, who looks agitated and apologizes, but he slaps her hard, knocking her to the ground. He tells her that if she wants to survive in this orphanage, she needs to get up on time. Meanwhile, character C keeps apologizing and swears she'll wake everyone up on time next time, begging for mercy, but he simply ignores her. He tells the children that if they don't want to die, they'd better hurry to the training hall. All the children scramble, and our protagonist watches the scene unfold. He tries to see himself in a mirror, but his face is hidden. Everyone gathers in the training hall, and the manager orders them to fight. If they don't start attacking, he'll kill them himself. A few children jump in to start fights while our protagonist thinks, to himself, that this is just a messed up story. The manager is clearly annoyed and calls for Blondie. Our protagonist is surprised and realizes he has blonde hair. He can't see himself at all, but realizes he's probably someone he knows. The manager tells character D to fight him, and D looks nervous. He raises his fist and lands a direct punch on character D's face. With the emotionless trait in play, along with cold-blooded, our protagonist doesn't hesitate, and his synchronization rate with the story's character jumps to 65%. He attacks without a second thought. It turns out that Extra D is just a little boy who hates him. The system updates to reveal character D's traits. He is cunning and manipulative. Before our protagonist knows it, he's being bullied from all sides, labeled a traitor, and cast out by his supposed friends, including Extra D. This had been going on for a while. Ever since he had taken a beating with his bare fists, his head began to throb. He wondered what his synchronization rate was, and learned an important lesson. In a fight, it's better to eliminate your opponent to avoid problems. So the next day in training, he actually kills Extrad. After Extrad's death, a heavy silence filled the training hall. The children stood paralyzed, shaking their heads in disbelief. Their eyes soon turned to the manager, terrified that he might kill the boy for committing murder. They expected a brutal punishment, but instead, the manager smiled and began to applaud while looking at the boy with a cold expression of approval. He told the children not to cling to useless morals or ethics, reminding them that they were nothing more than disposable tools to serve a purpose. That was the moment the boy truly accepted who he was. After that day, the orphanage began to change. Violence became common. Both inside and outside the training hall, the children turned on one another, killing to survive. No one tried to stop them. It was pure instinct. The boy who had started it all just laughed, indifferent to the chaos around him. His memory trembled as he recalled the truth. He hadn't killed Extrad for any noble reason. It was simply kill or be killed. Now, our hero's mind began to blur because of the synchronization. He could barely hold on to his own thoughts. If this continued, he would be completely lost. The only way to remain sane was to discover the boy's identity as quickly as possible. Months passed in that nightmare. In the end, only this boy remained. All the others were killed by his own hands, and to him, this outcome seemed right. Then one day, a man appeared before him. The stranger introduced himself as a crow serving Odin, and invited the boy to join Asatru, becoming a crow and his follower. The stranger's name was Hyugen. The boy asked what he would gain by serving Odin. Hyugen explained that Odin had given him a sword that would grant 3 wishes, but there was a price. After the last wish, the sword would take the wielder's life in return. The boy considered this, and asked for what he had long desired: a family. He couldn't feel emotions, and he knew his insensitivity was part of what made him dangerous. But he also felt a strange curiosity about what a family could be. The sword granted the wish. He suddenly had a father and a mother. At first, it was simple and slightly ordinary. They fed him meat stew. They gave him picture books. He accepted the smallest comforts with a fragile satisfaction. These people had not birthed him, but their care felt undeniably real. He couldn't understand unconditional love. They fed him without asking for proof of his worth, and in the orphanage, utility meant survival. Everyone who failed to prove their value was killed. This logic weighed like a stone in his chest. If love required no payment, then perhaps it was a trap. If they didn't need him, perhaps they would try to get rid of him as soon as it suited them. The memory of children turning into predators to survive replayed. In his head, the suspicion grew and twisted into a plan. If they could kill him, he should kill them first. On a cold winter night, as the fire warmed the small house, his parents noticed his silence and asked what was wrong. He raised the sword towards them. They moved forward to calm him. He gripped the sword tighter. There was no reason to obey them. Obedience had always meant only vulnerability. The urge to strike seemed inevitable. The sword glowed faintly in his hands as he gathered strength. Someone shouted for him to stop in a distant, useless voice. And then, what was destined to happen unfolded inside the boy. Something breaks, and he is about to drop the sword. His emotions disappear, and he kills both his parents, leaving the observer stunned. A notification appears, informing him that the synchronization rate has increased drastically for a limited time. The current synchronization is 100%. The notification orders no intervention in the story. Our hero watches as the boy's parents lie covered in blood. But then his consciousness begins to fade. He doesn't know what the story is trying to show him, but he finds himself somewhere else, sensing a void and a thirst left behind. Inside the boy, the system says this is a blank spot in the current scene, and the user can move freely. The hero realizes he is still conscious, and that this information is marked with the symbol of Asatru, the magic sword Tirfing. He realizes this is the boy's room, and he must use this opportunity well. There must be clues about the themed dungeon and the boy's identity in this room. He then checks under the bed and in every corner. This place is the only scene where he isn't restricted. After realizing there must be some clues, he suddenly spots white gloves. He picks them up and understands who the boy is, and also why he is here. Suddenly, the system warns that the original gloves inventory is reacting, and the blank spot in the scene begins to collapse and ends. Our hero explains that after the blank spot, the scene continued. The boy still felt nothing. Years passed, and he grew into a man. To relieve his boredom, he started searching for his lost emotions. He tried everything, from pretending to love to begging to save others, but nothing made him feel a thing. Hugo saw the boy searching for his emotions and said he would give one back to him. One day, the boy would find out which one it was. The boy noticed he couldn't feel joy or sadness, but he was aware he had received something from Hugo. He didn't know which emotion had been returned to him. However, he got a clue about what it could be. The boy was ordered to kill someone, and the moment his sword pierced his opponent's throat, he realized the emotion he had recovered was pleasure. From then on, the boy started committing murders. It was around that time he also began to reread the picture book his adoptive parents had given him. The book was about a weak boy from a village who grew up to become a knight. He started to admire the hero in the book and wanted to be just like him. Now he had a goal. He continued to kill people, and eventually, he grew bored. He felt that everyone in this world was so weak and dull. He started getting wild ideas. He needed something new. The boy went to Hugo and asked for his other emotions, but Hugo said he couldn't return any emotion besides pleasure. With no other option, the boy drew the cursed sword once more and made his second wish. The sword couldn't restore his emotions, so his wish changed. He wished to face an enemy stronger than himself. The sword told him to become a hero in Midgard, where he could find such enemies. The sword granted his wish, and the boy descended to Midgard, driven by both the will of Odin and his own lust for battle. He soon became known as a hero, but this held no special meaning for him. He was merely copying the fairy tale hero who saved others. As his deeds grew, so did his fame, and before long, he was called the hero of Midgard. A reporter asked for his name. As the memories faded, our hero felt his consciousness return. The system announced that the possession of the boy who admired heroes had ended and asked for his name. After a brief silence, our hero answered, John. The system then reported that he had completed the special mission, the boy's identity, and had gained a new skill called Cold Blood. Our hero grabbed the sword, needing to leave the place as it began to crumble. The system warned that the user was being sent to the third basement floor of the laboratory. The sword glowed brighter, and suddenly, he heard someone call him Great Adversary. Our hero returned to his body and saw Joan and Daeum standing before him. Joan smiled and said his wish had come true. Again, Joan tells our hero that he was waiting for him. Our hero immediately activates his magical artifact ability and summons the dragon-slaying sword. He remembers John, the first awakened hero of humanity, someone he once admired as a child, for being strong and kind, but that admiration was misplaced, as John was nothing more than an emotionless puppet controlled by Odin with his sword raised. Our hero declares that from this moment on, he will kill the man he once admired with his own hands. In that instant, a voice calls out to him. He turns and sees Rayla and Fafi, both safe and unharmed. It seems that no time has passed outside while he was in the dungeon. He asks Rayla for a favor, to deal with Dea while he faces John. Dea refuses, saying she has no intention of fighting separately, but John orders her to follow their opponent's request. Shocked, she asks what he means, and he replies that he wants a real fight, so she should just do as he says. Dea hesitates, murmuring that if she obeys, Odin might lose interest in her. John's cold gaze silences her as he warns her not to get in his way. Fear runs through her as she realizes that if she disobeys, he might kill her first. She may be strong, but not strong enough to face Odin's crow. Accepting the situation, she agrees, telling him to make sure he does a good job. He then turns to Rayla and says they should go. He notes the mana coming from the two is much stronger than he expected. John may have divinity, but these two are on another level. It would be better if he only had to face one of them. She agrees, saying she doesn't want to participate in their fight anyway. Before leaving, Dea warns our hero that the crows stole the essence of the ocean from Jormungandr and tells him to be on alert. If he doesn't find a countermeasure, soon, it could be fatal. She runs out of the room, and our hero simply says not to worry. Without waiting a second, he leaps forward and says, I have a plan. John smiles and says that now it's just the two of them and starts talking nonsense. Our hero tells him to stop with the nonsense and swings his dragon-slaying sword, but John blocks it with ease. He swings again, but John defends effortlessly and tells him not to rush. John then counterattacks, throwing our hero far away, but he lands on his feet and quickly realizes that the weapon John used is the artifact of Rugen, the mythical sword known as Tired Fang. John says he has a question before they begin. Our hero composes himself and asks what it is. John asks about the novel he saw on the second underground floor, and if he found it interesting. The question catches our hero by surprise. He grits his teeth, thinking that there's no way a story like that could be interesting. John sighs, saying it's a shame, as he had hoped that boy's story would be worth something. Then he adds that he wants to become a main character, a hero in the kind of stories that people love. Our hero frowns and asks why he is telling him this. John replies that he wants a favor. He wants our hero to kill him. Our hero snaps, asking what he is trying to pull, but John insists he is serious. He says that if his story isn't interesting, then it shouldn't exist at all. Our hero calls him crazy, but John just laughs, saying he hears that often. He adds that, as Odin's puppet, he cannot die on his own, so our hero must be the one to end him. Our hero attacks again, yelling for him to stop talking nonsense, but John blocks the blow easily. Our hero glares and says he will kill him, not because John asked, but because he truly hates him. John smiles frankly and says, that's good enough, then asks if they should begin. Our hero strikes with his Dragon Slayer, and John blocks it without any effort before the next move. Our hero realizes he's slower than Ryan. Our hero quickly activates the lightning chain as brilliant mana chains shoot towards Ryan as he leaps. Our hero reinforces them with magic, and John praises him, although he says the move isn't very interesting, and points out that he's still holding back. In the blink of an eye, John cuts all the chains with his sword irritated. Our hero thinks that even after reaching divinity, he's still only in stage 1 of release. He can't maintain this form for long, so he needs to find an opening and end this quickly. For now, he focuses on John's movements, rhythm, and fighting style. John attacks and our hero blocks the strike, but feels the immense pressure behind it. He mutters that John's sword is annoying. John laughs, saying he's probably never fought against a rapier, before then adds that they should make this more fun. He pushes our hero back with relentless strikes, and as if that weren't enough, he releases his divinity and activates his field magic. Our hero freezes for a second, realizing the air around him has become distorted and unreal. It feels like he's entered another dimension. He quickly recognizes the field magic known as Dark Fairy Tale. As a creepy rabbit appears above John, our hero asks if John can also use field magic. John replies that he's not great at it, but he can manage. He then asks how it feels, and if our hero likes it. Blood pools at our hero's feet as he realizes that field magic is only used by high-ranking mages and usually requires several S-class raiders to be cast. However, John the swordsman did it all by himself. Our hero asks if he really plans to die here. John frowns and asks what he means. Our hero tells him not to play dumb, knowing that he's forcing his divinity. John smiles like a madman and says the end should always be fun if he's going to die. He might as well go all out. Our hero asks if he's sure he can kill him. John calmly replies that he absolutely can. Without another word, our hero raises his sword and faces him. The ground ripples as John attacks. Our hero strikes but misses, and John counterattacks with swift strikes that our hero barely dodges. John praises him again and conjures a glowing orb of blue mana. Our hero feels the dense power and the smell of blood in the air, warning him of the danger suddenly. Something hits his shoulder and blood spurts out. He grits his teeth, clutching the wound, and asks if that's what John stole from the Sea of Jormungandr. John smiles, saying it seems he knows about it too. Our hero remembers the essence of the Sea Stone, an artifact that allows one to control water freely. He remembers hearing that it was stolen from Jormungandr's domain, one of Loki's sons, and a relic of the Anti-Icy Alliance. It belonged to Jormungandr, but during a time when Odin suppressed him, he grabbed it and fled. John admits, saying he thought this fight would be more interesting with it. But as our hero activates his sacrifice ability to heal his wound, John looks surprised, commenting on his healing ability. Then his expression changes, as he feels the energy in the air transform. Cracks of divine power spread around our hero, as he declares that he will now release his divinity, just as John wanted. He rushes forward with blinding speed, leaping high, and shouting that he will kill John right here. The scene then cuts to Daeum, who tells Rayla that it looks like their side has already started. She asks if Rayla wants to go first, or if she should. Rayla calmly asks if this can even be avoided. Well folks, that's the end of the video. If you enjoyed it, comment for the next part, subscribe to the channel, and leave a like.